the two like gaming platform.
So
medias.
we'll use me as an example. I am a washed up player coach. Don't put me back in the server. To be fair, IGL okay, but at that point I'd like a worse super, right?
Okay.
I'd be a worse super. So if I wanted to possibly join a team, I could be mediocre to okay, but my networking, my ability to be seen by other teams is really what gets their eyes on me, my name out, and that's how I get into a team. Okay, well, catch me on Twitter with my clips.
You could probably join a Mirage or something, make them better.
I'm going to say no comments, Matt, because that's going to get clipped and that's going to go on Reddit, speaking of clips. Okay, well, we've fleshed out how you have miraculously found yourself on Oxygen. It's your first pro team. Like we said, you pretty much skipped every single normal step a pro should take. Now that you were in this position, you're pretty young. You got flung into the deep end. You had to swim really, really quickly. You've done incredibly well to do so. Now that you're there, what is the balanced life for you? Like, you've got work, you've got home life, you've got personal life. How do you juggle all of these things? That is the truth.
I've been flying like once every other month to practice at the team house. We just did headquarters at Boston. We just did a 20-hour flight here. Now I got to take a 20-hour flight back. Then we're going to be moving. And then stage 1 starts, and then we got to make the major, probably go to Atlanta, and it's just fly once a month at least. It's definitely annoying.
So it
really
sounds like at this point you need an Oxygen private plane.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that would be perfect.
That would be perfect.
No,
Okay,
that
private
would be perfect.
plane. It sounds like you possibly don't like flying.
No, waiting in that line.
It's waiting in the line?
Yeah, because well, security is like not, but like just like waiting at the gate, and then like you get on, there's like babies crying, just people, just so many people, it's too many people.
All the hundreds of people in a flying tin can.
Compact. Sometimes
Yep.
it's a hot plane. It's just so annoying.
Well, I don't like flying because of the turbulence. So personally, I'm not a big fan of shaking around in a, aluminium cylinder throughout the air. So
I get that.
I'm going to join you with that. But other than the flying, and obviously, you're at the team house when the regular season is happening, you guys are all playing, is the balance of how you work. Obviously I see a lot of you guys in NA working out a lot, keeping yourselves a little bit healthy and whatnot. Is that something that you have to balance at work and at home? Can you have friends when you're at the gaming house? Is anyone there to hang out on the weekends? Or are you just working, Monday to Sunday?
I mean, I have a Saturday off.
You have Saturdays off. One day off a week, okay.
But yeah, I mean, like, when I'm home, I do hang out often because usually after, like, when we're done with this, we'll probably have like a week or 2 weeks off.
Oh, good.
But it's actually been good because before Invite, we didn't even practice for like 3 months or like 2 months. So I was just chilling. And then like, I think, yeah, because we had nothing to do. Like, because we didn't make Copenhagen.
Right.
So then it was like 3 more months till Invite in February. So we were just at home since August or like September.
So
it was definitely miserable.
Let me understand this. You get into Pro League with almost no practice. Then you almost take a lot of holidays off also with no practice, and you still maintain your skill. Are you doing this all in ranked? Like, how are you maintaining all of your skill?
No, I don't play ranked. But we do practice. No, we do practice a lot. Like
Okay.
we just make it logical. Like if we're like that many months off, like we could take some months off.
Okay.
But when we do, like right now, we practice like do doubles every day, which is like 7 hours.
And what's a double for the people who don't know the slang out there?
Two different scrims, so 2 different teams, 3 maps each team. Takes about like 6 hours.
Yeah. And you like to split it into 2, don't like to jam it into the night like everyone else does, or do you sort of do that?
Now Redeem, jeez.
Oh, Redeem is copying it. He's not even here to defend himself. Okay.
Smash them together, no break, no food, no nothing. Just hop into the next one.
That's a marathon.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my
and then
God.
we were at Invite, we do 3 different teams. So we'd have like 2 maps, but like three different teams. So it'd be like, whatever. We did good though, so.
I mean,
shout out to
obviously
him.
the practice paid off, and
Shout out to
Redeem,
him. Yeah.
knows what's, happening. Okay. Now, you said you obviously love to hang out with the friends. I assume some of your teammates are some of those friends that you get to hang out with when you're there. But when you do return home, how do you switch off? I mean, I know for me, when I'm at events, I get home and I'm like, don't talk to me for 48 hours straight. Like, I need no contact. I need to just hibernate. How are you switching off? Or are you getting home, you're busting out the PC, and like you're back in range within like 24 hours. Be honest.
I mean, I definitely turn the PC on. Like, I really can't go nowhere without the PC. But I mean, when I'm home, I don't really want to be talked to, like, about like the gaming stuff.
Yeah.
Like, so I'll just like usually call my friends up and see what they're doing.
Okay.
But they work now. Like, we're older now. Like, like these 2 years have passed for me really fast since I've been in pro league. So like they all work now, which is crazy to me. So now they got no time, and I got no time. So it's like, damn.
So work is life for you.
I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's good work, but like that's what it is now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just life for me.
Why don't we see more newest streams then? Where's the newest streams?
How do you know that?
I mean, I'm just saying. Look, I might have notifications on. Where are the newest streams at?
I don't stream, man. I gave that up. I used to stream a lot. That's why like I don't want to. And I just like playing. I just like scrimming. I like the competitive side.
Yeah.
Like ranked is really bad now. Like there's no fun. No dopamine's going through my body when I click play.
You want to be like up on the stage, SI stakes level dopamine hit.
7-0 and W7 on board type dopamine. Speaking
about that, if you get your biggest bit of revenge on a player or a team, who is it?
G2.
Oh, wow. I'm going to introduce a part of this podcast called Newest Trash Talks and starts drama.
Hey, he started it.
He starts
a lot of things.
Well, I mean, it's Alamau, so I mean, it's kind of part of his forte. But are we allowed to speak in this podcast about how he started it? What's the beef?
I just remember he did like an interview and he said Oxygen aren't as good as they think they are. I just don't remember talking to this guy once in my life.
So you've never met Alamau properly?
No.
No, but he said you guys think you're better than you are.
He did beat us, so I really couldn't say anything at that point. And then they got absolutely mopped at the last major, so it's like a lose-lose.
Right. Okay. So is now the time?
Yeah.
In Riyadh, it's
hopefully he can make it out of groups. So
do you think he's not going to make it out of groups?
Hopefully he can beat M80, or like hopefully he can beat like.
You want it to just make it to the point where you're there.
Yeah, because
you're the hand that knocks.
I think Blur was their glue. Like.
Oh.
I think like.
Oh, I wasn't going to take this podcast in this direction, but.
I think Blur was the glue.
When you got Jess Gerd as your host, I'm going to break all the rules.
I think obviously they're good players. Don't get me wrong, but Blur is their glue. Like somebody's got to take the hit. Not everybody's going plus 50 every event.
Correct.
And now they just dropped the guy that's going minus 30 for another guy who doesn't play hard breach. So who's going to play hard? Doki? You think Doki's getting on Thermite?
Do you remember when he did? Do you remember that game on Cafe?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that was...
It's miserable.
Sorry, Doki, but that was a little embarrassing. I feel for him because he's an incredible fragger, so why have him there?
But now they don't have a hard breach. They just... Ooh, another super team. Ooh,
so,
might work.
Now it's your turn to do the Alamau. Now it's your turn to throw the shade back. What are you saying?
I mean, good luck, honestly. I hope he makes it out of groups so I can play him.
Good luck. Good luck.
Hope he gets out of groups.
All right. We're taking it out of the trash talk era for now. Spoken about the fact that work's a bit of your life. Not a bit, a lot of your life. Traveling back and forth. You're pretty much living and breathing Siege. And the dopamine hits aren't enough unless the stakes are incredibly high.
Not enough.
Which don't be an adrenaline junkie like Nuez. He needs to get back to streaming. I don't know. We need to bring him back down to earth somehow. So please do tag him and beg him to go back.
It's
to
what
streaming.
being good does to you when you just win so many games. Like.
So do you think that's a blessing and a curse? Because for you, when you joined, and you went to SI, and you're already placing podiums the moment you join a tier 1 team for the first time, you're on podiums instantly. You're like 3rd place here, 2nd place here, NAL stage, blah blah blah. You're putting podiums. Is that a lot of pressure on you? Because you start high. Where do you go when you start up here?
It's like a Shaiko situation.
Yep.
You just don't really stop.
Yep.
So I mean, I don't see myself stopping any time until maybe how old's Shaiko? Like 25?
Yeah, I would say he'd be a year or two younger than me. Yeah, 25, 26.
I mean, I still got it if he's got it.
I mean, we had Reynolds. Was he 32? I'm throwing names out there. I mean, I'm trying to find the oldies of the
Okay, but I mean like good old players.
Okay, Reynolds.
Like people going plus 70 event.
The monsters of the server.
So I could see myself as just being him for like a while. Not even not trying to compare me to him, because I'm me and he's him. 2 different people, but
I can see the resemblance though. Like if you just wanted to suddenly start speaking French, I could
Je
dig
m'appelle.
it.
There you go.
New Shaiko. I mean, look, jokes aside, we spoke about pressure now. Now I want to sort of dive into the fact that you said, yeah, I can see myself doing this for another 5 years, right? 7 years, let's say 8 years.
You're pushing it.
Look, let's just say.
I could be a coach maybe.
I mean, all of us who can't play become coaches.
Yeah, I mean, that's
and then
the
when
play.
you're done with that, you go on the analyst desk.
Or you could do org stuff, like be a
That's
general
true.
manager.
That's
So
true.
I think there's a lot of areas I can go to.
So for you, esports is it. It's the end game for you.
I mean, I don't want to work at like Chick-fil-A or nothing, so.
I mean, no one's saying you have to work at Chick-fil-A.
don't wanna work
Although
at,
to
like,
be
Taco
fair, if
Bell.
you do, please give me discounted chicken. I love chicken.
No, I'll give myself the discount, and then
Then you can bring. Okay, see, guys, when Newers starts working for Chick-fil-A, we can all just go get discounted chicken.
do
All
a
right.
good job.
But is this sustainable in your head? I mean, right now you're saying you are living and breathing your job. You're living and breathing Siege. Is this sustainable for you?
I think it's worth it. Yeah, I
Okay.
think like the pay is worth it. Because I know. I mean, like if I wasn't worth it, like if I was like on like a low tier NA team,
Yep.
I'd be like, no, this is pointless. But they also don't really make events, so they don't really travel. They don't have team houses, so it wouldn't be as bad.
Right. So I suppose responsibility wouldn't feel as harsh for you in those moments. Yeah.
But I think the pay is good.
The pay's good.
If it wasn't good, I probably wouldn't be doing this for a while.
That's right, because you can just take off 8 months and then come back whenever you want. Remember, don't forget that, guys, because you could just take off as much as you
Also,
wanted.
prize money is really good.
Prize money. I mean, here in
Here
Riyadh,
is
I
crazy.
mean, the fact that you can come to Gamers8 and you only need to qualify or be invited, right? You don't need to accrue points throughout multiple other events. You just show up, bag 750K. Are you going for the kill leader or the MVP, which is an extra 10K a pop?
I mean, if it happens, it happens. Mitch is also trying to get the most plants. Isn't that an award? Isn't that an award as well?
Is it? See, I am fundamentally unprepared to knowing all of them. I know kill leader and MVP is definitely ones.
I'm pretty sure most plants is one too.
Possibly most plants might be part of it as
But
well.
I mean, I'm not gonna purposely go for. I'd rather win than.
Yeah.
But like,
I mean-
but like you know me, like, the kills will like be there.
I have a sneaky suspicion that we are going to see the most aggressive event between tier 1 players. Like, we're talking like, think about the
Like
meta
in the
we're
game.
Yeah, let's keep it to in the server if we can, because if I say out of the server, might get cancelled.
Yeah.
But I'm going to keep it in the server. I think, given the meta we're in currently, there is not a better event to see fast-paced plays. Like, the observers right now better be doing their stretches. There is no way they keep up with you.
Yeah, they do.
Are you out the windows? You out the doors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not giving too much away.
He has plans. Okay.
Well, this won't be out
Oh, well, I don't know when this will
till
be
my
out.
first game day, right? Tomorrow's game day, so this
Yeah,
won't be out till
so-
tomorrow.
Whenever this goes out, you either have seen Nuaz's plan or you haven't seen.
Just depends who we're playing. We got like different strategies for different teams.
Oh, they've prepped everyone. Well, that goes to show how prepared Nuaz is. He can take off 8 months, come back, prepare for everyone, win Gamers8. Add that to the
that
trophy.
was a year ago.
That
That
was
was
a year
Charlotte.
ago. That was short-lived. Okay, all right. Outside of that, do you have anything the world should know about you? You're young. Yeah.
I'm not young anymore. 20.
He just wants us all to feel old.
I mean, it is old. Like 20's old.
Oh, well, with that,
Like you gotta look at like people are like, there's people like 18 in the league, and I'm like 20.
that really cuts deep, man.
I mean, I'm beyond heartbreak shit, so it cuts deep too to me. You know what I mean,
Give us a fun fact before we let you go. Something that no one knows about you. Nothing weird.
I could probably win a food eating contest. What's his name? The guy who eats a lot of hot dogs.
Why would I know who the dude?
Does
who
anybody
eats
know the
hot
guy
dogs?
who eats a lot of hot dogs?
Does any of
The
production?
hot dog eating contest guy.
Okay, I've seen the videos. I didn't know there was a guy.
What I'm
but
saying,
Lewis
I
follows it.
eat a crazy amount of food. That's probably like it's only a crazy fact because it is crazy because I could probably eat like if you put like 5 double burgers in front of me, I could probably eat them all with fries.
So when the newest streams comes back, very first stream,
I mean, on stream I'd eat a lot. Also, that's a crazy fact.
all right, please do it. I want to see it. That's the fun fact about Nuaz from Oxygen, brand new rebrand. He has a big, whopping revenge story awaiting Alamau. So if you watch this Alamau, do watch out. And of course, his team is hoping to take away the 750,000 big ones. And it's going to be a crazy game. That's what I'm taking away from this.
Also, this event's crazy. I was at the airport and there was a Gamers8 like billboard.
He's not lying. He's like, everywhere I look, Gamers8.
I was like,
close
what
my
is
eyes,
that?
There's a billboard on the back of my eylids that says Gamers8.
It's just
I don't know how
purple.
they did it.
I could see the purple. And
I don't know how they did it.
Gamers8. I just couldn't believe it.
All right, well, whilst you're living, breathing Rainbow Six, we're going to be living and breathing Gamers8 here in Riyadh. That was news from Oxygen. I'm Jess Goat, and we'll see you for the very next podcast whenever we decide to come back.
Hello and welcome to the Gamers8 Rainbow Six podcast here in Saudi Arabia. We are in Riyadh, and when I say we, I am joined by 3 international Siege megastars. We have got Alamau out of Brazil. We have got Spoit all the way from Sweden, and we of course have Virtue, who comes from Australia. 3 men who have traveled across the world to follow their Siege dreams, and it's something that I don't think many people talk about. You know, the sacrifice and the level of effort that has to be made to pursue this career. And to do that, you've got to sometimes move, set up shop somewhere completely different. And I want to come to you first, Alamo. Brazil, you then moved to EU, you're now part of G2. Just talk us through how that process came about initially.
Yeah, I mean, I think I voiced this on Twitter a couple of times, like about the sacrifice that people don't know. And people just say like, it's an easy choice. But actually, I almost didn't sign G2 because like I was afraid of leaving Brazil, leaving my family, friends, you know, people that you love, people that you care, and you usually see them like every month, you know, and then you have to go to Europe and you don't know when you're gonna see them again.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of sacrifice. That is a really tough decision.
What about culturally? Was that a big shock to you as well? Because you're from the south of Brazil, right?
Yeah.
Whereabouts? What's the name of the?
It's Porto Alegre.
Okay.
Porto Alegre.
Is it? I should know that, should I, or not?
I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the culture is pretty different. Like the first couple of weeks in G2, it was like completely different, like how you have to behave on social media. Like in Brazil, like, I don't know, it's not as much rigid, I think, is in Europe.
Yeah.
Like you have to behave way more when you work for like a big company like G2 and in Europe. But yeah, and yeah, that's it.
Spoit.
Yeah,
19 years old.
correct.
Many call you the Wonder Kid of Siege.
Major
You know,
MVP.
Yeah, I mean, you've already done some magnificent stuff. You won the major in Berlin. I was lucky enough to see that happen. You went on the run of a lifetime to make that happen. But you're seriously still just starting out in your career. I think a lot of people have high expectations for you. I know you have high expectations for yourself as well. What's it been like for you joining M8T back in March this year and now having to travel a lot to North America?
I mean, you know, like one thing that I always love is to travel. You know, I think that's like a big thing for me. And, you know, being able to travel while playing games is always a blast, you know, getting to see different cultures and different people from everywhere. So it's always fun.
Do you enjoy North America? What do you make
Well,
of...
I'm still getting used to it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, so far Texas has been great. Austin, that's where we're based out of. And yeah, I'm just happy with where I'm at right now. So just going to continue.
Virtue, you're a bit more of a seasoned veteran.
I mean, I'm just starting out my career as well at 28.
28, that's what I say, and I'm 35, bro. I mean, can we cut that out? I'm kidding. Listen, you've been here, there, and everywhere. You know what it takes to make it. And you, when I say make it, you literally won SI, the most recent one, raised that hammer high in the air. Was that worth a lot of the sacrifice that you've put in when it comes specifically to location?
I mean, at the time, definitely, I felt like, you know, everything that led up to that moment was worth it. But like a month after, it's like there's still more that needs to fill that sacrifice that I've made. So I still need more, you know, because, you know, when I first left Australia,
when was that? Take me back to that moment in your life.
It's like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but the exact time I completely forget. I think it was 2020. But it was a lot I left behind. And at the time, you know, I thought it was a great idea. Some time passed, 3 months, 4 months, and I'm like, damn, this might be a big mistake, you know, leaving all that
Same
behind.
opinion here. I share the same opinion.
Yeah.
And but my passion drove me through it, playing Siege, chasing my dream, and so far it's paid off, I say, yeah.
It's not really comparable, but you know, like for me, like when I first went to university, you have that like buffer period at the very beginning where you miss all of the home comforts, and this is just me moving to a different location in the same country, right? And it gradually wears off, and you gradually sort of settle into your new environment and appreciate the new surroundings. You mentioned that it took like 3 months for you to sort of find your feet, and you were nodding your head there. Was that a similar sort of feeling for you?
Yeah, I think so. Like maybe like two situations. Like one was like when I was like younger, like 18, like all my friends going to the university, and I had like to change cities in Brazil. So like I used to live in Porto Alegre, I have to go to São Paulo. So it was already like a big difference there.
Yeah.
But it was not as big as going to Europe. So like last year when I get to go to G2, okay, best decision I ever made. But at the beginning it was really good. And like middle of the last year was like really bad. Like in terms of like not enjoying maybe like the team environment or like having fun, like, you know, where I'm living. But then it paid off. We changed the roster as well. So it became a way more pleasurable environment to be. And now I feel like I did the right choice, you know.
Spike, you're literally a rose between two G2 thorns right now.
Yeah.
Two men who recently achieved greatness with raising the hammer in Montreal. Does that inspire you at all, sitting amongst this, and does that make you want it even more when you're so close to people that have been there and done it?
I mean, everything takes time. You got to be in the right environment, right team, be around people with likewise mindset and such things. And, you know, I think I found myself a great team. Like, we just got to match together and like put on a good show, and I think we'll be the best team in the world. So I just have big hopes. And
when you think about like your friends in Sweden, did any of them go on to do anything like you're doing?
I mean, I was just a kid. Like back then, I was just playing games with my friends, and I ended up being a little bit better. A little bit better. But I just pursued that thing, and now they're rooting for me. Obviously, like being a pro, you lose out on. I'd say the biggest thing is relationships, like with friends. Like I barely speak to like most of the guys I used to do, and I miss that a lot. But at the same time, I have something bigger going on right now, but they're happy for me, and I get to see them sometimes when I go back. But yeah, definitely.
What's that like when you get home? Are they all like, tell me more about what you're going on in your life, or do you just sort of want to go a bit more incognito, low key, and talk about them, or is there a lot of questions asked to you?
I mean, like usually they're the one like coming up and stuff. Like I'm usually just going around with my friends, chilling out on the weekends, and you know that's when they have their off days. Sometimes I have different off days, but you know, just trying to find the perfect time. And,
yeah,
catch up.
Melbourne, I've been once before.
Yep.
I really liked it. How often do you travel back to see people? And
I'll be honest with you, the last 3 years I've been once.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, forget that. I visited there like just not too long ago because my mum was sick, so I had to visit there.
Yeah.
But 2 times, yeah.
So do you have that, I guess, are you more of a home guy? Do you, when you get back, do you feel more at peace when you're back in South Brazil?
And like I can see all my friends.
Yeah.
And then something that people don't mention a lot, and I think like it's not about like even like moving countries, but like if you have to pursue the career of professional gaming, you have to put more hours than other people. So even when I was living in my city, I was not hanging out with my friends. I was sitting at home playing video games. So like we had to play like 12 hours a day, 13 hours a day to become like the best players.
Yeah.
So we can be right here, right now. And I think this is what like people don't pay attention, you know. People saying like, oh, but it's such a nice job because you play video games all day. But they don't see like all the sacrifice, not even moving regions, but like the time you can't be, you know, in birthday celebrations with your friends and all that stuff. So right now when I go to Brazil, I can see all my friends and it's always a nice time.
It's a frustrating argument I always have with a lot of people who don't quite understand esports when they say like, so what, they just play video games and they're always playing video games. I'm like, well, think about a professional footballer, right? Like if they just have a kickabout once a week, they're not going to get any better, right? So you guys have to really immerse yourself and commit to it. And I imagine at 19 years old, Spike, you know, you'll be surrounded, especially when you're with your friends back home, with temptation to go out and do fun things and like make sure you're not missing these big celebrations or whatever else. And it takes a really strong man to commit to the craft, right?
Yeah, I mean, my most hours played was probably like around the like 50, like all the way from like 12 up until like 16. I think that was like the time I put in the most. Like I was not seeing sunlight at all. I was just like focused on my thing, playing games. I mean, I did sports as well a lot. I'm very competitive in like that kind of way. Yeah. So I think that also followed me into Siege. You know, always wanting to win.
What sports?
I played football. I've done swimming, and I played floorball, which is like hockey but inside with sticks. You know? Yeah.
So I think that's probably paved the way for you, right? That competitive nature. I think some people just have it, and some people.
Yeah, and just like my family in general as well. Like they always rooted for me to do good in school. You know, Asian mom. Yeah. So, yeah.
Bertu, I want you mentioned there about that hunger. You're still not satisfied yet, even though climbing to the top of the Siege Mountain, you've been there, you've done it, surrounded by adulation, confetti blowing up in your face and all that, and you're still waking up hungrier than ever. Do you think that that's another part of being a competitive beast? It just doesn't go away.
Of course, I'm the same as Sport. Grew up playing sports non-stop.
What sports were you into?
I was cricket, rugby, Australian football, and some netball. But yeah, like I dabbled in a lot of sports. Growing up, you know, I didn't have the money to keep playing in those sports, and so I had to like move out of the equipment that was very expensive to buy for the sports, and basically just stuck to school and played games when I got home. And then, you know, I seen the same competitiveness that's in sports can also be in games, and I just got hooked as well to that.
That's really cool.
No,
So like,
he's just crazy competitive. You actually don't understand. I beat you. I beat him on any game, and he doesn't talk to me for like 2 hours.
do you within the G2 camp? Do you get competitive amongst each other?
We play like we were just playing chess right now.
Yeah.
I just beat him on chess, and he still didn't talk to me.
You're still not over it, bro.
I don't remember.
What about you? Because like we've heard about their sporting background. Is it a similar case for you?
I always did sports when I was like younger. I did like multiple sports, but the one I always used to do, like 3 times a week, like in like little school, you know, like football, of course, Brazilian. But like also like swimming, volleyball, basketball, martial arts as well. So like all in on these sports as well.
It's crazy, isn't it? I think that a lot of people don't really appreciate and value that this is a sport. Yeah, there's an E in front of it, but the level that you need to be at to be a competitive player in this is such a high one, Spoit. And
Yeah.
you know, you're already at high level, but there's levels to go up, right?
Of course, it's always like improve day by day. So always chasing that 1% a day.
What advice, you guys? You know, you've been to the top. Spoit's sitting here right now. You know, he's got a lot of pressure on him. I mean, not probably for you. Probably don't feel it. I don't know if you do. We'll come to that. But you know, a lot of people say you're the wonder kid. You're the prodigy. You're like the next big thing in Siege. What advice would you give him to make sure that you stay grounded and achieve the levels of success that he obviously wants?
Yeah, I think it's the mentality, and I think I don't know so well about Spoit, but from what I see from outside, he puts the hours in the game that most of the players don't do, you know.
Yeah.
And this is what people need to achieve the top, you know. Put hours in game, right mentality, and then sometime you're just gonna be there at the top.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I think it's priorities. Always wanting to be better than you were yesterday. And obviously time, routine, keep yourself healthy outside of the game, also inside the game. You want to have a good mentality. But yeah, basically that.
Spoit, you're going to win SI one day, right?
Definitely planning to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we've got a huge tournament to get to here at Gamers8. Who's winning that?
I mean, we have a match tomorrow.
Yeah.
I say whoever the best team is will win that.
I like that answer.
Oh, really, Jake? What a smart answer. Wow, so clever.
Guys, thank you for opening up on this podcast. It's been a pleasure to hear about your backgrounds, where you're all from, and I know your ambitions and dreams continue to grow. So best of luck, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you, Tsunomi.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
I'm missing more shots than G2. Welcome once again to Gamers8 featuring Rainbow Six. Now, yesterday had everything, including the world champions dropping out of this tournament. M80 booked the spot in the playoffs. They're the first team to make it there to the final stages. Who will join them? We've got plenty more Siege coming your way. Welcome to Riyadh.
Hello and welcome to the second day of Gamers8 live from Riyadh featuring Rainbow Six Siege. Welcome to the Savvy post-show, pre-show, whatever we want to call it, because yesterday there was so much action that we're going to have to unfold. But we're here on the desk with Anne and Jesse. There's a little bit of rotation. This is the first time. No, not the first time we were both on desk together, is it?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, you guys are used to each other.
But we started off with a different rotation yesterday.
Yeah. Well, you know, we're gonna get the analysts rotating through. We gotta get all your opinions and your thoughts and feelings and emotions about yesterday. We're gonna head into that very shortly. But first, so far the competition has been incredibly fierce. And if you saw that cold open, yes, G2 did miss a shot. And unfortunately, they are the first team that is out. I cannot believe that I'm saying that.
No, it feels a bit weird to have the current reigning world champions no longer participating in this event, which they themselves have obviously shared how much this event would mean to them. Winning this event, doing well at the event, it obviously means a lot to a lot of players, but to see them leave so quickly, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, of course, last night lost to the hometown heroes as well, Falcons. Big win for them to come through, get that win. We were a little worried after their first game, but it seems like they've warmed up now, and maybe we get to see them make a deep run just like they did last year.
Yeah, and a little bit of a rundown in terms of Gamers8. It is 12 esports titles over the course of 8 weeks with a $45 million prize pool. Now, you can win the prize pool by being the top in your game, but also there are a few extra awards called the Club Awards sprinkled in that allow some of these teams to excel at what they do.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
The Land of Heroes. They are rewarding those who are excelling at their titles, but also the clubs in general, the esports organizations that we're seeing here today. A couple of them are competing in multiple titles, Falcons definitely being one of them. Yep. They won Tekken last week, and they're actually looking good in Siege after what they did yesterday, so it's promising for them, but Twisted Minds are actually currently in the #1 spot. Ninjas and Pyjamas on the 2nd and Falcons on the 3rd. So they have to do a little bit of a catching up if they want to be the one walking away with that.
Ooh, that means that game later between Falcons and IP could mean so much, because they're 2nd and 3rd in the Club Awards, and one of them might be going home, one of them might be continuing, and one, it'll obviously better your chances in the Club Awards.
Yeah, the longer you stay, the further you can climb up on that ranking, and the better it looks for them. But also Twisted Mind being a local organization from Saudi, it's also very great that they're participating and that they're currently ranking those leaderboards. But it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be able to climb and compete. So we're going to have to keep our eyes open for that one. But another award, Jesse, you weren't here yesterday when we were explaining it, is the Merit Awards.
Yes. Merit awards. So this is what's going towards the players that are really performing, right? Making sure that we get those players rewarded if they get a ton of kills. I believe it's the most kills of the entire tournament will get a huge cash reward. I believe it was Shaiko who got it last year. Absolutely dominated the competition. Ton of money on the line for that. So of course the players, they're going to win the whole thing. But if you can sneak some kills there in a round that you're losing, it will add up and it will matter.
Yeah, there's 4 merit awards in total. There's MVP, which was Shaiko last year. Then there's the most skills. Then we also have the most creative team, fans, and the best team. So Fresh already put in his participation for Falcons yesterday with the car. So if you guys want to help your own organization that you're really backing, make sure to do some drawings. You got a tablet, you can do it, and I believe in you. But the MVP is $20,000 and in general $140,000 on the line for these merit awards. So make sure that you guys submit your posts on socials, your memes, your whatever it is, whether you're a player or a fan, so you can help your club and your esports org get a little bit closer to making some of that extra cash, which not too bad. You know, we take those, we really do. So Siege at G8, you get all these awards, you have all this money, you have all these prize pools, you have 4 days of very intense competition. We've seen it yesterday, the fact that it was split over on 2 streams. We had 3 best of 3s each. So far, I think we have had upsets. We have had some really great success stories, but all in all, this is genuinely what we signed up for.
Absolutely. We're getting really everything that we wanted out of these squads. You know, it's nice to be able to see some of these teams coming back after so long in Siege of like not really being able to see them. Most of these teams, unless they played in the qualifiers in GWB, we didn't really get to see them since like the Copenhagen Major. And even you look at teams like BDS or Oxygen, we haven't seen them in so long.
Yeah.
So, you know, to get them to come through and maybe find out what they've been working on, see some experimentation with a new meta as well. It's great to have this tournament here in the off-season.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's no secret, really, that there is a lot of money on the line. The Land of Heroes with the pot of gold that every single one of these players would have an absolute pleasure of getting to.
When Gamers8 came in last year for Rainbow Six, it was new, it was unprecedented, we didn't really know what to expect, and it came in and it was an instant success across the board within Rainbow Six. And what we saw after that was a big flow of teams really trying their hardest to qualify for this event. They wanted to be here. Every single team has basically grinded to be here because it is that important now in the ecosystem.
For me, at least, it was very important to qualify because, you know, it's just it's a different experience because you're kind of coming across the world to experience a whole new culture on top of playing the game that I love. So, you know, it's just it's a life-changing experience, to be honest.
Personally, I've never been in the Middle East, so it's the first time. And so far, I'm very much enjoying it and getting to see the culture and all that. It's really nice.
I think the event has firmly cemented itself as one of the S-tier events within Rainbow Six Esports. Obviously, you've got the Invitational, which is the biggest event in the World Championships. And I think Gamers8 has slotted itself in that second spot where teams want to win the Invitational, then they want to win Gamers8 because it is just that important to them. Both in size in terms of the prize pool, but also in terms of the stature of the event.
The Gamers8 prize pool, you know, it's very well written. You know, it's 8 teams, $2 million, so everyone's coming here to get kind of a good cut. It's great just to give all types of players from all over the world, you know, just an opportunity to come out here and compete for this prize pool.
I think if I got over 100k, I would give some to Doki, because he deserves. Some Ralph Lauren merch, some Oakley glasses. Have to think about.
I feel like I might have to like use the 100,000 as like a base and then pull some more money out and maybe go for like a Porsche or something like that. Like, I really like Porsches right now. I'm in my Porsche era, so probably a Porsche.
The wildest thing I could buy with over 100k. Ooh. If I put that money with the SI money, I could buy a Lambo.
All right, the pot of gold at the end of the Rainbow Six Siege. As Anne said it herself. I mean, listen, that's your joke. I'm not going to steal it. $2 million on the line in total. And we already heard from these players how much it actually means to them. And Fresh further cementing the fact that this is that second S-tier international event that every single team would love to take a chunk out of. Because even if you get placed 7th to 8th, which is you're just attending, that is $75,000 that goes into your pocket, which is absolutely great for these players because you come here, you get that experience of the international competition, you get that experience of playing on the international stage, playing some Siege because off-season is quite hefty at this point. So that is such a nice little bonus on top of it.
Yeah, the reason I was laughing is I feel like these teams obviously had way less money for just showing up on the job before, I'm pretty sure, or any other type of field or job. So yeah, that must be a really good incentive, obviously. The games ahead today will be really determining in regards of prize pool as well, like whether you stop here or whether you continue and you have a shot at getting even more money, for example.
Yeah, G2 being booted out, we already know they got $75,000, which pretty good, you know, for them. They showed up, they gave a performance. I don't want to say the best, but they did give us a performance. So, I mean, okay, against M80, that was really close. I'll give him that. It went all the way to the third game. I'll give him that. But then it was like a couple of question marks coming here. But again, it's also having that opportunity to show up on the international stage. You're like, okay, we made mistakes. We now know how to fix it for the next tournament. Try and, you know, learn from your mistakes. That's really the biggest thing. So yeah, that's what I would say when it comes to G2. But yesterday specifically, spoiler, they were out. But the games that we've seen on the A stream, I think those are the ones that I want to focus on the most. Because we started off with Falcons up against Ninjas in Pyjamas. And that was, I don't know what that was from Falcons' side of things, but they were just completely checked out.
Yeah, it was a bit odd. Like, they themselves even said, and even Ninjas in Pyjamas said after that game, they weren't really expecting such a passive playstyle from Falcons. I feel like if you look at the first few attacking rounds of NIP, they were a bit scared, they were a bit slow, probably expecting all these crazy runouts to come out. And NIP was good at adapting into this. They saw, okay, well, Falcons is not going to play that aggressive. We can probably be a little bit more opportunity spotting. We can find these gaps. We can choose the path of least resistance. They obviously had the angles and the ideas that Falcons are planning covered as well. Came out victorious. Falcons then had to come back after. They started playing more like their game too. But the main question we had for NIP was, they play these slowdown operators. They play this like slow meta. Will that hold up against other teams?
Yeah, and obviously NIP taking a big win, advancing farther in the tournament, but now today they wind up in the same spot, and often we see when rematches happen in Siege, they tend to go the other way. So did you really want to win that one? Maybe not.
Of course you did. I mean, they want to win that one. They're putting themselves further ahead. But the second game yesterday was BDS up against Oxygen, and again, this was such a one-sided affair. BDS so far, they are yet to drop a map. They're completely undefeated. They are performing so incredibly well. But from Oxygen, a little lackluster. We wanted to see more.
Yeah, I mean, I caught Redeemer in the lobby earlier today, you know, and he had one word for it. Yeah, you know. Embarrassing, you know, and that's how he described the team's performance, and I think it was, right? 3 rounds through 2 maps on Bank and Chalet, absolute dominance coming through from BDS. But he said, you know, they've worked on things, today's the comeback, and I'm hoping that we do see that from Oxygen. They really did not put up the showing that I think we wanted to see from them. BDS obviously dominant, they're in a powerful spot today going to the upper bracket finals, but yeah.
That game between M80 and NIP as well, that was...
I mean, the second game, that last round of OT, I'm still blaming Fresh for that one. I'm never letting that one go. But it was so close. It was literally possible for M80 to 2-0 it.
It was, and it probably would have been better for M80 considering the fact that they already had like a really long 4-hour best of 3 earlier in the day. But let's say they really deserved their day off with the seats that they showed yesterday,
Absolutely.
right? 2 best of 3s, they won both of them. They have a day off today. They can watch their opponents play, see what teams they might potentially be facing in those semifinals. But a good performance from them, really.
Yeah, and the bracket has already been updated as well because of the fact that so many games have been played yesterday. G2, there we go, it's already fallen off. We have M80 up against Ninjas in Pyjamas yesterday, 2-1. So M80, they are securing themselves in the playoffs, giving themselves that 1-day buffer, which, as you mentioned already, Anne, is such a great advantage to have. Now, whoever is going to be joining them in the finals of Group A is going to be the decider between Ninjas in Pyjamas and Falcons, because, again, a rematch, so that's going to be really interesting to see, especially after the fact that it felt like Falcons have genuinely found their form in the last game yesterday.
Certainly. I mean, it's going to be a very fun rematch. And as we said, you know, sometimes when rematches happen in Rainbow Six Siege, the history says that it goes the other way. So for Falcons, getting that rematch against NIP, going up against them once again, we've already got a crazy looking bracket in Group A. It could get crazier.
Okay. Do you think Falcons winning would be crazy? Is that what you're hinting at?
After game 1, yeah. I don't think there's any other...
I mean, I think them knocking G2 out of the competition after game 1 was crazy. But also then comes the question of, G2 have played 4 hours of Siege prior to that. What mental states were they and how they were feeling? But M80 still managed to pull it through, so that's, again, also a really interesting case to see. But for that game, that's going to be later on today because we're going to be starting off the day with a very exciting game. Anne is like nodding. She's in absolute agreement. That's great to see. It is going to be the LG match of today, BDS up against W7M. Both of these teams have an international title to their name. BDS have a title to defend, so this is going to get spicy.
Yeah, somewhat recent international titles. I mean, obviously for W7M, way more recent. They were victorious at the Copenhagen Major. Major, BDS at the Major before that, the Jönköping Major. We obviously had SI in between that. I think for BDS, maybe they had a bit of a slump afterwards. Their stage one of EU wasn't as good as they were hoping for themselves. And W7M, they have a really good understanding of the meta. They've been thriving. They've had a really good Copenhagen Major.
Absolutely.
You talked about their map record as well previously before we started today. So it's looking impressive from them.
I mean, W7M, when we're looking at the Major, they started off in stage 1. They had to fight tooth and nail to even be able to get to stage 3 to go to those playoffs, and they did. So they have that resilience, they have that mentality to be pushing it through. But BDS, maybe a little bit of a lackluster performance in EUL this year, but still, what we've seen from them yesterday against Oxygen, said it yourself, Jesse, embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be it's the reigning Major champions up against the reigning G8 champions, right? We've got two teams who really have put on amazing performances in the past, but I think people are going to be looking at this as W7M, the team to beat. They look so good at the moment. Their run through Copenhagen, near flawless. One map dropped, 20-4 map record all in all on the year. They're a disgusting team, and it's going to be very tough to beat them, even for the current G8 champions.
Another thing that we noticed at W7M, for example, during the Copenhagen Major, and you notice we're talking about the Copenhagen Major a lot, but that's the last time we saw them play in competitive, so that's what most of our stats are from. But they were, for a really long time during the Copenhagen Major, the only team that had all players go at least neutral or positive in their rating. So that means all these players can carry their own weight. It's like what I mean with the good understanding of the current meta. Everyone can pop off. Then it's Hertz round, then it's Casey's round, then Nate steps up, then Philippe steps up. They can all carry their own weight. They don't have to rely on one or two players to really spearhead a team and carry the entire team in their back pocket. And I feel like it's a very stable success factor for the side of W7.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it yourself, the last time we've seen them at the international events was the Copenhagen Major, which was quite a while ago. So the way that they got to Riyadh, let's have a look.
W7M Esports do not need an introduction, but certainly deserve one. This team has absolutely dominated the game in most events for the past few years, with recent results being even more incredible. W7M experienced the same fate in the group stage of 6 Invitational as Oxygen, placing third and not bringing to the table what was expected of them. Though the Bulls saw red and red only in the playoffs, climbing through the upper bracket and defeating Team BDS, M80, Koi and Oxygen.
We can see hard pings going on to multiple players, but Vertical, no actionable intel. A little too high on that shot there. Doubles back down the steps for a reset. Well, he also waits for his teammate Foxy to get in position, attempting to work it from up on top. But you'll notice W7M, they even have presence up there. They're going to find Foxy. He gets locked down, and so does the final member. It's W7M to be the first team in the grand finals of 6 Invitational 2023.
The upper bracket run looks so dominant for them, most considered W7M to lift the hammer over G2. Unfortunately, that dream is still yet to be achieved for W7M Esports.
Nitro Cell goes out, KZ rushing in, G2 looking to accomplish this, 1 kill away, and it's Volps to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Though being a grand finalist at the 6 Invitational 23 earned them this Gamers8 spot, we should not hide the fact that they just recently took home the trophy from the Copenhagen Major, making them our strongest competitor. We are excited to see them possibly clashing with the 6 Invitational winner, G2 Esports.
Our strongest contenders here, but they also got some really good swag. I really like the sunglasses. Like, okay, they're coming for it. I mean, even at the Major, they were absolutely incredible to interview and deal with. They always, their outfits on point. I gotta give them that.
The last part of the video aged a bit, like, actually seeing them play off against, like, getting that rematch, for example, for the SI game won't be happening. They get to play against the current, Gamers8 champions.
Yeah.
And as mentioned, obviously, they have a really good track record. They came so close to victory. It was shown in the video about SI. They got really close at Jönköping as well. And then finally, Copenhagen Major. I feel like you could see it in the relief of their faces as well. Finally, it was their time. They would win an S-tier event. And I would look into doing it back-to-back.
Can they do it back-to-back? That's the real question here, though, because the amount of times that we've seen teams in Siege get back-to-back international qualifications, international trophy lifts, not really on the books yet. So it's writing history for real.
Yeah, I mean, this is the real test, right? Because we've seen W7M for the last year, it feels like, go into every tournament as favorites, as a team that could absolutely take it all. And then finally they go over the finish line. They finally get that win inside of Copenhagen. And to come back now, do it back-to-back like no team has since BDS started winning back-to-back tournaments last year, that'd be a huge win for them. And I think they can do it. They're on an 8-map win streak at the moment, dating back to that Copenhagen major. It's been a long time since they've lost. You know they're feeling really good with it. So I'm excited to see him. I think Herds has been my MVP for this team throughout the last couple of months. 1.46 KD ratio at the Copenhagen major, an absurd number to be throwing through for his team. Down to 1.17 this event, still the second highest of anybody here, but you know, maybe he can get that up a little bit.
Warm-up, it's a warm-up.
I do wonder, because you mentioned it being a real test for them coming into the tournament, being the real favorites. I wonder if yesterday was a real test for them, because they played against Cyclops. They dropped 4 rounds in total, but Cyclops, obviously an international contender, they have that international experience, but they haven't always been making it too far in these international tournaments. So whether that was a real test for them, and we're actually seeing what happened with W7M after not seeing them for 2 months, that is my main question.
Look at the sunglasses though, the little white thing around it. I like it, I respect it, but I think touching upon the point of Cyclops being one of those teams that haven't made it that far, still made it far other than G2. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop, I'm sorry. But Cyclops, again, having them as well here on the international stage, there is going to be a game them up against Oxygen on the B stream, so make sure you check that out as well. But all in all, when we're looking at this matchup specifically, it is genuinely going to be one of these teams are going to eventually have to drop a map. They're both on a winning streak. They're both not dropped anything so far yesterday in the competition. So unfortunately, one of their perfect runs is going to have to be ruined.
Feels bad.
It does. Yeah. It does kind of feel bad.
It feels kind of good too, though.
Feels kind of good too.
For the team that wins, I mean,
Sure.
not only do you keep your record, but you destroy someone else's record too. Maybe I love the chaos.
Maybe you do. I mean, I've been noticing that. The BDS is the team that they're going up against. So if you're wondering who's the other undefeated team so far, it is BDS. And very much due to some of the players that have had those pop-off performances yesterday, we kind of touched upon that yesterday on the desk as well, and where we're like, okay, when we're looking at BDS, like if Shaiko, they're continuously your top players. They're genuinely making sure that they're pulling the entire team. But yesterday, we saw glimpses of everyone else kind of stepping up to the plate.
We definitely did. I mean, if there's one player we got to mention, it has to be Bride, right? He went 22-4 yesterday with an 88% cost. Now, that is showing that you've been consistent into helping your team towards that victory, and that is all you want from your support players, to be able to step up in those moments, get those clutches in when your team needs them the most. But yes, previously we were looking at Shaiko and Leak Effect for the spearheads of that team to really carry the weight there, but it seems like the others are pulling further to that and trying to be on the same level.
Yes, Shaiko has definitely been that spearhead, as you said it yourself, and he's had such a tremendous impact on BDS, on their wins, on their way they've been executing and playing the game. So let's check in with Shaiko and see what he has been up to.
I think Shaiko is one of the most prolific gunners in all of EU. Quick peek, move aggressively around the map, and he really took charge of how French gunners came into the European scene. How do I think he'll do at this event?
Yes, I'm ready to defend my title, and I'm more angry than ever.
Last year we came to the Gamers8 and we won it without dropping any maps. To be honest, we just play like we feel it. We didn't put pressure on ourselves. With Shaiko in game, I'm giving the info for him so he can make the entries like he does the best.
I think to get, 2 years in a row best play would be very difficult. No player's really been able to achieve it. So I'm hoping, at least for him, he's able to put it on show here in Riyadh.
The role of the support obviously changed. You cannot sit like in the year 1 or year 2 just waiting and hoping that there is some enemies popping in your sight. So now you have to be aggressive and go find the enemies. I would describe the team. It's like a dynamic. The toughest opponent that we can face in our groups would be W7M.
To get the revenge on Cyclops and W7M, we correct our mistake.
We heard it from Shaiko himself, more hungry than ever. Yeah. And he wants to defend that title. So he's going to definitely have to do that this game around. But the team, all in all, the dynamic, it does really give you, like, we are setting up our players for success, and that is how we secure our wins.
Exactly, yeah, and I mean, obviously a really big point in that is the support staff for BDS as well. They mentioned yesterday, for example, with the game against Auction, they knew they were going to be playing against Auction for a little while, and they had counter prepped for Auction very, very well. They knew exactly what was going to be ahead of them. They were able to counter that, able to come up with solutions for that. And we know they have that good support staff, but obviously there's a lot less time between their game from yesterday and now. So will they be able to do the same thing for W7M is the question.
Yeah, and I think for Shaiko, you know, obviously he's an amazing player, right? And I feel like he's the type of guy, sometimes he'll present a question that just doesn't have an answer. Because on his games where he is on, it just feels like he can't lose, especially on defense. He knows exactly where you're at. He plays off intel from his team so well. And for him to be having such a strong performance here in this tournament, even after last year, I think it says a whole lot. And then you combine that with the fact that last year, he didn't have LickyFac by his side. This year, he's got a little bit extra help. And LickyFac, I think, has been playing fantastic as well. Just yesterday in the game against Oxygen, he was really that spearhead to start off their entries, really good early in the round on defense. Thought he was doing a great job too. So when you've got basically 2 Shaikos on one team, you start to get very scary.
That is a scary one indeed, and it also brings a question for W7M. Are there any cracks currently that we've seen from BDS that they can even exploit?
I mean, the players themselves mentioned it yesterday, right? Like, they only lost 3 rounds, BDS, so if they have to look back at mistakes that they made, there's probably not going to be that many. That's what the players said themselves, at least. Like, oh, you know, we can fix those, we can iron those out, but it's looking really good for them. And I think they need it as well after not having the greatest of EUL Stage 1. They really need that kind of redemption to make sure, like, hey, you know, we won all these international events last year. We were the Gamers8 winners. We're here to defend our title, and we can actually do that as well.
Yeah, I think for cracks in BDS, you've got to really look far to find even just a few. Maybe you go back to that game against Wilds, the best of 5 grand finals in GWB just to get here. They had a couple of struggling attack maps, right? I think they started off on Bank, and it didn't really feel like they were able to control the roam game very often in that one. You go to that Skyscraper map as well, and oftentimes it felt like their exhibition takes weren't really landing, but I'm cherry picking here. I mean, they had a really good...
You gotta cherry pick. It
was
so good.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah. For W7M, not for BDS.
Yes.
We've also been saying Shaiko's name in very positive ways, obviously, but once he starts to get inconsistent games, I feel like, obviously, considering they have these 2 spearheads of the team that you rely on when it comes to your main fragging, if one of those has an inconsistent game, it's going to be very more difficult to rely on that, and for the others too, if your entry doesn't get an entry, it's really difficult to recover from that, and you have to have this plan, this backup plan basically for that. So once he starts to have inconsistent games, that's where the cracks will show for BDS.
If your entry doesn't get the entry. Very well put. If your entry fragger doesn't do the job, then unfortunately it doesn't really work out for BDS. But that is then something that W7M potentially could be looking to exploit. Try and shut down Shaiko, shut down BDS as early as possible to force them to kind of rely on the other players, which then maybe, after what we see yesterday, probably not going to be the case, but potentially that could be that weakness to exploit.
Yeah, and I think getting active and getting aggressive early on the defense is going to kind of be that key, right? Disrupt them early on their processes when they're trying to push towards the site. I think you're going to be looking for Herds to be that guy. He likes to go for his spawn peaks, likes to get aggro early on in the round. He's very, very good at it. So I'm interested to see him clashing with LickyFac, especially if that's going to be a matchup that maybe tilts one way or another. That could really define the rest of this game and could set the tone for, okay, how do you recover if your entry loses that first battle?
Yeah, and I mean, we've spoken a lot of high praises about BDS specifically, but we do have to remember as well, they were actually not even at the Copenhagen Major. They didn't even qualify, whereas W7M were the ones to win it. So coming into this matchup, they are most likely going to be the favorites, and a huge part of that as well is going to be the map veto, the battlegrounds, the servers that these teams are going to be heading into. So with that coming out and with the map veto being ready, are there any specifics that you really hope we do or don't see?
I have one.
Absolutely, go for it.
Don't see a clubhouse again.
Yeah,
all right,
fair. Big part of that conversation.
Every time these two teams have gone up against one another, we have gone to Clubhouse, either in a best of 1 or best of 5.
It's still open.
W7M won it both times that they played it. Close games, but we'll see. They go for Chalet instead, so they don't opt to go for the map that they've so consistently beat BDS on, and it does make it to the final? No.
I think
BDS
it's
don't
gonna get
want to
banned.
risk it.
BDS don't want to risk Clubhouse.
That's shocking.
That is shocking.
Yeah, but W7M are also known as being the kings of Clubhouse, sort of.
Oh, they dethroned BDS. Okay.
Yeah, they're really good at Clubhouse too, so I imagine it. The thing I find really curious is that we're going to Chalet and Bank, and those were 2 maps that BDS have played yesterday against Oxygen. So for W7M, there's so much information as to what BDS have shown yesterday, what they might be bringing out again today, because it was that little time frame between those 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, starting on Chalet, W7M pick, they're going to be the favorites. They've got a 7-1 record on this map since Stage 3 last year. That is a very tall task to go up against W7M on this map. Their 2 plays this year, a 7-4 over Sonics, and then a 7-3 revenge game over Liquid as well. So very, very comfortable on this map. It's going to be tough, even with what we saw yesterday, for BDS to dethrone them.
Yeah, I think as well, from what we've seen yesterday, both of these teams as well, like BDS dropping 3 rounds, W7M dropping 4 rounds. These teams have genuinely put in the best performances so far. So I think we're in for a whole lot of siege. I personally think we're going to be going all the way to Oregon, which is going to be the decider. I see you're both nodding, so we're agreeing.
Yeah, I hope we get Oregon. Like, obviously, because it's also been played between these 2 teams a few more times before. That's why I want to see it again, just to see, like, hey, what's been changing in those last few months?
Yeah, Oregon, the decider match when they played their best of 3 in SI, that was an 8-6 for W7M, so I'll be hyped if we get there.
It is going to be very hype indeed. The Clash of the Titans starts now. W7M up against BDS. Both of these teams completely undefeated and looking to get the throne. Get into playoffs. Let's go!
Of my night. With every win we ascend new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The pride, nice in the heart of a lion. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the most greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and the tension is up. In the city of Riyadh, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's up on the skills that we got. International scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show from above the spot?
All right, let's get right back into this. Day 1 had absolutely everything. The world champions got knocked out. G2 were defeated by Falcons in their second game to send them packing. And we're just getting started here. M80 exploded into our playoffs yesterday in emphatic fashion. And listen, we need to start filling up some more playoff spots. Welcome to Gamers8 featuring Rainbow Six here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name's Ian Chambers and this is my co-host Fancy. Are you ready?
I'm ready Ian. أعزائنا المشاهدين، أول يوم انتهى من رينبو 6 سيج في جيمرز 8 في أرض الأبطال. في أول يوم بطل العالم جي 2 انتهى مسيرته معنا وانتهت قصته على يد فالكونز اللي خسروا مباراتهم الأولى هنا على المسرح، خسارة جدا قوية. لكن اليوم جايين نشهد أول مباراة في البلاي أوفس عندنا، نشوف مين اللي بيروح للجراند فاينل ونعرف مين اللي بيكون متواجد مع كل الفرق في البلاي أوفس ومين اللي بيقدر ياخذ السبوت الثانية أيضا في النهائي. مباراة جدا حماسية، خلونا نشوف ايش ممكن يصير. معاكم فانسي ومعانا إيان تشامبرز في تقديم هذه المباراة.
Hey, the bit I picked up on there was my name. Thank you very much for that. Well, one thing's for sure, this trophy is up for grabs and it will be raised by the end of this process. And of course, that $2 million prize pool is all eyes on the prize. And should we bring out our next 2 teams? Let's do it. Our Group B upper bracket final for a spot in the playoffs. And we're starting with one of the best teams in the world. Making their first appearance ever on a Gamers8 stage is W7M! This is the team here at this tournament that has most recently lifted some Siege silverware. I was lucky enough to be in Copenhagen to witness them achieve their dreams. Guys, you can make your way down here onto the front of the stage now if you want to come on down. And look, they massively deserved that trophy. A lot of pressure was around them, a lot of hype saying they were the best team to potentially ever play the game, and they won that silverware. They're looking to do it again.
W7M الفريق هذا ابدا ما هو غريب عن الانترناشونال ستيجز، وابدا ما هو غريب عن انهم ينافسون افضل ابطال العالم، لانهم هم الان حاليا يعتبرون افضل فريق في العالم بعد فوزهم بالذات في الرينبو 6 سيج الكوبنهاجن ميجر اللي ادوا في اداء كان مخالف التوقعات بالكامل، لكن جايين اليوم يضمنون تواجدهم معنا في البطوله، يضمنون تاهلهم ايضا الى النهائيات في اول ظهور لهم على موسم الجيمرز.
Of course, their opponents know the weight of this trophy.
خصومهم اعزائنا المشاهدين ما هم غريبين ابدا عن المسرح هذا، لا ننسى انهم هم كانوا ابطال السنه الماضيه، اذا ما تعرفهم خلينا نشوف مين بيكونون وعلى طول نرحب فيهم على المسرح. حامل اللقب لموسم الجيمرز تيم BDS.
This is a team that feels destined and determined to be back-to-back champions here in Riyadh as they make their way down the stage. They made a statement start yesterday with a convincing win over Oxygen, but they've really got their work cut out for them here against W7M. One of these two teams will make it into the playoffs when this series is done.
ثاني مرة نشهد فريق BDS معنا على المسرح، وفي أول مرة ظهروا فيها أداء كان غير متوقع وقدروا يخلصون المباراة بسرعة جدا فائقة، لكن الآن قدامهم مباراة واحدة فقط على الوصول إلى النهائيات على ضمان تواجدهم معنا كمركز ثاني، وحتى ممكن يصيرون الباك تو باك تشامبيونز معنا في موسم الجيمرز.
Yeah, two teams who've lifted Siege silverware respectively in the last 12 months, and both of them are hungry for more. Let's get into this one with our casters.
والآن جاء الوقت أعزائنا المشاهدين أننا نروح مع المعلقين، ولازم نشوف مين الفريق اللي اثنين منهم يبي يقدر يوصل إلى النهائيات. لازم تحط ببالك نقطة أنه كلهم في السنة الماضية فازوا في أحد الميجرز عندنا في رينبو 6 سيج، فكلهم عندهم القدرة أن يفوزون في المباراة بالكامل. بالتوفيق لهم على طول، وديكم عند المعلقين.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Day 2 of the Rainbow Six event here at Gamers8 2023 is getting started right here and right now between W7M and BDS. It's Blue and Stokes here on the mic for game number 1. And what a game this is bound to be. Both teams relatively shutting down their opponents to start off the tournament yesterday, and now they have to face off against each other. It's BDS, of course, who just managed to take control of the 2022 G8 tournament, going up against W7M, who, of course, just won the most recent major as well. These are two incredibly high caliber teams, major winning teams as well. It's bound to be a clash for the ages. We'll have to see how it goes. Our first match is going to be here on Chalet. Stokes, get your opening thoughts on how these two teams are going to face off.
Oh, this is the game that everybody was hoping for, John. And fortunately enough, you and I are going to be the ones to cast it. Should be a pretty entertaining day for us here, as this won't be the only best of 3 that you and I will be doing, but surely maybe the best one that we get of this entire tournament. As BDS was absolutely on fire yesterday, but W7M, they could be the team to finally put a chip in that crown.
This could be kind of the beginning of what we could see as well, going into even like a finals matchup as well. This is a very good possibility to see this one rehashed if the bracket works out that way. Once we get into that playoff stage, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. Once again, Chalet and Matt. We've also already seen BDS play in their matchup versus Oxygen yesterday. Once again, showing a masterclass of how to handle things on each and every single round, especially when it came to just countering out their opponent strategically. I did an interview with Lycofac after they took the victory yesterday, and he said that was one of the big keys to victory. They did some analysis before the game, came to a pretty stark decision. It's like, okay, we just need to play this very specific way to counter Oxygen's play style. And the results very much speak for themselves. 7-1, 7-2, shut them down. So we'll have to see if they can pull out something similar today against W7M. But as we were just discussing, W7M, they took the most recent majors. They're not going to be any slouches here either.
Yeah, actions speak louder than words, and both of these teams are about that action. We're just moments away here, folks, from jumping into Chalet as the match has just begun. Make sure everything's good on our side, and we'll throw you guys into the map so we can get into the ban phase. But yes, I mean, there is no other way to slice this, but this is going to be elite gameplay out of both of these squads, and I'm absolutely pumped to get into this one. Things start off on Chalet. Let's go play in the snow, folks. It's BDS here with the ban.
Ban's coming up, and indeed, as Stokes said, first ban coming in here is going to be Nomad, removing some of that anti-roam capability from W7M. Hopefully should allow once more for the more aggressive members of BDS to kind of have their way with the opening minute or two of each round here. Just gives that little bit of extra freedom. Still plenty of ways W7M can look to counter that out. Just Nomad's one of the very direct ways to deal with that. But obviously will no longer be the case as she's been banned out. W7M has the response to it, and the final attacker-sided ban. It's going to be a repeat from yesterday's game from BDS's side, as well as Dokkaebi still going to be very commonly banned out here.
Yeah, not a shocker. She's just so unbelievably potent. It's like, what the heck do you even do with something like that? You got Gones, you got everything available to you, so.
Now away from that, the second ban coming in on the defensive side, or the first ban for the defensive side. Second ban for W7M, Valkyrie. We've been seeing her get banned out quite often as well, and that's been the case for like a year or two now, so that shouldn't really surprise anyone in that respect. And then the final ban comes through now. It'll be from BDS. They're going to knock out Mira, another operator we've seen very commonly banned out on maps like this where she does have those power positions to use it, especially inside of basement. Those can be the make or break difference. Areas like library can be heavily played into with Mira windows as well, so they want to remove that factor entirely. It's a bit of a self-handicap, obviously, as they were starting out on the defensive side, but it's certainly one that they should be able to play around without too much of an issue. Let's get into it, though, as round number one's getting started. Looks like we'll have a bar gaming defense for BDS.
Starting things off at the bar. Gonna play a few games over in the other room. Obviously gonna be holding on to the top floor as well. Been seeing a lot of teams over the last handful of months try and go more direct with this site, and I try and go for the full clear. So we'll see what happens here for W7M. And speaking of W7M, they got a little bit of a tech issue right now, so we're gonna get that solved before we throw them into their very first round, just to make sure that everything is working appropriately. But he ends up having an advantage that we did not end up noticing.
It's going to be KZ over there. Just a little bit of a check real quickly to do with his computer, and then hopefully we should be able to get back into it. In fact, we already are. Let's go live with the first round here. I was once going to keep in mind, we do have repick enabled, so we could see some change-ups here to W7M's lineup once they get a better feel for things on the actual site, but it already matches up pretty well with what we'll more than likely be getting. Despite that, though, Nade has already swapped over the Hard Breach. Just a small change-up, though, as he's going to go from the more normal Thermite to the Ace, just to give him that little bit extra flexibility here if he needs to kind of play things from range. Quite a few changes actually coming in as well. The Brava also being added. She was banned out when we played this map for BDS and OXG yesterday, so she's going to be a new addition into this one. That'll be great for dealing with some of these extended setups like you're seeing the Lems and Shaiko deploy towards now over here inside of the office. Any supporting utility can be dealt with a lot more easily by those drones. And of course, the Candelas have also been swapped in as a replacement for the Lion, and not going to necessarily need that anti-roam capability. They feel like here, the Candelas will be much better for the actual execute, and I tend to agree with that. As we saw in yesterday's game here, some teams are struggling to kind of establish that necessary positioning, especially if they're going to try to work the hatch, so you may need those Candelas for that extra bit of a burst to kind of get you into the site and get started with your entries.
Absolutely. W7M, quite the lineup here, a vicious one at that. Plenty of ways to try and dissect this map, and this Brava pick is going to be the biggest thing. Fleapox is going to have to try and dance around a lot of the different defenders here. Brava practically a more malleable Twitch at the end of the day. Doesn't have the F2 or the 417, but still has some powerful weapons in that incredible drone that so many pros have been using to its maximum efficiency. KZ, he's going to pop in. It's going to be a trade, but no nade. Instead, he'll take down Bride. W7M burst onto site, and they're already eliminating BDS. Oh, well, guess what, BDS? It's a whole different world today, isn't it? Chalet is not going to be nearly as easy against this Brazilian powerhouse.
The first time BDS really having to deal with something like that so far in this tournament. A sudden burst as we have no reinforcements, no capability to hold back. Just a sudden flood of player count from the inside of the basement.
Not a breach, no verticality, nothing. Just simply, this is my damn site, and I'm going to do what I please.
I mean, they find a hole in the defense, and they just immediately pierce it. It's beautifully played by W7M right there. Fairly simple, but simple it works.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey man, keep it simple, stupid. I'm so serious. That's the best way to keep about things. And you know what the beauty of that round was for W7M? Not only did they have some stuff going on the top floor, but look at the trade game here from W7M. They recognized what was going on inside of the bar area, and they put two bodies on that, John.
Yep.
So that way when the first guy goes down, it isn't like the other dude's a country mile away and isn't going to be able to help him out. And that's why W7M is so quickly capable of taking that round.
Like you mentioned there as well, some great distractions going on the top end, just making sure that as you're seeing these rotates come through, more than likely BDS thinking, okay, there's a full rush on site, more than likely they're all focused on it. Nope, that's not the case. They've got, in fact, a full building cross, at least as far as that front library side is concerned, to take care of anyone that tries to rotate in and cut off those players that wanted to push in from the basement. Beautiful job from W7M. They're just completely countering out the positional setup for BDS that round.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, I've been off for a little while, so Fresh and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday, kind of talking about what that setup looks like inside of game, and that's exactly what you expect out of the defense. You expect them to try and hold that map control, and that's why that direct motive works so incredibly well, especially with the strategy that W7M had there, as John was referencing. They were able to hold that entire top floor, but not really dedicate themselves into the building, instead just holding the rotations, and that's really what you're looking to do in a situation like that, and obviously a detriment to BDS, and one that proved to be a flawless round for W7M, as not a single person has actually lost their life yet, just a single down.
Brine is able to snipe
Shaiko's
away
dead.
that extra claw, and yeah, Shaiko's caught this time by Filippo. This is a very fast-moving W7M in this game as well. They were mentioning it, Brine is going to be able to hold down the hatches a little bit more here because he saved that second electric claw, but as you notice, the wall itself for Snowmobile Garage is long gone, just under 60 seconds into the round.
It almost feels as though BDS has to walk this back a bit. This strategy it's not loose, it's just very wide, and that makes it to where W7M can really exploit a lot of these single-digit players. Renshiro taking a lot of damage. That's going to be for the cross angle there from KZ, but he should be able to skimper off, and that's going to be one boon for BDS that they desperately need, and finally, they're awake. The P90 will rip KZ to shreds, and BDS finally on the right foot.
Yeah, it takes a moment for them to be able to figure out how to properly counter out some of this very early aggression coming in from W7M. Now they've locked in for Renshiro as well as Likeback. Doing an excellent job here to be able to counter out this early aggression. Birds will pop open the hatch, hopefully leave a secondary angle open for him to work later on in the round if necessary. Won't be the only one playing for the front side, but there's still a few players roaming around from BDS over here on Solarium's side that have yet to have been dealt with, and certainly need to dedicate a flank watch to that now. That's probably what this drone is meant to do, indeed. It'll scout out Alem's position, force him back for a few seconds, but it is also going to prompt one of the members from W7M to be permanent flank watch for when that player reignites their aggression in a few seconds. You can already see Alem's sneaking back over towards dining room, but Filippo, dedicated to the take now, does go down through the hatch. Shouldn't leave them too exposed to that flank, but they're going to have to be careful of it eventually. That's what Hertz is trying to do here now. There's the entry power coming through. 3 kills back to back to back from W7M. Alem strikes, but he's too late. The entire Insight defense has fallen to pieces. Once again, great job by W7M working the site take there, and with much more difficulty mounting against them this time as well.
A triple kill out of the ace, too, to cap it off. Incredible rounds here from W7M. Much more stalwart appearance from BDS as they were trying to stay tried and true to the strategy, keep that roam going, but not working out for them. Again, this very spread positioning from BDS is allowing W7M to do what they do best, find these frags and try and open up this map. Yes, it didn't initially work out for them as BDS is able to get the man advantage, but W7M go one step further. They know that they have site control and know that they're able to box out BDS from the most important portion of that site. Like you see here, Herd's already having control of blue, and they also had the Ash drop down on the stuns through the hatch over inside of Fireplace Hall to mask the sound, John. So they had no idea about any positioning of W7M at all. They just had to trust their gut and stop that plan.
It was a great thing we got that the POV of that double kill from Hertz too, because it just shows you the kind of jumbled positioning that BDS is working with there to try to recover from that entry power, which had suddenly showed up against them. Great stuff. BDS just don't know when to expect W7M to come knocking. That's been a huge issue for them so far. But to be fair to BDS, they've already done a much better job of improving their resistance, specifically in that early to mid-round portion, as we were seeing them slow down the overall take speed from W7M. They're on the first floor. Now we just need to see them slowly figure this out a little bit more, find better ways to resist the actual site take in the late round too, and we should hopefully start seeing a few rounds pop on the board for BDS as well.
Yeah. BDS are practically playing a game against the best pitcher in the league right now. You just don't know what's going to be coming out of his hand. Could be the seam, could be the curve, could be the fast. W7M, they're good for all of it. Every single one of these things landing. And I also just love the fact that no matter what the mana count is, they're always adapting. They're always trying to find a solution. And that is something that I always harp on when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. You have got to be solving these problems with your team. If you are not talking and solving problems, you've already lost the battle. There's no way anything's going to work out for you. What a read, but Shaiko! No, it's Renshiro this time around. End up shutting him down. KZ's going to try and hop in as well, but oh, the fear gas. It works up against Renshiro. An assist right out of the mine. But Nate will be able to finally take him down in very similar circumstances to what we saw in round 2.
First real kind of overextension we see there from W7M, where they arguably need to use a little bit more than necessary to take that player down. JV is going to get caught
dread
here.
mines,
Yeah,
man.
those dread mines are brutal. Once you get tagged by it as well, that's it. You're locked in for that full 5 or so seconds of blind for the most part. So very, very difficult, especially if you're going for an entry. And here's the problem he's been distracted by. Now it's Lycofact. No, he caught it. JV92. Nicely done here as Lycofact cannot get away with one like we were seeing in yesterday's game. 1 and 3 so far here. Whereas we were seeing much better results from him in the OXG game. Still early days, though, so plenty of time for improvement in that part.
I think the craziest damn thing about this is how W7M is kind of forcing BDS to play the game so early on. We're only a minute and a half in right now, and they're able to process this entire portion of the floor because of the timing and the way that they played this early round.
Even with the players they're losing potentially on that first or second entry, W7M are not doing what a lot of other teams do, where they kind of like take a step back, reanalyze it, maybe send another drone in. They're like, nope, we're just send another player in. Like, we'll try it again.
Flowing.
And as we saw, it was a little bit questionable because it brought them down to the 3v4 there a second ago, but now they've countered Lycofact. We're back on even numbers. Still a risky take, especially with Shaiko's position, but he's going to rotate back down, and now Bride will get caught. Nade won't have an easy path out of here because of Shaiko's position, but Nade now has connector control as well. Shaiko, the only one that remains here. Suddenly, this is flipped against him, but a good first pick. At least reopens the rotation. JV92, though, immediately counters, and yet again, it's a W7M round. 3-0 in their favor.
Do they call a timeout already? That's the real question. I feel like the adjustments are starting to come through for BDS. The defensive side of Chalet is never all too favorable.
I don't think we'll see it here.
So,
we're wrong.
I was right.
So yeah,
missed you,
BDS
buddy.
do go to the timeout. Like I do agree with you though. BDS has been like getting closer and closer to that round win every single round. So this is a bit of a double-edged sword in the tax box because obviously they're going to be able to discuss more specifically what's been going wrong on a round-to-round basis, but that also gives W7M a moment here, obviously, to like, okay, we're doing this thing wrong, so they could come back just as strong as well into round 4 here and fix some of their own mistakes they've been making when it comes to the entry power as well.
It's going to be really difficult for them because W7M are playing so very well right now, John, and it's really not only up to just the mechanical skill of these players, it's a conversation that you can clearly see going on between them and how they're dealing with a lot of the issues that BDS are presenting, like Renshiro upstairs. They had 3 people trying to solve that equation all at the same time, which, I mean...
Again, it's so fast right now for W7M.
Listen, if you're on W7M, you look at your teammates and you just kiss them on the forehead, bro. Because, I'm telling you, there is very minimal rosters right now in Siege that can play at this level this quickly. Like, this is just
And that's part
outlandish.
of the problem for BDS here, probably why they may have decided to take attack time out so
Especially
early
for playing against Oxygen yesterday. That was like a walk in the park, man. Like, Oxygen didn't even look like Oxygen.
So BDS is not really being given the time to figure these things out inside of the round itself because of the relative speed that W7M is bringing to the table. So they go for that tack pause there relatively early on, but making perfect sense with an 0-3 start. They've gone through the site rotations now as well here. They've pretty much played out everything they wanted to play more than likely, so hopefully gives full time for reflection from the out-of-game leadership. They are going to go back over here into Dining Room for round 4. We'll have to wait and see if this pause yielded results. Still very similar flair coming out with regards to the operator selection. The Fenrir has made a good impact here today, at least in kind of temporarily slowing down some of the takes from W7M, so I agree with keeping that in play, and the rest of the lineup looks pretty good here as well.
John, I think we're going to be going for something cheeky here in a little bit. Can we see the hatch? The hatch is soft. What's Filippo going to do? Filipox?
This is the problem though. This is too alluring of a hatch to play into. We've seen this done quite a few times, so I think at this point it's something that BDS probably
I don't need it.
Yeah.
I don't need it. We'll have to see what they do with this this hook here, because they do have some potential on the second floor, obviously, so they can try and use that to clear things out. But looks like W7M, once again, John, they're just going to make things so annoying to play around. Some impacts in on the side to make it where you can't play kitchen the way you want to. Looking for the verticality upstairs. You can see KZ looking to his teammates' screen, seeing if everybody's ready for this situation. Takes a gunfight with a Lems, but it's actually going to be Shaiko for 2 instead. This is what we needed. BDS up by 2 players, but Filipox, he's able to take down at least 1. This top floor starting to come into their control, but they still have to dislodge 1 player and behind the piano. In fact, 2, as I do believe there is still 1 upstairs right behind the half wall here in office.
Still a deficit to be played into here by W7M, and an even worse one now with 3 days Nitro hitting the mark against JV92. Filippo still at full HP here as he's going to try to push around the corner, but as you can see, Not the easiest angle to work. No, the swing comes out, but he catches it. Shaiko finally falls after going for 2 earlier in the round. W7M, once again, just like the previous 3 rounds, refused to give up, even with that player deficit. Big problem, though. They've got to work a descent now in a 2v3 scenario, more than likely with a very minimal info base. That's currently what they're going to work on, and they're doing a good job with this, too. They've already spotted Renshiro in this kind of cheeky position by Trophy. There was a second drone roaming around over towards Dining Room. That's probably caught the other 2 players, or at least got a general position on both of them. W7M probably have just enough to at least probably attempt the Solarium take in the deep. We're going to see both players trying to work that now, as they know it'll be a 2v1. Hopefully they can force that player to rotate. And indeed they do, but Filippo was mid-reload when doing so. So not going to be able to catch him immediately. Nade thinks he has one, but unfortunately it's a double peek from BDS instead to take him down. Case has been dropped, so BDS can lock all their defenses on this one position now. They know that Filippo is going to have to rotate through here at some point to at least pick up the diffuser. There we go. There was the warning for it from the announcer, and unfortunately Filippo will not be able to get out of there alive. So finally, after 3 consecutive rounds, we do see BDS get onto the board.
Finally able to get away with some kills and not have any repercussions early on. W7M lose those 2 bodies, and yeah, they still try to flirt with that top floor, but BDS just too strong for their 2 positions that they ended up playing, as well as a little bit of utility game coming in there, a little cheeky play from BDS, but either way, very well done. And Shaiko actually with a monstrous hop, that's where that came through. We were on another pop there for a split second in the game. Well, that ended up happening, but as you can see, BDS just really taking it to W7M in this round, especially after that big play from Shaiko.
BDS finally on the board, finally figuring out how to counter out some of this early aggression from W7M, and now finally, like we said before, holding the line against it to the bitter end as well. W7M has recovered from a deficit at least 2 out of 3 of the rounds they won. Finally, they do falter inside of it. BDS is able to seal the deal. Let's see if this is the beginning of something stronger from BDS if they run the outright comeback now to bring us back to a 3-3 overall scoreline. 2 rounds still to go in this half. Let's see if they get the job done. A few repicks going to come in here for W7. They're relatively minor, though. Not really going to change the scope of the overall team too much. Just the Lion being swapped in there and a slight change to the hard breach to add a secondary one for Ace on Filippo.
The crappy thing right now for BDS is, although they finally found a site that they could potentially win again, they'll never be able to play it again because of the round count. So round 5 and round 6 will lock out Kitchen. BDS are going to have to try and go to some more traditional sites on this map to get things figured out. Impact out from the drone hole, but it's a right-hand panel charge, so it won't work out for Shaiko.
The good news of what you were saying before about how they won a site is I don't think BDS winning that last round there was necessarily because of the site. I think it's just more they finally figured out strategy-wise what they need to do to kind of slow down W7M or outright counter them. So hopefully this is something that they can apply to obviously their basement hold here and whatever they play on round 6 as well. But time will tell.
We'll have to see, Cotton. We will have to see. This round will tell us, John, so we'll see if you're right or wrong. We'll find out, because this is a completely different format of how you're going to be playing Chalet. They're not going to be extended over here towards the Masters side where they have a lot of influence from down low, just because the garage really doesn't provide that except for, you know, Fireplace Hall. But not really going to be seeing maybe too much of that, I would assume.
There's already way more respect being given to BDS now by W7M as well. This is a much more standard kind of opener from them compared to the kind of crazy, like, just, all right, let's suddenly commit 3 people to try to get that entry kill that we've been seeing on the previous few rounds.
To be fair, BDS is completely downstairs as well, so there's not someone that is nearly as isolatable as they were previously. You could say, obviously, as an argument, that Lookafek is in a position to be shot directly in his head, but we'll find out here. The good news is that he's solo, so that's why he can get away with this, but the bad news bears is KZ's directly behind him.
Ooh. KZ gonna see if he can get some timing nades here. Won't work out. Like fact, though, still holds the line. He'll get at least 1, but Filippo immediately trades that out over in the car garage. Filippo will now rejoin his other teammate KZ here on the top side to try and open up the main wine back wall. Sidewall should still be doable as well, given that Nade still has his second thermite charge, and we don't have any immediate counter ability to come in from BDS's side of things. They lost the snowmobile garage wall way too quickly on their last basement defense, so I'm pretty sure they made a decision to just not bring anything this time. It's probably going to end up being smart. Here's the problem, though. They have no way to reinforce these wine walls, and that means it's going to be an open shooting gallery for W7M. To start things out, it works out brilliantly once again for W7M as well. 3 and now 4 kills in a row. They lose no one on the site entry and quickly retake a dominant stance on their lead here at 4-1.
Masterful Rainbow Six play, man. That's all I got to say about it. They are dotting their I's and crossing their T's, making sure that they are aware of what BDS are up to. They know the shenanigans. They're able to solve it because of it. You can see BDS doing their best to try and figure things out for this last round of Chalet, where W7M could take things 5-1 on this half and make things so difficult for BDS going forward. But that doesn't mean that it's all for naught. Remember, Chalet is a pretty offensive-sided map at the end of the day. It have a little bit of a switch up when it came to things in recent times, but this map does tend to kind of be a teeter-totter. It's really just up to the teams on what happens at the end of the day.
This is the big problem for BDS. They're still allowing W7M to set up for these executes, and once they reach that point, it doesn't really feel like there's a whole lot that can stop them.
I mean, how do you even stop them from setting up? They're setting up outside of the building, man. They're getting all the info and everything before they do anything at all.
And like you mentioned, BDS already tried to kind of play things a bit more aggressively on their basement hole by having roamers messing around the first and second floor. It didn't work, so they doubled down on the defense in this round. Once again, as you had mentioned there, which kind of slowed down W7M's play, but once again, just allowed them to gain all of that intel beforehand and set up for a perfect execute. In part because BDS had no way to counter the wine walls, but at the same time, even if they brought that, more than likely W7M would have been able to read into that, counter it with a Bravo drone or something else relatively quickly too. So there's not really an easy way for BDS to win these situations right now, and that's a big part of the problem why they're lagging behind so hard.
Yeah, that's why I was referencing the kitchen site so hard as well, is because like just the positioning that you're given on that site allows your site players to help you out so much on that top floor, and it's just a much easier roam in comparison to a position like this where you have so much influence coming in from these windows, the grenades and everything. You know, even if EFAC drops down here, there could be somebody on this window that also gives them some grief too. You know, there's just so many different ways for them to try and dislodge these players, and there's no real way for BDS to try and play back into it unless W7M makes some very serious errors.
Flashes and nades being dumped to the inside. Filippo baiting in Renshiro because of the peek from Nade. And then ironically enough, a grenade kills him. So that'll take him down. Nade obviously at very low HP. He'll have to be a little cautious with his aggression throughout the rest of this round. But seeing he's on hard breach, that's probably not going to be too difficult of a job anyway here.
Oh, he's got him.
Swing maybe coming through. There is a Fear Mine sitting up on the top rafters there, so you will have to be careful of that. I don't think the corner swing will get it, but JB92 with the skeleton key. Oh no, just a little too far away to make that one work. Lems goes down to like 2 HP, but is not finished off. Unfortunately, the scattered pattern of the skeleton key just does not get the job done there, so that is going to bring us back down into a 4v3. Still favor for W7M, but obviously a little bit closer now.
Dude, you got to use the sky strategies. You know that are achieved. I heard that from like centuries ago. They used to both run laser all the time on that thing, so the spray pattern would be a heck of a lot easier for them. Makes things a little bit cleaner. Speaking of clean, Lucky trying to keep things straight for BDS here. As well, only to be able to assist with one kill, Breed8 with the other. It's down to the 2 versus 3, but we've seen how dastardly W7M have been in these moments.
Angle wars at the moment here as every player is trying to sneak off a shot or two on the inside
saved
of the
his own
site. Drops down and indeed avoids the explosion from the other side. So we'll keep W7M still at a 2-player count. If they can find that shot onto a Lems, it's obviously going to be much more workable. But he's more than likely buried himself deep into that connector or somewhere else outside of the site to avoid that potential fatality here. Shots come through though. Keys tries to respond to it. Not going to make a connection, unfortunately, as the player crouch ducks away from it. There's the spray out. It's like a fact hiding on the inside of connector, and he'll be dealt with by Filippo. Down to the 2v2, and look at the health pools. BDS, both of their players are one-shottable at this point. W7M just needs the confidence to move forward here and land those shots, and the round is there as a 5-1 scoreline could be going their way. As we see, though, that flank coming back around is going to do nothing. KZ gets it all done on his lonesome. His teammate just hiding in the wings if he needed to support it, but no, sir. He manages it all, and it's a 5-1 half for W7M.
Get the hell out of here, W7M. This is crazy. The patience, the cadence, everything about it, John. I'm loving every moment of this W7M gameplay. And the craziest thing about this is BDS are the farthest thing from a slouch team, and W7M
Look at their game versus Auction yesterday.
They're just beating them down, man.
Yeah.
This is difficult for BDS right now. They really cannot hold a candle to what W7M's potential is in a lot of these clutch moments.
Nice shot there for Breed8 on the 590 through the hatch. Unfortunately, did not make up the difference here, as we're going to see KZ once again kick out that double kill, just managing it all with his teammate, crouching down there if he needed the support. Thankfully, both those members of BDS, like we said before, were one-shottable. So a pretty quick shutdown there for another player at full HP. Half is over, sides have flipped, and W7M now in the defense.
KZ's got the little drone blockers. I haven't got to cast with those yet, so that'll be interesting. They did the little noise thing, right? The little noise challenge, and that was like the first one. And I was like, that's Malusi's Banshee, right? Heck no. Nah, dude. Nope. completely wrong. I haven't used one of them yet.
Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know or hasn't watched the Siege tournament in a while, those are going to... Oh, well, not that one, because it just got destroyed. But normally, those little lines that you just saw on the ground, it basically blocks the drone's POV, is what it does. So if you have a drone on the inside here, obviously normally you'd be able to get good vision onto like this outside library hold. Now you can't. They got to move the drone past it physically, which means that the defenders can more than likely knock that drone out pretty quickly.
Very random utility.
It's good, though.
Yeah, no, I haven't got to see too much play with it, obviously, just yet. But like when they introduced it, I was like, this could definitely throw a spanner in the works. I can see how this could be a little annoying at times. So we'll see if it ends up giving any nuisance. Oh my.
Looks like it's going to work to start things out here as Herds just waits for that flash to fade away. And immediately gets the fade-off headshot there to take down Shaiko. Removes the Yana from play as well, so all that additional free drone intel is gone. Not necessarily the biggest loss from that player, but still is going to hurt in the long run here if they end up reaching a hard spot where they're not able to get a clean entry. It looks like BDS have a pretty well-asserted plan. They're going to go for the green screen plan, it looks like here, and that's the problem. You still have the hatch play to work against. They have yet to take library. JV92 is still holding this corner. Like a fact, I still think outside the window right now is trying to catch anyone peeking from connector, but they have no reason to do so.
This is just completely unhinged, John. They were not on the same page at all, and that's why they're going to get just bowled over here. EFAC, he's got the glass. He's going to try and solve things on the top floor. Does he tag him? I think he tags Herds once. That second shot will end up downing him. So a potential 2v3 here. But now they can't give up the goods. W7M, they've gotten the hard work done. The heavy lifting over. And the response time from KZ, man, like a firefighter, springs to action, able to save his teammate and get him off the ground. It's all left up to Renshiro.
Renshiro up against the possible odds.
Dead man
walking. Indeed will remain impossible. KZ gets himself out one final time to shut it down. And that's already a very quick map point for W7M. It's 6-1 here.
Man, feels like game's done quick right now. The speed run.
I mean, this is definitely one of the faster,
this is one of the fastest chalets we've ever casted.
Games I've ever casted.
Yeah, for sure. This is probably one of the fastest chalets you and I have ever touched.
This throws me back to like that NA LAN we did in 2019 in Vegas, where you had like 92 Dream Team. That's how fast this is feeling right now. Like
drip Boolin. Isn't that when dude? I swear to God, that's when Doodle was playing on.
Yeah, that was like the old LG team. Or what became the LG team of it.
Did you know that I was the coach of that team for 24 hours before ESL told me that I couldn't be the coach of that team?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, I was going to be the coach of 92 Dream Team for that entire split. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Good little meme there. But, well, this is definitely not a joke.
All right,
clearly with the scoreline, right?
It's basically, let's see if W7 can get like the demoralizer right now. The 7-1 scoreline against BDS, winning these rounds at record pace as well. It's not really gonna, like, there's not a whole lot that BDS are gonna have to talk about is the problem, because they're losing things so quickly as well.
Dude, they're trying to make Shaiko go back to his room and just like have a conversation with himself in the mirror. I'm talking to the man in the mirror. He's probably asking him to change his ways too, low-key. He's like, guys, please, it's one round. Especially just knowing how good you are, right? If you were that as talented as Shaiko, I would be so pissed off right now. 3-7, I mean, like, what the hell are we doing, guys? BDS, let's wake up here, folks. W7M are playing a hell of a game, though, and you cannot understate that. Really, at the end of the day, you can give some slide over to BDS, but W7M are just that talented.
Like a fact. Unfortunately, with the tape rip from too far away. Oh, hold on.
Oh, my.
Impact's coming out and hitting him pretty hard, it seems.
He didn't get the middle either. Oh, John, he's in so much trouble, bro.
Oh, he got down, too.
Yep, I told you. You can't do that. You can't do that.
All right, well, the good news is he should get brought back up. I think. No, another one got downed as well. Look.
Yeah, this is really bad, John.
This is getting
I can't understand how terrible this is. Like I wish that there was like a phrase I could
Herds,
use.
You're good.
Like,
just go for it, man.
This is a Titanic of what can happen on Garage, basically. Like, everybody's going to be low HP. Renshiro's crawling away. They have to try and prone out to take any of these angles, and JV's just going to be able to tag anybody up that crosses this.
Herds realistically could have done that run out, too. He probably would have got a kill on that run out there. He might have gone 1-1, but...
I mean, I guess the good news is, technically speaking, is that they could, I guess, have Brede blow the panel. But the problem is that then he would only have one breach for the other side, and JV's more than likely going to try and, like, trick or just do something.
I think they're just going to switch to a wine take.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. That's the smartest bet here. You have to, especially with the timing right now. So we'll have to see. But that also means that they have to clear out this entire portion of the building. So Uh-oh.
Speed run time for BDS here is they're going to try to clear the other half of the map with only half the round remaining. The good news is that Like Effect does at least get free main lobby stairs control to work down here, but as you're going to see, they've also got electricity sitting on at least that primary wine wall as well, so it's not an easy one they can just walk up to. From what I'm looking at, they don't actually have another EMP to work past this either. Like Effect, I'm not sure. He should have enough gas left in the tank there to be able to pop up one of these walls.
Stop holding this angle, bro. So many people are spamming that door. Please, please. That's like 4 times I've seen somebody get pre-fired off that.
Here we go. Like Effect's going to try to get at least a small opening onto the wall. The nade does land and get it down onto Herds here. That's a pretty big piece of the defensive puzzle on this immediate angle. Like Effect looks like he just wants primarily the angle to play off of here. You're going to see Shaiko be given that angle to play into, but no results as of yet other than the Herds down from before. Defensive utility still coming out as well here. Like you're seeing that Goyo canister just exploded out. It's going to bring us down. Oh, no, unfortunate. The good news is we have an in-game feed, so a little bit of radio cast here. It's coming down to the wire. Looks like once again a lead for BDS as they turned it around. JV92 and Filippo, the only defenders left standing here with 10 seconds left to go. Bride goes for the plant, halfway towards it, but Shaiko now responds to bring it all onto Filippo. Filippo battles his way back onto site, but no way to deny the plant, so Bride succeeds in putting it down onto the ground. It's a 1v3 for Filippo here as he pushes himself forward back into it. Filippo rounds the corner, but unfortunately cannot take control of this mantle. Bride shuts him down, and BDS stays alive for at least one more round.
All right, well, it was a sinking ship initially with all of that damage coming out from the garage, but BDS able to strike true on the other end as W7M are kind of tattered from the utility usage there from BDS. The entry power pretty strong there too, as we saw Shaiko able to take up quite a few bodies, as well as that big one over there on blue that we were talking about initially. But as you said, that will stave off the ending here of Chalet, at least for the time being. We are going to jump into a little tech break here and just make sure everything's good on our side, folks, before we throw y'all back in. But it is going to be 6-2, still in favor of W7M, obviously. A long road ahead for BDS to try and force overtime, with W7M having a lot of options here for themselves when it comes to site selection.
Good job from BDS, obviously, as we can talk more about this now, on just kind of taking a very patient step back there and being able to make that decision at the halfway mark to, okay, we're going to get a replay now too. Just rotate back around and play onto the other side of this execute. Thankfully, they had enough time to get both of these walls open as well, and once that was the case, we already saw W7M execute the same exact way towards the tail end of the first half. It worked just as strongly for BDS with both of those walls open. There's not really a whole lot the defenders can do unless you have like the full breadth of the team countering out both of those push points, which W7M could not do due to the earlier loss of one of their teammates there from that initial nade when BDS first approached that site.
W7M definitely had what it took to take that round, but BDS, understanding the default positioning of that setup, able to exploit it to its fullest. Once again, like we were saying, BDS is not a slouch team. This is not a team that even looks like the scoreline should be existing, to be honest with you, especially with the gameplay that we saw yesterday. Their team play was so unbelievably dynamic, especially on Bank. I really loved every moment of what we were seeing there. But now, BDS with an opportunity to make a little history, honestly, here at Gamers8. If they're able to bring this back and give us a show on Chalet. See if they can accomplish this, but W7M obviously trying to make sure that this map is completely forgettable, as looking to close this out in 7-2 fashion.
W7M also now falling back over here towards the dining room where we finally saw BDS able to pick up their first round on the defensive side. So W7M will be relying on some of those same strengths of this site to hopefully seal the deal on number 7 here and prevent us from going onward further into this map. The faster W7M can shut this one down, the more energy they're going to be able to preserve, better off they'll be here for a longer series. And BDS is going to be a bit more strongly positioned for the later maps of this series, which I think might end up being the case here. Away from that, though, we've got BDS spawned in. No real surprises when it comes to the operator lineup. Very heavily focused on dealing with the insight utility. As you can see, both the Flores as well as the Bravo have been brought to the table this time around here, as well as Renshier, of course, on that line to catch any more mobile members of W7M when BDS take those critical areas of the map under their control.
Ego balcony action for Renshiro initially. Just gonna pop the window open, get some things prepped up down the line for himself. Lems will be on the Brava this time around. Past that though, a usual cast of characters. Gonna have the Flores worked in for the very first time here, which is surprising with the amount of utility that we've seen that could have definitely been exploitable by him. Great find there from a Lems, free up the wall. It's a little bit easier for the hard breach. Top floor presence here from W7M. Saw what BDS able to do in a position like this the last time, to win out that defense. BDS, very aware of this situation. They're trying to make sure that they do not cross this bridge, making sure that there's some potential trouble around the way first.
Won't be the entry onto the inside of the window here for Lems. He's spotted not only the frost mat, but a pretty brutal cross from the inside of kitchen there. So we'll be more than likely avoiding that thing. The frost mat's easy to deal with. It's just the actual hop in here. More like they need a distraction upstairs or something to be able to truly go for that one. Red Shiro, we'll check in with him in a moment. He's about 5 more hits away from knocking that thing away. So give him a second. Away from that, we are seeing a lot of hard breaks utilized here to get that office control and get it very quickly, potentially. However, W7M still with quite a bit of a player base up here. Will be resisting it for a bit longer. KZ specifically still holding onto the inside of the master bathroom, and a few other players still hiding on the back end. This is a big nade, and indeed, it's going to land truly on top of her. It takes him down. No response to come in from Filippo either, as he's also going to get dropped by Alems. Looking much more consistent here from BDS. It's taken them a long time to wind up for this swing, but W7M seem powerless to resist it now that BDS have all the necessary info to commit to the execute. Nade trying to hold back this lobby entry point, and finally a response does come through from KZ specifically. Nade does succeed in fending off that player over by main lobby, but KZ upstairs is lost on a trade. JB92 just barely survives his own cross. Back over here through Trophy. It's the cross once again. Thankfully, no attention paid to him. He goes for arguably the more risky one right there. He already knew he had a player against him from the inside of Trophy window. Job is done though. He's made it back to site, but there's still a player down, and both him as well as Nade are at low HP. This is a flip of round 6 here. Let's see if they can win it from the reverse situation. JB92 picks the first one, but immediately goes down. Breeding clean to go for the plant, and Nade a little bit lost in the sauce, unfortunately, as he just gets taken down from an off angle. That's going to be BDS continuing to recover here as they pick up another round.
There we go. Offensive mindset here on Chalet, as we would expect for this map. So looks like BDS will have somewhat of an opportunity here, but as we've been talking about, kind of a big issue when you're staring down the barrel of this score line. W7M, they're going to head back towards Master and Office after that successful round there from BDS. Very strong clear on the top floor. Not only were they very capable when it came to their utility game, but as soon as it was time to push ahead, Shaiko was there. He was very, very loud. Alems with the back end hold as well really assisted them with that top end clear. BDS, though, still a little bit of a run ahead of them. Let's see what W7M are capable of in this very next round.
BDS able to kind of slow down the pacing a bit more here now that they're on the attacking side as well. Better time for analysis on W7M's position, and more importantly, time to figure out how to counter those very same positions. Works out great for BDS in that previous round, and they just need to keep on going with this. For W7M, now it's time for them to adapt, find ways to get around some of these slower setups that BDS is going for, subvert the expectations, and maybe, once again, find a round through that avenue.
Hurts? They let the castle barricade sit, so they're all thinking that they're safe in their little homes, and then they kill them.
And then meanwhile, KZ on the other side of the map is also peeking out there. Thought it was the distraction from the main bedroom, but no longer the case. Lems goes down. There goes the Lion, too, so a pretty big loss there with regards to the utility that goes down with him.
Especially when you have, oh my gosh, Kali. In play. I don't know why that was escaping me there for a second, but either way, we're going to Glass Tower, baby.
Yeah. No free window peek intel here for Renshiro on the crosses from that Lion. So,
I mean, barely anybody already crosses this, so I'll be interested to see the potential of this position here from Renshiro. Usually when this window gets opened or anything like that, especially because like he kind of gave up the goods with the lance there, right? He shot the castle barricade.
They know there's a Kali on the angle, so no one's going to peek it knowing that.
Yeah. And also,
especially with the current position he's maintaining, that's like a pixel headshot for the other side of it. So.
You are absolutely right, buddy. If I remember correctly, that the wood beam there actually does not take any bullets at all. So you're 100% correct. They actually have to slip it right through the cracks.
So a little bit of a slow lead up still from BDS because they aren't able to lock in any immediate kills on that door opening. Still obviously a few of these castle barricades to be dealt with as well. A little close there.
Shaiko was going to blow himself up there for a split second.
Thankfully he had a few extra seconds, so realizes his mistake. It's how to dodge. And once again, BDS seem relatively prepped for initial positioning to take here, but still a little bit of hesitation as they play into that more default style of attack.
I'm starting to get worried here, John. They're slowing down a little bit. We've seen what W7M is capable of in some of these situations where they're able to just get one over on BDS in a very surprising fashion, and then the rest of the round is all for naught. But Shaiko, gonna know his position because of this barbed wire smack. He's got the frag grenades as well, just one left in his pocket. W7M, though, the patience play from them. JV92 will fall back instead of standing 10 toes on that positioning more forward inside of office, which is fantastic play coming in this last minute.
W7M giving over the respect to BDS, allowing them to move in. Keep in mind, you can see those blue silhouettes down below. There is going to be an attempt to pinch out this attack when they move into the site here. Shaiko strikes true, however, on the entry and eliminates Herds on that bedroom door. He goes down. Another one picked up by Bride on the entry too. JV92 needs to respond, but no, it's another frag from Shaiko instead to eliminate JV92. Filippo and Nade, all that remain here inside of a 2v4 scenario. Plant shouldn't be interrupted here, and Nade, no way to mobilize here as well. It just has to go for the peak. Immediately, Filippo tries to work it from below, but it's the wrong position. Like a fact, already finding the hard counter to Nade as well when he peeks that window again. Filippo now left alone here in the 1v4. He's already been found out downstairs as well. They know he's working his way up either through Solarium or, of course, that front lobby stairs, and now they know for certain it's Solarium, of course, with those bullets connecting. He never even spots any of his opponents, it looks like, with the Cali getting the final shot to shut him down. Just 2 rounds to go, and BDS will trigger overtime.
W7M timeouts, and a little discussion needs to be had there. Shaiko getting away with so very much in that round, and just goes to show once again, if you shoot for the king, you better not miss. They hit him in the chest, John. They didn't hit him in the head. A little Thanos quote there. Get things done for BDS. Going to be looking over these highlight reels here as KZ with that first initial frag that really set the pace for W7M. And I mean, honestly, even with W7M losing the round, I do really appreciate strategically how they ended up playing things out. Very patient, able to try and put BDS into a really bad spot. But when you're playing against somebody like Shaiko, man, that's just always going to be a really difficult thing. He legitimately needed one more bullet to kill Shaiko out of that ump. That was it. And it's just those little minute details, man. You end up hitting that headshot, that's a completely different round for W7M.
Well, not going to end up being the case, so BDS continue the comeback train here. There's just 2 more rounds to go now until they seal the deal on OT. Time has expired for the timeout on W7M's side, so we're going to head back into it now. Time to see, indeed, if W7M can finally lock this one down. It's another kitchen defense is going to be coming up from them. Already faltered on this site at least once previously. Let's see what type of adjustments they make now in order to make up for it on the second and probably last go-around on this site. BDS, of course, bring a similar flair to last time. It was pretty heavily reliant on the drone clear previously, or just the utility clear. So we have both of the Brava as well as the Flores. Right now, we've just got the Flores, and then a pretty standard assortment aside from that with the Ash as well as the Yana to play on entry here. So Lem's been helping out a little bit on the kind of soft breach department. Hard breaches get swapped as well for Bride. Just a very small change that's going to come in because of that as they move over to the Havana instead of the Thermite for a little bit more ranged access. Now Ace as well, but it's continuing to evolve here for BDS. They finally do lock in as well. Lems changes one more time also with Sophia.
All right, well, the timeout's been used, and this is indeed crunch time, John. Gets to the next round. That's when everything gets real hyphy. Lots of pressure. W7M have felt that before. Remember, this is the team that came up second SI this year. Able to finally lift the championship as well, though. This last year, too. Fantastic stuff for them. Is insane for BDS. Also playing extremely well throughout the year. Looking to bring it back here so far. Good drone game from Shaiko. Able to find a Wamai disc before that is eliminated. As KZ has snuck his way back in the library.
He's spotting out the drone there, I think, in the corner, but not able to actually get it. So he will get chased out from his current position there behind the Kiba. Still has positioning to fall back upon, thankfully, so quickly rotates away from that. Gets himself out of dodge. Will still be able to maintain himself as a blockade against any forward crusade that BDS would try to go for. However, finally locked in. Like a fact is going to end up getting him this time around. Herds goes down first here in the W7M roster as they continue to struggle on these defensive side in early rounds. A stark difference to what we were seeing in the first half and could be the beginning of the end of their lead here if they don't fix it soon. Thankfully, Nade's here to save the day. He'll trade that one back out, eliminates Alems. Like a fact, though, crunching. And unfortunately, KZ just has no idea it's rolling in. However, just as much for JV92 as he also sneaks up, this time on the Like Effect, trade it back, and more importantly, keep those player numbers even. This is great positioning from JV92. Unfortunately, it's just the decoy for the Yana, so not going to be able to capture anything immediately. Let's get another drone alongside of that, though. It's going to bring the overall count down to just 3 drones remaining for BDS. That'll be a big issue here as they've only gotten through that kind of first phase of the round here, prompting W7M to fall back. Just 3 drones left to go here to get access to the site, and 2 out of 3 of those are sitting on Renshiro as well.
And here's the other issue. How do you dislodge JV92's utility to use your ace? The answer is you probably don't. They got the hatch open, but W7M are playing upstairs. That's their fallback strategy. Nitrocell in 2 hands too, John. This is not looking too hot for BDS, but I've said that before. BDS, they're definitely one of those teams that can prove you wrong. Let's see what they can get done here. The Mute Jammer is going to be holding things up initially, but as we were talking about, there's really no way for them to try and deal with this. He eventually finds one on the top corner, so they will get a break in the wall. I don't know if we ended up getting that Electro Claw down there. We just heard it turned on, so ends up breaking up that. You'll just have the one panel here. Riyadh almost committing that, but then realizing the situation was right in front of him. And now with 15 seconds remaining, John, we got to get going here. Renshiro, he's going to swing for the fences. He's going to down 1, pistol out, going 6 instead. He gets him. He was going to try and go for the knife kill, but W7M take Chalet instead. It's an extended stay at Chalet. But it's W7M all day, every day for map 1.
Bit bumpy on the defensive side, mainly due to some great prowess coming out from BDS. To be fair with you, Shaiko finally redeeming himself there in the second half, but it's really the first half that's the big storyline here. W7M just crushing it at 5-1, and like we said before, with record pace as well, so fast on a round-around basis, not even giving BDS a moment to think for themselves, prompting a very early timeout, which didn't really yield results in the long run of things. So BDS certainly going to have to make up for that very quickly on maps 2 and potentially 3 if they complete the rebound there.
Although BDS was coming back in that game there, John, every single one of their players was either even, which was only one of them, and the rest were negative, including Chaiko. So that is pretty immense. Incredible showcase of what W7M is capable of, not only on Chalet, but just as a unit. You can definitely see the strategy working its way in, especially on offense. Some of those defenses were getting a little risky just with the way that the map was getting played out in between these two. But, I mean, that's just how Chalet goes, man. There's so many angles that you have to worry about, and sometimes you just have to throw it at the wall and hope it sticks.
These are some of the props right there. You see that great replay from Hertz's POV. Members of BDS just getting jumbled towards the end of the round, not finding proper positions to play around some of the aggression from W7M with it being played so fast. That was a big issue for them. Like Stokes had mentioned, though, BDS was starting to recover quite nicely, so hopefully that's a sign of better things to come as we move into deeper maps as well here. Either way, though, it's W7M making a statement inside of that first half and then slowly finding that extra round or 2 they needed to be able to lock things down and take control of map number 1. They've got the lead here at 1-0 in this series, but they need one more to shut it down. We're going to go a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if they can complete the set quickly here at Gamers8.
10 seconds.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long to replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you exactly what you are. What have they sold you? On that blacktop boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free.
Welcome back to the second day of Gamers8 featuring R6. I'm Ginny, your host, and we got the STC takeover on the desk with Anne and Jesse. W7M just won their own map pick, and especially at the beginning, that looked incredibly one-sided.
Yeah, the beginning of the game was super dominant. Looking at their attacking rounds, there were so many rounds and moments where W7M just had a lot of red pings. It came down to an information game. The drone work was really good on the side of W7M. And people always say an unaware defender is a dead defender. So as soon as BDS were not aware of the information that W7M had, the fact that they could just walk in from lobby to bar, for example, BDS not being aware of that did really help in getting those rounds in the favor for W7M. Later on, when we did see BDS bring out the mute and when we did see them get rid of all the drones for W7M, that's when they started winning out the singular defensive round that they did. But denying that information was huge for BDS in winning that one defensive round.
Yeah, and then when we swapped sides, you know, it looked like we might have a comeback on our hands.
Absolutely, it did.
BDS, they were starting to chain them together. It felt pretty good. I thought Shaika was starting to fire. Really liked his entries in and around Piano. Felt like he was starting to make a lot of moves for his team. Had some good nades. Unfortunately, though, I mean, you had to be perfect on those last few rounds when you're down 6-1, and perfect is a little bit unachievable for them. Ends up kind of flubbing it that final round, not having any impact EMPs for the Claw Mute Chamber combo on the wall there from Kitchen into the fireplace room. Tough there, and Shiro kind of goes above, flubs some shots, a bit of an awkward one for him. But that's what happens when your first half is so dominant for the other team.
Yeah, there's a few times when BDS tried to execute on their attack, and you have this like checklist, but there were a few things missing from their checklist before they could actually go for the execute. But despite those things missing, they still went for the execute. That bar round, for example, as well, where they had the sense on the window with the glass on that bar window, they just jumped in without having the top floor control, for example. Like there was someone on the hatch watching over the sense wall, shooting the player that jumped in, and then BDS stand there like, oh yeah, there's some on top floor. There's a few things missing. Similar story with that K-Claw on the dining wall that they didn't remove before that. Another thing is, if we think back about the interviews that were done before this game, how Brede mentioned, you know, in this current meta, you need to be aggressive, you need to look for players and you will find them. That is exactly what W7M did. They heard that interview from Brede, probably was like, all right, we'll do that to you. They were just pushing, they were being aggressive with BDS, they were peeking them, and sometimes BDS were just unaware of these players pushing them, or did not have the gun skill to back it up.
BDS lost 3 rounds yesterday. So technically the amount of rounds that they won today is equal to how many they lost yesterday. And it also does bring the question where you already mentioned it earlier, and when BDS was going up against Oxygen yesterday, it was something that they had a very long time to prepare for. They knew it for a while, and they were able to counteract every single thing that Oxygen threw at them. Whereas when we're looking at them competing right now against W7M, it didn't really feel like that counterplay was present. It was more like trying to adapt, but not doing so quickly enough.
Yeah, and I also think it is obviously not to disrespect Oxygen, but it's a completely different beast, right?
Yeah.
Oxygen and BDS both did not qualify to the major, whereas that was the major that W7M eventually won, right? So when you think about that counter prep, obviously with Oxygen there may have been flaws that they've been spotting, but with the almost flawless track record of W7M, it's going to be so difficult to find those flaws and to counteract on those.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take this win away from W7M. They played perfectly throughout this game. You know, it really felt like they were working together fantastically. I thought the combo of Felipox and KZ was insane on those attacks to get those 5 rounds in the first half. You saw round number 1 to start things off. Felipox drones into the site. He finds the Solus inside a bar. Immediately, KZ's there for the follow-up to get that frag. Round number 5, they're pushing into the basement. They get the wall open from above. They get the pick from Felipox, get the wall open, and then Felipox is following KZ in through the breach, following up, getting his trades, looking at the other angles to help him out. Round 6 as well. Again, another late round execute where they're dunking nades into Laundry, finding these picks early, and then it's that long 2v3 that KZ and Felipox, again the duo, work together. They isolate these players on the side of BDS and they find those frags. I thought these two in particular working as a combo was really, really good this game.
It's really good that you mentioned those two, right? I mean, KZ is a player that we're expecting it from, but the main concern that we raised at the beginning of this game was, hey, at W7M, you have those players like Felipox, who you, if you think about players that would step up and carry the team, he's probably not on the very first part of that list, but he did step up. He did carry the weight of his team, whereas on the side of BDS, you have Shaiko, you have Leak Effect, you mentioned Shaiko having a slower start to the game. That can't pull up against, for example, a player like Felipox really stepping up and carrying the weight on W7M.
Yeah, I think Felipox is undoubtedly one of the most underrated players in the scene right now. I think he's so good.
Yeah, when we're looking at BDS as well, this is something that we highlighted coming into it. We said they have the duo, you have Shaiko, you have Leaky Fact, they're the spearheads of the entry, they're making sure the team get the space that they need to get that pressure, but the fact that W7M was completely unfazed by these players and made it so much more difficult for them to actually get it started, it does bring the question of going into the next map, which is their map pick. Can they at least bring this back and go all the way to that final Oregon?
I mean, you'd hope so coming into Bank, but you talk about W7M, a team now on a 9-map win streak, looking to extend it into double digits and lock down their spot in the semifinals tomorrow. And you look at the fact W7M now for the last couple of months, 4-1 record on maps up against BDS. I think it's a tall task, and I think BDS, they're really going to need to rely on their betterness on Bank to really work to their advantage and get themselves a win.
I was a bit concerned when we saw the footage there, and Shaiko, I think it was Shaiko sitting with his head in his hands whilst they were talking to each other. That does not look, obviously, you're not feeling the same amount of confidence as W7M did, but before that we saw W7M, they seem very comfortable, very relaxed. I wonder what's going on with BDS if they're able to mentally recover from that. They played Bank yesterday indeed against Oxygen. They only lost 1 round. I always really like BDS's opportunity spotting on Bank when you have these, for example, Amaru plays with the Shotgun, which you saw yesterday as well, where they get that ground really fast, where they take control of hatches. So I hope we get to see that too, because on Chalet, it sometimes looked like BDS were a bit afraid to, yes, there were spawn peaks, but they were afraid to approach windows and doors of the building. So if that happens right now, I feel like the opportunity spotting for BDS will be a lot less, and that would be concerning.
Yeah, I think the mental state is definitely something to be taken into consideration for BDS coming into this. Last year being undefeated, not dropping a single map, that record is already out the window. You've already dropped 1 map this time around. I mean, maybe his head was in his hands because like the sun was too bright, so he didn't bring out his sunglasses. Yeah, who knows? That could be the case. But again, it's BDS. It's a team that has been through a lot of adversities themselves. They should have that possibility, that mental strategy. They even have the support system behind them, so I'm not too worried of them going into Bank. But I am worried about the fact that is W7M just simply the better team on that map rather than BDS not having that chance to really show up.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a map that W7 are unfamiliar at. There are a team that play every single map of the pool. They can, right, when push comes to shove. They didn't do well at SI, 0-2 record back in the day, but since then, they've gotten a 2-0 win, 2-0 record since the season started. Close game, 7-5 over Liquid, and then 8-6 also over Liquid, both coming through in the Copenhagen Major. So close games, it's not a map that they love. However, they can play it, and it's not like they're going to be completely in the dumps here.
That was the little bit of EU hopium that I would want to bring in that, because it is one of the most banned maps by W7M. So,
okay.
Preference-wise, it's not the greatest. Yeah, they have a victory over Liquid, but that was pretty close. That was an overtime, so there is hope.
There is hope, of course, for BDS. But there's hope to go to Oregon at least. Let's say that there's hope to be able to push us to the 3rd map. But when we're looking at Bank as well specifically, as much as it's like, okay, BDS are maybe better, maybe W7M is better. There's a lot of different variables to be taken into consideration this time around. And it also brings the question in regards to W7M. They felt comfortable letting it through. They've probably seen BDS on it before. do they have something in the back pocket?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing, right? BDS played this 24 hours ago. They were here against Oxygen just recently, and so there is going to be some footage. W7M, they've had the whole night. They've definitely watched that game. Their support staff have it.
I mean,
nothing
people
else.
usually sleep at night. I'm just saying.
The players
I know you're a
can
gamer.
sleep. The coaches stay up all night. They got to watch the VODs. That's the life of a coach at esports events. That's how it is.
Only 8 rounds, so, I mean...
You're right. It wasn't a lot of footage. But still, I
Rub
mean...
salt in the wound. Yeah.
6 defensive rounds they did get to see coming through from BDS. There was a lot of kind of good aggressive play from LickyFax, so I'm wondering if they've got an answer to shut that down or what the plan will be from W7M.
So what are we expecting in terms of 1 or 2 things from BDS that have to come out this time around if they actually want to be able to push us to Oregon?
What I want to see change from the previous map onto this one is more opportunity spotting, not being scared of W7M, because once you give them that respect and you, obviously you got to watch for your spawn peaks and everything, but if you take a minute, or like, let's think back about that downstairs attacking round where they took so long to get the breach, they got 2 injuries outside the breach, 2 people on BDS got injured, they got really passive and really scared after that. If you give them that respect, W7M will take it and they will be even more aggressive towards you. So more opportunity spotting, more confidence.
Yeah, and I want to see Alems because he really did show up to the same extent that we saw yesterday, earlier today. So if he comes back, has a really good game, that could be enough to push them back, force us to that map 3, get us to Oregon.
Forcing it to map 3 and getting to Oregon, that is the dream. Can BDS crawl back and defend their title, or will W7M showcase that they are indeed the true titans of the game? Let's find out as we're heading into Bank with Sam and Blue on the mic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, map number 2 getting teed up right now. Let's drop into it and see if W7M can complete a quick 2-0, or is BDS going to continue on their path to recovery with a rough start to the first half on Chalet, but a nice recovery in the second half, nearly taking it to OT after being down 1-5. Things end 7-4, if memory serves me correctly. So let's see if they can improve on that at all. Maybe even send us to a map 3. Bans are coming in so far, repeating for BDS, as Dokkaebi is going to be the first ban from them again.
Just too strong, man. Like we were talking about earlier, she has everything under the sun and the kitchen sink at her disposal. To remove her from play, Habana will also be dislodged, as she's just so dang good at playing around the hatch play on any map that really revolves around that, and that's definitely one of the central pillars of Bank's gameplay. Valkyrie's going to be removed from the defensive end, a very stalwart character that we usually see brought every single dang round. John, she's so good on this map as well because of those high vaulted ceilings, a lot of places to hide those cameras, so a very solid ban. Now let's wrap this up with a bow, shall we? BDS is going to get rid of Solus, probably one of the smartest characters to remove in the current meta.
Pretty heavily being used in that previous map as well, most notably by BDS, ironically enough there, but W7M.
It's a Shaiko mainstay as of right now, too. He's kind of switching back and forth between that, some Azami play, and then you kind of have your sprinkle of ops, you know, past that.
Too dangerous of a map, though, I think, to allow Solus to have freedom, just considering how roam-heavy this map can be on some of the other sites, except for this one here. So that's just the policy that BDS want to deploy towards, to not give W7M that freedom.
You say that, but I guarantee you we see the delay inside of open area. Not that there's actually going to be any engagement. The pressure will come from the offense. The defense will fall back. It'll probably be around like a minute 25, minute 30 seconds. We'll see how just dang good I am at my analyst job here in a second, John. As BDS is going to be setting up the map, this is looking very similar to what we saw against Oxygen yesterday for their downstairs defense, with some of this more central floor play out of BDS, just trying to murk the waters up a little bit for W7M before they enter the building.
No surprises when it comes to what we're seeing here in the opening few moments. Of course, we're going to have that Warden added in for Red Shiro just to be able to counter out some of the more flashy type of entry power we would tend to get from W7M, although not looking like we're actually going to get a whole lot of that to start things out here. Just the 2 sets of smokes coming in from Nade that he's going to be able to work against, but even that will be a good potential counter for him, especially if he's going to be deployed against that wall on the left side of the screen right now. This red hallway here is where he'll more than likely play when push comes to shove in the late round there, and hopefully we'll be able to use the strength of the smart glasses from inside of that position.
We saw the cadence of W7M in that last map. Ooh, you and I talked about the fact that once the play starts for W7M, once they get into this round, they never stop. They're always actively doing something. They never take that moment to really just step back and completely shut down their own play to reset. They don't really utilize that portion of play, which honestly, I am a huge fan of. I love the fact that W7M constantly keeps the ball rolling. Even if sometimes it is to their detriment, it does work out extremely well for them because they can catch people off guard. They can make huge plays like what we're seeing right now. BDS has no idea that anybody's inside of Gold Vault. That Yokai gets eliminated. Goyo, a lot of damage onto him, or rather Fenrir. So bounce back over. Well, Man Bun got a hold of me there. Short hair, man, I'm telling you. Filippo, though, rather Felipox will be able to take him down. Look, in fact, I'm going to trade things out. And W7M, although a burst of speed into Gold Vault, John, it seems to have landed on deaf ears.
However, they do have at least lockers to try and go for a plant. Uncertain if this is going to work
Shaiko
out. Here
walks
comes
in.
the cross from Shaiko. They hear it
Shaiko
over a
kills
mile
him.
away, but the shots from W7M are just missing left and right now. Another opportunity lost. Filippo able to recover things a little bit once more as he catches Lycofac, I believe, rotating through the vault or coming from upstairs. Nade also trying to catch a player on the top of the server's vault and will indeed get that. Lems goes down. We're on even numbers. It's a very odd round for multiple reasons right now, but W7M seems to be rounding it back into their corner from the looks of things. This position from Renshiro, however, inside of Small, could flip it right back into the hands of the French roster from BDS
Oh, here we
as well.
go. Minute left. They can do everything with these drones right now. They know where Shaiko is, but they really need to confirm that the other player is not on site. If they're able to at least get things in Gold Vault in like office area, they know that Renshiro is more than likely not in this area and that they have to be aware of his positioning in other places. But I think they might have oversaw this, John. Indeed, Renshiro, he slips through the cracks, but Felipox, a triple kill for him. Bomb in hand and the time to plant. What is Renshiro's action? He's going to drop in. Oh, this plant stick from... No! Felipox, he had it! He's going to have to stick it again, and Renshiro's already downstairs. He's got the Nitro, so he can play the soft wall on the outside. This is so dangerous right now. He got it down. Oh my goodness gracious. Somebody just make the right action. Like, what do I even say? Like, just do anything correct. BDS. Somebody, anybody. Felipox has gotten the bomb down. Renshiro's got the cross angle and the opportunity. Here it is. Back and forth on the brick wall. In we go. Renshiro low HP. No Nitro, so obviously, as he burned that earlier. Works his way in on the office door side, rather.
10
oh my
seconds.
gosh, round and round we go, John. He kicks it back and right into the spray pattern. He's taken down from the pre-fire. W7M keeping it close. Renshiro, just really no clutch gene in that moment either. Did not want to try and step up. Even when Felipox ended up getting off that case, that was just such an awkward moment.
Yeah. With the exception of the last play there, Filippo did a great job playing that up until the final few moments, but aside from that, that was just such an awkward round from so many different perspectives. The round constantly turning itself one way or another because of a missed shot opportunity or two here, but like I said again, Filippo was the shining star that made up the main difference here and allowed for W7M to not only stay in the round with a fighting chance, we saw him pick up so many kills throughout the course of it, but then to finally clutch it out inside of the 1v1 as well. They're beautiful stuff from him. As indeed, I think ends up with a quad kill here at the end of the round.
Fantastic stuff here from W7M. Get things going on bank. A very interesting round, especially with how that opened up. It really didn't seem as though W7M was going to have anything left in the tank to try and get it downstairs. And that's why it was just such an awkward moment when it came down to the nitty-gritty details inside of that 1v1. Just very awkward situation in between the two. KZ. Renshiro goes searching on the window, and, well, he does find something, doesn't he?
It's going to be a player trying to deploy, as you can see there. You can see a little bit. A few shots going into that very far right side window. It's more than likely where those shots come through, and Renshiro unfortunately gets down from. So a solid start to the round here on number 2 for W7M. Not going to be any immediate response coming in from anybody on BDS, and it doesn't look like we're going to see anyone try to go for it either necessarily. Still some road game to be played out, of course, here on open area. Kind of goes without saying, just given the nature of the site. If you try to play this one with all 5 in the site, I bet you good money it's probably not going to go very well. But even with the outstretched positioning here from BDS...
I was just about to say, I was like, this is the worst time to reference
it does not seem like it's working anyway, because now they're down 2 here, and still only with that little bit of damage traded onto KZ to start us off.
Yeah, W7M are showing us what we saw in round 1 of Chalet, where they just eviscerated BDS on their rotations from that top floor. And yet again, different map, same details. W7M with 2 big picks. KZ the only one with any damage on him, and all they've given up, John, 4 drones. That's it.
Much more solid start to things here. Off to a very bumpy beginning to the road.
Okay. Sledge, I want to know how you get that much leverage on that position to actually smack that floor.
Just don't ask the physics department how that
oh, we would just topple over off that table.
I think he got a concussion for doing that in reality. His head just slams into the floor as he does that. They are going to try and look for this player down below, however.
Mozzie
see. Onto that right now.
Oh,
Shaiko! Shaiko realizes it. Gets the better of KZ, trading out his opener from earlier on. Still going to be down a player, unfortunately, but obviously much more palatable here, especially if Lycofact finds the timing to swing for a move on main stairs there and potentially catch the players holding stock. It's going to very quickly reverse the fate of BDS and put them right back into the money for this round.
Does he know? Does he know? I don't think he knows. Does he know? Oh, Shaiko knows. Huge nitro sell out of him, and they've let Shaiko do what he does best. Bring something into this round, make it difficult for his opponents. This is winnable for BDS, even though they are down to just this lone man rotation out. They know where he is, though. That's going to make the fight a little bit more difficult. They did have a chance there if that initial engagement went well, because that rotation on the back end definitely needed that assist, but W7M, they're just too dang good when it comes down to moments like this, and it's going to be 2 rounds in a row, and again here, for their maps, since they're starting off on the right foot.
Nice heads-up play there from JV92. Knew they needed to take care of Shaiko. He's getting away with far too much from that open area position there. So finally deployed himself back into the small office, and JV92 just decided to drop down the hatch before he could get too safe and finish him off, because they already knew he was somewhat. There's the opener as well. KZ just a double tap to take care of his opponent. Nade also getting a Lems. We missed that one up on top. It was Shaiko, like we said before, that was the real problem maker here for BDS. Getting away, that was a beautiful one. Nice.
Dude, Nade had full HP on that. What is that spread luck?
That's crazy that ended up getting the full kill, but of course he's going to take that to the bank every single day if it's given to him. But unfortunately, it could not make up enough of a difference with the rest of his teammates feeling to perform there.
You know, we had Oppenheimer live right here. That's crazy. You just threw a nuke at him. My God. I actually cannot believe Nade died there.
Yeah, that is pretty insane now that we saw that. I thought for sure it was just a usual, like, stick it to the ceiling and ended up getting him there. But no, like he said, that was like a mid-air kill on it, so... Bit of luck going the way of Shaiko to make that one happen, but all good.
That's something that would only happen to Shaiko.
I think it worked because I think the floor was already breached, so it probably just went through because of that.
Well, it's not only that, like that honestly at the end of the day really doesn't matter. What matters is that the randomness of the shrapnel from the explosives in the game. So nukes are also
again KZ. That's 2 in a row now.
What?
This one even that had to be.
Where did you?
No, it was right in front of him. Look, yeah.
He just flew right through copy, and no one was aware of anything. He just shot the guy on rotation in small offense. Oh, guys. Oh, BDS.
That's crazy that KZ got that much control early on. He just went right in through copy, as you said. Just,
especially for BDS.
Like Renshiro's there to challenge him, but it just happened so fast that he falters to it, unfortunately. And now I believe he's just sitting back in the corner there in open office and waiting to see if Lycofact or anyone else is going to rotate into that one.
So yeah, I know you don't want it.
Yeah,
come over my neck of the woods, see what happens. Bang, 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 everybody gonna die. We like to have fun here, folks. And so does W7M, as we're going to be flying into the windows here more than likely pretty soon. The Candela's out, the smoke's just to break up the line of sight. They're going to plant directly on the window so the glass can overwatch it. No nitro cells in anybody's hands except Lems, but he's nowhere near close enough to try and prevent this from going down. But actually, Nade, he's going to cancel that. He's going to move things off. The glass actually ends up getting taken out. Sleepwalks will die on that window, so that was the little bit of tidbit of information that we did not receive there. At least I didn't. So we playing off those windows, but this is going to at least stagnate the round for now. And he's going to need some pretty serious help here. Oh, KZ. Up the hatch we go. Alternative angle here, John.
And Herds just swinging right in. Bride none the wiser to it as well. A second angle given over, but this time Alems gets the better of it, but immediately KZ finds a separate exchange kill, and then he rotates back in to take care of the last threat in Alems as well. Once more, bit of a bumpy ride in the sight, but W7M still, for the large majority of that round, in control of the situation, and they give themselves a 3-0 lead for the second map in a row now.
Man. This is just such incredible play from W7M. They never overplay their hand, man. It never happens.
They just have such clean attacks.
Dude, it reminds me of just like those top tier RTS players where just everything is just absolutely perfect that's happening on the map. It's just disgusting from W7M. Like, yeah, they're able to pick this up. Nice kill from Bride there. That's why we didn't see it. It was a little smoke frag there. But, I mean, W7M are able to recoup so quickly. And you saw the patience from Nade. He doesn't force anything. He holds his angles, uses a little bit more of his utility to try and bide some time for his teammates, to try and wrap around, rotate, get themselves positioned as to what they want to do. And once the team is ready, that's when they strike. And again, like the conversation that has to be going on for this team to be accomplishing this time and time again cannot be understated, guys. This is one of the best teams in the world right now.
Amazing coordination from W7M on the attacks here so far, and it is showing in the scoreline. Like you said, 2 3-0 leads in a row here, going on Chalet and now onto Bank as well. Does not seem like it's going to show much of a sign of slowing down. Important difference this time, BDS felt the rounds were close enough to where they did not need to go for a tactical timeout like they did on the first map here, even though they've once again gone through their full rotation. This would normally be the times this team would call for a tac timeout just to get the kind of initial input from their coach anyway, but they don't want to waste it this early on, seeing as they also struggled with their attacks to some extent too, so maybe wanting to save that for a more dire situation later in this map. Regardless though, they do still rotate back to the expected site here on the inside of the basement. This was obviously a very sloppy round last time from both teams, really. It was just, like I said before, it was really Felipa, excuse me, that saved the day and multiple times on that round. So not going to necessarily be able to rely on that 2 times in a row. Let's see how W7M look to kind of patch things up a bit better.
Yeah, I was a little too jet-lagged to take that one seriously at the end of that round. That got a little too raunchy for me. Things are just going back and forth in such awkward ways. Oh, man. But
it kind of was going to get sloppy, though, given the fact that W7M just went directly for an elevator hatch drop like 30 seconds into the round. So that was kind of, they more than likely knew that that was going to be the way it played out. This time,
we had an inkling early that things were going to be messy, right?
It's going to be a little bit different this time. We know this already. Nate's bringing the Montane into play. They're going for a slow clear on server. This should be much more traditional so far.
Renshiro's got the Rook out as well. It's not something that we see too often. He's going to at least guarantee that everybody gets downed in this round. I believe they'll be able to pick themselves back up as well, if I'm remembering that correctly. So a little bit of a change up there for that, as well as a change up for these rounds that we've been seeing so far. Shaiko's the first one to get a big kill, and it's on to one of the most impactful operators across the board that W7M had access to. It's going to be the Yank. So those flashes will no longer be at their disposal.
Yeah, huge early pick to be able to knock out the Candles this early on as well. No one really with anything else to make up for that. They just have the 3 flashes sitting on KZ, which are KZ, yeah, just going to not really make up the difference. He needs to save those to burn out ADSs and whatnot inside of the site. The laser gates as well that have been brought out by Bride. So we'll really use those for their initially intended purpose. Let's see, however, thankfully, still having hard breach in the pocket of Nade. They'll be able to open up that first angle, but they'll lose another player in the process. Felipox finally being the first player on W7M once again here on the basement attack to trade things out as he finds Shaiko. Locking him down for this round, but still down a player overall, and not really a lot of confidence to make this plant play from server just yet. They're going to go for it soon, though. As you can see, Nade opening up the plant hole now. Hopefully no nitros as well to come in from the defense, but there is another obstacle here. That little ADS will sit in the way. Nade will just burn his drone, though, in order to get rid of it quickly here and hopefully allow for him to plant. But as you can see, there's another obstacle. We do have that camera on the wall. I think it was just knocked out by the Gun 6, so hopefully denying the vision. They're more than likely expecting there to be a nitro or 2 on this team, so that may explain some of the hesitation right now, but as far as I'm concerned, they're probably good to go for this at any point here.
Where's the 2
especially getting the second entry.
no.
No Overwatch on the garage,
they have 2 bulletproofs, too?
Yeah, he's going to walk right up, get a second kill for free. Now they've got a pinch. No one can really hold the far edge of Red Hall or the site doorway. Again, Nate has everything he needs to go for the plant. And with KZ also flank watching for him, I see no reason to delay this any further on the side of W7M.
KZ has to play downstairs or take control of this top hatch. Alemza is going to be up top. They now know the positioning and understand it. EFAC can't fit in through that hole. The Monty going to start pushing it back. KZ with a huge win upstairs. They now have the hatch control. And this is going to be a problem for EFAC as well. Actually, that one is indeed sealed. He's going to drop in the back end, but it's going to be a big trade here. EFAC pre-fires down. Felipox doesn't have the case, as that's going to be over inside of the server base. EFAC will rotate around here, a massive rotation, but he's calling it on the ball, John. This is something that you want to see out of your players. Just make the play, man. If that's what you feel like, that's what you must do. He's going to go for the drop now. He knows that he's got to be planning inside of server. Very minimal time, and EFAC, he gets it done on the rotation. A triple kill for him and BDS with their first round.
Beautiful stuff once again there. Again, like we saw in round 1, Felipox having to try and be the hero there. Rest of the team just not able to pick up the slack here when it comes to those basement attacks. And unfortunately, that will finally cost them a round. Same scoreline. We're in for a big repeat of what we saw back on Chalet right now, as we've got that same 3-1 scoreline repeating itself. Shaiko, as you can see, are getting away with a lot inside of the early round 2. That's such that free pick hop out from the inside of Copier. And Shiro, a nice angle to finally counter out some of the aggression from Garage. But it was, again, the lack of a follow-through on that, because they got that first pickup in Garage. That kind of explains why there wasn't a whole lot of Overwatch there later in the round, because they already killed someone from that side, thought they would dare to send a second player. That's what allowed Felipox back in, but unfortunately just couldn't bring the clutch to bear for a second time.
Unlucky circumstances, the way you cut it. for both of these teams, honestly. BDS with some fantastic plays to be able to elongate that round, keep themselves alive, make that moment magical there for EFAC. He's able to pick that up. Have a big change up here for BDS as well, as they'll work the Vigil back in. We saw this utilized yesterday on their bank play as well, but a heck of a different strategy when it came to their operator lineup. Vigil's the only one coming to bear from what we saw previously, where they were running a Mute as well as a Solus that are practically just the ragtag trio when it comes to trying to deny information and just be a nuisance around the map. And that's what EFAC will be looking to do, is he's currently positioned himself in the top of square.
A little confidence boost coming the way of BDS by finally closing down on that round, but they still have to deal with the reality of these other sites still being very much under the control of W7M as far as the first run is concerned here. That said, though, hopefully that confidence boost when he comes out on basement is going to give them enough of a push forward here to fight just a little bit more strongly on these off sites as well. Locking rounds 2 and maybe even 3 for the total tie at halftime. W7M taking things a little bit more slowly on the approach this time, trying to see if they can get cheeky with their angle and repel work to catch any rotations from BDS, but not looking likely based on the initial clear. Hertz has already taken stock control. Here we go, though, over on the main stairs. Like EFAC thought he could get away with a drop down on the banister, but it does not work out. Hertz takes him down before he fades away. That'll be a clean opener coming in from our attackers.
Kind of surprised that drone's still alive next to that breaching charge, but a little off subject, but that's
explosions haven't really working the way we thought they would so far this round.
Oh man,
I mean, that nitro cell in round 2.
I'm gonna say Shaiko's just putting some extra powder in those things or something. I don't know, man.
Oh
my God! No one is covering the
They thought it was safe. A huge blunder from W7M. And now they're on the losing end of this round so far. Thankfully, they've got quite a few heroes here that could save the day, and we're looking at one of them right now. Leapox may have to go huge yet again. Him, JV92 or Nade. One of the three of them wants to come out here, hopefully with a double kill or better. It's BDS now with the player count advantage due to that great play from Shaiko. They have retaken the top stock control. Shaiko did not stick around to cause even further problems, thankfully, for W7M, but still, the player deficit may very well just be enough for BDS to lock this one in now.
Yeah, this is the most detrimental round I've seen from W7M throughout this series so far. Is that error cannot be overstated. That was just something very critical to W7M's entire round and the future of round 5 and their success in it. So now BDS, a little bit of punishment here. Lems will end up getting taken down by JV92 Selma charge, because why the hell not?
Really, obviously got down a lot earlier than that, but
indeed,
you guys saw that, the spray coming through the hatches, the Selma got the last bit of damage. Either way, Shaiko now hit heavily. Bride does have one of the players on W7M blinded up. That's more likely to be Nade going down, but Leapox again there to trade it down. Renshiro maintains control for the Frenchies, however. Knocks out JV92, just Leapox now in the 1v2, and unfortunately locked out of sight. Good shots going on to Renshiro, but can't lock in the kill. Renshiro seals the deal on one final frag for BDS to lock in round number 2. One round away from the tie now as we go into round number 6.
Well, it was looking very scary for BDS at the start of Bank, but finally able to bring things back into the light and a potential to tie things up on their defensive end. W7M obviously can split at 4-2, but that's pretty traditional here for Bank. And once again, this play from Shaiko, you just wonder where the info game is, where anybody's cover for E2 is. It's just very surprising that W7M let that slip through the cracks.
More mistakes being made, and BDS finally able to capitalize on those mistakes, those holes in the defense as well. Lends credence to them getting back into the series here. Eventually pushing us to that map 3. 3-3 overall halftime scoreline. Very much in the cards if they can lock in one final hold here, which is actually going to go to Archives. They played second floor last time, did not work out too well. W7M took control of the site far too quickly. So they're going to instead, once again, try to rely on the extra extensions that the Archives hold downstairs is going to allow them to kind of extend this round timer out. W7M with an interesting pickup here as they are going to bring both the OSA as well as the Sense into play here. This is more likely going to be a very pre-decided execute that they'll try to line up for.
Well, last time we had Sense, it didn't make sense. Got to toss that light screen in and immediately got shot in their face.
Well, the bigger problem there was they never had library control. I think if they had library control, that round would...
Are you telling me that you should probably have vertical control on Game Bar? On Chalet?
They kind of were just like, all right, we got to do something.
John, you should start coaching, man. That was sarcasm, folks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay?
JV's quickly going to open up the main elevator hallway upstairs just to give him the angle to the inside. Once again, limit those rotations from the defense. Not playing too heavily into that, so probably not going to yield a whole lot. He's early on here from W7M. Lems is keeping a watch out for those repel points, though, making sure he's giving himself the best chance to catch any of these players if they try to spring forward. It's going to be Herds, though, once again, leading the charge. The timing just a little bit off for him. Unfortunately, stuck around for another second or two. Good chance he might have gotten a peek from that player top main. Does not end up working out. Lems is being annoying as he can be here with these Kivas, just trying to block out any of the drone presence. The nades work their way through, and Lems does get down by KZ, I believe, on that repel. Herd's now bursting through into meeting as well. This player here, but this time, Leichenbach played that position, that same exact position, actually, a few rounds back, I think from the first floor, and unfortunately died that time, but is able to make up for it here on his second attempt. Able to use that fallback position much more proficiently on the second go-around.
Man, everybody's just reviewing the Dirk fade, man. Everybody hitting their NBA shots, it seems, over these last couple days. It's the second fade that we've seen in 2 days, so very well done. What a position to do that off of as well. I saw him go for it earlier, like you were discussing. He went for the exact same thing, tried to get the
he got pushed from stock last time, though, so it didn't work as well.
Yeah, he got caught during the drop, too, which is super unfortunate. But either way, it works this time. Equalizes the man count. Huge nitro cell, and I mean, now it goes rather impact, actually. I was going to say, it didn't deal nearly as much damage as I thought it would have. Tycho take quite a bit of damage back onto himself. Pistol out, KZ trying to influence this as much as possible, but Shaiko still has bullets in his SMG. He'll shoot back.
And he's still shooting as he finds a second kill out of that scenario as well. Philippak's the next to go down here. W7M suddenly looking a little bit worse for wear on this attacking side when they were second to none, at least back in the first map and for the beginning rounds of this second map as well. JV92 tries to make up for it, but can only go 1-for-1 as the immediate refrag comes in from Inshura. Beepers. Nate is all that remains here at full HP. Might be able to get away with 1 or 2 here, and very well could get away with a plant as well. The angle's not going to work out from those. The pitch comes in from the main stairs, and by extension, Archives there. Shaiko claims 1 more kill for, I believe, 3 total on the round. And indeed, locking in a 3-3 scoreline also. Excellent rebound by BDS. They've officially tied up. Let's see if they can take the lead for the first time in this series.
What a defensive half from BDS. A massive bounce back from them. As W7M, it seemed like everything was just par for the course. They were simply walking through Bank and walking through BDS, but ever since we saw BDS gather that very first round, it seems like they've finally awoken a fire inside of themselves, especially after that big play from Shaiko, where we saw him get a triple kill, I do believe, on the last round as well, past this one. So it's big stuff for him. BDS overall, Shaiko really making the most out of that defensive half. Still cannot get over that flank, especially on the top floor. But we'll cross that bridge later on when we look at the highlight reel. Now we're into round 7. We're going to switch sides. W7M on the defense, and they're going to choose the basement.
Keep in mind, the swear W7M was struggling a little bit back on Chalet. The defensive rounds nowhere near the strength that we saw out of the attacking side. So BDS very much still in this map, and as well in this series here with them having completed the time before we even hit that switch now. Let's see if W7M's going to feel a little bit better with their defensive holds. Thankfully, as we go to a map where the defensive side does get that extra strength to build up here, especially on this site here for basement. This might give them a little bit of an extra boost here to at least start off the half. Very heavy on the delay comp, though, as we have both the Goyo canisters going onto the walls by server on top of KZ still playing into the smoke here. Zero is going to come out for the first time in this series as well here. We'd seen him get banned out previously when BDS had to go over towards this map and play into one similar to this one because they didn't want Oxygen getting their handle on this very same operator. This time they're going to take the mantle. Use him a little bit here to try to get some extra intel about what's going on towards the main lobby. They know that W7M likes to play out and about, even on this basement site. And they want to avoid any pitfalls of that early on here. As you can see, 2 out of 4 of the SAM cams being used in the opening moments. Philippak's, though, beautiful timing on his Nitro, chucks it at a J, and says an early bye-bye to Shaiko before he can make his impact on this round.
Got his back in blood. There it is. Nitrocell earlier taking out one of W7M's key members, and this time around they'll explode Shaiko, which has been by far and away the best player that we've seen on BDS here today. Which is honestly incredible to say because Bride yesterday was playing lights out, man. I really appreciated everything we saw out of him. EFAC as well. Alem's not really lighting the world on fire, but really didn't need to. EFAC, though, he gets bodied by W7M. An impact out from Nade. We got soft destruction too, folks. Comes to this defensive side.
A little bit too much time spent in that position, unfortunately, for EFAC. Gets to back away from it. Unfortunately, does not do so. prompting for W7M to quickly collapse on that position and overwhelm him with, I believe, 3 players trying to pursue his death at some point during that fight. No way he's able to survive it. Unfortunately, in that central position on the map, so he does get bled out. And another one that's going to get down here as well.
Oh my.
All right, well, the good news is we have that other feed, folks, and we should be able to switch over to it in just a moment here, so give us a second. The site fight has not really begun yet. We can see BDS still trying to work themselves up to it, but they're also in a 1v5.
Yeah,
it's Brede versus the world right now, so not a very interesting round
1v4.
for you guys to lose the feed on you. You're going to see it right here. Brede picks up one more, but ultimately Felipox is right around the corner to trade that one back out.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything. A Goyo canister killed somebody on entry, and that was the entire round.
Round was pretty much over by the time we cut out of it. Anyway, you saw the last real impactful kill before we unfortunately got glitched out of game. Give us a second and we should be able to jump right back in. We'll resume the game as usual, of course. The W7M now back in control of the lead, but obviously, again, only by that one round right now. So a very delicate lead for the time being.
That entire round just reminded me of when Percy Jackson went in the labyrinth and everything's just like all the walls are moving and everything.
That's a reference.
Yeah, there you go, right? A little deep cut there for you.
I know.
Great books, by the way, if you guys haven't read those. Kind of, you know, it's a teen/child series, but it's fantastic, man. Definitely one that I still need to reread again. But yeah, I mean, you can just see, you can see.
The movies are on Disney Plus.
They're about to remake the movies as well, actually, funny enough. But you can
just make them?
They made them like 10 years ago, but they were trash, remember? They were really, really bad. But that's besides the point. What I was getting at is that W7M are constantly manipulating the map mid-round and making it to where things are completely different than what BDS thought initially, and that makes things extremely difficult. Perfect case in point, right? Tellers, with the position there from Azami on Marble Stairs. That's just one thing that you're never really going to calculate in your head until you hear an explosion to your right side and then you're dead.
Yep.
So it's just one of those things where W7M are playing chess and BDS were playing a little bit of checkers in that first round.
That's the problem as well with BDS having these very like solo-centric entries that they were going for, like back very much off on an island.
It works for Shaiko, I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
every single time.
That's Shaiko, right? Yeah.
Shit,
only
only
certain players really are able to properly work that kind of solo playstyle, in my opinion. It's a very short list that can do it. Not exactly.
And he's right at the top.
yeah. Shaiko's right at the top. I'd say like Laxing was another one.
Oh yeah, I'd probably say Laxing is probably second, honestly.
Yeah.
I can't even really think of another person that is just like, you just send him in and you're like, yeah, they'll be
just
fine.
like, you just trust them, basically, to do it the proper thing.
I'm on jet lag brain, but that's really all I got right now.
Away from that, though, W7M still looking good here with that most recent round falling under their control. BDS is going to try to change things up a little bit. Like, in fact, he's going to bring back the Nook here as well. So we'll see, even with the recent changes that was made to Nook, if it's going to be still effective, as I think we saw this played into a few other series as well yesterday. So certainly not dropping the pick rate on this operator too much just yet, but we're going to be paying close attention to that, obviously, with the big changes that just came in.
Well, the Nook's going to work her way back in. Ever since that nerf, we haven't been seeing her nearly as much, John. She still is able to avoid the cameras, but she is 100% audible now, which honestly, pretty crazy change in my mind. I'm surprised that they didn't just like cut her audio, up by half or something like that and make it to where it was just a little bit more easy to hear. But that's besides the point. She's still definitely a potent character. She has frag grenades, and if you guys have watched any of our B-roll content here at all, you'll know that really all you need on a character on offense is frag grenades, and we will play them. That's really it. Frag grenades are the best offensive piece of utility in the entire game because it makes it to where you can get rid of a lot of utility, dislodge somebody, kill somebody.
It's an insta-kill without actually having to peek your opponent. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty straightforward about why that's so useful in Siege. Right now, like Facto, focusing on trying to knock out the utility with those nades. I think he missed the first one. I think I saw a slight jolt of electricity coming from.
It's an electroclaw, so they're probably going to be up towards the ceiling as well, which might make things a little bit more difficult and hurts. Ooh, nade there.
Anyway, though, stock wall now being open.
Impact?
Keep an overwatch for that. Nope, does not go through. It does stop the second breach, though, after the first one implodes. They're at least going to be able to prevent that. But the angle work is what was important there. Once they get the first one open, that's the goal achieved. Now, Lems and Renshiro strike true to knock out KZ and Hertz from the defense. 3v5 already enabled. Felipox at low HP as well from an earlier fight he got involved in. Is going to try to sneak forward here. It seems like they've got some read. No! Oh, there we go. Finds the head, but can't get out of there quickly enough. Brede is available for the trade. Shaiko did get downed, although no confirmation coming in just yet. He may very well be able to back up and revive himself. JV92.
We go again.
He's going to get caught here if he tries to peek this. They're watching it. You can see the silhouette at the other end of it, and there you go. Brede shutting it down for his second kill on the round. round. Nade is all that remains now against what's probably going to be a 1v4, as there's nothing stopping Shaiko from getting revived, and they don't even need him. Like fact, shuts us down yet again, and it's BDS to tie us up for a second time now at 4-4.
BDS slowly coiling around the site, not overplaying their hands, not dedicating themselves too harshly to something to where W7M can get those extremely impactful kills, and they're able to tie things up here. Yet again, now for BDS, the opportunity has finally arisen, John. They have a chance to take the lead. Had it on the first round, but it's not the case. Now yet again, an opportunity. Could be a big moment for them as well. It's something that they desperately need. What a kill coming out that window.
Just got slammed there.
Yeah, practically instantaneously. His body didn't even leave the window. It just sat in the window.
Saw that one coming a mile away from Repel there. So not the best run out, unfortunately, from Herds. He has had success earlier in the series with those, and I think earlier in this map too. So he does have some credence to try going for that. Just probably gonna think twice about it next time, given the way that that one went. Either way, though, like I said before, tie game. Now BDS back into this one. Going to change up a few things with their lineup as they work into it. W7 has gone for the open area hold here, and they've spotted a few things, which is going to prompt a couple exchanges from them. The buck being swapped in instead of a hard breach here, since obviously we're on open area. You don't really need the hard breach all that much going into this one. The secondary on Brede is going to be more than enough. You need to open up like that big wall panel right there.
Especially for the hatch, if they usually place that upstairs, because you're really looking to try and...
soft anyway, so the buck can take care of that.
It looks like they're going to be breaking up a lot of this top floor and play, just holding that down. Might be a rotation because they have the mirror there, so they can just play the mirror in towards the janitor closet, keep the other panel open there. We'll just have to see, because there's also some risk involved in that as well with some of the angles that can be played towards the soft wall.
To open up the top here. More likely not going to see any fall.
Did he put it on the other side? I think he did, didn't he?
What's up?
I think he did put that mirror on the other side there for janitor, but we're going to have to see from the opposite. Yep, he did indeed. So he's going to have to worry a little bit about his back end and that left paneling there for the soft. But, I mean, it's still a very, hallmark strategy that we see pretty often with Mira, whether it be in pro play or casual play. She's always a very solid spot, or rather, solid pick for this spot.
One's bringing the Brava back as well. This should have been the last piece of utility that would have stopped him from trying to go for at least a little bit of copier control. Another one here as well. That's two of them gone now.
And we didn't even see the first portion of that. He might have got all three.
Yeah. Very, very true. Looking at it, though, it looks like he survived with the other three. Just looking at the utility mark there, but okay. 2 kills coming in as we see an attempt to push in through E, and team kill, though, flips it back the other direction. Like, in fact, sneaks in over here through Beepers as well, but thankfully there's a rotate to save the day from KZ. Felipox picked up the next one on a lamp. Shaiko as well, getting peppered through the wall. He'll take a headshot before he goes down, though. That's if he's going to go down here. The 1v3 set against him. You got to throw that nade soon. Oh! The timing onto Felipox finishes him up. We've got another player low. This could bang in the right direction. No, won't make the impact this time around, but Herds, I believe, is the player downstairs, is going to be incredibly low, and indeed, that's the case. Herds wraps away from this one, goes for the main stairs rotate. Nade may need to drop down and stop this plant. Shaiko will get away with it at the minimum here. Now the clutch comes through. However, the first down is there. Shaiko, does he give us the 1v4 clutch? So close on this angle. Nade needs to shut it down. He's got a lot of time to work it, so he does not need to force himself into this peak just yet, but Shaiko has now changed position, reveals himself, but cannot lock in that headshot, unfortunately. Kiba barricades to block Shaiko off of all things in the peak. No! The clutch will be denied by Nade, and W7M just barely survived that round to take the lead back again.
Oh my gosh, dude, I felt like Machine there. I was like, I'm starting to get nervous. Like, oh my gosh. Whew. What a round out of Shaiko. And although he looks defeated, I mean, my God, man, what a talent.
It was so close there.
Disgusting.
Couldn't land that last headshot.
Hilarious thing, too, he wins that round if he banks the nade off the door instead of tossing it for the far side there in small office. That blows Mira sky high, and that round's over.
Yep.
It's always down to those tiny little details, man. And that's not even on Shaiko. You have to get that's some guesswork, right? Exactly. So just wow, dude, what a round.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that shotgun play there as well that been brought in.
Oh yeah, he brought the express, baby. Oh, dude. Felipox, 15-5, by the way.
Yeah, he's been playing huge, like I said before. He was like kind of the hero on some of those
15-6, my bad.
Yeah, he's the hero on some of those basement rounds, and now he's picking up some huge prowess when it comes to the entry game, as well as kind of the trade game here on these attack, or rather these defensive sites as well. So once again, W7M in control of the situation, but just barely with that 1-round lead. BDS has been responding to these every single time so far. A little more difficult potentially on this one. So we now rotate back to basement. The previous attempt here was locked in by W7M. So a possible 6-4 is coming up here if you don't see a change up from BDS to win it.
That's just like one of those things where it's like Shaiko's not the boogeyman. Shaiko's who you send to kill the boogeyman.
The Baba Yaga.
Exactly, dude. The Baba Yaga. I watched John Wick 3 on the plane. Oh, and speaking of John Wick, he's pretty good with shotties too. KZ will put that one on display. Nobody on the other end of that either. Yeah, Bride does not want this smoke. Literally.
Bride can't. I mean, what is this distraction with the Twitch drone? Right?
You've had to send it to the wolves.
Yeah, don't think you expected to run into him there, but at the end of the day, yeah, you can't really have Bride push that angle anyway, realistically, because he's got case control and he's by himself. So if he goes down on the peak, then that's almost the end of the round right there, because at that point you could just kind of gladiator out for the case control. That defensive player more than likely is going to win the majority of those duels inside of the tunnel.
Well, that's all their soft destruction gone, and half their nades, so that's not fun. They do have thermite. That's the one breach that they do have, but they have to be very selective with the way that they go about this. What hatches do they want? What control do they go for? You can see Alem's trying to work Garage right now. BDS trying to recoup some information after getting punished so easily inside of tunnel, which is surprising because that's usually something that BDS would be very aware of walking into a situation like that, but clearly not.
Just making sure he does not get collapsed upon, but he's got to worry about other things, such as that nade to the face. Shaiko, once again, making his mark in the early round. He finds the first kill of the round for his team. The Lems gets a quick second, and now it's BDS in control as he successfully works out JB92. Had to work a while for it, but got the job done, and now has a position crossing onto the inside of Garage. Impact, though, quickly sends that back down the river. However, just as quickly, Lems pops out another shield and reaffirms that position. We did see another kill, of course, on the feed pop up in the favor of W7M while all this was going on, so we're back down to the even 3v3. Lems trying to push it back into the favor of BDS, but W7M very obviously realizing that that cross has been established. Do not want to test the waters when they have potential aggression also coming in at the same exact time from server.
Well, W7M, they have been called out by BDS, specifically Lems. They know there's two on the backside. They just have to identify this last player. I believe that's going to be the Mira. Fleepox directly under the hatch. Has the Nitro Cell to try and play prevention, but Bride gets gunned down. He goes for the wide swing, and now two players down. It's one lone soul remaining, and Fleepox and Nade will wrap it up with a bow to bring us on to 6-4 and map and match point, John. I almost said Derry, but he's not here. It's Demo. I always do that because his first name is Harry, right? And then it's Demo as his tag. I'm terrible with names, man. But either way, Demo was telling me that he doesn't think that W7M is going to drop a map this entire tournament. And so far, so freaking good, man.
A little close on a few of these here. As we've seen BDS certainly bounce back a bit more, but the story arc is still very much W7M being in control of the overarching series, especially with that first half being played out over on Chalet with a 5-1 advantage going their way. Didn't really seem like there was much that could stop them. BDS has evolved over the course of the series and has found much better counters to some of the aggression and just the overall play style from W7, but it's not enough, it seems here. However, it's also not done yet for them. We've been seeing some great prowess come in, specifically from Shaiko and a few of the other members of the team as well. So they can lock in these next two. Obviously, overtime and that map 3 still may be in the cards. Let's see if they can get it done, though, as W7M now head to the opposite side, upstairs, for potentially their final round.
BDS are going to put their hands in the dirt and see if they can erect a monument here. Monument to Monty as well. As Bride will be bringing out his tried and true. Something we see them lean on every once in a while when they need it most. This is definitely one of those times. W7M is looking to take out BDS in 2-0 fashion. Truly disgusting stuff. I mean, who's going to stop them? M80? I mean, like, this is just unprecedented.
It's certainly looking good for the W7M fans at home here as they look to 2 major events in a row in the CG ecosystem here, just claiming, for those who aren't already aware, of course, the Copenhagen Major just about 2 to 3 months ago. Now on the warpath to try and claim the lion's share of the prize pool here as well in Riyadh. Away from that, though, still need to lock in that final round, and it's a much more cautious approach to things for BDS in the first 45 seconds of this round. Shaiko tries to go for an opening nade kill again. May have just been some utility knockout down below as well there. If he was going for that frostbat, unfortunately, was unsuccessful in that, but I think there was a few other things below it, too. It was more heavily targeting in that scenario.
Slow beginnings here for BDS, but why wouldn't it be? A lot of potential for W7M. Nade out, be instant. Saw you flinch there, you were just gonna blow up.
I was about to say, I was blinking real fast. Like, in fact, does have himself locked into a bit of a duel against KZ right now. Either player really wants to take it, however, it's definitely more so KZ running.
Oh
his
my
opponent
god,
like
he almost
that.
timed him on that.
So close. This nade could be money. There we go.
Cash.
The lineup's there. Oh! No, a surprisingly small amount of damage on the Herds there, in fact. So a little bit off the angle. Might have been a wall or something that saves Herds up above. Either way, he's okay for the time being here. And like the fact does have that second nade, although I don't believe he wants to chuck it away. I think the intel that allowed him to throw the first one might be gone. Okay, here we go. Oh, and there we go. That one's going to sing as Felipox goes down to the second nade.
Well, one more grenade, actually two rather. Shaiko has one and so does Lin. Shaiko jumps in. Shaiko is downed as they were seemingly ready for this kind of play. Renshiro's going to take a bit of damage. Renshiro, though, good for at least one and make it a 4 versus 3. Lems will continue to hold onto the windows. They've been able to at least set up the crossfires here, but that doesn't mean that W7M can't battle back. The Monty's there, but it's only a distraction for EFAC directly behind him. JB92 still down low. No real way to try and dislodge Monty from doing too much, minus shooting him. JB92 on the rotation, but BDS are going to cover. It's going to be up to Nade to try and win this out. A triple kill for EFAC already inside of this round. The ump in his hand, the worst gun in the game, as some would say. So he's going to swing into this with the 1.5.
Post plant with the Monty, not looking good for Nade right now inside of this 1v3. More than likely going to push us on around 12 in just a few moments, but we'll see what Nade can give us. Might be a surprise if he can work himself into a winnable position here, but it seems like BDS are not taking any chances at all. There's a player already on outside repel as well. There might be the Monty in that position, but either way, as you can see here, Nade has to go on a massive rotation just to be able to even get a fight against some of these players. The Monty is back on the site. There we go. That's enough of a distraction for, like, in fact, to push back into top square and shut down the round. It'll close out. And will push us one more round closer to a potential overtime as BDS is one away from it.
Practically the perfect time to break out the Monty, as there really wasn't anything from W7M that was going to be overly influential to trying to slow him down. I do think that they had a Legion, I do believe, that could have provided a little bit of trouble, but at the end of the day, they did such a good job of opening things up and making it to where previous path forward was all but a walk in the park. So well done from them, especially on a lot of these nade plays that made life a little bit more difficult for W7M. I mean, they're all playing extremely well, but one of these things is not like the other, and it's Felipox with 18 and 7.
It's like a heroic performance coming out from him so far in this game, and we're not done just yet. Still a potential third map in the cards here. BDS
20 in regulation, which is just, that's disgusting, dude. That's over 2 kills a round.
Absolutely the case. Sitting at like a 2.3 or 2.4 KD right now, I think. This is really solid stuff from Felipox so far over the course of this series. Like you said, still early days in this tournament. Become a highlight reel for him if he continues to play like this over the next few days, or winding up in that potential finals position. Drone sneak from Shaiko is going to get a little bit of early intel from that, and certainly can go back to that drone as he gets ready to hop back in here towards the open area. The rest of the team, though, still needs to build up and, more importantly, steal away that top control. As you can see, Herds, KZ, potentially 1 or 2 other players still going to be roaming around here, looking to cause problems if BDS try to go for a direct play on the site.
KPR-wise, he's actually like a little bit under 2. But KDA-wise, he's looking fantastic. True. Yeah, indeed, indeed. Mathematics, right? Gotta make sure we're talking about the right statistical data here. As EFAC will be bringing his Bravo drone in. Let me see if we can potentially steal anything away from his opponents. One right around the corner. He at least gets the first Dread Mine, so that will open up the kitchen double door. But Nade is more than likely dedicated to this area, and they'll be able to just work that with his positioning for the time being.
So a very respectful round here. W7M not really trying to take any of these early fights as we had seen previously here. To be fair, though, that's been a common trend here. BDS has made W7M respect them a heck of a lot more, and this is the reason why they are constantly successfully finding this open player or two on the side of W7M and giving BDS a much easier time to establish that early map positioning. Felipox, very much so the strongest player on the defense right now, has gone down right at the beginning of the round. Won't be able to help out with trying to close things down right now at the tail end of regulation.
This is such a crappy moment for W7M. Not have they only lost Felipox, but also all this verticality going to a Lem so early into the round. He was already breaking up his floorboard at like a minute 45, which is such a detriment to the defense. It makes it to where your positioning is so limited. See if they can potentially get some key frags that could open up this round a bit for them. Nate will at least be able to get rid of one of the Rotero drones, but EFAC already with another kill for himself on this round as he'll take down Herds.
Consistent right now coming in from BDS and from EFAC specifically. He shuts out yet another player. Smokelurk could get the better of him.
The one way?
Shaiko.
Just kidding.
Yeah, no, that's not actually from that angle. This is the player on the other side of that one. You can see JV92 at the bottom of those stairs. KZ, in the meanwhile, does manage to grab Shaiko from his spot over here. However, he is locked into it now with the problem, and it's all soft-walled, so no easy way to escape that with top square already being fully under the control of BDS. Like that gets another one, and then Lems to shut down the very aggressive position from Nade out by Break. That's 6-6, locked in, and overtime enabled for the first time in the series. So we have no winner here yet. Still could go to W7M, but they have to rebound now for the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, BDS was ready for that wide berth that W7M was taking on the defensive end. They were able to read right through it, find every single kill, moment after moment. Nothing really going for W7M as they were constantly looking to try and get something going, but obviously not the case. And you can see how that suppressor worked out so beautifully for EFAC on that spam. When you do have that suppressor on, actually, folks, you don't have any bullet tracers, so it makes it to where spamming things is actually a lot better for you. All they see is it breaking the wall up. They don't see the angle at which you're actually shooting the rounds, and in that perfect case scenario right there, Philippox walks directly into the spray, and he doesn't even know that that's where it is.
But dead heat 3-3 between both teams. W7M do get the advantage in their personal case of going on to the attacking side, where we've definitely seen a little bit more strength come out from them, more specifically inside of map number 1. But we'll see if that start on that side is really going to give them the advantage. They need to close this one down as up to 2 out of the next 3 here. BDS on the defensive side as well. Just kind of continue to form back inside of the first half here. On the path to rebounding, hopefully on the path to map 3 as well. Very similar operator lineup coming in. They're not really feeling the need to change things up for their basement defense, as they did start to lock it down a bit more confidently towards the end of that first regulation half. W7M, though, do give us a very similar flare as well to the last time they attacked this site. The Canadellas are in for Nate, as well as Herds doing most of the heavy lifting here. They did ditch the Monty for this one. They're going to be trying to clear out the first and second floors a little bit quicker by bringing Herds in with the Buck instead, but the overall attack will more than likely...
There's one at Janitor, right? Yeah, Lems is in there. All right, well, Lems, what do you got for us? Because they are assaulting you so very quickly, my friend.
That didn't work out too well for Lems, did it?
That's something.
He just immediately gets overwhelmed by like half the team on W7M. It seemed like there was players on BDS positioned by the first floor rotates to like try and help him out from below, but it all happened too quickly, it seems. So he gets overwhelmed there. Clean first kill, relatively speaking, from W7M. Now we need to see a quick exchange from one of these first floor players, or at the very minimum, a safe retreat back down to the basement, as they're already working with a player deficit here. It would certainly hurt, if not make the round impossible to win, to go down by an additional player here too.
Twitch probably gone. Sure, the Legion mine under the hatch. But W7M, not only do they have the pick, they have so much time to work all of this. Renshiro's going to be forced back downstairs. This clear so far, so good for W7M. Do remember that the case, or rather the bomb, is all the way downstairs, so they are going to have to eventually traverse the entire map and get a plant down low. But pick onto a Lems, things have gotten a touch easier. They still have to deal with Brede though, and as we know with Brede, he is so strong at playing this patience game and playing these supportive roles. Smoke, one of his mainstay ops, and one that he is so very talented on. So excited to see how he could potentially close out the last portion of this round, just strictly based off of his smoke utility. Remember, you can break up quite a bit of time with those things, and we are getting down to the point where he is at his maximum potential.
Shaiko with the trade, evens out the numbers.
He knew they were going to try for the garage again.
A nice find from him. Gets the elimination onto Hertz. That's also the... well, actually, Nate does have another set of secondary heart breach as well, so they're still able to accomplish that task. Opening things up inside of the server push potentially for them, but as you can see, Spear Mine and now the Smokes continuing to waste out the time here. KZ going to work back in, obviously. Spear Mine is not going to forget the nade, but Brede gets connected by it on a long-range hit. He's way in the back there. So good possibilities you're seeing right now for someone to rotate in and grab. Back still upstairs as well. Gets away with not just one, maybe a second one, but he fails to perform against that player on the inside of break room. JV92 drops instead, but it's too chaotic now. BDS seem to have it on lock as it's down to just KZ, and he misses Renshiro hiding out behind the metal cabinet. That's round 1 out of 2 here. Locked in for the French roster. One more, and they send us to map 3.
W7M cannot find the potency in the dying moments of that round. BDS able to stand tall, slow them up just enough where the frag power could shine through yet again with W7M's execution. W7M have kept a timeout in their back pocket for quite some time, John. And they're going to burn it now at the critical moment, when things have really reached critical mass. It's either now or never BDS takes this round. So see what W7M can potentially muster as they'll be on the defensive end. What site will they even choose? Well, we won't know here for at least another handful of seconds.
There's no real safe site to go to really for either of these teams because of how even both of the halves have been, so it's really just up to them and their own personal choice about which one they feel is going to give them the best results overall. Timeout will be expiring about 5 seconds here, so they're running out of room to figure out what's going wrong. Once again, we're constantly seeing these star players get shut down in the early round, most commonly by Shaiko, but other members of BDS are stepping up occasionally to pull off that role as well. That's been a big issue here just over the past 5 or 6 rounds now, with players like Fulipox and the others getting denied in the first minute or two and unable to help out with that very much needed entry power in the late round.
Sarge's jamming right now.
Yeah, those are bumping. It's like playing ranked.
1, 2, 3, drop! My brother-in-law is a DJ in Austin, Texas, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hilariously enough. Dude, he's actually very, very good. He opened for Nero this last weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, so not a small time DJ at all.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, which is pretty dope. So shout out to you, Hank. Good stuff, buddy.
All right, so once again, BDS now with the advantage here. I believe this is the first time they've actually gone ahead in points. They only tied W7M during regulation. They actually took the lead away from them. So BDS finally ahead for the first time in 2 full maps nearly. Let's see if they can lock it in here. Only got one opportunity to do so with an outright lead. Otherwise, it's going to go dead heat. 7-7 yet again for us to get a true winner with a full 15 rounds out of this second map here. Heavy on the delay composition once again from W7M here. And they are going to play into site one more time. See if this will yield results. Is Luckfact going to try and sneak in the Twitch drone through the basement? Does not work out, though. Immediately denied. That utility is going to stay nice and tightly locked for W7M.
W7M have chose the turtle strat. Pretty downstairs.
I mean, to be fair, it's the safest one when you're kind of up against the wall like this. So.
You are correct.
It's also the most predictable.
And that's where I'm the most played out. You did broadcast yourself. I mean, you're batting 1,000 right now. You're just reading my mind.
I bring both sides of the argument to my cast.
They tell you that's the best way to argue things. Know both sides, right?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Then he can't be wrong.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Yeah, then you just be mean the entire time.
Yeah.
Just constantly just keep like providing neutral.
I'm just the neutral guy.
Exactly.
I have no strong feeling one way or the other.
Finally, we got some play going on here. It's just been simple bank stuff so far, folks. We're getting the hatches over. We're doing our due diligence on the offensive side, but a Nitro cell will almost eliminate a Lems. And that's the big telltale sign of what could be to come for W7M. They could potentially tie things up and keep Harry Demo Dempster's dreams alive of not having W7M drop a map.
Oh yeah, I just remembered that. You mentioned that earlier, of course. This is gonna.
I had to jinx it. That's why I had to talk about it, just so everybody knew that Harry was actually an idiot. I'm joking.
Well, that stat line is under risk. Toxic Babe does go off right in front of Lems. Nearly kills him too. Look at how low he is. If he got a little bit closer to that one, that could have been the tick to send him to the grave. The peak coming in. Oh, the timing. But the player on the other end of it, KZ, did not have the confidence to full swing it. He backs away. He knows he's locked in here as well. Bride obviously has the counter for the downstairs angle on the hat. There are a few foot shots connecting. Lems pushes forward.
Oh my God!
SMG11 to correct myself. Knocks out a Lems instead. First kill is found from KZ. He's confirmed at least a 1-for-1. Can he sneak off a second pump of the M590? Just playing with him right now, but walks right into the flash. Still gets a massive chunk of damage off onto Renshiro. But regardless, Renshiro will take him down. JB92 cannot maintain, however, against Lycanfact's pressure from the garage. This has been a consistent part of BDS's pushing pressure, is bullying out that player on the inside of garage, and has opened up multiple angles time after time again here on these basement assaults. Not enough for the main group to push themselves in just yet. The still Shaiko upstairs watching for a counter flank over by Beepers, and indeed, there is a member of W7M trying to play with that. Did Shaiko see this player moving in? He's had to have heard him now. Thankfully, catches that one. But Shaiko's kill. Lycanfact, second one. Philippe
stay alive!
He's holding it again. The hero in the basement here. Renshiro had to restart the play. No, runs right out into the angle for Lycanfact, and that'll shut down map number 2. BDS rebound after a rough map 1, and we'll be sending us to map 3 to decide the series.
Well, I'm sorry, Demo. I'm sorry about your damn luck. W7M will drop their first map. We got a series in between these two folks. Somebody's here to play up against W7M, and it just so happens to be the French. BDS coming to play here, especially EFAC and Shaiko. EFAC 19-8. I believe Shaiko had 15 to his own name there as well. So just in between those two, eclipsing 30 kills inside of that game. What a match we have on our hands, and we're headed to Oregon for our last map.
Very much a story of heroes throughout the course of this map. We were seeing players like Philippox, KZ, as well as Herd stepping up in the earlier rounds for the members of W7M to give them that early lead once again, but they could not maintain. BDS started shutting them down in the early round. Shaiko pulling off most of that early round prowess to prevent these kills from coming through, and you're more likely going to see this here on the replays as well. Slowly allowed for BDS to work themselves back into a more strong position as we got deeper and deeper into the round count and eventually overwhelm them to bring it back in overtime and take it down in overtime itself 2-0. Didn't even need that third round to get it done. You can see it as well here as we get deeper into it, just more and more confidence showing up. Shaiko getting away with plays like this, that double kill steal when they were trying to attack over into open area as well. W7M need to quickly patch up these issues on their attack, as now they're going to be put up against the wall here. With the Frenchies being awake, things look much, much better for them to potentially take control of this series. W7M down a peg as well.
It's just fantastic across the board from both of these teams. I'm really, really excited to get into Oregon and see what both of them have to offer, especially because these two maps that we just played are very offense intensive, and then we go over to Oregon where things are going to be all about the defense, baby. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So let's throw you guys on over to a break, and we'll be right back with Game 3.
Welcome to What's That Sound, where we pick two of the best players in the world who go up against each other in a very simple game. It's what is that sound? What sound are they hearing? And it's Pino versus Banja. Here is your first sound.
That's a Illa mine getting thrown.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, that's my final answer.
The Ella mine, Ella Grismont mine, yeah.
You confident?
Yeah.
You should be, because it is correct. It is the Grismont mine being thrown. So 1 for 1 at the moment. Okay, you ready for next up? Sound.
Yeah, the Kali gadget.
Yeah, the Kali gadget, yeah.
That's Kali, yeah, it is Kali shooting her under barrel. Now this is always a great sound. I love this sound, I'm sure you will as well.
Wait, can you...
I can replay, you ready?
Yeah. Okay, I'm just coming with a guess again. I think it's when Bandit take his thing up, but...
You think it's Bandit taking a shot fire off a wall?
No idea.
No idea? Final answer.
Just taking it out
Just
of the
taking
pocket.
it off? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not that, Banja. It's Fuse whenever he pulls the pin. Let's go for your next one now.
When a smoke canister is getting exploded, I don't know.
The new gadget, the open hatches.
New gadget that opens hatches?
Yeah.
You think? Listen to it one more time.
I don't think it's that, but I'm just going with it.
Okay. It's not that, Banja?
Yeah, I'm gonna show it my answer.
So that was Maverick's blowtorch as you reload it.
Yeah, it's kind of...
So the gas comes out of it, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go with maybe, let's say 2 more. We'll go with 2 more and we'll see how that gets on.
Firmlight charge.
The breaching charge.
Or it could be a breach charge, but I think it's a firmlight charge.
One of the two, what's it gonna be?
Firmlight.
It's breaching charge we're looking for. And then we'll go for just 1 more.
IQ scanner.
Oh, you're confident with that one?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you're very confident.
We're ending on a win here.
Yeah.
The throwing a drone, I think.
It is throwing a drone, yeah, well done.
Okay, we're
You
11
very
now, I
confident
guess.
just for all that to fall up
Yeah.
against you. So that's another episode done of What Is That Sound? Pino versus Benja has concluded. Until next time.
Welcome back to second day of Gamers8 featuring Rainbow Six with the STC takeover, where BDS just won their own respective map pick. So that means that we're going to be going to the Decider Oregon. But before we head into that, it is important that we dissect what just happened. Because if I'm being completely honest, Jesse, I can already see that your smile is, you're like ready to talk about this. W7M were so close, all right? They, especially at the start, it genuinely looked like they were going to be the one to close us out in a 2-0 fashion, but something just clicked for BDS, and they managed to win it in OT.
Well, that's the thing. It was such a fun game, Jimmy.
Yeah.
So back and forth, and really fun. You could write a Greek epic about the battle between Felipox and Likifac going head-to-head this match. It was so good. You know, we started off massive 4K 1v2 from Felipox, sets the stage, the momentum's going for W7M 3 in a row. Then what happens is a big play from Likifac, an absurd 1v3 to turn the tides back in their favor. Then we swap halves at 3-3, and we see once again, who is it but Felipox on the roam, playing mirror on those basement defenses, doing a great job winning them the rounds. Then what happens? It's Likifac getting back in once again. 6-4 is the scoreline, puts the team on its back, goes for some flanks, finds some massive rounds to be able to pull it on back, and then you go to overtime, and it's a final frag in garage, deep. Likifac finds the long angle frag onto Felipox, winning them the round, securing this game in favor of BDS. Just what a tale this match was.
Exactly. I mean, this round 4 is definitely something very special as well. I mean, there's a very bad situation for Likifac. He's in a 1v3, if I recall correctly. He has to pull a 180 on the person that's pushing him from garage, wins out the 1v1 with the Monty. What I really commend is the quick thinking right after. He's got that FNAT mine in his back pocket. He throws it on the floor, sees the red indicator as well, knows the player is in the middle of the gas as he rotates, is able to get the line of sight on the player because the player can't see. They have to plan. There isn't that much time on the clock. The quick thinking, the 180, the mechanics, that was really good from Likifac in order to win out that round. It felt like the entries were way more on the side of W7M, KZ being very successful in that. On the other side of BDS, for example, and Shiro often being on the receiving end of that. Though there was really good, persistence to come around out of a deficit when it comes to men count and still win out rounds from both teams, really.
Yeah, when it comes to BDS as well, coming into this map, specifically on Bank, and you said that you want to see them take more opportunities. You want to see them be able to identify these opportunities and actually play off of them. Is that something that they have been able to hit the nail on the head for?
I mean, yeah, if you look at the fact that sometimes players died while trying to spawn peek, there is spawn peeking going on. I mean, they're trying. That way, I guess, less respect, as in like, we'll give you the space, and they're trying to take the space from the spawn out of the hands of W7M, really. And yeah, maybe you have players die 2 times in a row and they're trying to do those spawn peeks, but there is that kind of opportunity seeking. There are, I think I saw Marus as well. They're trying to take top floor faster, trying to take control out of rooms faster, going for aught drops, for example. There is more opportunity seeking, so I'm happy to see that, and I want to see it on the third map as well.
Yeah, I think Renshiro was trying to get really involved, I think, early in those rounds, trying to get aggro, find those opening picks, but KZ shut him down really well. There was the spawn peak, which you mentioned, I think round 2, and then right after that, we saw the Amaru coming in from KZ, again, immediately finding that frag onto Renshiro. So nice to be able to shut that down from W7M. Of course, that was early in this game. You know, a lot of stuff happened throughout this match, kind of did eventually tilt the way of BDS, but yeah, certainly when that adaptation felt like it was starting to come out from BDS.
Yeah, W7M, though, they did actually have quite a good start to this map specifically, and they were even almost very close to still closing it out in overtime, but still it wasn't enough. So when it comes to W7M, they had such a great performance on the first map. We said, oh, we're not really seeing any faults coming out from this roster, but clearly there were some here, because this actually means that the flawless run for both of these teams has ended, because they both dropped their map each.
Wow.
Sad.
Yeah, it's... It matches the match, I guess, as well so far. I mean, that first map was really dominant for W7M. They were very convincing on entries, very convincing on closing out rounds. Here, I'm seeing, obviously, they're getting entries, but they're not always winning out those rounds where they do have that favor. Whereas on Chalet, they clearly sometimes got themselves in a man deficit, and then there were moments where, for example, BDS overpeaked, or they had so much information on BDS, they were able to close it out into an even score and then eventually win out that round. But I feel like we're seeing less of that here from W7M, where they get the entries and then also successfully close out such rounds.
Is that more down to the fact that W7M is playing a little bit more loose, considering that they won that first map, or rather BDS reeling it in and not overpeaking and getting caught early?
I think it's also using space, because obviously you might find an entry, but the fact that you can use Bank with such different staircases and you can rotate all the way. I mean, we saw both teams, for example, fully retaken top floor control when teams had already taken, for example, like the middle floor. So if you understand the situation very well, if you're able to take that ground back, you're able to even out man count, or for example, get rid of people watching hatches, then you can turn rounds around in your favor.
Yeah, I think certainly they were able to find, especially in that second half, like a lot of good ways to open things up. When you look at those last couple of rounds where they were against match point, they had to pull it out, they had to find those openings. You know, we saw Felipox go in from below, find those nades to be able to land and open up the round into the CEO bomb site, right? Work in behind the shield as well, find those entries, make space for yourself, and yeah, I think eventually they got there. BDS did a great job at closing that down. Maybe the basement bomb site offers some struggles, but even in overtime, you know, they eventually got past that.
Yeah, so a lot of struggles that we've seen from BDS that they were able to get past. W7M maybe not as clean as we saw them in that first game, but it does bring the question in terms of Oregon, because that is going to be at the side of the map. What can we expect on that map specifically from both of these teams? Because BDS seems to be a little bit more in form, W7M still in form, but a couple of maybe mishaps, over peaking a little bit too overzealous here and there.
Yeah, a few stats on this map. This was the map, the decider when these two teams last faced off against each other. W7M won that 8-6, so they won it, but not super convincing as it got to overtime. For BDS, this must feel like a copy-paste, because they just had two maps that they already played yesterday, and Oregon was also going to be the decider for their game against Auction. It didn't get there because they won 2-0, but they probably have some kind of prep on this map and are ready to bring it out. It is somehow, though, lowish preference for both teams.
It doesn't make the question of if the prep is specific to Oxygen, because they knew that they were going to be playing against Oxygen, and W7M, like you said yourself, Jesse, they're a different beast.
Certainly, I think this is going to be a map that is easier to prep, though, if you're BDS than it is for W7M, because BDS just haven't really touched this map very often. This year, after SI, they've only played it once in real, like, Tier 1 major competitions, and it was a 7-0 over Wild in the major last chance qualifier.
Wow.
So, you know, what can you really learn from a 7-0?
So they're good.
Especially, yeah, from a while ago, too, right? So, you know, there's not a lot of VODs to go back through for W7M. They've also got a great support staff. We've been talking about BDSs a lot, but I know W7M have some real great analysts and coaches working behind the scenes, too, to try to get that data back up for the team. But there's not a lot to dig into there for Oregon. It is a simple map, right? It's kind of a map that you play a lot of defaults on, but if BDS have been prepping something, if they've got some kind of curveball in their back pocket, W7M will not know ahead of time.
I mean, obviously, Oregon allows for this opportunity spotting as well, right? How many times do we see MRs, for example, into Tier 3, getting that control really quickly? How often do we see blitzers rushing through the blue bunker in Oregon elbow? So it allows for the opportunity spotting and the aggressiveness that we've been seeing from both teams, really, but also does fit the meta. The last result for W7M is they beat Sonics on this map at Copenhagen, so there is some information for BDS. It's not that recent as it was 2 months ago, but there is some information because it was the same lineup that they were playing.
Yeah, the same lineup, but again, it comes down to that information. It comes down to curveballs as well that Jesse mentioned. We don't really know too much in terms of what we can be expecting from these teams, so it's going to be down to figuring that out on the server. But it still remains in this Oregon, considering how close Bank was as well, and that being BDS's map pick, are we feeling confident in BDS being able to close this one out?
I don't know. This is so tough. This is after the map we just watched, I promise you it'll be a good game.
Well, thank you. That's a good thing.
God, I can't say.
It's theory crafting, right? Because we would expect momentum to be in favor of BDS after they just won, but then the map was so close as well. They had to win in overtime, not just a dominant like W7M did on their own map pick. So in that case, it might be theory crafting. One thing I'm also really looking forward to is how Fenrir is going to play a role on this map, because the last time, obviously, at Copenhagen, Fenrir wasn't a possibility, wasn't an option, but we've seen it a lot, for example, on Bank as well, having a huge impact. So I hope that we see it on Oregon too.
But tough. I think when it comes down to it, having a little bit more experience, playing the map a little bit more may favor W7M, but again, without really that VODs to look back on, who knows? That prep work might actually go back in favor BDS. So we'll see. I think it's also going to depend on like which players show up. You know, I kind of said before the last map that for BDS take this, we need to see Alem stepping up and having more of an impact. He didn't really do that. I felt he still kind of started kind of weak on this map number 2. If he can show up finally on map number 3, I think they'll grab it, but it's going to be close.
It is going to be close indeed. We're back to ground zero. Both these teams are looking to continue their undefeated series run, but only one is going to be able to do so. Are the defending champs BDS going to be able to close it out, or are the major winners W7M going to head out on top? Find out as we're going to be heading into Oregon with Sam and Josh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've gone the full distance here. Map number 3 is on the board. Let's see who takes it between W7M and BDS. BDS just closing down our most recent map in very close fashion. Both halves going to 3-3, but BDS taking over when it came to overtime. Being able to take 2 rounds back-to-back, not even needing the third one. Let's see if they can continue that trend. Or if some of the individuals here on W7M are going to wake up a little bit more here. So we saw them
getting real personal
off.
now.
Yeah, we saw them fading off a bit towards the end of map 2. W7M, though, does get that first ban in, and it is going to be Yana, of course, removed. Flores knocked out next year. It makes sense considering the map. Flores can have quite a bit of impact to knock out instant utility. The rooms overall in this map are a lot smaller. He's got to group that utility a lot closer together, meaning an operator like that can have a heck of a lot more impact. Mira as well has plenty of spots to use the mirror windows, of course, here on this map. So once again, she's quite a common pick to be knocked out, and I would not be surprised if we get Valkyrie once again for the final ban.
Good on you for bringing up the square footage of Oregon, because that really does matter about about how tight-knit those hallways are and that kind of stuff. It just makes it to where Flores is so much more potent, and he already is an amazing operator, but Oregon is probably his best map. He is so good at breaking up that basement, and BDS wants to be able to lock things down when they get into their defensive half. That just means that BDS is very confident without Flores. They are ready to clear things out, but that also means that we're going to have to see some pretty unique things come out of them for this operator lineup. The first things first that we have to talk about, though, John, because we have not seen this off the entire time because she's been banned out, Dokubi's in the lineup, Dokubi's in the game. Dokubi has so much utility in the current patch of Rainbow Six Siege, folks. She's got a Gon 6 as a secondary, she's got EMP grenade, she's got her Doke call, she's got an EBR as a primary. I mean, she has everything that you could potentially want in an operator, and probably more.
Obviously, again, W7M choosing to, instead of going for that utility ban, they go for the target ban, specifically against Shaiko instead, by eliminating the Yana, hopefully preventing as much prowess from coming out from the individuals, which, again, as the analysis desk even discussed, was a big part of how BDS was able to win. Players like Shaiko, but more importantly, like in fact, picking up the slack there in the previous map. So if they're able to do the same thing again, we could be looking at that 2-1 lead on the series for BDS.
What a damn nuisance these walls are. See little observation blockers in place. JV92 still has one, but both of these are going to make this really difficult to try and hold some very key influential information that is usually extremely easy, guys. We usually just see a drone out on the balcony for Master, and you can look under the door and just watch the rotations over through Trophy, but no longer a thing with that in place.
The rest of BDS here taking a nice slow approach to things to start us off. W7M have quite the spread of their own player count across the map right now. If you haven't already noticed it, of course, from the silhouettes. They are going to spot here as Shaiko begins to move in, and of course his teammates sit on drones. Bride spotting it out down there in the inside of a laundry. That procedure up until laundry, of course, is pretty open for the taking right now. But it's KZ from up on top that gets the top stairs angle. Shaiko tries to push past what appeared to be an open breach to start things out, but no, gets locked into garage instead. And the top-down angle that was already opened up there by W7M allows for KZ to get away with his first kill for free. Like, in fact, tries to play out inside of construction here as well, but backs away arguably with some perfect timing onto that. Hop out again, but thankfully once again we've got our other POV ready to hot swap into, so we'll jump on that real quick for you guys here. We're going to keep casting in the meanwhile. There we go, right back into the game. Down to a 4v3 currently, though, with W7M striking most recently on that kill we got before jumping out of game. It's those top-down angles right now that are being a real menace to BDS. They haven't been able to properly deal with them, although, as you'll see, they finally did trade out, specifically onto KZ. So specifically the issue over here by the main laundry stairs has finally been dealt with.
Mine ready to go.
All quiet. After BDS end up losing those 2 bodies. Well, in exchange for KZ, as you said. Now we'll get taken out on the back end. I think it's a touch easier for BDS as they try to transition through this mid floor. Don't have any means to try and break up any of these hatches anymore, but the main hatch is already open, so won't have to worry about that all too much. Limbs is down on his Dokubi calls now, though. Johnny's out of them completely, so gonna make things a little bit more difficult for them as they won't have that immediate info source to be able to try and garner anything away from W7M. They do have a lot of frag grenades, though, and that's where things could get extremely troublesome. It's a nice tag. One. I was about to say tags, but only that single shot getting through there. Peacox will take a little bit of damage of his own. This pillar position starting to become a hot commodity, and Renshiro will be the one to deal the death blow. A frag grenade out as a secondary option as he'll drop his way in. They know the swing has to be coming through, and JV92 is there to receive. Lems has some cross angles that he can try and play into, but with only 15 seconds remaining, BDS have got to get something going for themselves. No challenges coming out from W7M. No clue, no hope. Right over the left shoulder there of the Warden. Renshiro will at least be able to get one, make it two rather, as he's able to get it down into the 1 versus 1, but 0 time. Herds is smarter than that. He's just going to sit over inside of Laundry and gather that round. That's a defensive win on Oregon. What else would you expect?
Officer Renshiro there for trying to clutch it out in the final moments. Nearly gets away with it, but unfortunately, that last player over on W7M just plays it smartly. Backs away from the situation and runs the timer out, as unfortunately, those players had to run the timer far too deep just to get to that point in it. And still did not have the capability to shut things down. 1-0 lead now coming in from W7M. We'll get some nice replays going here. This shows us how Keys is able to spot things out. That's the power of Solus. Catch a player on chems, and you're near enough towards them. It's free intel, and he does it not just once, but twice here. Before finally getting traded out on that other POV we were seeing that player at the bottom of the stairs. JV92 continued to dominate here from the corner. He gets away with 2 of these picks before finally being traded out by Renshiro, who, as we see, nearly gets away with this outright clutch. Both those players actually look like they lined up too, so we get a 2-for-1 on that spray. Just couldn't find the third player in time, unfortunately.
Yes, indeed. We're just waiting on one of the W7M players to get back into the lobby, folks, and once that happens, we'll be jumping back into Oregon. But a successful defense from W7M presented by the early frags there. They were able to garner from BDS, able to at least put themselves into the proper straights going into the later portions of round 1. But what else would you expect except a successful defense when it comes to the basement bomb site of Oregon? So, with JV92 back in, we'll hop back into the game as well. It's going to be Kids Dorm's defense here for W7M. Are we going to bring any obs blockers this time? Doesn't seem like we will. Do have a deployable shield out of Nade, as he will be playing the Warden in a Nitro cell to Fleetpox's name as well. But past that, W7M bringing the usual cast of characters when it comes to this top floor.
Yes, meanwhile, a few changes for them, but they're relatively minor in the grand scope of things. Shagun is going to a more comfortable pick of an operator here. He's going to bring the Ashe into the fold, and then, of course, we're going to see the Hamada swapped in, too.
They took away Yana. Now he's reached his final form.
He tried to play the Nomad in the last round. Didn't work out. He's like, all right, that's
Screw that gun.
Bringing the Ashe back. Which Ashe is it, though?
That's true. Is it R4C Ashe or is it G36?
I think he plays R4.
It's G36. It's going to be. He loves that 1.5.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yep.
Bing bong.
Fair enough.
Hey, listen, man. Might have been gone for 6 months.
Meanwhile, though, just running out there.
just goes to show you that literally nothing changes with these players in that long. Because, like, if y'all think I was watching anything, I had way too much stuff going on, bro. I wasn't watching a damn thing. Licky Fact with a nice little grenade there, but the cheeky will mind us.
I love it. Explains what he was doing out there. Okay, cool. I thought he was running out to try and get a kill. No, he's just chucking out one of the magnets. Nicely done. They'll gobble up one. They don't have a whole lot of extra ones either. Just the extra second one sitting in Licky Fact's pocket. That's a huge amount of utility that goes completely to waste right there. Not even going to be able to pop it open. And there's now a laser gate sitting in the way too.
All the patience now from BDS, but like, what else are they going to do, really? I mean, you got to find a way around this. Shago's going to hold this angle, but you really should just be seeing the rest of the team working the map around. Renshiro's going to try and come over and influence things over on double window. As soon as he pops this, they now know Akali's on the board. So they're probably going to be avoiding this like the plague unless there is a reason for them to be swinging into that. Just remember, that gun is a one-shot, one-kill.
Wow, this setup.
They
got an abandoned ship here, in my opinion.
Yeah, flash in, another one, my disc eats it up. He's going to be able to get him at least. I'm actually really surprised that KZ dipped away from that, but he's probably worried about the other frag grenade coming in because he doesn't know EFAC's positioning.
So fair enough to trade him out there, but he gets away with far too much beforehand. And even just in terms of the utility that was eaten up as well there, the nades, pretty much the full kit out of quite a few of these other players as well. Brady's only got one flash left in the pocket. Drones have been drained out quite heavily as well. They've got 6 remaining, but the players that are actually alive only have 1 to each and every one of them, it looks like right now. So realistically, 3 drones, unless they have a few presets already that could be useful here in the late round.
Well, whatever has happened over on the BR stream is popping off, man. I don't know what the hell is going on, but dude, There's something. Brigaday's got the plant. Renshiro somehow collapses somebody with the secondary SMG. And EFAC, oh well, EFAC is at least able to elongate the round and make this BDS's all day, every day, unless JV92 has something to say about it. He's got the cross for White Stairs. Case in Briday's hand. He's going to start the plant now, stun out, so he won't be able to hear that, but he'll still be able to hear the typing. Has to hold the cross here. Is he just going to let Briday plant and go for it? He will indeed. He knows the other one has to be on White Stairs. And just remember, there's no real way to ninja things inside of Siege. But you don't need it when you have the EBR, John. You just got to hit somebody twice, and they're pretty much dead.
Dude,
JV92, baby.
Going crazy here in the first rounds. Already at 5-1 as well for JV92. So massive frags being picked up by him, including that big clutch right there to seal the deal on a second round advantage. Another 3-0 could very well be in the cards here for W7M as they're going to look to repeat it for a third map in a row here. That has got to be demoralizing for BDS. But thankfully, with the solace of the fact that they eventually came back and won our second map, despite that deficit, they're probably not going to be too worried about it here. And again, JV92 just showing up right from the beginning of the round. KZ gets away with the other two pickups here as well for the inside of that one. Like you said, a little bit surprising that he backs up there, but he didn't really know when the nade was going to come through, of course, from the Nook, so just didn't want to take a risk on that. Loses his life anyway, and then we fall back on JV92 here, just shutting things down after BDS is able to bully their way into the site. Just no time to establish that post plan, unfortunately. Briday was locked into the corner. He had to take the duel right from the beginning of it, and his teammate just not in position to support him after that first kill goes through, as he was already preoccupied falling back to white there.
I'm honestly just a tad bit surprised that given the circumstances of time, right? Because they weren't like crazy low on time, like they still had a little bit of you know, stuff left in the tank to be able to do something. That BDS didn't just try and go for the kill, really. They kind of understood the positioning of where JV92 could potentially be, but you know, you trust the process sometimes. This happens a lot in CS too, man, as well. So it's just one of those things where you're like, okay, I play the objective, but sometimes playing the objective allows that rotation that's so very pivotal to the round, and that's what happens right there. He didn't end up crossing across the door frame when we saw the hold from White, and that's all she wrote.
If we saw the planter, or the player that was supporting the planter, actually like swing that instead of go back to White, that probably could have ended up in the hands of BDS. Just some unfortunate timing of plays right there, basically, that ends up working out very heavily into JV92's hands because he gets the separate one.
No shot.
Okay, Renshiro in the meanwhile just lands a winger of a headshot on the JV92. Not sure if he was trying to go for a run out or he just caught him on the timing, but hopefully we get that one on a replay later to get a better view. As either way, that's a nice shot coming in there from Renshiro to start us off.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say
By the
JV.
way, just pointing it out too, Renshiro also kind of going off right now. He's also at 5-1 currently. So
somebody's got to get the frags, man. Because nobody else is. Shaiko as well as EFAC, the two biggest fraggers in this series so far for BDS, both at a goose egg. Not exactly what you want to see out of them going into round 3, but with this pick on a JV92, which I assume he was probably over there putting some can traps up, definitely positive boon for them. U7M though, still with a lot left in the tank. We've seen them in these circumstances before, and they can constantly befuddle their opponent.
Potential no respect push going to come in here against the top hold since they have Renshiro on the opposite cross. No one even really here anymore as well from W7M. Just herds he's way in the back of the attic there. Probably not going to be sticking around for too much longer after that leg shot comes through. Just waiting on the hatch position, trying to get some fadeaway damage. He'll get about half the HP off of a Lem. It's not the worst thing in the world. At least trades out the damage that he sustained from the Cali a few seconds prior. KZ also denies at least one drone, but the problem is they're still losing player count far too quickly here. Nade gets caught out by Shaiko. Shaiko, no respect on the push. That's the problem, though. He hadn't properly investigated these angles. KZ reestablishes the cross from the inside of Kitchen and now brings BDS down a player. Still up by 1, however, so they could afford to take that risk, but they lose a big player in the process. Now it's going to be one of these other guys that need to step up for the entry game.
This is where we get a tiny bit worried for BDS, unless we have Fleepox here, but BDS, when it's come down to these moments up against W7M, it just seemed like W7M have always been one leg above. We'll see if it happens yet again here. Charges down, trying to manipulate the floor and make it to where not a lot of the crossfires are available to W7M. It looks like it's going to be a kitchen offense. EFAC able to take down Fleepox with the shotgun of all things. He's working his way through the kitchen hallway. KZ trying to tag up somebody upstairs, but there are so many potential angles, so many oddities being thrown their way that BDS might finally have the execute that they've been looking for so badly. He sprints into security. A foul move, something that was not exactly written in, not coded, not designed well, and he gets punished for it. Is BDS, the patience from them works swimmingly. W7M finally drop around on this defense.
And a pretty straightforward, slow and methodical map clear from BDS to get the job done as well. They just took it section by section, starting off with the grab on JV92 from the beginning of the round. They already had a 5v4 at the start of it, so they can afford to take extra risks. They can afford to swing things like we saw from Shaiko there when he tried to go for the site take a little bit early on. Here's the setup, and indeed, no, I think JV92 might have been leaning into a slight peek there. Just some countered intel from the attack, slaps him down to the ground before he even sees the light of day there. Unfortunate for JV92, given the tear he was on prior to round 3 here. Is now immediately denied and unable to contribute to the clutch in those final moments of the round when BDS is given far too much map control in the first minute or two and just slowly surrounds the site. Even inside of that security push, for example, the player, I believe it was KZ, on the inside of the kitchen, rotates directly into the waiting arms of 2 members of BDS, so it just fell out of their control far too quickly. And unfortunately, by the end of it, they did not stand a chance due to the lack of control that the defenders themselves had.
No shot.
Oh, he's here.
No frickin' shot, man.
Problem is, it's a drone that spotted him. They know he's here. So.
I mean, listen, they were gonna know no matter what, man. That's the king right there, stomping around the map. And also, the recoil, or rather the report from his LMG here is probably one of the most unique sounds in the game. When you hear that, it's like hearing Glaz's rifle. You're like, oh, that's a Glaz. So
he is going to need to try and stay alive, though, given the fact oh man.
Sorry,
like Efak tries to go for another incredible timing play. Just a bit off the mark, unfortunately, as that player's backed up a bit too far. But back to what I was saying, there's no smoke currently, nor is there a Goyo on this defensive lineup. So KZ taking a bit of a risk by standing out that far, as they are going to need all those incendiaries for the usual delay utility here in the final, like 30, 40 seconds.
He is the danger, Skylar, all right?
Yes, yeah.
He is the one who knocks.
So they're going to create this little bit of a construction bunker for themselves to play out of. BDS has responded to that by just pretty much probably going the opposite way, although we are still going to see the E-hatch get open.
The Human Torch. Every day. Which kit does he have on? Is that the Elite? I don't think it is.
Couldn't see it close enough, to be honest with you.
I don't know.
I think it might have been one of the team skins.
Oh.
It looked like it was orange and black, so I don't know if Fnatic has a skin for him. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, they do. I actually have a Fnatic's skin, at least for the gun.
I can't tell. it's too dark is the problem. So.
Get off the ground, kid! Trying to see what you're wearing. Dude, I actually don't know.
Yeah,
it looks like one of the anime skins. It's got to be from like the last 2 years of esports skins. Because, I mean, like, listen, guys, I do love your skins, but can one of y'all get original? Like,
no, we've had some pretty cool
We've had a
ones.
couple of original ones, but like, bro, it feels like somebody makes like a really cool version of one, and then everybody just copies that one for the next one. And it's like, guys,
there's themes I've noticed we rotate through.
Yeah, like back in the day when Team Secret literally made their own Black Ice skin, I was like, all right, guys, come on. Like, what are we doing here?
We got BDS barreling through the top clear right now, already with a few hatches open to try and work for their downstairs play, and more than likely going to commit to it now. Riyadh starting to work himself downstairs, but immediately you can hear those little mines landing on the ground against grenades from KZ. He's going to burn out at least the inside of Laundry to start things out. 3 more go down after that one to block out the secondary angle. He's got plenty more still in the chamber here. As KZ has got delay for days here. He's able to stay alive and, more importantly, maintain the angles necessary to get those incendiaries onto the ground.
Ooh, Shaiko. Lots of damage off onto KZ. Very, very lucky is KZ. Shaiko, he pushes forward and he finds him right around the fire. We're going to have to go to the radio broadcast here, folks. It is a 3 versus 3. Shaiko's still going to be inside of Freezer, and we do have one over on the back stairs. It's going to be Renshiro, but Efak is going to be the first one to get the next kill. JV92 inside of Laundry. He's going to be the lone soul as he picks up Efak, but he's only got a revolver in his hands. One coming up the Laundry hallway, but he can't get it done as Shaiko will shut him down on the rotation. Whenever the ARX is in his hands, Shaiko's the most deadly one in the server.
BDS continuing to bring things back under their own control, as now we go back to that dead heat yet again. A 2-2 scoreline here. Now in the first half, bringing it back. Seems like they have truly met with even odds against W7M, and it is really anyone's game and series at this point. W7M dropped the ball, but feel it was a close enough affair to go for a reattempt on that same site. We do have a very short little tech pause here, folks, of course, when we work our primary observer back into the game. Shouldn't be more than a few seconds here for us to replay. Do I think a W7M member is going to take this as an opportunity to quickly reset their client as well? So give us just a second, and then we'll be back in with round number 5, which, as I mentioned previously, is looking like it's going to be another basement defense from W7M unless they change their selection here over the next few seconds. Here's the replays once more, folks. You can see a better look at this execute one final time. Once more, BDS just slowly overwhelming the player count from W7M on the inside of it. Just not enough fire coming back from the defensive side of things. And as well, those more extended positions falling immediately. So the gambit that W7M go for just does not pay off. And drop another very important round, but hopefully a chance for redemption to be shown up pretty much immediately as they go right back towards it here on round number 5. W7M. In the meanwhile, here is also going to move away.
Listen here, sir.
Yeah?
You should call on the ball right now. What? Who's taking it? Right now, John. Right now. Who's taking it?
I think we're trending BDS.
We're trending BDS? Are you locking it in?
I'm gonna say like 70-30 BDS right now.
Oh, so you know we can't go percentages. That's not how this works.
Well, that means I'm predicting BDS.
Okay,
I'm just telling you, like, you know, that's how strongly I
Listen, man, I'm from the Midwest. You got to be straightforward. It's a yes or no answer, all right?
If it was a yes, if it's over 50%, then yeah.
All right, asshole, come on. All right, so, and we go here in the second, or rather 5th round, tied 2-2. John's got BDS, and honestly, I have to agree with you. I definitely feel as though we are trending BDS's way. Not that W7M can't bring this back, but for Oregon defenses as of right now, this is not looking hot.
It's like we were very reliant on individuals, it seems, prior to this for W7M. The individuals that were stepping up are no longer there. We do, to be fair, again, we do have other people stepping up to the challenge, like JV92 is having a knockout game right now, but that's the problem, is it's very like hit or miss on the individual player count right now, and it seems very reliant on those individual players to get things done, so it's kind of swinging hit or miss. It's a bit hard.
Oh, they're swinging something all right. they're swinging that big old bat right into friggin' main right now.
Like fact, trying to play it out.
God.
All right. W7M are going to shut me up real quick. Herds goes for the big bedroom swing and knocks out Like fact early on here in round 5.
What the hell was that, man? What a moment in Master there. That was so crazy. I'm sure this is going to...
Okay, Herds.
Y'all better stop playing with this man right now. He's going to keep body bagging you, dude. He's going to stack you on top of each other.
Thought he had a fast one there, but nope, the footsteps are too obvious, and Herds just slaps right into him. Knocks him down. Oh, okay, that was easy for Shaiko. That's just
wasn't even Herds.
Save for KZ. He's got a second one here, too. He knows he's there. You can't just feed him the kills. Shaiko with 2 more on the board. He's up to a 2.0 KD now. That's 6-3 currently, as well as evening out the player count for this round down to a 3v3.
I mean, I was going to make a joke about Herds running out of room to stack him, but it seems like it's Shaiko instead, dude. Oh, my. Very quickly locking down the bodies upstairs. Into the 3v3 we go. Both of these teams have been so dynamic when it comes to moments like this. It's really hard to call on the ball as to who's actually going to win this out. I'm still with you as BDS is more than likely going to take this one.
Okay, so we're trending BDS.
Yes.
We could trend the other direction real quick, too.
Is it cutting back 60-40 now? Or it's 30?
It's active odds being updated here. I'll tell you soon. But
yeah, we're gonna have to keep your Vegas odds live.
Free day, having to go for the crouch spam here on the hatch, make sure he pops it open. Slow play to build up towards that, but here's going to be the problem. Obviously, this hatch opening will be incredibly telegraphed. He'll be very much alone in this procedure, but he has attracted a lot of attention from W7M. It could end up being a slight overcommitment from players on the back end. However, it does look like BDS are going to go for a full 1-1-1 split. One player pushing the back end, one trying to push Laundry. And obviously, you can see here, Alems trying to work himself in. Taking a little bit of damage, of course, from the incendiaries over here by the freezer side of things, but no one able to find an actual impactful entry just yet to move any one of these 3 positions forward, and that's a big issue now, with just 15 seconds left to go. Alems is still being burned out, but finally, he forges through the fire to get himself another opening kill on this play. JV92 trades it. Free day shuts down number 2, and Alems locks in the 3rd. Beautiful take, and a risky one at that, as they split all 3 of their players up, but all 3 strike true with at least 1 kill to lock down the round.
It goes from bad to worse for W7M on these defensive rounds. This is the most pivotal moment when it comes to Oregon gameplay. You have got to, at a minimum, win your defense is out 4-2. Otherwise, things can get really, really murky very fast. And BDS are looking to take it 4-2 on the offensive side, potentially giving themselves the easiest road to try and traverse going into their defensive half. We'll just have to see. Some fantastic shots from Herds up here. Look at this one right here. That was the one that I just, wow, what tracking right through that paneling there. But then they immediately give it over to Shaiko. So, I mean,
just craters himself, unfortunately, assuming that it would have been safe to rotate back down through Arsenal there. Certainly not the case, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't put more emphasis on checking that, considering that Shaiko has very commonly gone for that garage push to start the rounds off for himself personally. And again, doubly so on garage takes, so that one should
I'm just very surprised that they were so quick to try and drop that with really no info base going on. Like, they saw that the door was open and all that kind of stuff, and they're like, oh, I guess they're just not there. And, like, I understand trying to get the refrag, but also at the same time, you could have just played the neutral move and wasted more time upstairs, maybe make a rotation over to white. You know, there's so many different options there, minus trying to just immediately try and frag out Shaiko, especially when he has that ARX, dude. That gun does so much damn damage.
Yeah, in fact, they literally killed Shaiko in that position a few rounds prior, if I remember correctly, so should have certainly had the intel. Maybe they thought they could just directly challenge him. But certainly not the case. Did not seem to have the right read on it as they drop down, as obviously the first player goes down outright, and the second one gives his challenge over to try and trade unsuccessfully. Quick control here for Like a Fact as he moves himself in towards T3 with the Gara hook and swings downwards after that one. Already going to pop open the backside of Meeting. Philippox, in the meanwhile, also being challenged from his position on the inside here, but a little bit more passively so by the members of BDS, just because they don't want to get within.
There it is. Sorry, I was confused about the window. I was like, when's the window coming in? Like,
yeah.
Anyways.
That'll be popped open now, and that should lock Philippox into that position over by Showers here. Potentially force him to rotate back a bit prematurely as well here if he wants to go all the way over towards Kitchen. And
Lems and KZ exist in like the same zip code right now. Neither one of them know though. KZ's actually going to traverse upstairs. Brede, camera, find it. There we go. All right, get rid of that. I'll skirt back upstairs, back to where the actual defensive site is. Looks like Lems is a little worried about armory. Nice little cheeky angle here in case anybody does want to try and rotate in. They still have plenty of time to try and dissect this site. Renshiro taking a lot of damage, but he really needs to stay alive, John. And Dokkaebi call is worth its weight in gold, especially the later we get into this round.
Lems with the swing and the shot to knock out Philippox. He'd been locked in there for some time. Finally able to succeed in locking in the kill.
0-6 now as well from his previous game where he was 18-7.
And that was a big problem I was talking about earlier. Again, some of these big stars, which have been present for the first two maps, are struggling hugely here in map number 3. Just not doing it as a consistent task here for these guys to step up to the plate. The good news is, like I said before, others are answering the challenge to some extent, mainly JV92 right now. They're going to need to keep doing so. Keep W7M in at least contention to win the series here. Nice shots from Like a Fag as he pops open the window. Just has his pick of the litter when it comes to targets there, as he has another one to his hard right as well. That player has tucked away for the time being, so he's going to be relatively safe. That will limit any of the potential aggression that could come out from Like a Fag. But speaking of aggression, Nade goes directly into the face of one of the members of BDS, unsuccessfully takes the duel. Like a Fag did end up going down, but not fully knocked out just yet. Shaiko as well with a kill against KZ, and the plant almost confirmed. Indeed, Herds will be the last to fall down now on a double cross. It'll be another round from BDS.
The French powerhouse continues to propel themselves forward. It's going to be a 4-2 half on the offensive side of Oregon, and now things get deadly for W7M. They've consumed the poison. I got to try and get this anti-venom, John, this figured out for themselves, see if they can potentially heal this wound that they have created. It is definitely festering. BDS really just depends on how they get things started here on this defensive end. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a basement defense, and we're able to kind of cheat and get ahead of you guys here on the broadcast. So I can tell you, it is. We are indeed downstairs.
Good news for W7M once again, if things do go for the worst, is that this is, of course, still an upper bracket qualification game, so they are going to have that one additional best of 3 later today. Important to note here, to try and qualify. That'll be the bigger issue for them, is the fact they're going to have to play a second best of 3 here on the same day. We'll have to see if they'll be up to the challenge. And of course, we'll have to see if that ends up going that direction in the first place. Still quite a few rounds needed for BDS to be able to pick up the overall map win, but now they're on the defensive side of Oregon with a lead and a 2-round one at that. It's quite a nice base to build up for, especially if they lock in their initial site choice down in the basement.
Okay. Well, let's walk through this slow, see what W7M can accomplish. They brought the Capital, they've got the Hatch Queen, all soft destruction as well as JV92 just to back things up and make sure that these hatches do get open in case things go awry. Decent amount of stuns as well as some frag grenades here. Like the decisions that that have been made on W7M's roster for the operator lineup. As for BDS, you can definitely say the same. This is pretty routine when it comes to a basement defense. This is practically everything you could ever ask for when it comes to a lineup like this, especially with that Wamai working his way in. I've been seeing quite a few teams kind of work their way from bringing Jaeger and Wamai, and it seems like every single time they do that, somebody gets blown up on site with a frag grenade. Wouldn't you know, John? It's so crazy. It's almost like they make an operator for that or something. But fortunately enough, BDS will bring it this time around, and it's due to that harsh execute utility that you usually see brought on this basement site. And will definitely assist at least a tad bit when it comes down to some of this utility, but I mean, W7M have so many stuns to try and burn out these Wamai discs.
KZ will back up from that freezer angle for the time being. Does not want to overextend yet again here. Some of the same mistakes we'd seen done by W7M previously, where they push themselves a bit too far into the map, but then unfortunately end up getting pushed into a fight that they're not really prepared for. That leads to a deficit, and the domino effect takes over from that point forward. So not falling victim to that. It's a slow windup yet again here for our attackers now. They look to try and maintain this basement positioning. A few of those nades getting gobbled up as they try to work their way down towards it, but Philippok's going to try to lead the charge here. It's been a rough game so far for Philippok. Maybe now on the attacking side is going to be up for changing things in the other direction. Not a great start though. Herds gets caught early on here trying to play around that E-hatch, I do believe. Likeyfact will take a lot of damage in response to it, but he's still alive and can now play a very passive position on site. Maintain his life force for a later battle here. W7M and now try to work this from a deficit. Still plenty of time for them to work it, but not going to be too confident of a play here. The deficit there now sustaining. All the smokes don't even work out the way they need them to as well. 2, 3 more kills. Full 4 of them go onto the board, and a flawless hold from BDS to start out the second half and double down on the lead they've already sustained from the first half. 5-2 is now the lead for them, with just 2 rounds to go to end the series.
You never see a one-way smoke when it comes to Siege, just because of how our smoke works in comparison to other games. But with Capital's arrow and the way that it works, and the fact that you can smack the top end of walls and stuff, the smoke will essentially float. It works out on the pillar position, John, and he shoots the guy right through the smoke. All he has to do is see his feet. A little Counter-Strike callback right there. Fantastic stuff. As W7M quickly made into mincemeat by BDS. There it is yet again. A perfect smoke position. And Shiro able to play the bottom of that and catch the player dropping down into the hatch. That smoke was practically useless. And BDS bodied W7M on every single entry point.
Just outright denied completely on the entry game there. You can see the hype that's built up from BDS and pulling off a round like that. This is a stark contrast to what we had in maps 1 and 2, where W7M were just constantly bullying out early positions from BDS and pulling off near flawless executes every single time. It was literally the opposite, especially if we look back over to Chalet, and now it's completely flipped. It's BDS maintaining full control. And that's a bad sign for W7M and their potential outcome of this series here. Let's see if they can rebound, as they just took that tactical pause, of course, for themselves. Really, at the final moment, they could have taken it here, too. They need to really spin this around and do so very quickly. One more round, BDS surely should be able to lock in their 7, potentially 5 rounds, or rather 4 rounds in a row to try and lock it in, assuming they get this one.
And W7M need to get Nick DeVries out the car, man. Put Danny Rick in there. Little F1 meme for you guys at home. There you go. You're welcome. I know Anne's happy about that one when she was watching. But yeah, W7M need to find their honey badger for sure. Get things going for themselves. That offense was a shell of what we expect out of W7M, especially from what we've been seeing across these last 2 days. They have been disgusting. But as we saw from BDS yesterday up against Oxygen, and I mean, honestly, something I'd like to touch on as well. I genuinely think that BDS kind of got blessed with the way that Oxygen was playing yesterday, because they were playing pretty tragically. It was not going very well for them. They were not happy with the way they were playing, and it made it a very, very easy game for BDS, which made it to where the very first game that they played, or rather first map they played against W7M, it was just so very difficult because it was like a whole different world.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Oxygen playing kind of directly into the hands of BDS and seemed in a lot of those rounds yesterday. But I think they realized that they're going to be in better shape for the rematch they may get later in the tournament. W7M off to a better start as well here on round number 8. They find a nice kill to start things out against Shaiko. Eliminates that long-range shot that could have come in, of course, in the Mark 5. And no other aggression, of course, to come out from Shaiko because of that as well. Still a few wrinkles to deal with, though, such as those Gershmat entry points that they're going to have to get past that Bride has set up. Bride also playing on the shotgun Ella as well, so more than likely going to be a pretty brutal angle set up for Bride to play into here. At the W7M, we're going to have to try and find a way past. Nade out for Philippe Fox, but I think it's based on old info, unfortunately, so it's not going to do any damage.
Very unfortunate. He does still have one frag grenade, though, so they can utilize that a little bit later on down the line as he meets his demise. You have quite a few drones still up and about too, so should be able to at least suss out EFAC. He's done so much damage to Herds. He's going to try and swing back into it, but the teammate, he's already there, and they'll finally be able to claim him. But not before Lems takes down JV92.
He wanted that kill against Herds so bad after he saw that silencer poke out. He's like, I know he's in this corner, but just couldn't get the little angle needed on the shotgun there, unfortunately. Gives himself away to Herds instead. And flips that back the other way. So 4v3 advantage for W7M now. Bride, Rachiro, and Lems are going to try to hold the line for BDS. Lock in round number 6 if they can pull off a comeback here. Still over a minute to go, though. There's a lot of time for W7M to potentially burn out and still use to gather additional intel before they commit themselves to the inside of this side as well. KZ with a big swing. Unfortunately, right into the few members of BDS, and a bit of an absent-minded toss there on the Selma. Does not shoot out the ADS directly in front of him. So we'll burn that down for the time being, but Ovo once again goes directly into the angle for Lems. Gives him a shot. Good follow-through from Philippe Pox, though. Does not give Lems time to recover. Philippe Pox does the same thing again, but has to lose Herds in order to pick it up. Rachiro now down. The 2v1, that's the good news here for W7Ms. They do have that extra player, so they can afford to do this right now. Bride sits alone here, finally rotating back up, but here's the problem. Like I said before, it's shotgun Ella, so does not have the range realistically needed to take this fight and stop the plant from going down on the ground. Attempt to rush back in. The sight here now. Okay, all right, maybe he doesn't need that rifle after all. Instant headshot on the first one. Now he can close the gap. Try to use the shotty. There we go! The spam from the FO12 shuts down Nade, and it's a brilliant retake from BDS to lock in map and match point.
All right, whichever one of y'all put extended barrel on the Evo 12, that was so wrong. That was just so foul. He actually one-shot him, John. As soon as he peeked that door with that hipfire, he downed him immediately with the first shotgun shell.
You gotta empty it, though.
I mean, yeah.
Double
It's automatic. Just keep going, baby, right? Listen, I'm gonna keep shooting until you die or it stops working. I mean, like, that's tick, tick, tick. Oh, better reload, you know?
So a round that finally seemed like W7M were locking in some proficient power on their entries. We were only the second attacking round, but it was looking a lot better than what we saw in the basement, but not enough with that Ella clutch potential coming back in from Bride to save the day here. Still keep BDS in dominant control. They have 4 attempts to end this in regulation. W7M now needs to win 4 in a row just to trigger OT.
Yeah, Bride has always had that Michael Jordan clutch gene. He's the one you want taking the shot at the end of the game. Almost every single time. The pressure never gets to him, and you can just see the faces of all of his teammates like, oh my God, you just did that. That's incredible. Look at the relief on Renshiro's face, and not so much for W7M.
Yeah, W7M just angry it happened. Unfortunately, nothing you can do about it, though. Forget about it for now. Worry about it in the postgame, as you still have potentially 4 more rounds at least to play out here for W7M to keep their upper bracket qualification hopes alive. If not, they're going to be going down into that lower bracket position. We'll have to play in the final match, I believe, a little bit later on today. Let's get into it here. BDS not going to give us too much of a surprise again when it comes to their operator lines. It's been a pretty straightforward game for both the teams when it comes to the defensive compositions. Backing compositions, you can say very much the same thing about them, although we're getting that sprinkle, of course, of the Garhook every once in a while. Even that, though, has become kind of an expected thing to some extent for some teams here on Oregon, so it's more, not a huge amount of surprises showing up there. But speaking of surprise, it's a quick hop into the dorms here for at least one member of W7M. Caught out, but Philippe Pox is able to capture a trade in the chaos of that. Knocks out Shaiko, but it's at the cost of KZ. So unfortunately, W7M not making a huge amount of progress here. Like, in fact, playing on the bottom of the white stairs, could have himself another duel against that white stairs window position. He's holding it back for now. Bride as well, looking to try and capture at least one player with this Nitro. Off position, unfortunately, so minimal damage will be done.
Trying to go for the audio play. All it does is create more verticality for W7M. More than likely be able to use back onto BDS when they're starting to set up for their execution. But who says we even get to that bridge? Gotta get up the road first. W7M have had trouble with just that. BDS have time and time again been able to take it to them. Closest opportunity for their offense was that last round where Bride was able to nip it in the bud. Now, W7M looking to build up yet another opportunity for themselves. And they'll take down a Lems. It's left up to the final 3 on BDS.
W7M waiting this one out nice and patiently here. They know they've approached this properly here, but at the same time, they know they've got a good chance to close it down, given that this is the tertiary site for BDS. Plant position has already been maintained as well. Nade going for it. It's all about the OBJ at this point, but Nade very much on an island. He's almost certainly going to die moving out from this position too, so he just stays on top of the case and is able to survive at least one player pushing him. Like, in fact, goes down. Renshiro does trade out for JB92, and now Nade, the planter, falls as well. The good news is, though, both the remaining W7M players have a top-down overwatch on this plant position, so it's going to be nigh impossible for BDS to retake it, even given the kills they just found for themselves a few seconds prior. That's why Bride rotates back up here. The drone's already going to preface his rotate, however, so they know he's coming. I believe the second player just got hit by an impact. They know that he's rotating as well. One player on the inside of Dorm just falls back downstairs as a clean pickup. Of course, we'll go 1 for 1 from her. That's all right here, given that now we can see Bride has to stick. He may have gotten onto it just in time, but if he hops off it, that's it. That's the round over. So a quick shot from Philippe Box here. Locks in the first out of 4 needed for W7M to come back.
All right, well, they at least got one on the board here on the offensive side. I don't want to start singing their praises just yet because, like I was saying, we have a long time ahead of us here for them to try and build this back up. But, I mean, it doesn't mean it can't be done. I mean, we've seen BDS force things to OT and then end up taking a map. Be the same thing here for W7M as they are looking to try and stay in the winning side of this tournament.
It's back to mainstay sites, however, for BDS. That's going to be the big issue now, of course, is W7M win this one. BDS are spread out thinly from the very beginning of this round just by the nature of the fact that they're playing on the inside of Kitchen, and that created a much more palatable environment for W7M in the opening few moments just because you had players kind of off on their lonesome for BDS. BDS still very closely trading it, even given that, though, it was mainly just that proper positioning that W7M played into that allowed them to win things out here, is that it was just far too difficult of a clutch to work given the amount of rotation BDS had to pull off just to find the remaining members of W7M there in the post plant. Full repick is going to come through here as well for W7. You guys can't spot that as we're still out of game, but what we had initially is not what we're going to have. As you can see it here now, every single member of the team is switching away, and it's not even like we're switching roles either. Every single operator has changed up for this basement attack. So let's see if it's going to yield results once again for W7M.
Well, 15 seconds in here into this one. W7M, this top floor. Such a full clear coming through here. Not too much of a roam game happening from BDS, though, from what we initially saw. Looks like we do have some camera work, obviously, happening around the building as we're trying to see where this clear is coming from. Friends will break up some of the boards here. KZ, actually, be perfectly fine. Is there for just a split second, thought we were on a defensive pop coming up that main stairs, and I was like, oh, this might be a problem. But nope, everything okay. W7M actually have full control of the top 2 floors. BDS have chosen to turtle downstairs, which is, I mean, you referenced this earlier, probably the smartest thing that you can do when it comes to this site. Same thing with the bank setup we were talking about actually with that motion, but here on Oregon, you can say the exact same thing. This basement setup is so very potent, especially when you just keep all your bodies down low with solid utility, and that's exactly what BDS has done here.
So as W7M once again look to try and lock in next of the 3 rounds needed. Bring things back under their own control. It's heavy emphasis on the drone play here in the middle round, just to try and see exactly what type of defensive lineup our members of BDS have gone for. They've got a good idea of it now. They're starting to line up to begin posturing for aggression, mainly with that Glaz currently being played by KZ, establishing the cross from the inside of Library.
He knocked out the Warden goggles.
Yep, and there we go. The Warden's been pushed back here. KZ has free reign to spot into this. As soon as he stops moving, of course, he can't see through it when he is mobile. But no! The collapse from Alems and Bride to shut down both the players pushing in from Laundry. It's down to a 4v2, 4v1. And that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. BDS lock down the series after 3 very long maps, and they will qualify through to our playoff stage.
Congratulations to BDS, but they're not done just yet. Still a lot of siege to be had at this tournament from BDS, and a lot of money as well still on the line. W7M have a chance later on today to make it to our playoff stage, as they will be facing off against none other than Oxygen, that knocked out Cyclops earlier on today on the Bravo stream. Fantastic gameplay out of both of these squads. Bride and the gang not really putting it together on the first map, John, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They woke up through those last 2 maps and really showcased just how talented this roster is.
Commiserations, of course, to W7M, who play a heck of a series. Realistically, could have been a 2-0 with the way things were going. Not only did they take solid control of our first map at 7-4, but then they went up 3-0 on map number 2. Ultimately not enough, though, as we see BDS battle back on that bank's second map. And take full control, continue to do so as their players continue to shine, whereas unfortunately the brighter stars from W7M faltered a bit, especially Fleepox here on map number 3. Some other players tried to step up to pick up the slack, mainly in the form of JB92. Had one heck of a map here, unfortunately once again just could not fit together. That's going to close things out, ladies and gentlemen, for us on this game, but we're going to go down to the stage where we have an interview with our winners.
Here we are again. Elems, once again, center stage here. I mean, for a while, W7M have had your number. They had it at SI, and then in Jönköping, they were about to make it what felt like 4 wins on the bounce for them when it comes to your personal record against them. And now you've broken that curse, but not only that, you've booked your spot in the playoffs. During map 2, did you think, ooh, we might not be able to make this happen?
During map 2? Yeah, to be honest, it was to be honest, in the first map, we start very slow. And we came with a plan to play against them because, like you said, we always lost against them. So we had to figure it out how to play against them. We had the plan set up for today. We tried to do it on Chalet, the first map, but it didn't work and we were playing very bad, to be honest. And at the second map, during the second map, I was starting to call things more about how to attack, how to play against them. I totally understand how they play the map, and then we managed to win. And then I assumed that it was the same playstyle on Oregon, and it was the same playstyle. And so I totally kind of call Oregon the way we have to play, and it works. And I'm so happy to finally beat them because this is a team that maybe the best team in the world.
Yeah, for sure.
Like they have a consistency that is amazing. And this is the first time we beat them on the best of 3, so I'm very proud of my team and me. لمز عندنا مرة ثانية في المسرح في السنتر ستيج كنا قاعد يسولف معنا على ايش صار في الايام الماضية. ذكرنا له انه دائما في كل الميجرز السابقة كل مرة نشوف انه لمز يواجه فريق W7M او حتى فريق BDS اذا واجهوا فريق W7M دائما يكون عندهم الفرصة ان يفوزون عليهم في كل المياجر، لكن المرة هذه قدروا انهم ياخذون الفوز. فايش كان قاعد يصير في الماب الثاني وايش صار في الماب الثالث؟ قالوا بكل بساطة انه في ماب شاليه احنا يعني ما قدرنا اننا نلعب بشكل كويس، لعبنا كان جدا سيء، وكان هذا يرجع انه ما احنا عارفين نسوي اداء بطريقه البلاي ستايل حق W7M، خصوصا انهم هم الفريق اللي يعتبر الافضل في العالم. لكن بعد ما خلصنا الماب الاول خلصنا الماب الثاني قدروا انهم يستوعبون كيف يقدرون يسوون ادابت على فريق W7M اكثر. في الماب الثالث عرفوا كيف يلعبون الرقم بشكل كويس وقدروا ياخذون الوين بالاخير.
You're a very modest and humble man, and yesterday I asked you, are there any teams out here that you specifically, see as rivals? You did actually say behind the scenes when we caught up a little bit later on, G2, they're no longer in this tournament, and now you've just, as you just said yourself, beaten arguably the best team in the world. With G2 out, world champions, you've just potentially beat the best team in the world. You must be absolutely brimming with confidence right now that you can go all the way.
Yeah, to be honest, like I said yesterday in the interview, we are not focusing on winning, we just play. To be honest, when we were starting winning on Oregon, I was, to be honest, personally, I was starting to think that we can possibly win against them. So I think it motivates everyone. And like I said before, yeah, W7M is, for me, even though G2 is very good, maybe they won SI, right? But W7M, for this consistency, they have to be, for me, the best team in the world. And yeah, I'm so happy. أمس في المقابلة في المسرح سألناه مين الفريق اللي ممكن يشوف إنه أكثر تهديد لكم، لكن بنفس الوقت ما أعطانا إجابة صريحة. قال إنه لا والله كل الفرق يعتبرون تهديد بالنسبة لنا، لكن يوم راح أخذناه خلف المسرح سولفنا معه قال والله أنا كنت خايف من فريق G2 Esports إنه ممكن هم يكونون الأوبوننت الأساسي بالنسبة لنا، لكن اليوم شفناهم ما هم موجودين في البطولة بعد ما خسروا قدام فريق فالكونز، والآن عندهم فرصة إنهم يواجهون فريق W7M، وزي ما قال إلمز إنه يعتبرون افضل فريق في العالم، فاكيد انه بيكون شيء بيعطينا دافع معنوي جدا كبير اننا نقدر نستمر في البطوله، ممكن اننا نقدر اننا نفوز فيها مره ثانيه.
And then finally from me, the only other team to right now also have a spot in the playoffs, M80. What do you make of them? Because obviously potentially if you want to go all the way, there's a good chance you'll come up against them.
To be honest, like I said yesterday, we respect all the teams. M80, we didn't play them, I think, in official matches, but we practiced them a few times. They are a very aggressive team. They have good individualities. So we need to have some work to
like see how they played and stuff to maybe adapt a bit. And yeah, if we face them, I think it will be a great match. And if we face them, let's go. I can't wait.
سألنا إلمز عن مباراتهم ضد فريق M80 إلى الآن ما بعد صارت رسميا، لكن بما أنهم تأهلوا للبلاي أوفس و M80 تأهلوا للبلاي أوفس في مباراتهم بالأمس آخر مباراة معنا في نهاية اليوم، كان الآن في فرصة جدا عالية أنهم راح يواجهون بعض. سألنا وش ممكن تفكر عن الفريق وش ممكن تسوي قدام الفريق هذا؟ جوابه كان يكون بكل بساطة أنه إحنا صراحة ما قد واجهناهم في مباراة رسمية، إحنا قدرنا أننا نلعب معهم سكريمات أكثر من مرة ونتدرب معهم، لكن ما ندري وش اللي ممكن نسويه في المباراة الفعلية. بس هم فريق جدا أجريسيف، هم فريق عندهم مهارات فردية جدا عالية، وبتكون المباراة حقتهم جدا رهيبة.
Well, Elems, I can see you're absolutely buzzing, and I know that you want to go celebrate with your teammates what was a very impressive win there over W7M. You're very close, just a couple more series away from potentially becoming our back-to-back Gamers8 champions. Congratulations. What we're going to do now is we're going to cross over back to the desk to just talk through what was a really entertaining best of three there.
بعد ما انتهينا الان من المقابله اعزائنا المشاهدين بنرجع للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عن البست اوف 3 الرهيبه اللي شاهدناها. احنا 3 مابات كانت جدا جدا كلوز، خصوصا انه الان فريق BDS قدامهم فقط مباراتين على انهم يكونون الباك تو باك تشامبيونز معنا في بطوله Gamers8. بالتوفيق لهم ان شاء الله. على طول نرجع للاستوديو التحليلي.
Thank you, Ian, Elems, and El Fancy. An insightful interview to say the absolute least, because it does put into perspective the fact that BDS is on the right track to be the back-to-back champions of Gamers8. And this was definitely one of the hurdles in the way. Elem saying it himself, W7M is probably the best team in the world simply because of that consistency factor that they're bringing. So the fact that they were able to close this out, especially in such a fashion on Oregon, that is very impressive from their end of things.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that the momentum maybe was in their favor. W7M won the first 2 rounds of that map with a 1v1 from JV92, or 1v2 from him actually. That could have turned out the other way around, and then BDS managed to win 6 rounds in a row. And as mentioned during the interview as well, Elem said like, oh, you know, halfway through Oregon, we felt like we could win against W7M potentially. I turned to you and I said, well, it's pretty late into the matchup, but yeah, you said, I mean, I'd imagine they didn't want to think about that before, because it is the current major champions. They are a really, really strong team, so to take them down, that must feel really confident for BDS.
Yeah, and I think that confidence is only exemplified by the fact that they came into that map with a plan, right? They had a strategy. Lem's talked about it in the interview. You know, they knew how W7M were going to play. They read them like a book, and they got those 6 rounds in a row all because of it. You know, they really did read in to how W7M wanted to play. I think those basement defenses, we're seeing a replay of one of them now, it's round 5, really were going the way of BDS when they were able to go for those attacks. I thought Shaiko was a big part of that reason why. When they were trying to anchor in, you know, when W7M were trying to play a full, more passive strategy with Tachanka instead of Freezer, Shaiko was running past, finding good entries, getting his team that early kind of aggression to get them into the site. And then when they switched that up, they just said, you know, let's try something different. Let's try to roam. Shaiko again came around, stopped that couple of opening picks from going the opposite direction that they were initially looking. And so for Shaiko to consistently be able to go in, find those frags, work off the intel from his team, work with the plan that they had established ahead of time, it really did make it look so easy against what was absolutely the best team in the world.
Exactly, yeah, you mentioned Shaiko, obviously a very good performance, and then Elem's on the side as well. Bride had a really good 1v2 as well on that map, and whereas if you look on the other side, Philippox, who's had a really good map 1 and 2, he found himself going 0-5 at one point. So whereas you are expecting for him to step up, carry potentially the weight of his team, as he was doing in map 1 and 2 single-handedly, not saying the others didn't do anything, but he had insane stats. And that not to happen on the 3rd map when you need it the most, that's unfortunate. Whereas on the side of BDS, it seems that they got all fronts covered, because Bride, for example, didn't have the greatest of first maps, but he did step up on that last map and had a beautiful clutch, for example, as well.
Yeah, so what was the biggest difference, besides the fact that potentially one of these players from W7M not really showing up, between the first game that we've seen where it was such a dominant performance, everybody really seemed to be in the zone, and the final game where BDS was just able to win 6 rounds back-to-back, to-back.
I mean, I think it's just the way a best of 3 runs out, right? We started on the map pick of W7M. They played a great game. They dominated map number 1. Map number 2, you know, I kind of built up this epic between Philippox and Lickifat going forward, and, you know, we had great play from both teams, but I think eventually Philippox having that massive impact got them through map 2. And then, as Anne said, map number 3, it took 8 rounds for Philippox to find a single kill. And you can see, like, he didn't end too bad. What is that on the stat line? 4 and 9?
9, yeah. Oh, you got good eyesight.
It's all right, right? But, I mean, having no impact for so long through the game, especially after carrying your team through map number 2, a result like this is kind of inevitable when that's happening to your star player.
It's also a little bit heartbreaking, right? Because they've given their everything on those first 2 maps and they weren't really able to close it out on Bank, so they had to get to Oregon. Maybe at that point, fatigue kicking in a little bit.
Obviously, I mean, yeah, it was a long series and you just suffered a loss indeed on that second map, so you have to come back from that mentally as well. Another thing, if you look back at those stat lines, for example, JV92, the only player to go positive, obviously helped a little bit with the clutch that he had. If you think about the Copenhagen Major and the stat that I mentioned at the beginning of this game, that they were the only team that had all players go positive for the longest of times during the Copenhagen Major, the fact that there's only 1 player going positive now in KD, that is, I mean,
different.
A whole lot different, yeah, it is.
It's like a different world as well that we've seen from the players of W7M, and it also brings the question in terms of how far did BDS push them to their limits for them to actually end up in this position, because again, BDS winning this, yes, they drop a map in this series, maybe not an undefeated run like they had last year, but they still are yet to lose a series, and they're with M80 right now in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a team beating W7M, right, like so many teams have tried, and I think you really need to beat them on 2 fronts. You've got to come in with a really solid plan, which BDS, as we heard the interview, absolutely did. You've got to know what's going to happen in the series and counteract their playstyle. But you've also got to have the raw skill and mechanics to beat them on those fights, right? Like, you can know what they're going to do, but if you're losing the gunfights anyways, if KZ is rolling over you, if you're letting Fellypox get back-to-back clutches, you're not going to be able to handle this team. And BDS are one of the few teams in the world that can put both of those together. Today they did that. I have a feeling they might meet W7M again later in the tournament when we get to the playoffs. We'll see how the bracket looks and all that. But yeah, an absolutely fantastic showing coming through from BDS to start here, and I'm very excited to see a team finally take down our Giants in W7M.
Yeah, also a lot of great performances coming out from individual players from the side of BDS. We said that coming into today, players like Shaiko, like LeakyFag, those are 2 players that the team very much relies on. And especially this series, LeakyFag has such a big impact on the way these rounds played out, these very crucial moments that genuinely made them secure the spot.
Yeah, I think back about that clutch, for example, on Bank, that 1v3 with the Fender, the quick thinking, that's something you really got to commend, right? Because going into the Copenhagen Major, that was his first major, so he's not been playing competitive for all that long, as we could say. But the fact that you have that adaptability, that you can think fast, you can change your plans fast, and, oh, I have a Fender in my back pocket, let me put it out, let me just go for a full rotate on the map. That's really good to see. I mean, obviously, it was good to hear that LMs was calling out more in that second map and in that third map, because they need him to be vocal in that regard as well. It does help the team into getting those frags, and Shaiko being really consistent in those 3 maps, that is what we wanted, because I spoke about the concern, oh, if he does have those inconsistent performances, the team doesn't really have that stable person to rely on other than LeakyFag.
Yeah, absolute beast, of course. We're seeing his highlights now. I think really did pop off and kind of carried them through Bank, was absolutely important on that map there, but consistent through Chalet, despite the fact that it didn't really go their direction. And then on that final map of Oregon, I think just working with the team, right? Support now, as Shaiko kind of was more of the entry, was finding more of those opportunities for the team, opening things up for them, but still there with the squad, supporting them on those plays, like this window play for sure. Knowing that you don't want to just Amaru in the hook, right? You don't want to just jump in the window immediately, right? Get on the rappel, play your operators, play your utility. Felt like it was very strong coming through from BDS. So yeah, well-deserved MVP. LeakyFag wouldn't have given it to anyone else.
Yeah, the Kitty MVP is going to be going to LeakyFag, and as we said it, we already discussed it. This was kind of an expectation that we had from this player individually, but the fact that he was able to bring that out consistently throughout the series is a whole feat on its own that should very much be commended.
Yeah, and I think back for example about SI, remember the graphic we had about the comparison of the operators that Shaiko plays and the operators that LeakyFag plays, right? Shaiko was playing Yana, and then there was like this bunch of operators that LeakyFag plays, which shows that he can play multiple different roles, as you mentioned, being the spearhead on Bank, carrying on Chalet, and being more of a team helper on Oregon. If you have all these different facets on your playstyle and you can do all these different things for your team, that is super helpful.
He's creative in a way that Shaiko is more just kind of raw focused on what he does very well. LeakyFag has interesting solutions to problems, rotates very smart, you know, has great aim as well, of course. So it's a fun player to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of different factors coming in together and giving this individual, this player, the chance to really push the team forward. But then it also comes to the question of that first mapper maybe not showing up as much as we expected, and we saw how that played out. So this time around, you get locked in and loaded into the server on the second game. You get it halfway through the second game. You get it on the third game. So yes, that's a great opportunity to be in. But the upcoming matches against M80, That's also going to be a little bit of a question mark. And maybe even as, you know, Jesse, you said it yourself, a rematch against W7M, if they can really utilize some of these pain points that we've seen today, it's going to be an interesting one, to say the least.
Yeah, it should be fun. I think depending on how the bracket goes up, I believe since they're now first seed in Group B, they should play the second seed in Group A for the first round. So I'm assuming it'll be M80 or W7M, or still possible Auction Esports for their grand finals if they make it all the way there.
Yeah, it's going to be W7M against Auction Esports. I'm really sorry to break this one to you, Jesse, but I do think W7M most likely are going to get their rematch against Team BDS.
We'll see.
Yeah,
Game's not played on paper, but
no,
you know,
not.
you've got to favorite W7M in that for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they do manage to get a 2-0 against Cyclops, and that is what we were seeing earlier today on the B stream. All games now are going to be going on the A stream, because we're going to be looking later today, well, in a couple of minutes, at NIP up against Falcons. That is an interesting one, because it's another rematch. Like, this is an actual rematch. We've seen this one yesterday, and it was very heavily sided in favor of Ninjas in Pyjamas. They closed it out 2-0 with 7-2, 7-3. So Falcons struggled to find their signature playstyle, so to say. They managed to find it against G2, but the question is, can they repeat that against NIP today?
Exactly, yeah. It's going to be a rematch. We know that rematches in Siege obviously or sometimes play out different, whereas the other team that was previously not victorious comes out victorious. I would hope so for Falcons, because it looked really dominant for Ninjas in Pyjamas, as you said. And if a team loses their identity, as in the way that they play, there's bigger issues going on the surface, and things that you can just change, and like, oh, you know, this player wasn't playing well, we'll get him on a different operator next round.
Yeah.
So there's bigger issues in that, so if they were able to show that against G2, the world champions, that should be a good omen for their game coming up in a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a real test for Falcons, you know, because we've seen them in a couple of big tournaments now. We saw them obviously in G8 last year, G8 this year. The Copenhagen Major was a big one for them, and they played well throughout all of these events we've seen them. They are not, you know, getting stomped by international teams. They're showing up, they're having good performances. But I think it's a real different test. Like, how can you adapt on a game that you've already, like, struggled with? You've already shown that you can't beat NIP, so how do you change your playstyle? How do you adapt to the same opponent the very next day? And so this will be a really interesting test, just to kind of see how far along Falcons actually are on an international level.
Yeah, those questions are going to be answered very shortly, because we're going to be coming back with the second matchup of today, Falcons up against Ninjas in Pyjamas. A rematch that we're all looking forward to, so don't go anywhere, because we're going to take a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me, what do you see?
Tonight, I'm going to show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up, kid. I'll be ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing. Come on.
I'm finally at the venue. Thank you very much for the drive. Okay, we're finally at the venue. And as you can see, the wind is picking up. It's hot outside, but this venue looks amazing. You guys have got to come with me quickly as we go check out this event. I might get lost. Cameraman, do you know where we're going? Because honestly, this looks massive. We're gonna attempt to work out how to get to the Rainbow Six part. And if we don't, let's just get lost together, okay guys? Let's go. Yeah, look, this is my first time here, so I've got to appreciate everything. I couldn't do it, after I've already been here. Wow. Okay. Well, I've had my moment of awe. So let us work out. Easy said, one of the 100 buildings down this street is where the stage is for Rainbow Six. The problem with 100 different stages is that it could take me a really long time to get you guys into the building to show you guys. All right, I'm standing here in the Players Lounge, and you might hear a bit of a buzz behind me because there are hundreds of players from all different games from all over the globe hanging out in this building. Now, we'll walk past them, we won't interrupt them, we'll let them have their relaxation time, but this building itself is huge. This is just one room of the Players Lounge. As we move through it, all the different lights, the beautiful tree. I don't know if I'm allowed to touch this, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it anyway. Welcome to the land of heroes. And there's a lot of heroes in this building right now. Ones who want to become heroes, ones who will become heroes or have already, throughout the Gamers8 Festival, become heroes. And for some of these players right now, it's going to be one of the biggest moments of their gaming career. So I'm liking that slogan, that's for sure. And right now we have Cyclops Athlete Gaming hailing from Japan. They're all setting up, they're all preparing for their next game. I'm sure we can ask for a quick comment here from Akuli. Akuli, are you going to win?
Are we going to what?
Are you going to win?
50-50.
50-50. I need a little more confidence in that. Are you going to win?
Yeah, of course.
W7M. They know what it's like to taste victory. These are some of the fiercest Brazilian players that we have to offer here at the event. Look how serious they are. They've got their own video crew. Their headsets are already on. You see CIG was warming up before. Now we're going to leave them alone. They are in very serious headspace and territory right now. So we're not going to ask them any questions. Oh, go again, go again. Okay, this is yours. I believe, is it? All right, here we go. You're the microphone now.
Okay, go, shoot. Good.
There is a bunch more things throughout there. I think I even saw archery, which if I get time today, your girl's going over to try some archery. But I want to take you guys into the stage, into the area for Rainbow Six Siege. I think I found it. Someone told me it's this humongous building. And yeah, I might be small, but this is a big building. So we're going to go in and we'll show you guys what it looks like inside. Wow. Look at the beautiful Ian in the middle of the stage. He's co-host by his side. We've got Oxygen on this side of the stage. And I believe I can see Shaiko and BDS on the right-hand side of the stage. Look at these screens, the LEDs, the beautiful staircases they have. I mean, this is a very big stage. I've seen a lot of stages in my life, but this is very, very big. Let's walk this way. All right, so we're currently watching Oxygen BDS from these beautiful, awesome lounge chairs. I don't know the last time I sat in a lounge chair to watch an esports event, but I am very happy because they're very comfortable. And if you're like me and you forgot your sunglasses, not the sunglasses, my prescription glasses, which you guys know I never wear, I should wear them, and you can't really see the screen, don't worry, they have about 30 different TVs that you can watch it on instead. And when you're a sucker for details like I am, and you want to know every drone, every pixel on the screen, this is going to give it to you. So this is cool. All right, I'm backstage and I see two very important people. Come with me. Come with me. Boys.
Jesse.
What's going on? I've got Ian, I've got Fancy. These are the faces of Gamers8 Rainbow Six here. Speaking of another face, come on, Alems, you can walk through the camera. There.
So the thing is, like, I lost my box, so I'm looking. Oh, it's okay, I got it. Now I can do the interview.
Okay. You know what? Let's get all three boys here. Let's start with you, Lems. Let's start with Champ. I spoke to your teammate already, Brede, and he said, he was on fire in that last map. He was having a very good map. For you, rather to him, I said, you guys are in form to win this again, to be defending champions. Do you feel you're in that form?
To be honest, I think we have the capability to win it again. But like I said earlier in the interview, we will respect everyone and just don't focus on that, just play the game, and that's it.
Okay.
Just having fun playing Siege.
having fun playing Siege. Well, I try to have fun playing Siege. I'm too bad to have fun to play Siege. This man has a lot of fun because he's very good at the game. Fancy, do you know how big the Boulevard is? Like, okay, that's a very big... Oh, he does, okay.
I know exactly like the size of it.
Go on,
Basically, it's 1 million square meter.
Here's what I need the camera to do so that Fancy's point can be illustrated. Look down at my tiny legs.
Yeah, small.
Okay, they're very short. And this man just asked me, have you walked around the million? Have I walked around the million? How much work do you have to do, not just now that it's all put up, but you've got to manage all of the players, everything that goes around. Tell the audience what you have to do, I mean, just between the games. I want to know what you do in your job throughout the day.
I make sure that everybody is at the right spot at the right time.
So what you're telling me is you're like the puppet master, making sure that everything happens at the right time with the right people with the right equipment. Would that be a fair? We call you Ollie the puppet master.
Kinda, yeah. I would more likely call myself Hand of the King.
Ooh.
So, yeah, that pretty much fits.
Alrighty, so I've got to show you guys a mere quarter of what this festival has to hold. Behind me, you can see yet another set of buildings. There's about 500 square meters in front of me of food courts. There is so much to see at this event. If you're in Riyadh, please come down, please have a look at everything. It'll take you an entire weekend to get through. And speaking of things to get through, my man Macklemore is going to be here on the 14th as well. So if you like good music and you want to see a bunch of people, you want to enjoy all that this festival has to offer, artists, games, food, entertainment, everything I've showed you thus far, please come down. We'd love to see you. Otherwise, just watch us on our stream and we'll catch you guys there. For now, I'm off to eat some shawarma, so I'll see you guys later.
All right, welcome back to Gamers8 featuring R6. We're on day 2, game 2 today, and honestly, we had some of those shawarma yesterday. Thank you, Ollie, for bringing it to the green room, and they were really good. They were actually really nice. Hi, Fresh. Welcome on the desk.
Hi, Ginny. Thank you for having me on the desk.
Shawarma was more important.
I know you was thinking, wow, Jesse's got taller, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So I don't have to stand on his box. But yeah, I was thinking about the shawarma as well. Very good.
It's really good. It was really. I mean, we haven't really had the chance to go through everything, but I know Ian got taken on a golf cart by El Fancy yesterday, and they just like drove around, chilling, explored everything. So that should be on our bucket list.
True.
Yeah. Would you drive us?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a very responsible driver.
Okay.
I've only ever crashed my car 3 times.
Okay, someone else want to volunteer to drive us? I don't trust this, man. That's not going to happen. All right, let's talk about the game, though, because it's going to be NIP up against Falcons. We were all here yesterday for that game specifically, because that's how we started off Gamers8 on the A stream yesterday. This was the first game we covered, and it went very heavily in favor of NIP. But we're back, and one of these teams is going to face elimination. The other one is qualifying for playoffs.
A very double-sided game. I mean, there's a lot of happiness for one team, obviously, and a lot of sadness for another team. You obviously have the home team, right? Falcons. They're looking to perform in front of their home crowd. They made it all the way to the finals last year, then eventually lost to BDS, but that was their first ever taste of international experience, and they're looking to get some more and potentially beat NIP today.
Yeah, yesterday, though, against NIP, one of the really big things that we noticed, and we even heard it in the interview of Jack, was the fact that Falcons weren't playing their own game. They weren't playing how we expected them or thought that they would play, and that really put them behind.
And that's the thing is, nobody expected Falcons to come out, you know, first game yesterday and put in the performance that they did that was not acceptable by their standards. And it showed way too much respect. They gave way too much space to Ninjas in Pyjamas. And it was night and day different looking at Falcons versus Ninjas in Pyjamas to Falcons against G2 yesterday. It was almost like watching 2 entirely different teams. I actually got a little bit of behind the scenes information from the Falcons guys who said that P9 didn't perform well in the first game. He felt very stressed. And they literally told him between the 2 games, because they had that nice big 3-hour break that they had to wait, they said, do not play with the team. Just play your own game, focus on, like, pick any operator, play however you want, play what you see. And he went up against G2 and he absolutely drops big digits against them.
Yeah, and that's that confidence, that comfort that we really wanted to see out of Falcons. We didn't get to see it on the A stream, but the B stream surely did get a treat. We might get to see it today again, but it's really the fact that they were able to get out of their own heads, giving P9 that comfortability, giving him the freedom to do whatever he wanted to do, that has really allowed them to excel against G2. So looking to see that today as well.
Yeah, I mean, he is a younger player, for example, right?
Yeah.
So to put him on a leash sometimes will work if you can give him that guidance, but sometimes if you let those younger players unleash, it's crazy what they can put up in the server. And we saw that thing yesterday against G2. I really hope that with this reformed playstyle of Falcons, that they bring it out again today against NIP, they show... Sounds really strange, but they show less respect against NIP.
Absolutely, no, that's
and play
exactly what we
more
want.
aggressive. I wonder if there's going to be different maps, for example, as well, because there will be maps that suit an aggressive playstyle way better than certain maps. So I hope for Falcons that they can stick to that more aggressive playstyle, because of what we're known to seeing from them. NIP will probably expect it, but it has been working for them as well, even internationally.
Yeah, and last year was also the first time that we've seen them on the international stage and on the international competition. Players like Joker very quickly won the hearts of many people watching, many of the Siege community. To see how that made him feel, let's check in.
Feelings about MENA joining the Siege ecosystem after so many years. Wanted this thing a long time ago, of course. So we are very happy for this decision, and we hope get one tourney or many as we like for our MENA fans.
MENA's inclusion into the community is absolutely huge for both of their fan base and also for the players, because they are so passionate about their Rainbow Six Siege, and they have been very vocal about it for the longest time, about how they believe they just deserved a shot. That shot's now been given, and you've seen Joker and his team capitalize on it. Obviously, they finished second at Gamers8 last year, they've played in the Copenhagen Major, and now they're back for more again.
My opinion about the team joining the international events, of course, at the beginning of our first Gamers8, tourney after tourney, it's getting better. So we hope this one we will get it and do well, of course.
With Joker specifically, the thing about him is he came out of nowhere. Last year at Gamers8, Falcons were not known internationally. Joker was not known internationally. And then he accumulated a huge fan base out of absolutely nowhere because of his unique playstyle. And I think he had a rise to fame and became one of the most prominent players in the MENA region because of that. And he's now dealing with that great. You know, he's continued that form and he's looking great going into this tournament.
The first time after Gamers8 when I saw Reddit and I saw everyone interface with the Twitter and everything, it was a shock for me because it was first time with the fans globally or internationally. There's only one MENA team competing internationally. So I think our biggest challenge is to prove internationally and for our MENA fans that we are worthy and we are capable of bringing a tourney for our home. Our crowd, all of us, I think we get hype. Of course, in our native, it's better for us, and our fans is so amazing. Of course, getting hyped, and that's for one side that let us be a bit of advantage, maybe.
All right, just being able to please the fans in Saudi, being able to get something on home grounds. Falcons are going to get another chance to do so against the rival who knocked them out on day one, NIP. Now, this team specifically is one scary-looking team at the moment because they have genuinely made it look so easy last time around. So I'm sure that Falcons is a little worried.
It was pretty dominant for them yesterday, yeah. I mean, they were really convincing in that. The thing that was maybe a little bit less convincing was their play style. I mean, the operators that they brought weren't really necessarily fitting the current meta, and we were curious whether that was going to hold up against teams like M80. They then lost Border whilst copying or copy-pasting the same kind of play style. But then on Villa, I feel like they gave M80 a real run for their money. They made it difficult for them. They showed resilience, obviously. We know they're more of a best-of-3 team, and they can come back from really set situations where they're down 0-2 in maps, for example. I'd like to see that they were more aggressive yesterday on Villa as well, how they were contesting, how they were swinging. I want to see that too, because if you get this aggressive versus aggressive playstyle in Siege, it could be really exciting to watch.
I think NIP have they're at the point that many expected them to be at. You know, they were favourites going up against Falcons yesterday, handily beat the Falcons, but then when they went over against M80, they did end up losing it, and I know it was close on a couple of those maps, and it went all the way to 3 maps.
Yeah.
Should have been a 0-2 loss, but for an absolute heroic clutch in a... I'll say it.
Because you didn't say psych.
I didn't say psych. I said there is no way M80 lose that round 15 on Villa, and then Nip go and somehow find it.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, there's certainly things they will have taken away from yesterday, been very disappointed in that performance, that they'll be looking to put right today.
Yeah, yesterday as well, we saw Cafe and Chalet. Those were the only two maps that we had a look at in terms of where the battleground was taking place. This time around, it feels like it's going to be very similar. Again, I can pretend that I can see that far and see the monitor, but that's not the case. So we have Border as the first map, and that's actually an interesting one because yesterday we're like, okay, a Border, that's a map that Falcons is just so incredibly good at. So the fact that they were able to pick it, and Cafe again for NIP, it's gonna be interesting, really, how this plays out.
Oh, I'm so excited for Border. It's like, this perfectly fits in that aggressive playstyle of Falcons, because when they play it, we know that they like to contest every single centimeter of the map. And for example, M&M as well, they're like, whoa, okay, well, this was not fun to play against Falcons on the map. They currently have a 7-game win streak on Border as well. So they're either looking to put another one to that number or potentially face their first
lose the win streak.
I love that map, Vito, because it was so much of the same, but only slightly different to just get themselves on an even more comfortable map to suit the playstyle that they'd been rocking up against G2. On Border, you want to get aggressive. You want to get in the face of the opponent, and you want to make it hard for them to set up. And that's exactly what I expect Falcons to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a rematch indeed. A rematch of the ages between Falcons and NIP. Yesterday, NIP winning it in a dominant fashion. And Falcons, they're out for blood. Can they do it? Let's head over to the stage and meet our teams.
Are you ready, Fancy?
I'm ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Arena right here in the heart of the Boulevard in Riyadh. You're, of course, watching Gamers8 featuring Rainbow Six. And we are starting to fly through this tournament. We're starting to fill up those playoff spots as we look to see who will become our second ever Gamers8 Rainbow Six champion. Now, we've, of course, got M80 and now BDS waiting in the wings. Who will join them?
متحمسين جدا اننا نعرف مين بيكون الابطال اللي بيوصلون الى البلاي اوف. اعزائنا المشاهدين، شاهدنا اليوم شاهدنا بالامس فريق M80 وتيم BDS بيوصلون الى البلاي اوف، لكن الان المباراه هذه راح تحدد مين اللي بيتوجه الى البلاي اوف معاهم كالفريق الثالث، او انه بيكون نهايه قصتهم معنا في موسم الجيمرز في بطوله رينبو 6 سيج. كلنا مره متحمسين للحظه هذه.
Now, we've actually got some more fans in the building here because our lower bracket final in Group A is a rematch. Are we ready to bring out our teams?
I'm ready. أعزائنا المشاهدين، الآن الفريق الأول اللي راح يظهر أمامكم في المسرح فريق ما هو غريب عن المسرح هذا أبداً. شاهدناهم في الأمس في المباراة الافتتاحية، أتوقع كلكم تعرفون مين نتكلم عنه، بس خلونا نشوفهم ونرجع لكم مرة ثانية. فريق فالكونز هم أبطال منطقة الشرق الأوسط بالكامل، هم الأبطال الحاصلين على المركز الثاني في موسم الجيمرز السنة الماضية، والآن جايين ياخذون المركز الأول وجايين يناضلون قد ما يقدرون عشانه. الريماتش هذا بيكون من أقوى ما يكون. فريقنا يبي هزمهم، لكن الآن بيعيدون لهم الكرة.
Falcons, of course, did not start this tournament well. A 2-0 defeat, but they recovered in tremendous fashion, sending home our current world champions in G2. Let me just check something. Falcons fans, let me hear you.
جمهور جاهز وكلنا جاهزين. اللحظة هذه بتكون جدا مهمة، لأن في حالة خسارة هذه المباراة راح تنتهي قصة أحد من الفريقين. في حالة فوزهم توجه إلى النهائيات مباشرة.
Let's welcome onto the stage their very dangerous opponents. Back on the stage once again, it's Ninjas in Pyjamas! Now this team will of course be feeling good as they make their way down onto the stage here, because they've already beaten their opponents once already. Yesterday, right here on this very stage, they did beat Falcons 2-0. And I did touch base with their coach coming into this. He's expecting maybe a bit more of a challenge now, especially after seeing the Falcons in action against G2 yesterday. So really, we might expect a bit more of a fight on our hands.
جيم بيكون مختلف تماما عن اللي شاهدناه في المباراة الافتتاحية. فريق نينجاز بيجامز هم أبطال العالم السابقين. هذا الفريق قدر أن يفتتح البطولة بأفضل طريقة بعد ما واجهوا فريق فالكونز، والآن راح يرجعون يسوون الريماتش مرة ثانية، وبيكون آخر مباراة لهم في حالة أنهم ما قدروا يفوزونها، أو بتكون تكملة مسيرتهم معنا في البلاي أوفز.
Fancy, I don't like to put you on the spot, but who's taking this one?
Can't really tell, but I know one thing though, it's going to be such a good match, and I can't wait for it.
Okay, good stuff. All right, let's get into this one. Guys, best of luck. Please do take your seats and get set up for this one. Remember, the winner of this one goes through to the playoffs. The loser drops out of the tournament. Who's going to take it? Crossing over now to our amazing casters.
مين بيكون الفائز؟ مين بيكون الفريق الثالث اللي يتوجه معنا إلى البلاي أوفز؟ المباراة هذه راح تحدد، ما راح يكون عندنا أي فرصة ثانية. خلينا نشوف مين بيكون البطل على طول مع المعلقين.
Ian Fancy, thank you very much indeed. It is myself, XR Troika, joined here on the casting desk with Demo. Demo, a little bit of deja vu potentially. This is how we kicked off yesterday.
It is. Different map though this time around.
Different set of maps?
It's not the same set of maps. We are going to go Border first of all, which we did see NIP play this yesterday against M80. Didn't work out quite as what they expected to. It's a bit of a surprise to see NIP actually go to a map like Border, because we kind of mentioned about NIP and the playstyle, Ollie. It did feel at stages yesterday it was a little bit behind the times. A map like Border, you need to play the meta on that map. And I just worry if, is this too big of a risk?
Is it a risk? Potentially. I think NIP are going into this one with their eyes wide open. They know what to expect coming out of the Falcons now. NIP, they have faced a little bit of adversity yesterday against M80. It wasn't the most straightforward game of Siege that we've ever seen. It was one of the better games that we've seen so far inside of the competition. And I think that they're going to be going into this one knowing that, okay, we've beaten Falcons once. Falcons knocked out G2. Does that say more about G2's current state than Falcons' current state? There's probably a whole hour-long discussion you could go into on that one, and I know that you would love to, seeing as that you're a little bit of a G2 fan, but I think NIP are going into this one knowing what to expect.
Yeah, it's obviously we can use Falcons yesterday, of course, against G2. G2 yesterday were not good. I'll be the first one to stand up and say, yeah, they were way below the standard, but give credit to Falcons where it was due. You know, they made G2 look bad. That was the power of Falcons. This is going to be a different playstyle for them. G2 and NIP play very, very differently. We know that NIP a little bit more of a slower team. They'll take their time to set up their approaches. I mean, NIP yesterday, I think they dealt with Falcons' kind of aggressive nature very, very well. NIP, we talked about the opening kill stat that they dominated, Ollie. 16 opening kills. 15 of those were in favor of NIP. That sums it up. That's all you need to know.
NIP were devastating on that opening KD. That was something that we sort of commented on at the time, and it was a very consistent theme throughout the course of the game. Now, on the flip side, Falcons, they didn't do very well inside of that opening kill. And it wasn't just
I think they were nervous. I think they were nervous.
First game nerves, wasn't it? I think they were nervous. I think that certainly comes into it. P9 is someone that I want to kind of focus into a little bit on the side of Falcons if we're going to start going down this sort of opening kill sort of dialogue. P9 did fantastically well yesterday against G2, and I think he almost had the leash taken off him.
Well, not in the first game, obviously, against NIP, it was a little bit shaky. And yes. I think there was talks of potentially Valentino maybe having to go in just because he was struggling. You know, obviously they have that sick man, they can use him, but nope, they stuck with P9, and look what he did against G2. You know, moments like that, I think that's going to give him the confidence boost going into today. If he plays... do we think the mentality changed between what happened at NIP compared to G2? Do you think maybe they thought, guys, let's just go out and just have fun? You know, was that
Yeah.
maybe more of the playstyle they went against G2?
I think it was, because that's what you're going to have to do against a team like G2. G2 are very unpredictable this tournament, at least they were, because no one really knew what to expect with Gemini coming in.
Was it? Of course, yeah.
New player coming in, you're always going to be going into it with a bit of a question mark, especially when there's been no international siege for such a long time. And I think that in the second game, certainly Falcons maybe relaxed into it a little bit more. We've got the player stats up for P9 here. 24 kills in the series, 24-9. That's incredible. He comes out of there with a 1.58 rating. He's positive 15 kills. That's the kind of performance that you're going to need out of someone on the side of Falcons. It doesn't have to be P9. It could be O-Kills, it could be Joker, it could be Jayla, it could be any one of them.
Yeah.
But they need that big standout performance again. They need that talisman player to all rally behind. Because when you look at the side of NIP, we know that that is just a team brimming with confidence, brimming with talent, and any single one of them can have a fantastic game. Yesterday it was Muzi, Pino, Psycho, they were all sharing a good weight of that load. Wizard, he had his moment in the sun as well. He's got a great couple of clips there with the SMG11, particularly on the Dokkaebi. So I'm looking at this and I'm going, who is it on the side of Falcons that's going to repeat that performance from yesterday?
You need someone. And NIP, sure, they lost to M80. They made M80 work for it, though. We had the luxury of seeing that game, and M80, it wasn't as clear-cut and dry as what probably people would think. You know, this NIP side still as dangerous on LAN as ever. And NIP, I think portions of yesterday, Ollie, they dominated. They really did dominate that M80 side for you know, a good 4 or 5 rounds in a row. That just shows the prowess and the power of this side and just how good they really are.
Absolutely, we know NIP to be a very talented team, a team that is very capable, and a tournament team at that. This is where they thrive. You know, we're getting into the meat and the bones of the tournament now. This is where you're expecting a team like NIP to, you know, continue this performance and make quite a deep run. Or they, you know, as we've seen in recent years, sometimes crash and burn. You know, they haven't been as dominant as they have in the past, that is for sure. Looks as though we've just got a little bit of a tech issue there. Potentially going to be getting us into the game quite soon, but please do bear with us. We can see the players are getting all those loadouts set up. A little good loadout set up.
You need to make sure it's set up, because we've seen a few times players are, you know, Pulse barbed wire, for example. We've seen that.
Unforgivable.
It is. Missing out on player background cards, which NIP didn't do yesterday.
Background cards.
It was only Pino. He was the only one who done it.
Who were we watching earlier? We were watching BDS W7M. All of the background cards, all of the new background cards as well, the ones with the colourful artwork and everything like that, not just the 2022 grey in the corner.
The proper
it looks good though, doesn't it? Can't remember who it was yesterday that we were watching that had, was it M80? They all had the
Battle Pass one that you
Battle
used.
Pass, the one that I like, the sort of flames in the background, looks like you're at like a really good metal concert or something like that.
Kags, I'm sure, you know, is always, that Kag one's so
yeah,
good.
that Kag one's really good.
It's just, it's
the Japan Invitational one.
That's coming up soon as well,
It's
yeah.
nice, it's like sort of fine line art, almost very black and white. That one looks quite trendy. What's your favourite? What's your go-to?
Rick and Morty.
You're a Rick and Morty fan, aren't you?
Since it came out, Rick and Morty hasn't changed.
Pickle Rick.
That's me.
I like to keep a little bit of variety going, you know.
Oh, the best skins in the game, by far. Not even close.
You don't like the you don't feel like you got a competitive disadvantage when you've got a huge head and eyes that are poking.
That's the reason why I get
corners.
kills. People see a bug swing around the corner, like, what's going on?
They don't know what to do. Looks like we're going to be getting ourselves into the game right about now. We're going to be kicking things off with Border here. We've got Falcons starting off on the attack.
Falcons obviously would have had the chance to VOD review this map. We've seen NIP play it. NIP, we did feel yesterday, Ollie, they really misunderstood the grasp and how you had to hold Border in terms of the defensive capabilities. M80 were lightning quick yesterday, weren't they? They knew what to do in Border. It was a great map for them. Really showcases the the way they've developed Spoit more than anything and how they played around him. And NIP just they were too static, Ollie. They were not moving around the map. If a position gets lost, they just allowed everything else to crash around them. They really need to be a little bit more proactive. Really take it to Falcons. The whole point of Border is why you try and hold every single room in the map is to make sure none of the attackers can get in the building. That's what you try and achieve.
Border really is that map where you need to have that excellent presence. And we saw NIP, they didn't do terribly on Border yesterday against M80. I think that's a real serious stylistic clash of play styles going against one another.
Yeah.
It wasn't fantastic by any means.
I mean, it was a 5-1 half for M80, Ollie. I mean, that's pretty bad. I will say,
the credit.
I will say, NIP, their playstyle will suit Falcons. You know, they'll be better against Falcons, see the playstyle wise.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, we've seen that yesterday. Falcons, it was a little bit one by one. Whenever they went up against NIP, it was one guy would go and die, another guy would go in and die. No real refrags as well. Whereas you look at M80, M80 were pulling out 3v5s, 2v4s against NIP. Falcons need to do that today.
Looking over at the bans, we've got a Monty, Dokubi, Azami, and a Miraban.
Yeah, the pretty clear cut and dry what you would expect to see. NIP, the Monty, we know that's one that they love to have. And then obviously the Dokubi, it's not, you know, they had a lot of issues. If you look at NIP yesterday on Border against M80, Dokubi and Lion just ruined them. They couldn't do anything. Morning, he was saying it was so easy. It was so easy with those two operators because they knew everything on such a small map where, again, moving the Dokubi call and having the Lion scans are second to none.
Looks like we've just got a little bit of a tech issue going on at the moment. I think potentially a power issue has occurred. But what everyone can see at home, if you've still got the loading screen there, waiting to get into round number 1 or not, to get this sorted as quickly as possible. So we hope that you bear with us and we thank you for your patience.
I'm looking forward to this. Looking forward to see how Falcons are. It's certainly a big day for them because this is still, it's do or die. You know, it's not the same limitations as yesterday where we got a chance to fire back and come up through again. This is it. You lose, you're out of the tournament today.
We're in lower bracket final here, Demo. This is really do or die. Maybe we could sort of cycle back a little bit and talk about the map pick and bans. Obviously, we're going into Border now as our first map. You look at the two, we've got a cafe and then we have a villa. So NIP haven't done a terrible job there of navigating the map bans.
Yeah, they've done pretty good.
They've done pretty well. They've got a couple of maps that they were successful on yesterday. Of course, in a tournament like this, it is important to somewhat limit the map pool that you're giving away because obviously teams are going to prep and things of that nature. So Cafe and already being played, of course, in the Falcons NIP round 1, as we maybe are going to start to call it, in those upper bracket semi-finals. Fantastic map for NIP, and I'm expecting when we get onto that map too, they're going to continue in that sort of a vein.
I think if NIP take Border today, I think it shows, well, it depends how they play it. If they've actually changed their playstyle, I'll be very, very happy for NIP because obviously if they do win here today, there is that possibility that, who knows, they could meet M80 again in the grand final. That's a potential matchup, and you'd love to see a Border again, wouldn't you, between those two sides, and see if NIP have really learned from the mistakes that they made. But it's shaping up pretty nicely. You know, BDS is there now, so we know whoever wins this game here today, they will go on to face BDS, which is, you know, not an easy game after the display they put against W7M, who, Ollie, I didn't think W7M were going to get beat.
If you'd have asked me at the start of the day for what is your most sort of dead set guaranteed prediction, I would have had to go, I would have had to turn my back on Europe and I would have had to greet Latam with open arms.
They're just, that team's so good.
W7M, surely they win today against BDS. And then what happens? 3-day Chaco. It was a team performance, no doubt about it. But there was a good couple of rounds there. I mean, it was the Brede clutch in the end, but such a fantastic team, a team that we know is very, very capable.
And then, of course, if you look at our other game, which will be coming up after this matchup, it's Latam versus NA. W7M Oxygen. To then go on to face M8, whoever wins that one. Oh, we've got some big matches coming up in the next couple of days.
We certainly do. Looks as though we're going to be getting ourselves into the game now. Once again, thank you for your patience during that short technical break.
Thank you for your patience, Ollie. Great film.
My patience comes for free. I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this one now, and I'm sure that the players are all chomping at the bit to get involved as well.
I like this immediately from NIP. Look at the lineup. A lot different. We see the Lion come in, we're seeing a Ying, we're seeing a Glaz. These are operators we expect to see. These are operators we want to see. NIP were running Thatcher yesterday on Border, for goodness sake. That's what we were dealing with, Ollie. You know, it's
We did see that, and we were quite critical of it. NIP were only good for 2 rounds on board yesterday against W7. Some of them were close rounds.
I want to see them hit it fast, because as well, like during the back end of that NIP MA game, they were actually trying rushes.
Yeah.
They were playing a little bit quicker, which we questioned this team's too slow, but yeah, I think now with the lineup, it makes a lot of sense. Falcons, though, looks as if they're looking to play a little bit more aggro. One player on a doorway, one player in the window. If anyone does go, he's going to be ready for it. This is shaping up to be an east-sided take. Look where Cons is at the moment as well. The Ying on sandwich window. The strongest position you can play Ying and border is on that window. You can flash out both sides. You can roll the Candelas in towards Archives. You can flash out small box towards half wall. You will create all of this chaos. Moves that you can backstab Armory on the back of that, so it will be very, very strong. And a glass and a window can cover off a lot of the strong angles. The CJ lad is outside. No, Psycho is ready. In goes Cons, he's going to swing in. Is he going to plant or is he going to go for the kill? He's straight in with the LMG, gets his stab. The backstab right into Quibs.
This is exactly what we were asking for yesterday. We were talking about that backstab, talking about that sandwich repel. Cons already looking to get that diffuser down. There is a Solace, but there's no indication that they're on the gadget trying to figure out where that plant is going. And well, slowly but surely, it is only P9 left standing. Wizard takes him out there from the top of these metal stairs. So much better from NIP. That's exactly how to execute an attack onto that bomb site.
The penny has dropped. They finally realized that this is how you have to play Siege. You have to play fast and furious. That's the way it happens. Perfect. That's exactly what you do. Ying, it just showcases how strong she is on that sandwich window. He swung in. Generally, we're seeing plants go down, but no, it was just kills.
Well, you got to kill and then started to get the plant down. There was a prioritization list there.
Yeah, because use Ying as a distraction for them planting Archives. That's usually what you do.
I was kind of surprised to see Cons go for it straight away on the swing.
Yeah, it was very quick, yeah.
That was, even, for sort of a rush standard, that was kind of pacey.
If we didn't expect it, then probably Falcons wouldn't have expected it either after the first Candela.
Falcons were expecting some sort of east-sided take, weren't we? Look at the position of the players. We had somebody in office.
Because you naturally think Archives plant.
But you naturally think Archives plant. Nobody thinks that it's just going to be a site cut in half with someone coming up main stairs, someone in sandwich window, and then outside on vents window.
You can also add a flare into that strat. Just if you guys want to try it at home, I'm more for Stuart. I'm doing the cooking channel. You can fire in an Amaru going in through sandwich window and planting the window.
Yeah, that's the
stuff like that. You can go for as well.
Exciting stuff. A rapid way to get around on the board here for NIP. We're going to see a site change forced out of Falcons as well. They're going to go downstairs. Bathroom. Makes sense. They obviously, just got rolled on that top floor and maybe need a couple of rounds to think about it. Figure out how they want to approach it again.
Warden is up. Haven't went for it though, which is a bit of a surprise. Surely after what's happened to them, Warden's like, yeah, get it locked in immediately. We need some backup. And look at the value the Brava drone's getting. Gets 2 pieces of equipment, one of them being the bulletproof. Joker will have to destroy his own camera. And realistically, Ollie, that's one of 2 bulletproofs that's already gone. One of them still be in the pocket of P9. He hasn't placed it down.
And he was able to disable the Mozzie Pest as well. From obviously the Mozzie Pest activates and you kind of catch the drone back for your own team. So again, Wizard, tons of value out of the Brava. And this is what NIP are quite good at. They're good at finding out all this utility and setting themselves up. Their fact finding is usually quite good. Ooh. C4 shot out there midair. Psycho just waiting for his time to strike. Maybe finds a second. But no, Joker does dip himself back into office just at the right moment. But the pressure's mounting.
I think Moosey seen his life flash before his eyes there. That C4. Thought it was going to blow up, but he didn't. He got it just in time. Joker takes a bit of damage and has to fall back now. He's going to go for the reinforcement onto the fountain wall, but nobody from NIP is going to capitalize on that. But realistically now for NIP, no one's in office, no one's in the hatch. Theoretically, they could just jump on the site. That could happen. We've seen Iconic do it yesterday. He was just around the site at 2 minutes. Don't know how he got there, don't know what happened, but that's something that you can exploit if teams do not have control of the hatch.
Potential for a bit of a retake here. We've got Quibs and O-Kills there just coming up the top of those metal stairs, but it's going to be very short-lived. Pino is still outside on that ventilation. O-Kills probably feels like he can't transition from the top of those metal stairs any further. And look at NIP's commitment here to the map. They've only really got Wizard inside at the moment. A lot of players being able to do quite a bit from outside. Wizard's going to wait for the sun to come through. Fenrir gadget or not, that does not matter. He's going to shut Joker down. continuing this man count advantage here for NIP.
Yeah, one player downstairs, one player above. Just the one player downstairs now as O'Kills does fall. P9 has the DMR in hand. Does hit hard Ollie, but he needs to find 5 players, and I just don't think that's feasible. There is a Brava inside the site, going to be moving in for the kill. Do they know where he is? P9 ready, does find one, but that does lurk. Now everyone from NIP to his position, and Pino will pick up the remains. NIP, very clean again, Ollie. That was a lot more of a controlled execute. They know what they wanted. They took, what, maybe 20% of the map?
They didn't need to take a lot at all. Very little commitment to the map.
Took east, that was it really.
They were still catching people out on the rotations.
Yeah, you seen there was a double stack of a rotate coming up towards metal stairs.
Yep.
There was a bit of information clearly was not provided because Falcons, they had players in towards Falcon. We've seen that. We've seen what happened to the Fenrir. Why is that information not being relayed to the players flanking saying there's a guy in ventilation window? If you try and walk up the stairs, he will have an angle on you. You know, I'm surprised at that. That information should be fed.
It's almost difficult to sort of realize and come to the realization that Falcons beat G2 yesterday. And then we're seeing this. We've just seen 2 of the cleanest rounds from NIP on a border where Falcons, they've got the run of the team. They can pretty much bring whatever they want. They've got Valkyrie, Solace, they've got Fenrir available, they've got tons of stuff at their disposal. And they're not able to come up with these little simple solves. Like, where's the Warden? You know, look at NIP. NIP are doubling down on this now. They're going, yep, no worries, we can run this back. Doesn't matter if it's not the same site that we kick things off. Glaz Warden, Glaz and Ying is still a fantastic combination. We'll throw the Amaru in there this time as well. Cons, you're feeling yourself. Fly yourself in through a window somewhere, go on.
Oh yes, I love this. They're going to go straight in through the rotate hole. If the rotate hole is made though, there's a few teams that don't make it just for this entire purpose. P9, is he aware there's going to be a Marion towards him? The Infidels go in through the bathroom drone hole. The punt is going to go down from Cons right in the window. A perfect execute from NIP. This is what it's all about. Cons has been killed though by the gate Ollie as he tried to jump back in, but it doesn't matter. He done his job. He got the plant down.
And Pino's tucked in here to the side of Tellers. He can now work this window and assist his teammates. Finds himself a second on the round. Joker, O'Kills, you've got a lot of work to do here. Gets caught out by the Nomad as he's sent back and then forth into Muzi's sights. O'Kills again going to trigger 2 out of 3 of those air jabs, getting a lot of value out of that inside of this round. The smoke is still going off. We've still got Candelas piling in, and we've still got a Glaz and an upside down repel. O'Kills, you're not got a chance at disabling that diffuser, especially with the time that is left remaining. We're just going for kills now, and it's going to be Wizard to find it. Lightning quick from NIP.
I'm starting to like this team. I'm starting to like NIP because this is right up my street. You know this is my siege all over. It's so, so good. This is the way you have to play Border. Border, it is a map where you can just cheese these rounds out. You know, I think the last time we seen a push like that was probably, what, Invite? Whenever, I think, the mighty Gids done it with a Blitz, didn't he? He jumped in and used the smokes, tries to plant right beside the sofa, but doing it with the Amaru. The reason why they went for the Amaru is it will insta-break the window, so you don't have to shoot it open. So, you know, teams will obviously hear, you know, windows being shot open, you're ready for that. P9 didn't have a clue, because you don't hear that. You just hear the Gara hook, and the last thing he's probably expecting is the Amaru coming in through, you know, a ground floor window, for goodness sake, but it's a great way to do so. He's straight in, and the plant goes down immediately. Glaz in the post plant is so strong, that upside down repel, being able to obscure the vision. Look at this, like, how do you play against this? You don't. You don't.
You can't win against that.
Oh wait, there's a Warden. Never mind, they don't bring Warden, which I don't know why they haven't fought. Yeah, we are getting absolutely rinsed by this combination of operators. Let's get the man with the glasses in, who is designed for this.
Well, they have just taken a timeout, so maybe the content of that timeout is, let's bring Warden.
Get the Warden in.
Get the Warden. Let's give ourselves a little bit of a moment to breathe. And, you know, let's start to play into this quick play meta. If that's what NIP are going to start bringing, let's bring some things to counter that.
Warden.
We've got the Warden. It's a start.
It is a start. But it doesn't really help them with the lineup that NIP have brought. This is the issue with it now.
Well, NIP can play both ways, can't they? They can either play the sort of looser fast way with the Glaz and the Ying, or they can just revert back to a little bit more default. Cons is this time going to be 6-picking onto the Ossa. So this speaks a lot more of a much more default plan.
I look at NIP and think, why were they not doing this yesterday against M80? If they learnt this overnight, I'd be really surprised. Because the way they're playing it is if they've done this for a few months now, Ollie. And we didn't really see that from them. It's strange to see. But they can play the meta now. They can. They've showcased now 2 rounds. You know, the classic rushes have worked. And the thing is with those rushes that they went for, you may know a team's doing it, but you can't really stop.
Not much you can do about it.
You can't do much against the Ying or the Glans, because those operators are designed just to always win the 1v1 engagements.
And IP getting a little bit of info here, finding out Joker is going to be hiding out inside of CCTV. Does have a couple of ephemery gadgets on the wall to assist him. J-Lad, he's looking to move through. Pick of the Warden this time hasn't really worked out so far. There's obviously flashes and things like that, but there's only 3. You're not really going to gain too much value out of it. You still got a good gun, still got a C4, so you're not too down and out just yet. In this instance, J-Lad has actually opted for the shield instead. Pino getting himself into a bit of bother at the top of those east stairs. Very minimal so far from NIP. They're really taking the time with this one.
Yeah, this is where they slowed the pace down. I wonder what the idea is from NIP. It looks as if they're maybe just trying to probe and see if there is any picks maybe lurking that could happen for them. Again, this top floor, if you lose security, for example, then you kind of lose Fountain. If you lose Fountain, you lose Office. It's that generic code that gets embedded into this map where you have to try and hold everything and make sure you have the man count to your advantage. One thing I do worry about is the man just prone right beside the triple wall. If he gets droned, he's dead. But if he goes undroned, then he could be in for an absolute freebie on the Pino.
NIP are really using this spot to force a mistake out of Falcons now. They're trying to get a rotation. They're trying to catch somebody out. You can see Joker's taking a good portion of damage there as Muzi is really starting to work his way in and around that security area. P9 is going to find one onto Wizard. Was the prone player inside of Office. Joker is going to pick one up as well. First time that we've seen a couple of kills going Falcons' way. They've got the opener and the one after. This time it's NIP that are lacking on the refrags, and well, it seems as though they are going to continue to lack. It's all down to Muzi. Still not being able to take good control inside of Office. The diffuser now cold on the ground just outside of security. The best situation for poor old Muzi to be in. He's going to get swung there by P9. Much better from Falcons, or much worse from NIP. They just totally reverted back.
Yeah, a bit of both. I think Falcons, they understood the core concept, keep them out of the building. You see the east wall being opened up, trying to kill them in east as they come in. But they let NIP come into east. You know, we've seen Muzi sitting there just underneath the camera all day long. But he never really, or Pino should I say, he never really done anything. He just sat underneath the default cam and just held down the long corridor. You know, I think NIP, they didn't really know what they wanted to go for. They didn't know, do they want to go in towards security? Do they want to challenge these guys in towards east? You know, that's a gunfight that doesn't look all too flashy, but it's a very important one on board. Getting that first kill is so important. And as we know, still, against a team like NIP, where it's very rare that we'll see them pull back rounds from behind, it's crucial, and that is the most important thing.
I really liked how Falcons held the nerve there, because they didn't go looking for it. NIP were really trying to force a mistake. They had a lot of crosses covered. They were holding some long angles, and Falcons were just saying, yeah, we're kind of happy where we are. Like, we don't really feel like wanting to move. Of course, yeah. You have to push us. Like, we've relaxed into the game a little bit. Yeah, you've got a couple of early rounds, but you know, we know the inherent strengths of defense on Rainbow Six, and that is that you don't have to move. You can just wait for people to come into you. I think the NIP maybe just spent a little bit too long trying to force a mistake or an error there.
Some great Bravo value today. Once again, Con slips in. Has hacked a gate, has hacked a default cam. Can check out if anything else is there. Oh, gets a Fenrir gadget. Now, this is an important one because, again, Ying can be used to not only just flash into the bomb site, but what she's really good at, if you look at this bomb site, there's a lot of verticality above. If you don't want to take above, and you know there's going to be defenders playing on the holes, which there is from Falcons, you can just flash them from the sandwich window that we've seen be used earlier. So it's a good way of just denying any control of the above verticality without having to go above.
It's looking very direct so far from NIP. We've got 3 players all huddling there around this B window hopping. J-Lad is above.
Just 3 of them above.
Quibs. It isn't going to be just as easy as hopping yourself in and getting the plant down. You are going to need to pay some attention to above, whether that is with a flash, with a smoke, or something of that nature.
So what they also have, they have Pino coming in towards East, they also have a player going towards Armory, and they're going to plant right on the doorway. In goes the Candelas, so they will blind anyone who tries to go for the verticality, but no, J-Lad will find him through the smoke. He has not been flashed, he has not been found, and Falcons have completely collapsed on NIP. Pino, who tried to push upstairs from East, he's been taken out. Psycho does get a refrag though onto P9, tries to challenge the vertical angles, but it doesn't work for them. And Muzi, he's all the way over in Bathroom. What was he trying to achieve?
Well, it was on the backstab, but it was a very unsuccessful backstab. He's got a little bit of info here. He knows that someone's hiding out inside of customs. He knows someone's at least above potentially 2. Depends on how much he's got to really work with here. The default cam's going to have given a heck of a lot away there for him. The diffuser's going to be cold. It isn't going to be about the diffuser in this instance. Finds the first onto O-Kills, potentially grab a second as he moves himself up these main stairs. Gets some damage in onto Quibs, but he knows he's being pinched from both sides. J-Lad, patient there, just holding the bottom of those main stairs. He stopped the plant from going down and picks up the final kill in the round.
J-Lad, that was his round there, wasn't it? Got him through the smoke. It's almost as if he kind of tucked his way right into the corner of Armory, so the Candelas wouldn't catch it, as they were kind of for a little bit too deep almost. It wasn't as close onto the vertical angles of what maybe it should have been, so just showcases that you need to make sure that the Candelas are placed, you know, correctly. They were thrown in deep. They're not going to be able to see him.
It was a great little 3-2-1 from Falcons in these sort of aggressive jump outs and things of that nature. There was 3 kills in about 2 seconds. A great attempt by NIP, but as you said, just a slight misplay on the utility side of things.
Yeah, good hold from Falcons. Good hold from them. NIP, again, they went for that quick push that time, but I think you have to look at Pino and Muzi there, have to try and create more of a chaos as that plant's going in.
Yeah.
You know, as that diffuser's being planted, Pino shouldn't be placing claymores on a window. Muzi should not be in Bathroom. You know, they should be with the team.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Or just harassing up at Armory Door.
He should have stayed at Armory Door, because he was at Armory Door earlier. Muzi was there, and then he left. He should have stayed at Armory Door. You need to create some form of pressure. I told you before about Border. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Cheeky little spawn peek there from J-Lad. Just puts a couple of cursory shots in Muzi's direction. Not looking for anything more or less than that either. If he gets a headshot, he gets a kill, fantastic. If not, just letting him know you're there. Chance at an even half here for Falcons.
Yeah, it would be a very good half also in the midst of that, considering NIP looked very poor in the defensive half yesterday against M80. NIP, again, they went for the more tame lineup. It's going to be a little bit more slow for them, a little bit more precise. Obviously, we've seen the rush come in the last time, and it worked a treat for them, but they're not going to go for it again. Falcons, they've brought operators in response for that. They have the Warden now, so they can deny that class. And one thing, just on the side as well with Falcons is I think they've got really, really good value out of some of the Aruna gates today. Just slowing that down, and it's an operator that we don't see all too much these days because she is that unfortunate at 1 speed. Psycho finds one. Cons though, a great run out from J-Lad, and Cons, he's not ready for that. He was more focused on the guy inside a break room, and Wizard probably have question marks there. Should have been covering that.
Quite possibly, might have been caught out in the drone or something. Pino, he's going to be outside on ventilation. Seeing if you can find anybody on the cross upstairs. We're going to look at that bathroom teller site again, and of course we remember the success that NIP had there previously, but not looking to repeat the same trick twice. I'm going to be going for a slightly different approach this time. They're certainly well in that fact-finding mission portion of the round, where they're going to look to try and gain a little bit of an advantage. There should be no excuse for any electronics left kicking around. Look at what we're bringing. We're bringing a Brava and an IQ. Almost double redundancy there.
Oh, Solus and IQ both seeing each other. O-Kills takes a bit of damage. Pino takes a little bit more. Psycho will find his second in the round. O-Kills. That said, Solus is eliminated. Quibs, I think he's by himself inside of Workshop. He's going to be up against it because there's 2 players looking to move in towards the main door. It should just be a classic drone him. I'll push him. And hopefully the end result ends in a kill, but Quibs is fighting back. Wizard goes down. Joker above. He too will find an engagement, but now they know where he is from below. Quibs finds one, but not before Muzi gets the refrag. Joker with one on the Psycho. And Muzi once again, all he has to try and get a clutch.
Moody left in the clutch once again, picks up the down there onto Joker. Now in the 1 versus 1 versus J-Lad. He knows exactly where he is. He's just gonna hold his nerve, but J-Lad, he peeks left and he peeks right. Picks the right window in the end. Nail biter there as a final round to close the half, and it's all level, 3-3.
Falcons have got a bit about them now, Ollie, a bit of steam in their locker. One thing you have to say about Falcons is they're not giving up. You know, at 3-0, we've seen yesterday, it almost just limped away into the darkness, but no, they've got something about them. Like that,
there was
for
a
example.
Claymore there.
Yeah, like, Claymore's a bit of a...
That's not a great Claymore.
It's not, but at the end of the day, someone should be holding East. The fact that someone's run out of East at like 2 minutes is scandalous.
Well, it's because it's Claymore, isn't it? It's, oh, there's a Claymore there, we're safe, but the Claymore is actually not very good Claymore.
Claymores are not good unless it's a window.
Yeah.
Facts. Literal facts.
A little bit of frustration starting to show on the side of NIP. They had some early success on this border attack. Picks up 2 lightning rounds of bringing a really exciting brand of Siege. And they just seem to have regressed a little bit, Demo, especially those last couple of rounds. We saw quite a timid at 9P. We saw an operator lineup that you could maybe throw a question mark at. Is it necessary to bring both the Brava and the IQ?
I don't know why they've slowed down.
Yeah, where has this come from?
You
We're
need
on
to play
border.
the quick Siege. And they showed that they didn't. They showed that they can play that way, and then they didn't.
A lot of Falcons fans in the crowd here today, of course. Hometown team. They're going to be pretty thrilled with that comeback. Not done too badly so far, especially to salvage a 3-3 half from the way the first couple of rounds went is impressive indeed.
Still a long way to go yet.
Certainly is.
And obviously NIP, defensive half. How will things differ from what we've seen against MA, which was really that's where they lost the game. It was all about the defense for them. So I hope that they've done something new. They still went for that Dockle, and you weren't a fan of that yesterday.
I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I'm not the biggest hater of it either. I totally understand why it's brought. I'm not sure how effective Falcons are going to be with nades from below, and that sort of, you know, real thorough droning. If it does become something that's quite apparent, then yeah, sure, keep rocking the dock. Realistically, what else would you bring? Because all the NIP want is a 1.5 times. Yeah, that's all they're after.
Yeah, valid, yeah. Definitely valid to have the 1.5x. I think especially for that position where you will be fighting long angles, you think towards breakdoor, for example, 1.5x something really handy there. I don't think they have that shield there last time on the door. I think they did. I think they had that shield in their strategy. Just gives them just an extra potential swing if they need it. They've sacked off the castle today, which is one that we mentioned before. How much, you know, yeah, the castle of NIP is becoming quite synonymous, and I don't know if it was the greatest help for them. Nades from below is the order of today. Ollie, did you order any nades today?
I think we should put a little bit of an order in.
I think they're coming up.
Are they en route? Have we got a driver?
They should be. I hope so. But again, that had to be reinforced. It's going to keep them nice and safe. Psycho, nice and safe. So Falcons, as you can see, are just getting themselves in position. There's the pin being pulled, and he will nade. Nobody's home for the first one. In goes the second one. Psycho, you should hear nades from below. You should just sit safe on the hatch, and he will do so. The second one, is it going to be let rip? Nope. Maybe just waiting for a more precise call-out for the team. O'Kill's also probably looking for a kill below with his set of nades, but as you can see, no one is really in a position to be naded inside of Armory. Wizard, he's standing on a concrete floor always, so they can't even touch him.
This is the problem when you've not got the information to back it up, and it's almost not good enough droning that info for yourself. And if there's a reinforced hatch and you're playing a dock,
you're
wasting your time.
Oh, but they killed him though. He swung. Psycho swung the window. He's been eliminated. That is a great nade from O'Kills. Wizard has moved away from his safety position. There we go, Ollie. We ordered some nades and we got one.
Redeemed. If the nades from below don't work, you better have someone in position to catch them on the rotation, and that's exactly what we saw Falcons doing there. Cons has now moved into security, and he's going to try and make something happen from here, but look at all those yellow pings. They know exactly where he is. They know for certain that there's somebody hiding out inside of there. Moosey going to get a great kill over onto J-Lad. As Joker, he's made his way into Archives. Quip finds 2, excuse me. Moosey caught in the pinch as the final kill comes in for Joker.
Wow. NIP giving away the early picks, and it just collapses again. What is it with NIP? Just too static. They lose players, they lose kills, and they do nothing to get them back. They do nothing to get them back. Oh my goodness, NIP losing the first defense. And Falcons, they're right in the thick of it. And it's got the crowd going on.
We talk about this hometown advantage and the crowd buff that teams from all over the world get, depending on obviously where they play. If you have a EU team playing EU, then you get a bit of a crowd buff. You have a MENA team playing MENA, yeah, you get a bit of a crowd buff. And it just so happens that this time it's the Falcons that are on the receiving end of those cheers. Clinical take upstairs. I think they did a fantastic job. I was quite critical of the nades from below. I think that J-Lad maybe missed a little bit of an opportunity with one of them and didn't potentially have anyone else working with him, but when it all comes through and you get to see the bigger picture, you can see there was someone there up there ready to collect that kill over onto Psycho. And again, we can remain critical of the Doc demo.
We can. Castle comes in, which we did mention before. Strategy from NIP may look a bit complicated for everyone down there, especially if you look towards east. You can see that one of the double doors is castled, and you have that rotation going into the bomb site. That is going to be a good way for NIP to hold down east a lot more safely. You don't have to worry about, having to hold customs. You can give them customs. That castle barricade being there will block off the sight lines, and it will give you a chance to get back into sight if a rush does happen, which we know on border that is very likely to be the case. Upstairs, you can see the castle barricades towards east. It's really just about holding down east. I probably would like to see a deployable shield also stationed in towards east there just to give more of a control. But deployable shield these days are quite difficult to come by, as we know. Yeah.
We're in an economic downturn for deployable shields demo. They've become one of the rarer things in this game. P9. Not so quietly, but still sneaking in on the Nook. Does have some drones working at his feet. Quite easily could find himself a freebie here as long as somebody gets droned out.
That barbed wire, the Wally, it's going
to stop him from advancing any further.
What's going on here? J-Lad trying to move in towards kind of front desk area, and does get pelted back, and that's because there's players inside of east they can hold that angle.
Now going to try his look at moving downstairs as P9 turns his attention over toward Workshop. There's going to be a player in there scurrying away. Pino gets caught out there as he tries to run back to the safety of sight. We're going to send a nade in through to Showers now as well, just to see if anyone's kicking around in there. And Psycho has found himself down. Not sure if that was off the back of the nade or not.
Moosey trying to clamber back in alongside Cons, who's found 2 kills for his trouble. Wizard is the lone player in sight, but he's got support from the hatches above, but never mind. O-Kills has eliminated Cons on the hatch, but Moosey is there with the refrag. Never mind, there goes Wizard, doesn't need to cover no more. It's actually been a drop coming in for Moosey, and a 1 versus 2. Again, this player needs to go for another clutch.
Well, he's going to have to try and navigate this castle barricade that his team have set up for him. A little bit of an advantage here, certainly for Falcons. They've got him in the pinch. Moosey finds one onto J-Lad. He's just going to land a couple of bullets, but no, it's P9. That's a shot you've got to hit, and he hits it.
My goodness. That was an almost for Moosey. Again, very, very tight rounds that we have, but Falcons, P9, incredible in that round, incredible. Really starting things off, on the Nook, looking to maybe move in towards upstairs, can't do it because the barbed wire, finds another option then downstairs, finds a lone player by himself, this kill right here. And really...
2 players from NIP got shot in the back running back to side.
That kill flustered NIP, because then they started trying to get back into the bomb site. I will say this, you'll see a kill here, this is needless. Why is he swinging that? I don't know. Why? Because there's 2 players above, they still have control of the sight hatch. Needless. And we've seen NIP do this yesterday, where they will swing an angle for no reason. For no reason at all.
It's even more blatant in the replay as well. You know, in the heat of the moment, we're looking at the whole
now.
thing.
But we've got everything.
But we've got receipts on these players now. We've got the replays, and that really does shine some cold hard truths on some of those peaks that maybe shouldn't be. 5-3 now as we move into round number 9. We're gonna go upstairs. NIP's first attempt at this top floor site. We've got Psycho on the dock again. At what point do you just place someone below and try and deal with the person coming through detention?
No. I think... I'll be honest, I don't know if Psycho's the right player for that position, because that's a few times where I've seen him overswing for no reason. That Brazil location, which that little box there, people don't know it's called Brazil, which is quite fitting for, you know, this. And the reason why is it started back in 2017, whenever Brazil were really the teams who started going for this extension in towards security. That's where it kind of started. It was a very strong position for them. And
a free history lesson, eh?
You know me, encyclopedia and all that. But I don't think Psycho's the right player for that, because he's swinging too much, he's over-peaking. Your main goal there is just to stay alive. That's all you need to do. I think Wamai is more well-suited for that, mostly because, sure, we're talking about nades from below, and you can reinforce a hatch, but that still doesn't stop from nades just flying in through the window and hitting you. I'm much for the Wamai.
Let's see how Psycho manages to navigate that position this time. It looks as though he's got a little bit more support. So he's going to be working alongside Muzi as well.
There's the trophy, which don't know what's happening. It was a nice trophy though.
We do have a trophy. You see, this is confusing because we still have a top-down feed.
I would like to see the round.
Oh, okay. Now we don't have a top-down feed.
We have an issue.
That tells us all we need to know.
We've been disconnected, guys, from the game.
Though we've had an observer crash in the lobby. Hopefully we'll get ourselves sorted and back into the game as soon as possible.
A lot of flags. A lot of flags. We don't see that from...
We get the odd flags, but not... Yeah. Not an ideal time. I think Falcons were just picking up a little bit of momentum there.
Yeah.
Going to be rehosting with the same site. Same operators as well, I would imagine. I didn't get a glance at the clock before we disconnected.
Are they still playing the game? That's the question, because obviously we're a minute in. No, okay, everything's shut down for it. Sometimes we find that where it's the teams will play the round because it's a little bit too late on, isn't it? But it should go back to 5 versus 3. We'll be in as quick as we can. As you can see the players getting into the lobby as swiftly as possible. Chubbs having a word. Muzi, we not happy with something? What's going on?
I did see one of the Falcons players earlier picking up the mouse and sort of pointing at the mouse and talking to the admin about it, so I'm not sure if they were having a bit of an issue there.
Their players, are they ever happy? Are players ever happy?
No, it's always the mouse fault. Change your sense.
It's always something.
Bad game, change your sense.
They all think it's the mouse. It's not. It's your own hand, mate. Get that sorted.
Just while we've got a moment of downtime here, I'm going to indulge in a story.
Oh dear.
SI 21
right
in Sweden.
Okay. No, that was 21 was in Paris.
21 was 22 in Sweden.
22 in Sweden.
Demo rocks up, didn't bring any peripherals, and we actually got to take over one of the practice rooms for one of the teams.
Yep.
And Demo
Sandbox, if I'm not mistaken.
Demo was absolutely killing it on ranked with like the worst keyboard and mouse combination you've ever seen. The total cost of the setup would have been like 20 quid.
Yep.
You could have got the mouse and the keyboard as like a combo deal. It was just office wear, and you were absolutely slaying. And ever since then, I've always really, it's not the mouse. It's not the mouse.
I just saw a place for Siege.
Exactly.
You know? Wasn't too bad.
As we can see, the lobby filling up here. We are going to be jumping back into border exactly where we left off. This is, of course, a bit of a time for the players to have a little bit of a chat between themselves.
Yeah. Obviously, they can think about what they want to do. I mean, I think NIP obviously there in the hot seat. Look, Psycho.
I'm going to play dog on the reinforced hatch. Just let
Your Brazilian's getting good.
Just let me play dog on the reinforced hatch. That's all I want to do.
All you guys need to do is not swing. I'll do the swing.
Just don't swing.
I will swing. You don't do anything. Okay? Whenever I inevitably die, you get ready to refry, because I will swing and I will die.
With all 3 stims. In pocket.
I will be firing the stims at the opponents just to see if you guys are good enough for this game. If you're good enough for this team, you will kill the Ashe with 140 health. You will do that.
Imagine if that was the content. Imagine Psycho just comes out and starts spraying the stim pistol around.
Starts testing the team.
Brilliant.
NIP, this is it. World champions, the weight of the badge. Big club. Big expectations.
I'm not sure how good everyone's eyesight is, but it looks as though we've nearly got all of the players inside of the lobby. I think we've got a full 5v5, so we're potentially just waiting for a couple of last-minute checks to be performed before we are sent back into the game.
Should we just play medics and easy? It's always a good out, isn't it?
See, this is the time when the observers do the most work, because they have to rebuild the whole lobby.
Oh no.
And they have to rebuild put in all the previous scores.
They have a lot down on a piece of paper, don't they?
They have to write it all down, yep.
We're back underway, ready to go. These teams battling out for that glorious trophy that you just seen on your screen. The second champions will be crowned this weekend, Ollie, off the competition. Could it be a two-time BDS still, of course, in the competition?
Certainly could now.
Mm-hmm.
Falcons, 5-3. Could potentially move them on to match point here. We are going to have to see an entire remake of the previous round 9, which lasted about a minute or so. But it's going to be very similar, isn't it? We're expecting to see the same sort of a setup here. We had Muzi place that shield at the top of 90, Psycho reinforcing the hatch inside of CCTV, making a little bit of a rotation in through to Fountain as well. It's going to be fairly par for the course here. That is NIP's main focus here, is to keep control of that CCTV room for as long as possible.
All about the security, that is what you need. Falcons, they've been very tame in the operator choices. Again, you know, the kind of fast action that we expect to see on Border hasn't really been brought. They're favoring a lot more than nades on. 6 nades being brought to the table. Nook doesn't really get banned too much now because she's really open to playing. And one thing as well with Nook, if people don't know, she got the change where now she can be heard as she's walking around if she has her gadget activated. It used to be that if you had it activated, you were like Cav. You just didn't hear them.
The thing is, it's always going to be played because it's 2 nades.
It's 2 nades and a good gun.
It's 2 nades and a good gun.
I say good gun.
You are always going to play it. This is where we start to see the nades come in from below. How good is your information, J-Lad?
Got a couple of pings.
You were good for 1 last time.
They're not really going near Psycho below as well, and one thing you've noticed, probably because they realize what's the point, you're wasting nades. You can't really get him in an easy way.
This could be a good one.
Hatch, no, he's aiming for the roar. Almost got him there as well, Oli Pino. He should now go and get a dock, so we will see hopefully some value out of the stim pistol. Psycho looks to be rotating over, has hopefully a stim pistol out ready to go. There's the nade, Wizard eliminated. Cons has slipped downstairs, he finds one, but he has no idea that O-Kills is right beside him. He's also downstairs with an aid. Psycho, there we go, he swings, he gets killed. Muzi has also dropped below. We have so much action downstairs.
Peanut takes a second swing, why not? Well, I'll tell you why, because you're going to lose. O-Kills from below, picks himself up 2. Poor old Pino didn't even manage to get a dock stim inside of that round.
6 rounds in a row now for Falcons. Head loss city for NIP, and they've used the timeout.
Match point here for Falcons. Map number 1 here in this lower bracket final.
I want to see how Psycho died. That's what I'm waiting for.
Oh,
I'm waiting for it.
Should we count how many needless swings there were from the side of NIP?
Where's my beloved replays? They're not here today. Yay!
The nades from below are fantastic.
The nades.
I think J-Lad did a fantastic job there because you could see him tempted for a couple. Cons just got super unlucky not to look for the second there.
Yeah, he had no idea.
Why would you look though? You've got no idea.
Yeah, there he is!
Oh, of course, he's walking out of CCTV door!
Take me! Imagine if you walked in and you walk into a restaurant and the chicken walks up to you and just dies in front of you. Just eat me now! Take me! That's what that was like.
You just sat at the seaside and the fish just jumps out of the sea onto the
It says,
plate.
would you like me today? Would you like me?
10 seconds left.
Oh boy. NIP just, the defense again, it's carried over from the M80 game. They've played, what's that, 9 defensive rounds of Border. They've won 1.
It's not a great stat line, is it? The saving grace is that the next couple of maps that are coming up are traditionally decent maps for NIP.
Yes, of course.
So as long as they can maintain a good mentality, they shouldn't be too concerned here.
But we said that about G2 and Falcons, and we said the second map favored G2. And look what happened. Falcons, the momentum carries over, and they train wreck them.
If it runs on batteries, I'll see it.
P9 searching out on that IQ, seeing if there's anything he could find. Maybe Falcons this time.
Here we go.
A little bit quickly.
Not
going for the glass, though.
He's not going for the plant. You can see the Yings rotate around now to the other side of the map, maybe looking to move in towards the reception. So that was almost a bit of a bait almost to maybe create some chaos for NIP, make them worry, make them use some utility, but nothing really came off that. That was a bit strange from Falcons, because generally if you're going to go big, you commit to it. They haven't done that.
Considering they've only got 1 Candela left, no smokes. Sure, we've got the Warden, so you're going to need to have a good couple of pieces of utility to potentially pick the right angle to use that utility in. Certainly a little bit strange there from Falcons. I was expecting something maybe a little bit quicker there from them with that utility commitment, but they've allowed NIP chance to sort of stabilize a little bit here.
Falcons have slowed the tempo down, rightly so, but that's an easy pick for Pino. That proximity alarm will give the position of Quibs away. Every now and again we see the proxy alarms get good value, but Joker, he's jumped in through the window, found 1 kill, but NIP, they will stabilize Ollie after losing that first player. Wow, there's a Capcan kill as well in the midst of that. NIP, they pull around back, they're back in the game.
I want to see which Capcan it was, because there was an IQ and a lot of those Capcans got found.
I think it was upstairs, where IQ was not.
I'm certainly not blaming the IQ. There is the classic double on the long corridor upstairs in Border, which is just a nightmare for the Capcan traps because it's a door that doesn't look like a door. Much better from NIP. Nice to see them not overreact to that initial utility push as well. It would have been really easy to just throw a load of C4s at that and to, really lose a lot of your advantage for later on into the round.
Yeah, Joker just jumps in, nobody's home. It's a good kill. There's Cons. Didn't see your Capcan kill though.
Capcan kill.
It's tricky because we don't really consider Capcan the gadget as a person, so we don't really have a POV off it.
No.
Only the final kill we really see them, isn't it? Or if we just catch it on the observer.
RNIP going to go all the way back into this. They need to pick up 2 rounds here.
Okay, so this is obviously Ventilation Room Workshop. They've got the castle. They're going for the kind of east hold again, which it does feel a little bit weird considering that this isn't the bomb site. It's not as if it's bathroom and tellers. It is going to be Ventilation Room Workshop, but they're still trying to hang on to east. Yeah, reinforced break room as well. They've got the rotate in. They've castled off as well a long corridor. Double reinforced in bathroom. I mean, right now, if you're NIP, you're basically saying, let's all play upstairs. That's basically what you've done. For Falcons, and looking at their lineup, they've got nades. They could maybe see if they could clear some utility and try and go fast into the site. Maybe that could be an option for them if there is maybe a blind spot, a bit of flooring not being opened up. But whenever there is an Oryx, it's very rare that you would find something not being opened up. Pino looking to get aggressive, actually. Maybe walks out the main door, catches a player, repelling, no kills, falls, but there's a good refrag. Never mind, Cons has got the cover. He was hit away inside of Customs. And Falcons, they've tried to, get the refrags and get the kills back, but NIP have almost baited them into it.
I think Pino owes Cons a chocolate bar for that one. He's kept him in the game. Devastating couple of opening kills. There's some good aggression from NIP as well. That's what I'd like to see. Just lurking around the breach, taking your chance. And of course, having your teammate there to grab you back is always helpful as well. It's just going to take the wind out of Falcon's sails a little bit here. Quibs just gets caught out on the prox alarm. Could be too devastating. There's only a handful of places that he can be, and he's going to look to try and open the breach anyway. Pops himself here into security, just keeping an eye on the top of those main stairs. Great shot from Joker onto Wizard. Wizard just getting caught, peeking out from round the corner, potentially not needing to do so. It's going to be P9 that moves in now to try and make something happen. The fully check out that fountain as the info isn't really there. But he's going to catch Psycho, just looking entirely the opposite way. How has he not heard him there transitioning through? This is looking much better for the Falcons. They lost the opening 2, but they haven't lost one since. Cons, he's lit. He's got shot from above.
And you look at the issue now of losing that top floor. All those vertical angles are going to work against the defense. Both players are on either ends of the map. One in bathroom, one towards jail. They are so separated from one another. This is going to be really tricky for NIP. And look at the HP as well. That goes against them. All Falcons need to do is drone the site, find one of them, and also I just go for the one guy. I would flood him. Now they know where he is. This should be just a drop in, get the kill, get the plant down.
Potentially drop from 2 angles as well. They're just going to look to try and exploit a little bit of this vertical angle that is available to them for the time being. There is only 15 or so seconds left on the clock. They're now going to hit the drop, get themselves straight into Workshop. They are actually going to ignore the Solace that was in Bathroom and maybe look to try and get this plant down. Pino, he loses the gunfight. Cons, he's got even less health than his buddy did. He too gets taken down. Falcons, they claw it back there, Demo. That start of that round was not looking great for them. But they closed out a very solid border here, taking map number 1.
Yeah, very impressive from Falcons. I mean, just they go 3-0 down. We see a timeout, we think, oh, here we go again. It's just going to be the same as what it was yesterday, but no. Falcons really pulled it back. NIP off the mark in the defense again. So static, swinging needlessly whenever they just need to sit and hold angles and talk to each other and play as a team, get the refrags. They were not doing that. NIP came out gunning from the get-go. Look at the style they were playing on the attack. It then kind of petered away and Falcons got themselves back in. And it just shows the momentum of Falcons. One thing that we said that they certainly can do and they can show. They didn't really do it yesterday. They did it against G2 and they're doing it here now, where it matters.
We're going to hit a very short break. After that, we'll be back with the desk to break it down and to set us up for map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me
welcome to the STC Play Pre-Map. We've just seen Falcons secure their own map pick border. I'm Ginny, joined us with Fresh and Anne, and a little surprise, we have Valentino as well.
Hello.
Welcome. Lovely to have you.
Thank you. I left the team for you.
Sorry?
I left the team for you.
Oh, you left the team for us. Okay, so he's here to help all of us break down. I think the first question definitely that we need to ask is, we actually saw border this time around, but we didn't see it yesterday. So walk us through it. What's the thought process behind that?
Actually, we played them on Chalet yesterday. Like, it was pretty hard. They used Clash so much. And we were thinking, should we just ban Clash? But no. We decided to go another map, which is border. They played against M8 yesterday on it. They lost 7-2 or 7-1, I can't remember. So we are actually good on border. The start of the map was rough a little bit, but they adapted and went through it.
Okay, so that means that you guys did get the chance to see the M80 game that they played yesterday.
Yeah, we got the chance to.
Yeah.
I mean, just the score proves that they are not that good on the map, so that was enough.
I think it was a brave call because, you know, they went on to Chalet yesterday. Like you say, it was the clash and the utility that you guys were struggling to deal with yesterday. Obviously, that's not as much of an issue on border. They did surprise you though, didn't they? They came out of the blocks with some very fast attacks in those first couple of attacks.
Yeah. Like, before the game, we said we were going to play Warden for rushes, because obviously everyone rushes on border, especially when it's Armory and Armory and Archives.
Yep.
So we were like, let's play Warden, but they didn't pick Warden for some reason. So I was like, why aren't we playing Warden? And first 3 rounds were rusty a little bit, but then they adapted again and we managed to pull back.
Yesterday as well, the first game against NIP, it wasn't the performance that we're expecting from Falcons, we're going to be completely honest. I mean, even NIP on the interview said, we were really thinking that they're going to come out swinging, they're going to be aggressive, but that wasn't the case. But then the game against G2 was completely different. You guys went back into form, so we heard a little bit from Jack saying that players were told that they can just feel comfortable, do what they want, but what happened between those 2 games?
I mean, basically, I think because it was the first game of the day, like first game of their tournament as well. So I don't think the boys were in the mood for the game. And no offense to Golds, but they were playing like Golds. They were playing so terrible. Afterwards, we told them, like, you're playing, can I say it? You're playing really bad.
Yeah.
And actually just play comfortable. And one thing we changed was P9.
Yeah.
His role was so strict, he can't do anything he wants. So we were like, just be comfortable, do whatever you want, and here we come. Like, he played against G2 so well, and against NIP as well. So hopefully the second map, it goes well as well. We go to the semifinals.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we were all hoping for that as well, considering you're on the desk now. But, and yesterday as well, specifically, we were saying, okay, when M&M had to play the border against Falcons at the Copenhagen Major, they were like, oh, well, now we know what every team felt like back in Riyadh. So that is exactly the case this time around for NIP. They let that go through. So in that regards, maybe 4 rounds on the board for NIP, but still, Falcons just came out swinging.
Yeah, I feel like this map suits you guys' playstyle very well. Like, it allows you to play aggressive, allows you to be in the enemy's faces. Obviously, we did not see that too much in the first game that you guys played yesterday. And he said after the second game against G2, oh, we're playing more like ourselves now. That was the game plan coming into this game as well, I assume?
Yeah. Yesterday, they were a little bit afraid or pressured, so they weren't comfortable playing the play style we usually do. So afterwards, we told them, like, just be yourselves, play as if it's ranked, and that's how we actually run. That's how we actually manage to play as a team. Just be yourself, play ranked, have fun, and that's it.
Fresh really likes that. He likes some good old Ranky.
I like Ranky. I think the thing is as well is, like, you don't realize how much that affects confidence as well, right? Is if you're playing with a freedom and you're playing with confidence, then things work out for you as well. You try things, you don't second guess yourself, and things just work out. And, you know, that's what we know Falcons for. It's what we saw last year. It's what we saw in the Copenhagen Major, all the way through MENA League as well. And, you know, it's what we finally saw when you played G2 on the first map today.
That was another discussion point as well that we had on the desk. The fact that last year on Gamers8, that was the first time that Falcons was on the international stage. So not a lot of expectations on your shoulders. You're then going into the Copenhagen Major. Is the first time we're seeing MENA on the international stage. Again, a bit of a dark horse, nobody really knowing what to expect. But then you're coming on Gamers8 for the second time and everyone is like, okay, Falcons, last time around, they were in the final. So do these expectations make the team play a little different, think a little different?
I mean, the reason there is more pressure is because we probably became second last year. So if you come less, it's like, what are we doing?
G2's absolutely fine.
And we are in Riyadh as well, our hometown.
Yeah.
So Gamers8 last year was really, like, I think they started the same way. They played against BDS first. It went really bad. Then they realized, just be yourselves, play whatever you want, and have freedom to do whatever. And it worked out until they went to the final against BDS, but it was a close final. It didn't work out at the end, but like second place is better than last.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like G2.
You're going back to Cafe in a bit. That was a map that you played against Falcons as well yesterday, which was a 7-1 score. The defense didn't really work out that well for Falcons. Is there anything other than the playstyle, being more aggressive, more confident, that we can expect as a change going into this second time on Cafe?
I mean, the same thing that happened in Chalet happened in Cafe. They were pressured, they weren't feeling themselves. When the G2 game came and we played on Cafe, they really know how to adapt to G2's mistakes and to play against them properly. So hopefully they play in the same play style on Cafe this time again, and we will secure the win, hopefully. Hopefully.
It's a different team this time around. It is NIP, and you played against them yesterday. It wasn't maybe the performance that you wanted, but still, when you've looked at NIP on Border, you've looked at the matches yesterday that played against M80, you've played against them yourselves, what are the biggest pain points you think from this team that you as Falcons can utilize to your advantage?
Actually, third floor and Cafe, we weren't holding piano that much against NIP at the first game. In the Cafe game against G2, we actually worked on that. People were actually wasting time more and using more utility, which was lacking us in the game against NIP. So hopefully we do the same thing again. And I think like we played Cafe twice yesterday, so that's enough scrimming for that map.
All right, warmed up, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly something that I noticed in that first game against NIP and Cafe was like, you played reading. I think it was 2 or 3 times in the the basement site, and you just gave them so much space. Yeah. So I'm gonna, for me, my expectation is that you will be fighting them. Particularly if it's top floor and reading, you'll be fighting for piano and cigar shop and really trying to get in the face because, that's what you're known for. That it was so surprising to us yesterday when we're seeing Falcons just play time almost. It was like he was playing time into play like kind of retake, which again isn't what we come to kind of know your guys' style to be.
Yeah. We actually played so much time yesterday. We weren't even wasting time. We were just like holding a place, destroying a drone and pulling back. We shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, well, NIP, they've played Border this time. This was their first matchup of today. It went 7-4, right? So in terms of the mental state that they're in right now, going into Cafe, that is something as well that we need to take into consideration because this matchup specifically, guys, it's like either you're going into playoffs or you're going home. There is no middle ground. So when we're looking at the NIP players, we're looking at their chance on Cafe, and how are we feeling?
I mean, obviously, if you think about the fact that they're going to play a completely different playstyle, as you mentioned as well, they're feeling more unleashed or feeling less pressure. I feel like if we see this aggressive playstyle, if P9 gets that freedom that he has been given, I feel like it could be something completely different. And for NIP, that might be difficult to adapt to, right? They saw a very passive Falcons yesterday. Now they might play a very aggressive Falcons. So to have to adapt to that, that might be a challenge for NIP too.
One thing that I will say is T-Chubbs and Bob, the coaching staff of NIP, are very, you could call them angry, I would call them passionate guys.
Angry, okay.
And they will give their team a big speaking to when they lost. I know that after the M80 game yesterday, they gave them a big shouting at, after the map 1 of M80, they gave them a big shouting at, screamed at them, get the guys riled up, get them ready for it, get them motivated. And obviously we saw NIP get in there and win that map too. Wasn't comfortable, only just, it was that unlosable round. Yeah. But I think that's one thing is, the Brazilians, they are very passionate. They will say what's on their mind and they will shout at each other if they need to get back up for it.
Yeah, but then we're looking at Falcons and they're kind of in the opposite boat. They have that momentum going. They won against G2. They won the first map now against NIP. So they must be in a different headspace, which potentially could just make them do this as a 2-0.
I mean, just as I said before, if you play in the same style we played earlier against G2 and in the first map, we might actually go to the semifinals. And we are looking forward because if we go to the semi-final, we are going to play BDS. And we are looking to get the revenge back. Like, we are getting the revenge back from NIP now, and we are looking forward to play BDS again.
Okay.
Hopefully.
So there's like a couple of steps in the way for you to guys get there.
One more
map. Okay, that's true. Cafe being that specifically. So maybe not to give any strats away or anything in that regards, but when we are going up against NIP, as we already heard from Fresh, maybe they got a little bit of a stern talking to. We're not going to use shouting this time around. When it comes to going up against them, is there any prep that you've done specifically for their playstyle here? Because yesterday they expected an aggressive Falcons, they didn't get it, so most likely they're expecting aggression again.
Yeah, we don't really focus on their weak points. We just focus on our strong points, which are like the roles in the team. Like we unleashed P9 right now. So if he actually play like he played yesterday, we are taking this map home. So.
Okay, I feel like that's a prediction already. So that's a 2-0 prediction. And in your regards, when we're looking at Cafe, we're looking at the historical data from both NIP and Falcons. Is this looking at 2-0? Is it looking more of a 50-50 affair?
I mean, both teams picked a map that they have a 7-game win streak on.
Nice.
And for NIP themselves, they beat impressive teams like Liquid, for example. Obviously, if you look at Cafe, Falcons have played it too, but there will be meta teams that they played against, for example, and won again. So, history speaking, NIP beat, well, impressive teams on this, but, you know, Falcons can change their playstyle, as you heard, and P9 is unleashed, so I'm ready to see that.
Okay, I feel like there's a little bit of bias because Valentino's this. Pressure, you're going to have to be the honest one. Is this going to be a 2-0?
I'll be honest one. The determination is around Falcons for me. It's because if it happens yesterday where Falcons sit off and give NIP the space, the processes NIP have in terms of setting up that execute and executing that execute are very good. If Falcons get in the face and disrupt NIP and continue, then it can start snowballing, because I presume that you're starting defense on Cafe as well.
Yeah.
So if you're starting defense, those defenses can absolutely snowball. So I would be tempted off yesterday's performance to say, I'm going to sit on the fence. You know what? I'm going to leave it.
No, you
It's up
can't.
to Falcons.
We need an answer. Fresh, come on.
NIP.
You have 15 you go for NIP?
I'll go for NIP. I think
okay,
we
so I
map
feel like, so you went for Falcons, you went for Falcons, NIP, you have a little bit of a differential on the desk. Nobody really wants to agree on something, but that's fine, because we're going to be heading into the final, or potentially the final game. We have Cafe coming up next between Falcons as well as NIP. Now, Falcons looking for that revenge. Can they do it? Find out as we're going to be heading onto the server with Demo and Ollie.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. I'm joined here with Demo. Demo, it was great to get some of Valentino's insight there. Obviously, the substitute currently for Falcons. He was a player on the active roster until only, I feel like, a day or so before the tournament even started, when Quibs made his return. So great to get a little bit of that insight there on the desk as well. We're going to be headed into our second map here of Cafe. As Falcons, they're going to look to make this 2-0 on the series in the lower bracket final.
But it's going to be difficult because it's Cafe, and they got played out of the map against NIP yesterday. Falcons, one thing you will say about them, though, is they do have the defense going for them into Cafe, which, as we know, defense in Cafe, Ollie, is incredible. It is incredible.
So
but that didn't really happen yesterday.
Well, Falcons actually played Cafe twice yesterday, didn't they? Because they played it against G2 as well. And where NIP played Falcons out of the map on Cafe, Falcons played G2 out of the map on Cafe. Falcons got a cracking scoreline, a 7-2 over on Cafe to start things off against G2. They were good for 5 rounds on the defense, 2 rounds on the attack, so you would hope with them starting on the defense here that this would be fairly favorable for them. Something that I know that you commented at quite length yesterday, Demo, was a lack of a certain operator, certain Italian operator. Amira?
She's not Italian.
Not Italian?
She's not Italian.
I thought they were Italian.
Spanish.
Spanish.
The Italians are Maestro and Alibi. Spaniards are Jackal and Mira.
You're so smug.
I am
that. Your eyes just lit up. You know what I think it is? I think it's the shotgun. I think it's the shotgun's called the ITA. I think I just linked that.
And you think that means Italy?
Yeah, I think I just linked that with Italy.
So what, the L98 that all the UK ones use, what does that mean? We're all Lithuanian? What does that mean?
I don't know. Talk to me about the mirror, Demo.
Talk to you about the mirror. Very, very strong. Top floor is incredible, but she also does see some play towards reading. They went for the freezer mirror towards right. Sometimes you can go for the freezer mirror and then the other one kind of more default, looking down towards longbar, which they've went for. Or they also could have went for the bathroom mirror window. That's also kind of your third option they've went for. So a little bit more tame. They're not looking to hold Piano as aggressive as what you would expect to see. And the reason for that, Ollie, is they do have the mirror window, of course, in freezer, but they haven't opened up any head holes in towards Piano. So NIP should be able to see it and say, hey, we can take Piano this time. But the main thing that if you look at NIP yesterday and how they attacked this bomb site specifically, as I say that, a couple of head holes do get put in. NIP were able to take Piano immediately and then we're straight into freezer. They're not going to be able to do it this time because there's a mirror window that they have to go through.
Cons was almost on a loop yesterday with how good he was at getting into Piano and then acing open
Just
that
ace,
wall.
yeah, that was it.
It was
because they reinforced the double freezer, yeah.
But now it's a very different affair because you've got somebody playing on that pixel
Yeah,
spot.
pixel as well.
You've got the Wamai playing behind the shield. That's going to be a little bit
This
more
looks a
difficult
lot
to root
better.
out. And then you're going to be dealing with the mirror as well. So a lot more to go through here. Great heads-up play from Con, speaking of him. Gathered the info on the drone there. The cover of the Lion scan really working out for him.
He's reloaded for 2 bullets, by the way. Just to let you know, and Cons also eliminates Pixel. Falcons are swinging, but it's not working out for them. I don't know why Jalad went for that, because he is very, very safe behind a deployable shield. Mirror window will be opened up with the Selma charge. There's no mute in the lineup of Falcons, so there's going to be no denial for it. Quibs is trying to battle back, and Ollie, we kind of comment about Cons and how good he was yesterday. Deja vu again.
And look at what he's able to achieve here. He's got the drone working at his feet. I think it's even a Brava drone. Still forcing the players off that top floor. And, you know, mirror window, yeah, it was great. It kind of served its purpose because it forced Cons to go a different direction. But the end result is largely the same. 2 kills for NIP, full top floor control. And now they can really start to work on this floor. Safe in the knowledge, by the way. There's not even a C4.
Not even a C4. Falcons really struggle now because we know NIP, they'll come in and they'll start using the vertical angles, they'll utilize the hatch, and they will make sure that Falcons have nowhere safe to sit inside of reading. Falcons, if they try and go for the flank, we know that, you know, players like Wizard, for example, they lock down the flank extremely well on NIP. This is shaping up to be a very clean round and expected from them of how they played Cafe yesterday. Yeah, flawless to kick things off. That's how you start it in style.
Don't get too excited if you're an NIP fan. The first couple of rounds of Border were fantastic as well, and they very quickly went off the boil. Falcons have taken a couple of rounds to ease into these fixtures, but that being said, a flawless round to kick things off. NIP dismantling the setup there and not really coming up against any significant obstacle.
Yeah, again, Cons, for me, he was the key, wasn't he? First of all, he finds Joker, he had like 29 bullets, and he went for the reload. Then he gets caught out by it. That swing, needless from Jalad. You literally have a deployable shield that you can just sit behind. It's an ace. There's no nades. There's not even a nade, Ollie, on the NIP lineup. I would like to see a mute be incorporated into that strategy, because they should know that Cons is always going to be playing that ace in this map.
I think that would really help.
It would just slow them down even more so.
Especially with the drone that NIP are capable of. Cons got all those kills, but those drones at his feet the whole way. And he's screaming for Lion charges as well.
And Mute on Cafe, it's one of his better maps.
Yeah.
Very, very strong. You think about actually getting drones into the building. It's difficult, especially via the top floor.
Yep.
You have to go for the hatches, which again is very easy to place a mute jammer and stop that. You think a cigar shop, you stack, you know, 1 or 2 mute jammers in there. Hey, nobody knows where you're at.
I do believe we're on a little bit of a pause here. The timer
We've had a drop.
Stuck at 5 seconds.
We're missing Moosey.
We don't have the full lineup for NIP. They might have got a flawless round, but I think they still probably need the full lineup here for this fixture. So we're going to wait until we get Moosey back into the server.
It's only fair.
True. Spoiler alert, we're going to see a repeat of the sight we saw last round. So Falcons obviously feeling like those first couple of kills maybe shouldn't have been. And
they were avoidable kills.
They were definitely avoidable.
You'd say. So they think, yeah, let's run it back. Let's play a little bit more safe. Because, again, the utility that they're bringing, NIP will need to work to clear those mirror windows. Clear Pixel, for example. With no nades in their lineup, it will be difficult for them. And NIP should be probably expecting similar. And I would say they'll probably go for similar, where they will try and get Cons in very early on in towards Piano and start just opening up everything.
Well, as we're moving out into the round, not much for the Thorn this time. Clearly sort of reading into the fact that NIP didn't bring any nades last time. They may not bring any nades again, and well, we can already see that they haven't. Provided that nobody 6 picks, we get a couple of 6 picks come in, but now the Twitch nor Nomad possess the nades. I'm not too sure about the Nomad. I think the Lion was very effective in the previous round. I also think the Brava was fantastic. A lot of value out of that Brava drone. But
attackers must locate and defuse a
I'm
bomb.
willing to be surprised.
Willing to be surprised.
Yeah.
Solus downstairs, Ollie. Potential runouts. We've seen that happen a few times, didn't we? We've seen O-Kills go for that play. Didn't really work out for him. Did he get any kills from the jump outs at all on Cafe yesterday?
No, Falcons were trying to play aggressively. In the NIP game, they were trying to play aggressively, but they didn't really get anything for it. Wizard's the one dicing at the minute. You don't usually hang around too long on that rappel. You like to get yourself up onto the blacktop as soon as possible and then place your utility down.
Yeah, you look at the setup again, it's very similar for Falcons. Haven't really changed anything. They have that pixel shield again, which NIP will have to deal with, but see Falcons, they're almost just waiting to see what NIP are going to go for. A mirror window will be popped. I just heard that happen. Which one is it though? Is it the one in bathroom or is it, okay, it's the one just there towards the cocktail bar. Oh, both of them. Wow, that is very, very big. That must be the Twitch drone. Yeah. Must have slipped in there and all. It just adds on to, hey, you should have brought the mute.
Absolutely. It's kind of shocking to not see the mute as well.
You always, if you're playing Mira on Cafe, you bring a mute.
I feel like Falcons are trying to play too far into the whole Fenrir and Solus sort of game, which isn't kind of working for them at the minute.
And NIP, this is where they're in their element, where they have that opening pick. They can probe, they can drone freely, they can find out where players are, and they will jump you with everything that they have. Joker is underneath Skylight right now. He hasn't been pressured as of yet. O-Kills maybe looking to see if anyone is straggling on towards that east side of the building. And Pino will find him an upside down rappel. He's ready for O-Kills. And again, that's too predictable because that's exactly what they did yesterday.
I was going to say, if Pino misses that, he's really been hard done to by some timing because he spent over a minute looking at that doorway there. He's really been very patient on that one. Now the pressure starts to mount as Pino's actually got himself into washroom. He's got a nice little challenge at the top of these white stairs as well. Switches to the skeleton key, but thinks better of it. He knows he's getting pushed from both sides, but the mirror has ducked down those white stairs. Great shot from Pino. Joker, he gets caught in the crossfire, and it's all down to P9. He's going to try and make his way back up these white stairs. Gets a good little point of damage in, but 1 versus 3. Needs to try and single these out somewhat. The diffuser is in the hands of Cons, and P9's location is known now. That kit is going to start to go down. Full white flash. He's spraying for all he's worth. We can see his health getting chunked down there on the side. Wizard finishing things off with the pistol there.
Yeah, the Twitch drone got both mirror windows. Then at that stage, Falcons had to fall back. They couldn't sit in the safety of their mirror windows. And NIP just ruthless again, aren't they? It's very similar to what they were doing yesterday on Cafe. Falcons, couple of question marks. I would say, again, you need to maybe think about the lineup. Again, I think the mute is just, it's such a necessity. I cannot explain how good mute is for those mirror windows. Ain't no one playing Thatcher these days. It's not happening. Ain't no one playing that. The EMP grades are rarely getting a look in as well, because I think Cafe is such a heavy utility map where it does rely on nades, it relies on flashbangs. Teams don't want to bring impact EMPs. They want to bring plenty of burn. I think Aruni always sees a good amount of play. Wamai always sees a good amount of play on this map specifically. There's going to be times where you will need to bring more utility just to get the burn through and just being able to actually get into the building. We talk so many times about Cafe. It is the toughest map to actually get into. The spawn peak game you have to play from the get-go is going to slow you down. Getting up to the rooftop is going to have to slow you down. Hatches, droning, see where they are. It all takes up time, and it's so difficult.
And you don't have to make all of it harder, you just have to make a couple of those elements a little bit harder. Things like this, challenging on the spawn peak. Even if the window's open, it might just force an attacker to go a different direction. You're gonna, we're gonna have to look at this, watch out for peaks, lads. You know, we're maybe gonna keep an eye out on this or that. And it does just take a good 20 to 30 seconds to get yourself in. Look at Muzi, he's not stuck behind the SWAT van, but he's worrying about one window, then he goes to worrying about wedding window. Passage to the building isn't granted, it isn't given for free.
40 seconds gone already.
Now you imagine if you had something that slowed down your information gathering.
Wow. Only there
start
was.
To get a little bit
We're talking about Vigil, of course, aren't we? Wonder if they're going to try and go for the east take. One thing that NIP did bring a lot yesterday was the Capital. We've seen them try and execute with that, which worked pretty well for them. Joker, it's a good chunk from a nade, which is surprising as the Wamai, of course.
I feel like Quibs is numbered days here as well. Joker actually does manage to take Pino down there, low health or not. Will be discovered on the drone. Going to see another NIP player now go in and try and take that challenge, but Joker does have the ability to drop. This is better from Falcons. They've picked themselves up a couple of kills. Muzi will find Joker as he moves back to site, but immediately refragged by J-Lad. Psycho You got half the round to play with. You know where the diffuser is. It's cold. You got 4 kills to find.
Yeah, this is just unwinnable. It really is. You're dropping into a pit of despair, essentially. Falcons, they're going to know where he is. They know he's up in the rooftop. Rava made herself clear very early on. You know, that Parrot's... It's a loud gun. It's pretty loud, isn't it?
Aha.
Big old calibers.
The timeout, potentially?
Yeah, I think you take the time here. Falcons, it just showcases top floor. It works. They didn't go top floor yesterday, which it drove me around the band that they didn't go up there. And there you go. They went top floor, and look what it's rewarded you. I didn't. Oh, top floor is so easy. It's so easy for the defenders because it's so difficult for the attackers.
NIP really getting trapped in that inability to trade. Falcon's going to take a timeout here. Not a bad time to do it. They may have called that before the end of the round. But it will give NIP a little bit of time as well.
I think that's probably a good timeout to call because I assume they'll probably head to kitchen now. So they can talk about how they want to set up kitchen. Because kitchen, you can set up a couple of different ways. You can set up just anchor inside of the site. You can try and utilize things like echo and smoke, just try and run down the clock, which we've seen NIP. I think yesterday in kitchen, they went very minimalistic. All they did was take bakery and just pushed in with a Monty, for example.
Yeah.
You can obviously do the extension in towards bakery, extensions towards restaurant VIP. You can go for a roam. It's up to Falcons how they kind of feel and what kind of vibe they're getting, and then they'll go from there. I wouldn't be surprised if the Monty comes in immediately for NIP if they know it is basement, because that is a comfort pick for them almost. And honestly, the fact that it's even made through the ban list is a bit of a surprise as well, because you would have thought that would be target number 1 just for that site specifically.
A lot of teams immediately ban away that shield when they're going up against NIP because they know that that's something that they will start to use. We'll see if the 6 pick comes through. So we do move into preparation phase. We are getting a couple of 6 picks.
So
Cons over onto the Ossa.
Yes, they did this yesterday. Remember, they had the Ossa. It kind of plays similar to the Monty, but it gives you a little bit more of, obviously, like fragging power because you actually have a gun with that operator, unlike the Monty. What NIP will try and achieve is just a simple clear. They will just move around the map, clear everything, and they will try and target that backside, that freezer. They'll try and drop in with the Ossa, get the shield set up on the doorway, and then plant under the cover of that.
Oh dear, oh dear.
That's a good start because that's the Lion, which we know teams will struggle against. It's always going to be good in those kind of late seconds to go for the push, and we've always talked about NIP. Whenever it does get to the later stages, they inject themselves with adrenaline and away they go.
They usually are good in the latter stages of a round, and a Lion can certainly assist that. Certainly did wonders for them in that opening round as well, to working quickly off the back of that drone information. And let's be honest, it's Muzi. You don't want to lose anybody, but Muzi could be an incredible fragger on his day.
Oh yeah, he was standout in this matchup yesterday. Yeah. He was the killer for NIP. Falcons, you know, the fact that they've got that first pick, we've talked about how important that is against a slow team like NIP, where every bit of utility, every player matters for NIP. NIP excel whenever they have that lone man, that extra man, and we see they're very clever in using the extra man, being able to send him to just a random point of the map, and will move in and backstab it and hit you where you least expect it.
Pino, not sure how he's got himself into Freezer here. He's going to try and do something with it. Psycho, he's able to take down J-Lad. Feel as though Pino knows that he's hunting up here, but he's maybe not entirely sure what. Might have a clue that it's the Fenrir now, as he's going to do a little bit of remodeling up there, but both players just skirting around each other from the time being. With the man count currently as it sits, a 4 versus 3, it's essentially a good opportunity for NIP to hit the site, and maybe they know that.
Brilliant from P9. That's what you need to get, is you need to be able to pick off these individual players. Wizard is known just to kind of hold the flanks by himself. He will be that player who will sit and do the boring job almost, but it hasn't worked out for him that time. He got a bit of excitement and it's almost been too much for him. Just, he's not expecting to see players so early in his face, but that does come with playing against Falcons, who are a very aggressive side. But Joker, I cannot stress how well he's doing. The time he's wasting, Quibs is trying to challenge onto the most important operator for NIP. He's setting the shield up outside Ollie, but look at the time it's slowly ticking away. Joker is still on check, and he could maybe get a kill here. They have no idea where he is.
I'm not sure how Pino has managed to dance around Joker for that long, but he's gotten away with it. Picks up the kill over onto Pino. Maybe a second, not quite. Levels things up, 2 versus 2, trying to get a bit of info onto Cons. He was trying to move through with that Ossa shield, but it just wasn't enough. Quibs was able to find the angle from below, and Psycho, he's going to drop into the freezer. Knows that there's likely going to be one inside of Christmas, lights him up a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. P9 locked down the site on his own for the whole round, still picked up 2 kills.
Yeah, you have to highlight P9, you have to highlight Joker. Joker wasting the time in the room game was done extremely well. NIP, I'm scratching my head, thinking...
Drones.
Why
Please,
is he
drone.
not getting collapsed on immediately?
You can't solo clear the top floor.
I feel as though NIP did really well in hunting roamers yesterday as well.
They've done fantastically today. Think about some of the rounds on border. Even some of the early rounds here. This was almost the beginning of the end.
You've been in the receiving end of that a few times, haven't you?
I tell you what.
This is what you need to see from P9. I love that. He knows he has to get the kill back, and then obviously, yeah, Joker unchecked all day of the week. And then a very important kill as well from Quibs. You know, everyone from Falcons, that was one of the occasions where they've all just had their own individual 1v1s and won them. But NIP, for the most part, they just lacked any real bite. You know, it's a shark, but it's a shark with no teeth.
Well, there was no commitment, was there? Pino was in on the top floor on his own, and he wasn't really able to ever do anything. You can't jump in a drone if you're upstairs on your own because you're worried about getting swung, so you need someone to, and it all comes back to that smoke peak.
Yeah.
Because it comes back to the fact that they didn't have that extra man to really help things go in the early stage of the round, whether Muzi was going to be behind a drone or on it. 2-2, all level here. We can't stress the importance of this matchup enough either for NIP. If they lose this, they're out.
That's it. Do or die.
Home time.
It is. And Falcons obviously playing for the pride of the country. A lot of pressure on that, isn't it? It's your own backyard. You need to...
Yeah, when you put it like that.
I'm not saying it's World Cup levels of intensity, but to us gamers, it is.
I think some of the Falcons fans sat in the stage it will be as well.
NIP, 2 more rounds, and they're up against the mirror window setup for this reading once again. But Falcons have kind of changed it a little bit, Ollie. They've went for a castle now. So they probably thought that Joker isn't maybe getting enough support, he doesn't feel as safe. So they've brought in the castle barricade to try and assist that. Cigar Shop, in general, is one of the smallest rooms. What a swing from Joker. He's getting away with murder today, Ollie.
Psycho's had a nightmare there. He's lost both of his shock drones. He's gone to peek the hatch and immediately been domed. Another round where NIP are going to be fighting from behind.
I even like this position as well from O-Kills, even ready to try and support Joker. Because it's very rare you'll find 2 people drop red. And even holding the flank from that doesn't really happen because people think, no one flanks red, no one will expect that. We're always going to hold that. But actually backfires against you.
Especially when there's an edge up there as well, you really do sort of take it out of your mind and you're like, we'll wait for the edge up to go off.
I think Falcons are understanding the meta very well.
Yeah.
Very well with how you need to play and how you need to get in there with the refrags. I'm impressed with the improvement. And, you know, yeah, look at that. You're never going to expect someone to go for those swings. Just a little bit of damage to Cons, a little bit more to O-Kill, sure, but it just makes NIP worry a little bit more. A minute to go, Ollie, and all they have is red stairs. That's all they have.
They're going to kill on to J-Lads. They finally leveled things up a little bit as well. But there's a heck of a long way to go here, especially when you consider that you've got things like memory gadgets to go through.
Go through the blooming mirror window still as well.
Yeah, you got the mirror window. You didn't get any value out of the shock drone, so you've got that to contend with.
I have a feeling that they're probably going to panic NIP, and they may just think, right, we either have to do or die. We have to try and sweep the top floor, get these kills, and that's where Joker's going to pounce because they're not taking the time to drone. And Joker, no, never mind, he gets caught out, Ollie. A pre-fire from Muzi will go in. His Quib's going to be ready. No, misses the shots, and Cons finds 2. NIP, they had to take the chance, Ollie. They just had to say, we have to go for kills. This is all we can do, and it's worked out for them. O-Kills now on a 1 versus 4. Does find 1. 2 of them in the corridor. Gets 1, but not the second. Wizard ready. Quick on the trigger. NIP, it was looking desperate, Ollie, for a stage there. A minute to go. Nothing really going for them. And they say, you know what, let's just outgun them, and they did just that.
It's one of the things we often say about teams that are on the edge of greatness is they're able to pull rounds out of nowhere, and NIP really pulled that one out of nowhere. They lost first blood again, they didn't get the best value out of their utility, and it really seemed like they didn't have many places to go. But a good bit of teamwork there really led in, and a bit of fortune as well. There's potential for a bit of overpeak there on the side of Falcons. You could look at a couple of those kills and go, was it just a little bit too aggressive? Did we really need to try and retake up White Stairs? Or could Quibs have dropped off through the laundry hatch a little bit sooner? All of those things can be looked at in detail afterwards, but NIP made good decisions in the moment. And I think they were left with no option. They just had to press on.
Final round, we go upstairs, which was probably the best round the Falcons had. It was over before it really started for NIP. And NIP, well, they brought out their old friends, Old Faithful. You know, that's what it's like. It's whenever things, it's really getting down to it. It's the final battle scene. The old man walks in, and on the wall, on the mantelpiece, Old Faithful.
Yep.
That's what the Montagne is for NIP.
It's a hero film, isn't it? You know, the young superhero goes to his old father, who's a retired superhero, and he passes him across the whatever it is.
Batman giving up a suit, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, you get the suit,
Tony Stark.
You get the car, whatever it might be, and you pull the dust cover off it, and it's as good as all the modern stuff. In reality, it's just a shield that's bulletproof.
It's just a shield, that's it.
But sometimes it's enough. The only thing I don't like is I don't like Cons on it. He's 7-3 at the minute. He's doing really well. He's had a cracking game so far.
Yeah. I've seen that a few times where NIP, sometimes the top fragger does take the shields operators, for example. I think Pino was doing it as well in Clash, I think yesterday for a few times. But anyway, NIP, gonna need to make this round count. I had a Stormer off an attacks yesterday on Cafe, but here it's not working out too well for them. If they lose this round, it will be an even half, which, I mean, I think for Falcons, they'll be more than happy because it shows improvements from what it was yesterday. And then they still get a chance to attack this map also. Falcons going to play that man suicide position inside Cigar Shop. Doesn't really have too much protection, only not a lot of utility. Again, a mute jammer would have been great just to deny that access. I think NIP have really relied on, you know, is the drone work today.
Ooh, Psycho. Has he fallen off a rappel? J-Lad going to finish him off there. Wizard will be there for the trade back immediately. He seemed to fall and down himself as he got down the red hatch. Not really too sure what went on there for poor old Psycho, but J-Lad going to be in a bit of a tricky situation. No way, the Monty unshielded. Cons is feeling himself today. Wizard was there for the backup, but that was a risky play. Advantage currently, NIP. Cons can now start to move through and further gather a little bit of information, but he needs a bit more support here.
Need the mirror windows now to really come into play. A lot of nades being tossed at P9. He does move out of that. Maybe looking to try and activate. Trying to activate that gadget on the doorway, but it's being denied it right now by Pino. P9 will take up the position behind the mirror window. But there is still some Selma charges that Wizard can use, Ollie.
Going to be maybe looking to focus those onto the mirror windows. It's all about the timing. Cons, he'll be worried about that White Stairs flank. That's a big point of vulnerability here at the moment for him. O'Kills will be down there. Quibs, just trying to provide a little bit of distraction here, but with how solo Cons is, it isn't ideal. P9 will find himself down.
No! Cons is unshielded on.
He unshielded again. He's got too confident with that. Look at Quibs go. Picks up 2. A lot of information here as well. And now O'Kills can flank. He was up white a second ago, but now he's gone for red. Look at how much time's remaining. There's nothing on the clock.
Skylight drop.
Quibs, he's going to be in the hot seat here. Primed and ready, but taken down by Pino. 1 second. Where's the kit? Nobody grabs the kill.
Where was the kit?
And Falcons secure the round.
Where was the kit? Falcons are looking at each other like, what's going on? But that was close. Falcons, I mean, Quibs, obviously the mirror window. For some reason, Cons is unshielded.
Again,
I don't know why.
Second time that round.
He's done that. He pays the price. And then Quibs shows, again, the power of the mirror window. You cannot challenge against that if you're in piano. You get melted immediately. Where's this diffuser? So Muzi has it at the moment. Where's Muzi died? It was in piano the whole time. It was in piano the whole time. NIP are kicking themselves at that.
Yeah, they'll be frustrated with that one. Really frustrated. It's a 3-3 half, though.
Yeah.
It isn't the end of the world. It isn't terrible for either side. NIP will be looking at going, God, that really should have been 4-2. Falcons on the flip side, they should be pretty happy.
A lot of issues. Whew. Right. Here we go. Round 7, first defense for NIP. And the lineup's a little bit different. We're seeing a Frost come in. seen an alibi come in. A couple of interesting pickups. No
Psycho's a
C4s.
Bailey player.
I mean, more the gun more than anything, I would say, for the MX4 Storm. Falcons and their lineup, again, more nades. That's what they like. We've seen them excel really well with that on border. And again, I've talked about the utility dump that is always going to be featured on a map like Cafe. It's very, very important. They will be looking for the east side to take, mostly because nades are a lot better for east side, because you get better nades.
Go! J-Lad, that was perfect. It was the teamwork that went with it. He maybe finds himself a second here. He's going to have to play the dance inside of that laundry rotate, though. Cons.
Oh, Cons.
He's aware. Muzi's there as well. J-Lad finds himself a second.
What
a lucky headshot. Till taken down.
Two of them back up.
You'd be happy if you were J-Lad with that. 2 for 1.
NIP have committed 4 players. They've lost 2.
I'll take that
and
every day of the
gained 1.
week.
That's it.
Every day of the week.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Now they're really grasping
Who was
at
that?
straws.
Who was that?
Cons back in the fray of things again. I mean, Falcons right now, I mean, Piano is an absolute freeb. No one's over there now.
The site feels free. You've only got 3 defenders. You can't watch everything. It's surely only a matter of time.
And that's just it with Cafe. There's so many ways in. You have skylight drops, you have the hatches you can drop, you have all the windows you can go into. Man advantage is so key on Cafe because, like you said, it does feel like as a defender, if you're behind man advantage, you're trying to hold 10 different things at once. You can't do that.
Cons, unfortunate there, not to land.
They know he's below now.
Better shot, but
that's it.
4 versus 1. Cons, you're going to be coming up these stairs. O'Kills actually gets caught out in a frost mat there in the final few seconds, but it won't matter anything. Final kill comes through there for Falcons. What an explosive entry from J-Lad.
What a mess from NIP. What a mess. They just ran around. That's what it felt like. Almost tier 3-ish. With the way it was, they just kept running around looking for kills, jumping out windows. You know, I don't know, it wasn't clean at all for NIP. You know, 2 of them downstairs, and we've seen Cons jump out a window, and Needley swing onto a skylight for goodness sake, nobody watching Piano, all over the place.
No surprise to note now that NIP have taken their time out. They've chosen now as a good time to try and steady this ship.
If you're Chubbs and you've watched that round behind, you want to call the timeout.
You would be going mental.
Look, don't really know what that was.
Do you speak Portuguese? Like,
no,
or are you just making things up again? Are we going for the...
We spent a year in Brazil. If we didn't get it by then, I don't think we'll get it by now.
2 rounds until Falcons will be on a map and series point here.
Everyone enjoying themselves, having a good time.
I think we'll go and watch the next game in the stage.
See, people don't actually know. They're not Falcons fans. They're there to see Chambers. People don't realize that he's big. He's worldwide.
Round number 8 now as it rolls on in. More of the last round, please, from Falcons.
So if we're saying that, you know, Monty's kind of old faithful.
Yeah.
Castle's old reliable.
Old reliable,
That's the second one.
A little duo, aren't they?
Honestly, NIP, they love the Castle. We've seen so much gameplay. And again, I'm still shocked that teams haven't actually went and banned the Castle against them and really ruined probably about half of the strats that NIP have.
Best thing about the last round is it didn't really matter where the site was. There was 0 site play.
You'd think that was like a mid-floor.
It could have been anywhere. Yeah. It really could have been anywhere. It just didn't matter. Falcons were just better.
So this is very nice from NIP. I love the setup that we see inside of Cigar Shop. That's, honestly, it's probably one of the only places I would say, yeah, observation blockers actually get a ton of value, is literally for this one bomb site on this one room and this one map. That's the only way I'm giving credit to that gadget at the moment. If you think about how Cigar Shop works, the biggest issue with that is if someone is on this rappel that you see Joker on, with that observation blocker, you're able to stop any drones to go in, so then Joker can swing freely if he knows he has a free kill. He'll not be able to see that. And, you know, Joker's not just going to stick his head in through a window where he has no idea what he's swinging into.
Joker going to be hanging out on the rappel, gets a good bit of value out of the drone there, figures out that majority of Piano is going to be clear.
I like Wizard's position downstairs. I think that just adds an extra layer into the kind of support that you're trying to structure with the whole Piano Cigar Shop, because they kind of complement one another as well, isn't it? Where he's inside Cigar Shop. You know if they start pushing in towards Piano, he can just easily see 4 below.
J-Lad going to make his way up those white stairs with the Parrot in hand, takes Muzi down. Muzi not having a great time of things at the minute. 3 and 7. Muzi's going to cut the mustard. Psycho to be at the top of white stairs on Lumber, just seeing if there's anything that he can do to try and assist this push and to stop it from going forward. Cons, he'll be in position to take O-kills down. NIP can breathe a sigh of relief. There's only going to be 1 nade left in the hands of Falcons. But an equal 4-4, and especially with the map control now that Falcons own, not doing too badly. Looks like they got a bit of information here for white stairs as well.
Yeah, and Hatch is also soft inside Piano. Joker gets a freebie, yeah. But Piano is open to them. They can have the Hatch. They can maybe try and drop in towards Train, and this is where NIP are getting really desperate. Only a flank up red stairs. P9 is ready for it. And NIP, it seems to be similar of last round where they're just running around trying to get kills, but Falcons, they're just playing it very calm, very collected. We've seen a couple of pings, good information. They're doing the basics right.
Great information exchange, I think, from Falcons, and they've really covered the map quite well as well. We've seen players like J-Lad, he's been in, you know, in through the top white and out Joker again. He's been covering the map like a midfielder. Wizard, he's going to find himself 1 over onto P9. He's got a bit of information here. Does he know that J-Lad's down? The C4 might confirm both of them here. He'll only grab 1. Quibs in position to grab that final kill. We edge ever closer here to Falcons locking in these playoffs.
I think Joker just everywhere that map, creating the chaos for NIP. And for NIP on Cafe, it seems to be a similar issue with Border. Because I feel that...
You all right?
Just taking in the culture.
Just taking in the crowd. It's nice to not hear like a let's go chant, you know? I think we had a bit of let's go Falcons at the start. We can let them off for that one, but...
Now we've just got... Oh.
I'm here for it. For the flags, I'm here for it.
But yeah, Joker being able to create the chaos. And NIP, same issues what they had in Border. They lose a player, they lose a portion of the map, and they don't really do anything to get it back. They don't do anything. And they're getting frustrated. You can see the emotions, like he's not happy.
I think they're happy.
Yeah, they're buzzing.
I think Falcons are really pleased. Falcons will look for the fight today as well. Yeah, feels a little bit different. That confidence is returned a little bit, hasn't it? It's like, yeah, we've gotten over the stage now. We've gotten over the main stage fight. You've got to remember that NIP as a team, as a core, have played on stages all over the world.
The biggest stages of the world.
And the biggest stages in Siege. This is a fantastic stage, and it's pretty huge. Falcons, yeah, they played Gamers8 last year. I think the stage this year is a little bit bigger and better. It's a big undertaking to play on that sort of a stage.
Of course, we've talked about this before. It's the work in progress for this side. We know that the best is yet to come for this Falcons side, but if they can knock off a big team like NIP on the way to lifting that trophy this weekend, I mean, what a story going forward for this side, because we know that this side, in terms of mana, they're always going to be the favorites to qualify into the majors because they are the best team in this region.
Let's see if they can handle the pressure. As we've already mentioned, we're edging closer to Falcons locking in that playoff spot. NIP very much in a do-or-die position. They need to pick up a couple of rounds here and at least level things out. You can already sort of see an overtime in NIP's future if they are to be successful on this map. I just don't want to see NIP trying too hard for this. They need to be smart with the Siege that they're playing. I don't feel like we're seeing very smart Siege out of NIP at the moment.
It's panic stations. If something goes wrong, someone tries to fix it, and they almost... You know, whenever someone tries to fix a mistake and they've made an even bigger mistake, that's what it's like.
It's kind of funny as well because Falcons are going for quite an NIP sort of style approach here.
Yeah, they're
waiting for mistakes, seeing if they can force an error.
So there is 3 players upstairs for NIP. One guy is going to be positioned inside Piano, one in bathroom, and also one at the back of Cocktail. So they're not, I would say, together in terms of refrags. Like, I'd be surprised if, you know, the guy in Piano is able to get refragged with the positions that the Wamai's in, with the position that the guy in Cocktail could be as well. Cons, he's actually found to pick. I wonder where that's from. Is that a run out? Yeah, he's killed the guy, I think, rappelling towards east, and that's where Diffuser is as well, so keep an eye on that. That may come in to bite Falcons in the behind later on. They need to pick up that Diffuser. With only 45 seconds, someone's going to need to go and do that job.
P9's going to clean up for the nades that missed earlier on. Wizard, He's successful on 12 kills, but P9's just going to keep on going. He finds his second of the round. Now he'll open up that castle barricade and see if there's anything that he can find. Psycho picks one, but he isn't good for the second. All level at 2 versus 2. The HP advantage firmly with the Falcons.
Looking piano right now, we see a rotation from Cons. He's actually walked all the way out white stairs and they have no idea. Never mind, they did. Quibs had an idea who was there, and it goes essentially into a 1 versus 1, and Quibs has to get the kill. There is no diffuser, and he gets the kill, Ollie! I was worried so much about Falcons. The diffuser was outside, it was in the snow, it was buried in the snow. And somehow they just move in, kill after kill after kill, and they end up on top.
Match and series point here for Falcons, and you can hear that crowd. They're getting ready to roar if Falcons are going to walk away with this one and lock in that playoff spot. NIP, they're playing scared. They really got caught off guard there. I think Cons did a good job of obviously swinging and picking up that kill. Pino stayed alive for a good deal of time. He got quite fortunate with the nade timing, but it was just a desperate attempt to try to refrag onto P9 that really caused the downfall there for NIP.
Psycho, he finds one, but he had no idea about the second.
He didn't have a clue, did he?
No idea. And in this kill here, Quibs, he didn't know he was there because he wasn't really holding the angle onto Pixel. So Quibs, honestly, the man off the round, Ollie. My goodness. Woo!
Really good on the pre-fires as well.
Yeah. Very sharp.
Very impressive.
Very sharp.
Could have very easily lost that engagement there with Muzi, especially if you think about the 9mm close range like that, it's going to chew through you.
If this team beats NIP, they've knocked off the SI21 champions. Last year they knocked off the SI22 champions, and as we've seen, they've knocked off the SI23 champions. Oh my goodness. A team from Men has done that? Serious?
The thing is, strange things will have happened. Like, I saw the tweet from Pojo where it was like, oh, you won SI? Oh, you changed the player? Oh, you went to...
Did they beat SSG last year?
Yeah, we got knocked out.
Did they beat SSG last year?
I'd have to look it up. I can't recall.
Or did Canio and his lot knock them off? What's worse, losing the Falcons or losing the Canio?
The way the Falcons have played today, they would deserve that playoff spot entirely. Played fantastically, especially considering we were given this to be a NIP map.
I mean, the maps just across the board. I mean, you would just favor NIP. This is the thing for Falcons. I just feel as though this competition, you're always going to favor whoever they're up against just because they don't have the experience compared to some of the teams that are here at this event. But they've proved us wrong.
Yeah.
And we love this. This is what it's all about.
And the thing is, they're gaining that experience. And every event that ticks by, you take them a little bit more seriously.
They get the feeling of winning about them.
That feeling.
Just, yeah.
But they've still got to lock it in here. It really isn't over just yet. NIP, they like the last 15 seconds of a clock. They love a best of 3. They quite like making things hard for himself.
Well, they went Kitchen, Ollie. And looking at the setup on Kitchen downstairs, it's something that you expect to see. It's a coverage of every area of that basement. You have the VIP restaurant in towards bakery. Basically what Falcons did. Falcons will be just straight in. They'll see that. They have the Jackal to assist with this attack specifically if there is the odd roamer, which we've seen Falcons execute a very good roam on their defense. And now they can just rip up everything. But as you can see, everyone is away from the bomb site. That's how it happens. Whenever you know you're dealing with a bomb site that is so heavy in vertical destruction, you have to try and hold the map from other positions. You have to try and get into positions that you know teams are still going to have to push and still use utility in that doesn't rely on verticality.
Jayla just seeing if he can catch anybody here rotating out or moving between those ancillary positions. He knows there's somebody inside of Christmas, but Wizards a little bit quicker on the trigger. Joker, he's dropped in as well. There's a heavy focus here on the bottom of these wide stairs. We've got O'Kills moving into position for this as well. Wizards able to grab himself another. He's done his job and more, but no, he's taken out. And now Falcons have access to the site. Not only that, but they've got the diffuser with him.
P9 looking to creep down towards red stairs. Pre-fires, the smoke is there, but Psycho finds Joker, who was in the bomb site. Down goes P9. Psycho with the double kill, and Quibs, well, he done well to get that first kill, but that's all they're gonna get. Only the one kill in the round. NIP holding it down firm. I think that first kill, Ollie, inside a restaurant was a very important one to get for NIP.
NIP did a really good job of keeping things quite simple there. No extended roam, no worry about the rest of the map. It was very simply, we give them the control and we are just going to wait. This is match point. We know this means a lot to both sides, and we're just going to bank on them making a couple more mistakes. Hey, look, we've got the phones out now. We got the screen with the little Falcon sort of letters on it. I'm here for it. Great position holding there from Wizard. And again, you know, there's a question to say, did Falcons do all that they could to get rid of that Christmas player? Where was the player at the bottom of Brown? You know, where was the player on the double window? O'Kills gets there maybe a little bit quicker, can start to throw a nade in. Obviously, you've got a little bit of burn to contend with. Yeah. But I think the Flores stun that went through flashed immediately, so I don't think Wizard have played any of his utility in there.
You always mentioned about, you know, Falcons knocking off SI. King George is here. Should we have King George versus Falcons? See if they can knock him off.
Honestly, mention King George so many different
1v5. Honestly, I think George, he'd be in for a look-in.
I haven't seen him yet.
You haven't seen him yet? No. Neither have I. But he is here. Or did I make it all up?
Made all this
I made it all up.
Made all
He's
this
not here. I'm pretty sure he's here. I think him and Bolo are...
I saw Bolo.
Yeah, they're...
I saw Bolo bring the trophy out.
Down into the reedy now, Ollie, is where we head. NIP having to pull 2 rounds in a row, Ollie, to take it to OT. Falcons, what is their approach going to be? Obviously, NIP will look to hold that top floor. They went with the castle barricade setup in towards Cigar Shop and have extended once again towards the likes of the back of Cocktail, in towards Bathroom. But really, the first issue that they're going to struggle with, Falcons, is just getting rid of Muzi. They don't have a hefty amount of utility. They brought 9 breaching charges, so they're missing the odd flashbangs here and there. Only the 2 sets of nades. And there is ADSs on board also. So I think they'll struggle in that department.
There are still things they can use to burn those ADSs, but it is less than ideal to be using those air jabs, for example.
Muzi's actually dropped off. He's not in Cigar Shop anymore.
See a bit of a rotation now coming up through those white stairs as well.
Muzi's in Bathroom, has the mirror window. You see the perspective he gets, and you see it kind of covers majority off Piano. And also one thing as well about the mirror window that Muzi is behind is you can get a really good angle towards anyone walking in towards Cocktail Bar. He's not actually behind it though, Ollie, but I'm sure that the IQ will probably be scared as he goes for the swing. I'm really shocked that they've actually left that mirror window.
The mirror is definitely a power position, especially given that the castle barricade's on there as well. You've not even got the vulnerability from the repel. ADS played in there as well. It's a bit of utility that maybe could have been played for a little bit longer, but NIP obviously comfortable enough to drop back off that for the time being. A little bit of diffuser juggling going on as well. Muzi, he's going to strike first. Position to knock Joker down.
I worry now for Falcons.
Don't like Quibs' position at the moment.
Jalad has got in towards Train Ollie and will try and see if he can maybe enter in towards Dining. He is by himself, so no one's going to be there for a refrag to help him out. P9 has somehow stumbled his way in towards Red Corridor, Ollie towards Pillars, and that is a deadly position to be in. Oh, a great kill. I thought Wizard were going to have the advantage on him, but P9 was ready for it. And now Falcons are in a position where they could maybe try and get the plant out, but never mind. Muzi will eliminate Jalad, who was trying to support P9 as they were trying to work their way into the bomb site.
P9 now is going to be in the read in 90, gets a chance, but that's all you ever will see against Psycho. This is immediately taken on out. Psycho collecting the final 2. You cannot give NIP the momentum here. You need to close it out, Falcons. This is getting a little bit dangerous. I'm starting to smell an overtime.
Shaky. Very, very shaky. NIP didn't really have to do much, did they? I mean, I felt as though Falcons never really wanted to take above. Did they really want to take anything? It felt very strange, very by themselves, everyone trying to do their own thing, but you know, instead of all meeting at the one place, you know, this guy, he's turned up 5 minutes early. This guy, he's just arrived. This guy didn't even get a message. That's what it feels like.
Did we not get the booking time correct on the reservation?
Group chat in shambles.
Group chat's in shambles. NIP have been given a chance and an opportunity here. One round here would see us catapulted into an overtime, and then it's anyone's. Filler starts to become a very real possibility at that point.
We do, however, go downstairs now into the kind of 4th towards bomb site for the most part for a lot of teams. It's going to be mining and dining. NIP have lost this bomb site already here in this series. Let's see if they can change anything up. Again, that cigar shop being locked down by that trusted castle. Did I... Yeah, just seeing... What was I just seeing? I seen something. Yeah, they've opened up the entirety of the freezer wall, so that's going to give them a good hefty rotate in and out. You see, it's kind of like a maze, almost like a... It's kind of like a triangle where you can move in and out around everything. Castle barricade to stop the angle and skylight, which is good as well. Of course, the only issue with that is if the castle barricade goes down, that rotates null and void then. So it's a good setup from NIP. It does rely on Falcons being very lackluster with the utility there, but Falcons have been pretty good today. Opened up a lot of castle barricades.
Yeah, Falcons have been pretty efficient on that. They've got plenty of tools to deal with that as well. They've got the Hibana, they've got the Ash. They've quite a lot they can do to deal with that at range. Wizard just going to be occupying the site on his own for the time being. Quibs, they're going to go for a bit more of a direct approach. There's a few drones swarming the site there. Surely they're going to opt to take this vertical control first of the hatch. Well, the hatch is actually reinforced as well, so there's no quick option for these defenders to get back down to site.
Oh, I like this position from JLad because he's going to try and primarily take down the player inside of Reading, which is the castle at the moment. Psycho actually controls a lot of the fundamentals of what NIP are wanting to achieve with this particular bomb site. Reading kind of controls the flow of how the game goes. If the attackers have control of Reading, pretty much it cuts off all the flanks. You don't have control of white stairs, you don't have control of red. If they take down Psycho and Reading, that will prove very, very vital. Cons has been eliminated with a nade. An opening kill goes in favor of Falcons. NIP losing that first engagement, and typically that doesn't bode well. And also that's Cons who's been their best player tonight.
Cons has been a standout so far for NIP. Another player you want to be seeing down first. Psycho
holds his
will be
own
there with the bite back though, taking down P9.
See, it's such an important position so we can rotate between the staircases, make sure he can support pretty much everyone on his team. Crucial position.
The fact that Psycho has survived in there, it just adds further strength to this hole that NIP have got going on.
Ooh, Joker doesn't
Joker
know.
gonna try and make his way up the stairs, but he had no idea that Muzi was occupying that space. Now Muzi can look for a bit of a rotation. Well, that was almost the collapse, at least the start of it. Quibs, upside down repel. You got 4 kills to find in 30 seconds. Otherwise, we're facing overtime.
I think we are facing overtime now, Ollie. Quibs has a lot to do. 20 seconds on the clock. This isn't an ad for Pengu, don't worry. Diffuser cold in the site as well. Has to get that picked up, but yeah, I just think the time's against them now. But NIP held it very well, Ollie. They held their power positions against Psycho. You have to give a nod to him, as he does just bite the bullet. But never in doubt for NIP. So it is going to be an OT, Ollie. Falcons have let it slip, and they've opened the door, and NIP have moved in, and it looks as if they're maybe going to try and lock the door behind them.
Really curious now to see what sides we get. I really want to know the side switch here because NIP, they've started to come alive a little bit here. They started off the game fantastically well. They've got a great form of starting off the game in a fine fashion and then dropping off slowly but surely.
Oh, love it.
Fantastic name.
Yeah, Psycho, that's the position I like to see Psycho. Being able to rotate, being able to actually swing when it matters, unlike what he was doing on Border. That's whenever it works, and Psycho's very strong. I think Psycho's very good in positions where it does require a bit of movement, a bit of mobility, whereas you think of that position in Border,
it's too static.
You have to sit in the one spot. You don't really have a lot of room to maneuver, where he's very flexible, and if you give him space to roam, yeah, he can do wonders. He's loving it. He wasn't loving it a few rounds ago, though.
He certainly wasn't.
But they've pulled it out.
8-8, he's pulled it back. Defense for Falcons.
I want to say this will favor them a bit more.
NIP started off really strong on the attack. Falcons, they didn't start off fantastically on the defense. They really warmed into it.
But look at the bomb site choice.
Yeah, we're back to the top floor.
Played it twice, won it twice.
Yeah.
And that's really, as long as you get the one round, that's all you need, isn't it? It's overtime. You don't need to do a full rotation, Ollie. Just a few will do.
I'm surprised that we've not seen the Twitch come out. Psycho's had mixed success with the Twitch and those shock drones versus these mirror windows. One round we see him get both. The next round we don't see him get any. So, you know, it would have been nice to maybe see him try that again, but instead going to be opting for the Flores. Adding into that soft destruction.
Falcons doing Same old, nothing too crazy. Set up the mirror windows. Bit of pressure in towards Piano. Seems as though NIP, they're happy enough to start probing that Piano side of the map. That's where they're going to try and go for, because you'd see a lot more pressure towards the kind of east side at this stage if it was going to be the other end of the spectrum. Again, for Cafe, you choose, do you either go Piano or do you go Cocktail Bar? You don't have a choice. That's the only really two attacks you have for top floor. And I think that's probably an element of why it makes it really difficult, just in this bomb site in general, because you don't have a lot of options. Unless NIP have cooked up, a Skylight drop.
The thing is, you've usually got to do a little bit of something in the other place as well. You can't just solely focus on one or the other.
That's poor.
Pino, he's dominated this rappel on the attacks. Absolutely loves the south rappel.
Yeah, Joker, if you're playing in that position, you should know that you can get killed from that window, and he turns his back to him. Very strange.
Okills looking for a little bit of a flank here.
It's 2 air jabs.
Got the air jabs to contend with. Maybe he's not too concerned if he can just get a nice little ang.
Maybe get a freebie here, or like his...
If he catches someone on the drop.
The air jab kind of gives a bit of false confidence. So on a will ollie.
Not only there's the Heart Breacher, no secondary gadget either. It's going to make moving through into that freezer area a little bit more difficult.
Mirror windows untouchable, essentially. Yeah. Massive kill. NIP are going to really struggle with eliminating the mirror windows. You've seen them struggle against Quibs on it. The last round they were up here. And Okills is now going to come back to side. Again, even Okills is still going to be a threat because that's the Solus. It's been displayed that they have the Solus. He could rotate below and stop a plant in the late stage.
Muzi going to move in. He's got a good bit of info on the IQ scanner, but happy enough to proceed.
Look at the rotate now from NIP. 2 on the Skylight, 1 player going over towards East Ollie. They're maybe looking for a Skylight drop and using the windows to try and swing in, realizing the mirror windows are not going to let them through, but down goes the man on the East Rappel. A great C4. But they still have more players that they need to find, but Falcons are in a great position. Down goes 2, in towards the Skylight. Okills will find Wizard, and both of them trapped inside of Long Bar. They will get shredded. Falcons into the meat grinder. They put NIP. They went for a last gasp. As soon as they lose that ace only, like you mentioned, that's it.
Yeah,
it's done.
Absolutely
it's done.
Gone. They threw the kitchen sink down the Skylight in an attempt to try and make something happen, and all they did was just fall into the guns of Falcons that were waiting for them. Fantastic play from Okills.
Yeah. There's that little pick. Just
navigating the air jabs is
false.
Sense of security.
Mm.
A little bit of a sound sort of buffer as well. You've got a slight bit of distraction with a little beep beep going on. Brilliant timing.
I'm very impressed today.
Match and series point now for Falcons for the second time. Here we are, locked into the overtime. Are we going to need every available round, or are Falcons going to be able to get it done here and now? The side switch, NIP take us downstairs. This is where they first saw some success on their defenses. They came downstairs to the kitchen after a timeout, and it worked quite well for them. There was no fancy roam game. There was no serious extension.
Just held their
positions. It was just to play your positions.
Falcons obviously realizing that this is going to be the site. They've brought in the Jackal to help them if there is any presence of roamers. Obviously Sledge for the verticality. And the Ossa makes an appearance. Also, Ollie, this is an operator that we've obviously seen NIP. They've tried to adapt into their kitchen attacks where you use that as a form of coverage for the plant. Only the 1 C4 from the Warden this time around. Maybe Muzi just preemptively picking that in case there could be the odd, final round rush. You never know.
Well, you never know, do you? It's not a bad gun. You get a decent sight. You get the C4.
I love the way you went decent sight. That's what you mentioned immediately.
These guys love the 1.5 though, don't they? NIP and the 1.5, it's quite the duo. You're really going to force them off it.
I want to see Falcons really try and pressure that player inside of VIP. I feel as though Wizard went really unchecked, and the best way to really apply pressure to someone in that position is, of course, force your way through White Corridor, we know that, but there should also be someone outside main door on that double window that looks in towards Restaurant. That kind of catches the back end, and Wizard was, I seen him 2 times where he actually backed up into that vision line, but no one was there. I would like to see that adaptation when Falcons rotate someone around and just keep applying pressure to NIP. Don't make them feel safe.
Falcons should know exactly where Riz is going to play. They know that someone's going to be playing inside of Christmas there, and they know how to deal with it. They're just going to go vert so far, and why not? If you know that no one's rotating, if you know that no one's roaming, take advantage of it. Really rip open the floor, leave somebody up there, and then you can start to go and catch people below. Setting up this Ossa shield is going to give a little bit more of something to peek from.
Look at Joker
Look
right
where
now.
Joker is.
Yeah, Joker's around towards that double window. Gilad has been eliminated, though, by Muzi. That was the Ossa Ollie. That's a bit of an issue now, because that was going to be their main way of getting in and trying to go for a plant. P9 and Joker have rotated towards main door. The main issue is really getting rid of the guy inside a coat. They don't have any nades in a good position to really utilize. As we can see, the Sledge is still upstairs doing verticality. So P9 just has to face check it, and that's never going to be a reliable way. He goes to the pre-fire, but the Fenrir gadget will block the vision. The gun, the MP7 in the close range environment. It's Joker. He's just standing in the toxins.
They can see you. It's only that you can't see them. They can still see through that, and they know exactly.
He thinks he was born in the darkness. He wasn't.
Cons, a tank and nade there. Joker, kills. Let's try and work together in these final 25. They're only now just going to be able to get rid of the Fenrir gadget. Really doesn't seem too worth it at this point. Plenty of vert to be looking at as well, but you've got a heck of a lot of kills to find, and Cons isn't going to leave the coat, and he's going to have won the round for his team at this point. All kills above. Will he find an impactless frag? No. Psycho, he's going to close him down. Every round available, we are going all the way.
We are indeed. They had the right idea, Falcons, but the execution was poor. Very, very poor in how they actually went about that. Losing the Ossa immediately, we didn't see the kill. I'm excited to see the replay because, again, nobody can hide from us, Ollie. We'll see every misplay, every challenge you go for. We've got you.
Let's have a look. J-Lad, what went wrong? Talk to us.
What did go wrong?
I mean, he's going to have peaked, isn't he? The thing is, if you're coming up that against that many problems dealing with the player inside of Christmas, just push Bakery.
Oh,
if you're going to go for all that vert, just
replays.
Push them down. Every time we want the replays, they never turn up, do they? Maybe we're in the highlight package at the end. Back down to the Bakery we go.
Oh, NIP.
This time...
Oh, how you tease us.
This time it is Falcons on the defense.
Yeah.
Right. This is much better. This is straight out of the strat book from the other day from NIP.
This is direct. This is their minimalistic. All they do will take Bakery, and that's it. Capitao comes in to help them clear away anyone that could be in towards Bakery. Also helps if anyone's stuck in towards double window.
Also helps if anyone's above.
Yeah, we smoke off the vertical angles. That's also what they did. Good point. This is more what I think NIP they're going to be comfortable with. I hope Falcons have had a watch, and they can maybe try and put a fight against it, but with really... There's nothing to counter the Monty. They have literally nothing. Well, a couple of explosives, and that's not going to really do the job. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but NIP, they'll know how to play this. This is... it's like waking up in the morning. That's what it's like for NIP.
Especially with the players that are offside. Look at this! Oh, Joker! Fantastically done.
Massive kill as well. Nade's gone, which, as we know, is vital for clearing out Bakery.
You really do need the nades. Muzi having a hard time of things. 10 and 10. Don't always see him going evens.
C4, waste it.
Ooh.
Oh, that's better.
Play from J-Lad.
That's where they struggled last time because they let that wall get opened up and they put someone in a position towards tables so they can eliminate that. A lot better from Falcons. You can see they've adapted.
I think the wall will eventually get opened. I think it did actually go off there as we did see the push back. Just trying to secure that position inside of Wedding.
Oh, P9.
P9, hello? Oh. You're in no man's land here. Goes to detonate the
disabled,
but it's actually caught out by the EMP. Unlucky stuff. That's really unfortunate from Falcons because they've thought about these little steps. They've known what to sort of prep for and what to be aware of.
It's a good angle from Gilad, but he has to make sure he hits the head onto that Capitao. But Psycho's called him out. Now he knows where he is. Psycho was so oppressive, wasn't he, on this Monty? He's seen everyone. He knew exactly who everyone was and just fed that information.
Then we do have Joker above getting ready for a little bit of vert as well, just inside of that prep. He needs to kind of start making it quickly.
There is a player from NIP actually rotating towards main door. He's trying to go for a bit of a backstab. It's going to be Wizard, and they're going to try and pinch the guys inside of Coat, because Coat's obviously going to be the main issue for them. Getting rid of Coat. If they can take him out, which they have, the backstab pressure along with Pino fighting the long angle, it has worked. And now Wizard's actually jumped. No, he's not. He's jumped away. I thought Wizard's maybe going to try and take control of Coat, but instead tries to hold the flank.
Doesn't need to commit too hard. Joker could have a part to say about this.
Joker's
he is going to be upstairs. He does have the vert to work with, but this is the problem. You've got the Capital arrows coming through and denying.
He's lost the
P9.
pressure.
He's going to take Cons down. The plant was going down for a time, but Psycho's come off it for a brief moment. He's going to reattempt here as Pino storms through, taking O-kills down. There's going to be info on this. We can see the bulletproof, but it's likely not going to matter. Pino's going to clean up shop. Joker, he's going to find one onto Psycho, and he's going to leave us in a 1 versus 2 here. Pino, you've got to do everything to keep your team in this, otherwise you're going home. Finds one, doesn't know about the second. Joker, I think he's actually hitting that rotate. He's just at the bottom of those red stairs right now. This would be an ace clutch for Pino to keep NIP in this and to take us on to our third and final map. He's going to get a glimpse, just misses the shot. All he's got to do is stay alive. Pino, look at him go! Keeps NIP in the competition. That is going to be huge for them, an ace clutch to do it.
Fantastic positioning in that late stage of that 1v1. I love the way he just keep moving back. Give yourself the best cover you can have. My oh my, NIP, they go back to basics, Ollie. They go back to what they're comfortable with, what they're used to. Falcons, hey, they gave it a good go. That was a lot better of an attempt than what it was yesterday. We seen they tried to adapt to NIP, but I mentioned earlier in Border, there's strats that you just can't do anything against. You can't.
NIP have grabbed the lifeline there with both hands. Pino, he's done a fantastic job to keep his team in that. And look at him, cool as a cucumber. Not every day you get to see an ace.
Disclaimer,
an ace clutch.
There's still a map to go. It may look as if they've won the map, or they've won the series. They haven't.
They're going to feel like they've won the series. They've kept themselves in it, and we are now locked into a best of one. Tense stuff here on the desk. We're going to hit a very short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk to break down that game and to set us up for our last map here in this lower bracket final.
Welcome to an episode of What's That Sound? In this matchup, we have our Falcons representative going up against our M80 representative. It is Joker 619 up against Iconic. Those are the two players who will take part in this matchup. Okay, so let's get your first round ready, and you tell me what this sound is. Would you like a replay?
I think so.
Okay, here we go.
To 0 cam.
I think Grim Gadget.
You think Grim Gadget?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, sir.
So it is a gadget, but it isn't Grim's gadget. It was Zero.
Zero Gadget.
Zero Gadget, that's what we were after. Let's go on to your next one then. Here you go.
I think it's easy one.
Mozzie cam.
Mozzie Gadget.
It is Mozzie's gadget. Yeah, shooting a pest. That's quite an easy one.
Yeah.
Let's see if you know what this one is.
It's a gadget?
Yeah, it is a gadget, yeah. I'll play it again for you.
Is that a bandit charge?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
I got it. I think It's a Capcan.
It is Capcan, but what is Capcan doing?
Putting the trap.
Is he putting it in or taking it out?
Oh.
Ooh.
I think taking it out because the sound of the noise it has at the beginning. I think taking it out.
It is taking it out. It is. This is a good one.
Pulse scanner.
It's a Pulse one.
It is Pulse, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Pulse pulling out his gadget. We've all done that. Okay, let's go. Let's say 2 more. We'll go for 2 more.
Sure.
Okay. This is one. This is tricky. Let's see. This is the tricky one. Let's see if you can get it.
I don't think it's the gadget. I think it's switching burst to single to many shots.
One more time.
One more time.
Observation blocker?
Zofia gadget.
Sophia gadget?
I don't think so.
It's Hibana's
Hibana.
changing the pellet count. Okay, let's go for 1 more, and then we'll wrap it up here. Let's go for this one. This is a good one.
I know this one. Jackal.
Jackal scanner.
It is Jackal scanner. Yeah, easy one. So thank you, Iconic. Well, thanks, Joker. And that is another episode done for What's That Sound. We'll be back again with another one.
Welcome back to the STC Takeover at Gamers8, featuring R6. I'm Ginny, your host on the desk with Anne and Fresh. Did you guys get all those sounds right?
No.
No, I was wrong on the very first one, and Anne was completely correct.
On every single one.
But then every
Yeah.
other single one we got.
No, Anne got every single one.
No.
And Fresh was.
She's a genius.
I'm like trying
to like get my
you
back
know,
here,
like,
but yeah,
all right,
no.
still. Well, Anne, you were also wrong in the prediction when it came to Falcons being able to secure out this game because NIP were the ones to close it out in overtime with an ace.
Yes, well, I'll happily be proven wrong if this is the kind of entertaining seats that will be
That's
gets
true.
in return.
Absolutely, yes.
And it started out all the way in the ban phase, right? I mean, the previous map, Valentino was here saying, oh, Chalet, NIP was really utilizing the clash, it made us really slow, like we couldn't get first, we couldn't get rid of that clash, it really slowed us down. What do Falcons do coming into Cafe? They ban clash. I think it's an absolute genius move. It allows them to be a little bit faster on their own attacks, and then on their own defenses, I feel like this is the kind of playstyle that we wanted to see from Falcons. They were being a little bit more aggressive. They were hitting these NIP players where they were expecting them the least. So backstabbing, some players are getting away with murder, runouts, which we probably didn't even see a lot or at all in that previous game between Falcons and NIP. But this helped them to secure a few more defensive rounds than they did last time, because that's when they didn't really do that well.
Despite the fact it's the same result as we saw these two teams play on this same map yesterday, so much better performance out of Falcons. You could see just by the way that NIP celebrated of that map win. Of course they're still in the tournament, and that's part of the reason they're celebrating. But on another day, they don't win that 1 versus 2 right at the end for Pino and actually go through to a map 3. So I think much improved from Falcons in terms of their aggression, like Anne says, the jump outs, the coordination, and just playing their own game. They're definitely back, they're definitely competitive inside of this best of 3. And first and foremost, it was very, very entertaining, that map. I'm excited that we are actually going to a 3rd map.
Yeah, Falcons locked into that zone, and they're definitely giving us a much better performance than we've seen on the server yesterday. But NIP, on the other side of things, they are just as equally locked in on this map specifically. I mean, the fact that it had to go all the way to the OT 8-7 for us to be able to close it out, that was quite an incredible performance. And Anne, I can tell you are shook.
Yeah.
So explain the shookedness.
Oh, why I'm shookness is if I look at the scoreboard for NIP, this was not really what I was expecting. Because halfway through the game, it really looked like Wizard and Cons were carrying that weight. Cons maybe not the first name in that conversation when you think about players on the side of NIP that really step up, carry the weight on their team. But it feels way more even out. I mean, obviously Pino's ace at the end does really help to even himself out towards his teammates. But I feel like we've been talking about different players when it comes to like stepping up the most, really being the spearhead of that team. But this feels kind of like balanced over all these players.
Big team performance as well, because all the way down the bottom of that scoreboard was Muzi, and he had a massive couple of rounds playing the 1i when NIP were on the defense. So everybody was putting in that shift and a little bit more. That's what you want. It was just not as easy as yesterday, so it was a big scare for NIP.
Yeah, that's what you want and that was you need. And we also have Chicken ready with Ian. So let's have a look at what they're doing backstage, because it's been an interesting break over the last couple of minutes.
It's got to be one of the craziest final rounds of Siege I've seen in a while, and it means that Ninjas in Pyjamas, who are standing behind me right now, will take this to a third and final map against the hometown heroes, Falcons. Are they going to win it? NIP genuinely believe that they do. I came out here just before they had their team talk and they said, if you're ever going to lose a map, make sure it's the first one. Somehow they managed to come back in the second, and now they say they've got complete control going into this third and final map. They genuinely believe that they are going to lock in that final playoff position. Well, second to last playoff position here available and up for grabs today. Best of luck to NIP. Falcons are going to think different.
Aw, I thought we were going to play like a game of chicken or something. That's what I heard. And I was like, it's going to be fun. No, we're just getting a look at the players. I mean, we said coming into this as well, like, it felt like NIP much more had a stern talking to yesterday. And it's just they really coming into this and thinking, okay, this is what we need, this is what we have to do. And you can tell from just the way that they're huddled together, discussing things very seriously. It's not the very laughy, jokey NIP that we saw yesterday in between the Falcon games. This is like, okay, it's time for business.
Yeah, we've said it before, they feel like they're more of a best-of-3 team than a best-of-1 team. That allows them, indeed, to lose that first map and potentially come back. And we saw it earlier today as well, right? If you think about momentum, could really be in the favor of NIP. They really scraped that victory over the line in a round where wasn't really looking like it's going to be for their favor, but they pulled it over the line eventually. Also, if you look at the perspective of the next map, right, that being Villa, the decider, if you look at the recent histories of these two teams, Falcons lost that map to D+ at the Major, whilst NIP have victories against Liquid and M80. They're not the easiest or the most small teams that you're mentioning there.
And I am just going to take you on a little trip down memory lane.
Oh, okay.
And you might not know this, but what happened 1 month ago today?
Was that the Games Without Borders?
It was the Games Without Borders.
Okay.
So I'll set the scene.
Oh, it's story time.
NIP was 0-2 down in the grand final, and they had to win a map to make sure they had a chance of going through. What was that map?
Ooh, that was Villa. That was where we saw their playstyle with being aggressive, contesting control, swinging.
So they've been in this scenario before.
They have, and also the way that they closed out last map, specifically that final round, is really something that we want to highlight because it genuinely just shows us how resilient this team is. Because being down in that position and still being able to close it out to push to Villa, that's impressive.
Yeah, I think we were almost like pseudo-casting this as well in the talent room. Like, oh, this will happen, that will happen. Oh, they'll smoke the vertical so the player playing verticals can't get the control from above. Oh, that allows the Monty to walk in. They've got a strong position in closet still. And then somehow these NIP players, they step in, they get that control, they force themselves into the bomb side, getting rid of these power positions, denying the top 4 control, denying the player in closet. And then eventually the 1v2 from Pino, he isolates his 1v1s very well, but that's also due to the fact that Falcons are kind of giving him those 1v1s in that scenario.
Yeah, it was very strange from Falcons, particularly that peak coming out there from the Jaeger and leaving Joker. And then this was possibly one of the slowest 1v1s I've ever seen in my life. Very passive from both players, but I think in just the context of Cafe, when we talked about NIP, they hadn't lost Cafe in, what was it, 7 games, 6 games? And I think... 7. Yeah. So I think the fact of the matter is when you... And it was a brave call from them, by the way, because they had the choice in overtime and they wanted to start overtime on the attack, which means if we went all the way to 15, they would be attacking it. They knew to bring out the Monty, they knew to bring out the Capital, that facilitated that push into site, and then Pino's made an individual play that's won them that entire game. But when you're so good on a map, like NIP are so good on Cafe, you know so many intricacies of how to just pull a round out when you need it, and that's exactly what NIP did in that round 15.
Yeah, but we're going to be going on to Villa. That's the final map of the series, and it's going to be very much down to, if it's, again, very much down to these individual players getting these rounds on the board. It's looking a little scary because will Falcons allow it?
I mean, if you talk about individual players on the side of Falcons, right? I mean, we've talked about P9, how he was unleashed, how he was able to play the game like he wanted to, but was he the top fragger of today's game? No, it was actually Quibs. And Quibs, we're seeing more on the support role player, so is he really the one that should be stepping up and should be carrying the weight of the team? And yeah, if you talk about the playstyle indeed from NIP on Villa, which has been really aggressive, we've seen them in some instances even overpeak the M80 players yesterday, really scrape that victory over the line in that 8-7 game as well. I do hope that Falcons punish that, and similar to M80, well, they saw after a few rounds, oh well, if NIP is going to swing, we're just going to hold our lines aside and you'll walk into my line of sight and I'll shoot you.
Sure, indeed, and that's what they did. And now we're going to be looking at this final map. I think Villa in general, do we want to throw in predictions? Do we want to go 50-50? Do we want to jump on a hype train for either one of these teams?
I'll let you go first.
Okay,
I'm just going to wait and see.
Recent history does not guarantee success for the future, but it does look like NIP have solid results on this map. They've also played it yesterday, for example, and they have the momentum in their favor. That's two things I think are really important for the outcome of this game.
I think when you add in what Anne just said, the fact that they've also got that resilience, they've got that kind of bounce back ability of being able to be down and out in the first map and then come through a best of 3 and come through a tournament where they're facing extinction. I would favour NIP just because of that factor, adding in that experience into this roster.
Also,
I think, you know, the quality of the two teams is very similar.
Yeah.
But I would just back NIP just on that experience point.
All right, so it's here because NIP's historical performance under pressure that we're thinking that they have the upper hand.
But then again, does experience really matter that much if you're Falcons and you literally beat the current reigning world champions yesterday?
That's true. And they are also resilient. You know, look at how bad they were yesterday in the game 1, going through to the game 2 that they played yesterday against the world champions. They were absolutely excellent. So form might go out the window.
They might indeed. Well, that's our final game of the series. We'll be heading into Villa, the final match that decides which one of Falcons or Ninjas in Pyjamas goes home and who gets to go to the playoffs. Will this be the beginning of the Falcons' revenge arc, or will NIP stop them right in their tracks? Find out with Demo and Ollie on the mic.
Hello everybody, we are here for our third and final map inside of this best of 3. Ginny and Fresh, thank you all very much for your kind words. Kind words? Were they kind words? I don't know. Wise words, we'll go with.
Anne and Ginny had some wise words.
You're not thinking Fresh was wise words? Who? Fresh was sat on the fence there a little bit, wasn't he? Didn't want to give a prediction. Sounded like you, really.
Me?
Yeah, you never like giving a prediction either.
No, I don't know.
Difficult one to call this though. Falcons versus NIP. Well, you've got the up-and-comers versus some seasoned veterans on the other side.
I'm going to use your logic.
Go on.
Map who wins, or team who wins map number 2 wins map number 3.
It is usually a good little benchmark to roll with inside of a best of 3. We don't often see a team come back, especially after it's such a long, drawn-out affair like Cafe was.
Obviously, Villa yesterday for NIP was a win, but a hard-fought win at that. It wasn't the cleanest from them. M80 struggled, NIP struggled. Some cracking rounds in that game, of course, but NIP, I think, probably, I would say they choked it more than probably what M80 did. I think there was more times where M80 were able to come back from behind, and that's obviously going to be down to NIP just throwing.
Yeah, I mean, NIP have been thrown a lifeline here. Oh, look at what we've seen. We've finally got it. We've finally got the castle ban against NIP. Falcons choosing to remove the castle here.
Yeah.
NIP love a castle. It's
They do.
present in a lot of their defending setups. So it does make a good amount of sense to take it away. Obviously, we won't see the true impact of that until the first 6 rounds have been played. And of course, NIP will switch on to the defenses. They start tonight here on Villa on the attack.
They do indeed. Aviator and Games is our first bomb side up. Villa as a generic map, Ollie, we've seen it kind of develop over time, where it was kind of very slow. You had to take this, then you had to take that, and then you kind of try and execute, but it's a little bit tricky because they're C4s that you have to burn through. I feel as though teams have really picked up the pace now in Villa. We see teams enter in very early towards that top floor, maybe getting into a bedroom, taking the opening engagements. Study take towards main stair it's kind of thing of the past now, isn't it? You don't really see that. as of much. I think basement has really came into fashion. A lot of teams have been sending players down there. Late rotates towards basement as well have worked well. So yeah, there's certainly a lot of options for the attackers compared to maybe what there was, you know, a few years ago whenever we first seen it get introduced naturally. NIP, you know, we've seen a little bit of their lineup. As apologies everyone, we do have a crash, a bit of a rehost. Again, do we blame Medic Sneezy for that again, or?
I don't know, it's been a bit of a recurring theme, isn't it?
Well, they've got a new Disciple with them at this event as well. They've got Sky, who comes all the way from Australia. Friends with our good friend, Mr. Dev Martin as well. He's one of his boys.
Very nice.
Takes them all around the world traveling. He loves it. I'm saying you love traveling with Dev Martin. Well, that makes one of us.
Well, we'll get ourselves back into the game very quickly, I am sure. There's not too much to rebuild there, given that we haven't seen the conclusion of round number 1 yet. We only got to see the first couple of seconds, really, of the setup. It will, of course, have to be the same site. Same operators, same utility. I don't think that this is really going to benefit either side in the grand scheme of things, because they kind of know what you're going into. You've not really seen too much. We're likely going to be seeing that top side clear from NIP, getting themselves into bedroom, as you say. We don't see the sort of study take all too often. It's still very important to have somebody in study or on the balcony.
What you do is you take whatever it is you want to go for, maybe take 90, take red stairs, yada, yada, yada. And then roughly around what, minute mark, I would say, that's where we get the rotate in then.
Yeah.
Just to apply pressure from study, you have to remember, if you've taken red stairs and you've taken 90, you're trying to go for a maps plan. The issue with maps is you are walking into two different angles. You have the guys in sight behind the bar, but then you also have, if there's a player in study, he can lock you down from the doorway. So that's why you need to add in that extra layer. Again, this is how the meta is. You need to apply pressure from every possible angle you can find.
That's something that NIP have been kind of good at in some rounds, and they've been kind of bad at it in others.
Consistency has been an issue.
It has been a little bit of a problem. Getting a little reload, we're getting some drinks.
Just to stay.
A little coffee maybe?
Yeah, nice to keep the caffeine up. Jumps, getting it in him.
Getting it in him. He was sat on the floor at the start of this game. I think he was feeling it.
Oh, I would say with the kind of inconsistencies that you've mentioned about NIP, he's a little bit stressed.
It must be really difficult to watch.
You know, it's like, yes, it's good, but it's not as good as what we want it to be. We're getting, you know, a little bit lucky here and there.
NIP have played some rounds today and yesterday where you look at them and you go, is this the best team in the world?
Mate.
And then they just fall off a cliff the next few rounds.
NIP, we've always said this about NIP. NIP are a team where sometimes you can't understand how they've won the map. You can't understand how they've won the game. You look at SI21 run. I'm still figuring out how they won that competition. You know what I mean? Because it was just clutch after clutch, impossible wins after impossible wins. But that's what Magic's made. That's what dreams are made of.
It really is.
That's what powers this game, everyone. Dreams.
Well, it looks as though we've got everyone back into the lobby, so cross your fingers and toes. Everything runs smoothly from here on out. As mentioned, it will be the same site. It will likely be the same operators. I'm trusting the players at this point because I cannot exactly remember all 10.
There was a lion in there.
Is there a lion in the lineup?
Hang on a minute.
Hold up.
I
Just
demand a
1
recount.
second. Did we have the Frost first from round? Don't recall. We'll leave the admins to do their job and we will do ours. We will just talk about what we see on the screen in front of us. We are going to see that extension over into the master side. Got a couple of reinforcements there on the study wall. Little Cade Claw to provide a little bit of security, and J-Lad is going to go in and just place a couple of those very frustrating frost maps.
Yeah, happens the odd time, haven't we? I think NIP, we've seen on Villa, it's certainly something that has caught them up in the past. Even Falcons, they sometimes struggle. Everyone struggles against Frost, doesn't it?
Everyone struggles against it. If you look at the, I'm not sure what the stats are as of recently, but I know historically it's always been a case that the Frost actually catches more people out the higher the elo you get, just because you've got even fewer seconds to respond and all of those sort of things. So yeah, it is something that usually catches people out because you don't want to take your eyes off the angle.
Let me fill my stats, guy. Hey Siri, call Jesse J. Chick.
Your phone will actually do that, so you need to be careful. It does appear as though we have another rehost underway. The game doesn't want us to play Villa tonight.
Nope.
What do we do? Do we just toss a coin? Do we have rock, paper, scissors?
Send both of them in.
How are we gonna whittle these two teams down to one?
So what we do is we'll combine the teams, and then they go on to play M80.
I think we could do something that's never been done before.
Not M80, they play BDS.
You could have 5 players that play defense, 5 players that play attack. We take it like NFL do.
Who would we have and what? I would say attack, NIP, defense, Falcons.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I think that'd be a good team.
I'd say so. That's actually one of your better ideas you've had. Actually, would be very interesting.
It'd be a great show match, that wouldn't it? It'd be a wonderful show match. You've got 20 people. You have 5 people on
10-man
each side.
rosters.
Yeah, 10-man rosters. Split down the middle. Your brain's ticking now. You're thinking like, how can we game show this?
I'm trying to think. You know, can I make the most busted team in the world?
Well, probably. But then, right. So look at some of the best players. Who would you have on what side?
Well, I have W7M attacking.
Right.
That's a guarantee. And then defense-wise, who would I stick in defense?
But I'm talking if you could mix teams.
If you can mix teams.
Well, that's when things would get really.
And you're just asking me to pick 10 players, 10 of my favorite players. No problem.
No, but they've got to be like stand out on attack or defense. So, for example, someone like Brede, I would pick him for defense.
Well, right. So if we're going.
Or would you pick him for attack?
If you're going for defense, you're sticking in Brede.
Yeah.
He's straight in. All right. I think then you're probably looking at KZ.
Right. We've got to have some players out of this game as well.
You need a castle or psychos there.
I mean, if you need a dock.
Or a dock.
If your lineup's going to include a dock, maybe we'll get Psycho in on the action. I think we are loading back into the game now. Yes, right. 3rd time is a charm, surely. Lucky number 3.
Again, there's no Blackbeard in that lineup. Look, Lion's back. He was there. Look. These boys think I'm getting old.
And now we haven't got the Frost. Maybe that was the problem.
No, was that the issue?
Maybe that was the problem.
Yeah, it was the wrong lineup.
So Medics has just confirmed it was the wrong lineup from defenders.
We're not going crazy.
We are not actually going. That is really satisfying now. I'm actually relieved. I don't feel like I've lost my mind.
Hey, they tried to pull a fly one on us. I'd say if it wasn't for us probably picking that up, that could have went. That could have went through.
I think that went straight to the top as soon as we said it.
Honestly.
I think that Medics got on the line and was like, look.
Them on Ollie saying it must be right.
We've spotted a problem. But at least we've got everything correct this time.
He's took the credit. That's the issue. Medics just took the credit for that. He thinks he's chief admin now. Telling you.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I almost don't want to start talking about it just in case. I don't want to tempt fate. I'm
waiting for
sort of watching it with bated breath.
Oh, Okill's maybe going to go for the... Is he going for the 90 window jump out spawn peek? This is a classic. Don't know what he's watching for. Watching for something, but I don't think anyone's home. You know, Falcons, obviously we've seen last game, they're not afraid of the old spawn peek, and I actually did catch NIP out by surprise.
Yeah.
One of the main points that I made before we came into this series was the opening kill department and how strong NIP were against Falcons yesterday. Today it's been very equal.
Yeah, it feels
It's been a great entry battle today.
It's good to see that Falcons have corrected that as well, because that would have been real easy to just sort of keep falling into that trap. Passage into Master isn't a given this time. You're really going to have to work for it.
No, obviously there was walls being reinforced, then you have that long angle onto the walk-in window. If anyone tries to go for the jump in, Holly, can be shredded. P10 Roni, a strong gun really in the 1v1s, not much else though. Doesn't have the ammo capacity to do much else. That wall will be opened up with the Selma charges. Now, Jalad can have to back off just a little bit. He can still play the same angle though, Ollie. It's not as if he's in a position where he has to run away. He can still hold on to that walk-in. In comes a Brava. Will pick up a bit of utility here and there, looking for maybe some more. And he should be able to spot it Mozzie now. He will be droned and Jalad will fall back. But look at the time, Ollie. Half the round gone and NIP, what have they got to show for it?
Oh, look at him go. Jalad's done such a good job of holding ground there. It would have been so easy to back up as soon as the Selma charges started to open up that wall. But instead, he's stuck around and he's picked himself up a kill. He's allowed now to dip himself back a little bit further toward the site. Okills didn't see the same level of success. He actually got taken out relatively early there by Cons, but a lot of damage has been done. NIP, they've spent quite a bit of the clock here, and they still feel as though they're not certain. They're still hunting these stray players.
Moosey has to try and get a kill back, and obviously 90 is going to be where he wants to try and go, but downstairs, Joker, he's been so good at just being in these weird positions, and NIP are not ready for it. And that's what you should do against NIP, just make them always think. Apply that pressure, because NIP, we know they're an easy team to crack, aren't they?
Moosey with a bit of a heads-up play there, but it isn't actually going to work out for him. I think he thought he could catch Joker off guard. Joker has since activated that Fenrir gadget, so potential there for Cons to struggle. P9, he just Ferrari beaks onto Psycho, and Cons, he's got a lot of work to do here. The gadget going to give his location away, going to go for a full rotation here, and he gets caught from Fenrir Trap into Malusi Banshee. Not the best position to be in, especially with the time available. Only one Falcons player needs to stay alive. There's going to be 3 that peek him. P9 picks up that final kill.
Yeah, Gelada, I think, done a lot of work at all in the early game. It runs down the clock for NIP. We know that's their old enemy that they always have to go against. And yeah, then Joker downstairs just sat in these rat positions that works really well against NIP. And NIP have already showcased today that they will just get flustered. They will panic, and it will just set in that they need to do something. A perfect example, of course, was Moosey. Just bare necks it right down the main corridor, doesn't even think about it, and just gets shredded as he does so. So Falcons, a good start for them. NIP, a little bit too slow off the mark. They need a bit more cutthroat as they start to move their way in through bedroom. It shouldn't be taking them that long. They didn't even get a kill for it as well. Just a bad round overall from NIP. If you start off bad, it's a big likelihood that you probably will finish bad.
2 frost mats on the walk-in window. Of course, the frost.
You get the first and then the second guy.
Well, you're going to get both. Can't shoot them both. But you can.
10 seconds to go.
It'll be quick, though.
If you're quick enough.
It'll be quick.
5 seconds left.
See the pulse come in, and the Valkyrie. So a lot of information, and you know, what's one operator that we've talked about that Pino has played non-stop on the attack?
Flores? IQ? Moosey plays a lot of IQ.
Is it Moosey?
It was Moosey yesterday.
Yeah, it was Pino today, wasn't it? Pino was playing a bit of IQ.
They play anything. Very flexible.
And you just think, where is it today? Or in this map?
No, they've left it in the back pocket, and I don't think you can afford to do that. You know that Solus is going to be a perma pick by O-Kills. I don't really think he's played anyone else on the defense.
I can't think of one that
He absolutely loves that P90.
2 C4s. 3 ways of, honestly 4 ways if you throw on the bulletproof of getting that information to abuse said C4s. P9, Sky at dodge, was looking for an early engagement in towards bedroom, doesn't get anything from it though. NIP pretty direct in what they want to achieve. No wall denial, so it's quite easy for Cons to open up everything. Getting the wall open isn't like the hardest thing for the attackers. It's something that should happen every single time. The main issue is actually trying to clear out the back of Trophy. I think Trophy is probably one of the more tougher rooms you have to deal with, because there isn't really like, there isn't a great way of dealing with players inside of Trophy other than taking a gunfight. It's very rare you would see like, oh, there's going to be a perfect nade set up for this, or a stun, or a smoke grenade will go over and cover it. It's very difficult. You know, you have those kind of 2 archways. You can peek left, you can peek right. You have the middle to give you cover. You can go prone and not be seen. The only thing you have to worry about is maybe someone jumping in Wolf window, which if you jump in a window, that's already asking for trouble. Very, very difficult room for the attacker to deal with.
Who's going to try and sneak his way in through this basement here? J-Lad. Ambitious C4 there. He might want to try and recover that.
I hope he finds Moosey, because Moosey could just come up and just bash the door beside him and Panther and get a freebie.
Absolutely, and Moosey knows that there's going to be a pulse play in there as well. There's only so much that you can do from below once you've spent those C4s. O-Kills, he'll pay no heed to the E1D, and instead will just make his rotation known. Moosey, he picks his time to strike, gets a glimpse on a second. What a shot onto O-Kills. He can now move his way up to the top of those red stairs. J-Lad, you've got to make that rotation because you're leaving your teammate light on the site. Tries to rotate Astro, but he's unable to do so. Cannot get past the player on rappel.
Moosey showcasing that basement again, and we mentioned it earlier, it's grown in popularity. During the later stages, teams will send someone down there just to see what they can get up to, and he's found 2 kills. Found 2 kills for his trouble. Falcons just didn't react quick enough for that. You know, as soon as you lose that roamer who was kind of towards red, who was, I would say, the middleman between helping the roamers and then also being able to go and help on site. You then kind of lose that reinforcement of having someone to move back in sight and assist as the flood comes in.
Much better round there from NIP. It's more used to what we're seeing them do at the start of games. They do tend to start off quite strong here.
I always feel as though Psycho's like one of the most like expressions on his side, you know. Facial expressions are just in all of him.
He's very similar to Spoit in that regard.
What was the other one we were watching? It was like, he was like, the eyes were bulging out of his head and he was like scared almost. You know what I'm talking about?
I can't remember.
I think we've seen it and I think we had a good laugh at it. It was actually hilarious. And I think Spoit, he's getting along there as well with some of the things he does.
I think all of Spoit's facial expressions can just be categorized by oops.
He does it on purpose.
Yeah.
Plays up to the
Very
camera.
good at it. Round number 3, I'm going to be attempting statue and trophy again.
Yep. Bit of a different approach maybe from NIP. A lot of them spawning over towards Ruins, Ollie. You could be looking for a south side clear into study that will try and sweep across. Falcons, do they have much for it? Do they have many players in a good position? Is there a study hold that Falcons can maybe see if they can quell that attack before it happens? They will have some form of support downstairs towards the living room. And I mean, O'Kills, he's finding out some information. He can see some players on the drones. He'll probably be able to feed this back to Jokers. There is a man inside a study. He is by himself. Unless you want to count the gadgets with him, and they might act as his help in a sense.
There's a great little early warning system in there. It's very similar to a goo mine or something of that nature. You can see the...
Speaking of goo mines, you got that as well.
Lighting up red. Muzi, successful with the nade from below. Were they stood on top of the hatch? Surely not. At any rate, the hatch is open.
Surprised.
Joker has been taken down. We might be about to see a little bit more attention here be paid into that aviator and games room area now they know that it's a little bit lighter there on defender presence. Cons has got a pretty tough task ahead of him here on that solo push.
Yeah, he
He's
has to
be really cautious with that.
Let's get that wall open, but he's actually since then rotated away, so all of NIP and their pressure is actually coming in from that south side. But again, the time Ollie is going to be against them. A minute to go. Sure, they've got the main wall open, but they haven't really made an approach towards 90. They're still trying to check to make sure no one's inside study. The drones are starting to move their way in. And they've kind of limited themselves now, Ollie, to pushing doorways, which isn't the greatest thing to do. They need to get somebody rotated towards bedroom ASAP. As you can see, the defenders, they realize there's no one on the balcony, and they've retaken towards bedroom. I want to see someone rotate there. I need to see someone rotate there.
Psycho, he's got all the information that has been gathered now by both the drones and the Iana clone. 30 seconds, though. Isn't a great deal of time. P9, he may be in the hot seat here to find the first. He will do just exactly that. Doesn't hold the angle long enough to pick up onto Wizard, but can just dip back a little bit. The Lion Scanner isn't going to matter. Everyone knows where he is at this point, and Cons has got a very tough ask ahead of him. Tries to push through the single door, but is unable to do so. Muzi picks up 3. One with the nade and a couple with the gun, but he's got a lot more left to find here. The kit is not in the hands of either of these attackers, and Pino is searching. Eventually, Quibs finds him. Pre-fires as he might, but Muzi is unsuccessful there. Running out of time. NIP.
Another one of those rounds that, again, I think Chubbs is going to be annoyed about. Because they started off well, they got the opening pick, they got Study immediately, but they never really moved fast enough to exploit that. They sent Cons over towards bedroom. He then leaves bedroom. Defenders retake that, and then they're stuck to pushing in towards single doorways, which does not work. The map, see teams who try and push in towards north, and only north, and try and push in via 2 doorways. It never works. This angle that P9's on behind the bomb is massive. It's really difficult to go against that.
Quibs was just waiting as well for someone to hop in through that window and just hit him with the knife or whatever it might be. Falcons making it look easy there, but reacting incredibly well. it would have been so easy for them to continue to worry about that master bedroom and to think, oh, well, they might. It
was a smart play. Just
happening.
commit to it. You take the risk.
Retake the ground and turn your attention to where they're coming from.
5 seconds to insertion.
Back we go. Aviator and Games.
Same extension.
Well, the same extension we saw in the second time we saw the first round, which was the incorrect lineup time. But now we can bring the Frost, so everything's fine.
And then now we're also seeing a study take.
And we're just going to go up main stairs.
Seeing a study take with a
Why
Monty.
not?
You've got the floors as well, which is going to be great to eliminate that explodable shield that could be sitting top main. I mean, it's not the greatest lineup in terms of defense to really hold main stairs. You probably want like a Wamai and a Jaeger to stack up a lot of utility. But like I said, because it's probably fallen out of favor, teams don't even bother with that anymore. So Falcons have been playing, I think, a very loose Villa in terms of their roam presence downstairs. Again, Joker, who just covered every blade of grass. If this was a pitch, he would have covered all of it. The heat map would be off the charts. Oh, I'd love to see a heat map in this game. Could you imagine?
It'd be so good. It will be so good. It isn't going to be so easy to just walk up these main stairs with the amount of presence that is below here. Now, of course, we can use the Monty to bully through and to
get the info, yeah.
Get a little bit of that info and be able to act on it. But again, it isn't the easiest thing in the world. Hello, Cons!
Well, I know he's there.
He saw that at the last possible second. Right,
Don't shield. No,
shield.
no.
If you're going to one-shield, play Blitz.
I'm sorry.
Honestly, at this, he gets the headshot through the soft wall. Obviously, yeah, of course. Like, he's playing Monty like Blitz. Kill down on either side, 4 versus 4. Quibs, got a C4 in hand. He's probably going to look to try and toss this onto those main stairs.
Oh, that's good damage.
Great attempt and a good chunk of damage.
Because he now potentially dies to an impact. I don't know what the damage calc is. I feel as though I've died at that HP to an impact, so I'm assuming that Cons will also. It depends if O'Kill's in the position to do so. You can see this information. They're actually using the Monty as a human drone to feed information off sound cues to where Pino has to buck. Love it.
It'd be great if Psycho was still alive and had a couple of nades for this as well, because then you'd really be able to start causing some problems. Pino can open up the lines of sight, but players can move, and it might not have the desired effect. Cons, he can sneak his way in. Pino, he's got a big job to play here. For all the information that he's still got work to do. Moose is going to get taken out there by Joker. Wizard, he's pushed up toward 90. Maybe looking for a little bit of a backstab here. Cons finds himself a second kill on the round with the pistol. Where's the support? You've got to come in here, Wizard. Pino, he's there to back his teammate up, and O'Kills is now left to try and fend this plant from going down. Cons, he's over 50% complete with the plant. He's got a little bit of information onto Wizard's location, but instead has to hit that reload. He's going to navigate through, past these main stairs potentially. But with the Monty, it's very difficult to lose a post plant. Even if you get into that 1v1, you can always just bully the defender. O'Kills trying for all he might, but NIP, they don't need to do too much here. Pino, he's going to be rewarded for holding the long angle. Psycho's pleased with that one.
He is indeed. Cons. Honestly, I love that play from the Monty, using that information with the buck below. It made it look so easy. It's a great way of clearing in towards the back of bar, even towards Vault as well. And, you know, again, he's very risky, going for the pistol kills. But it did force, like, the guy was just in the middle of the room. It forced him in because he was getting buck below.
He's getting buck below. There's pressure coming in from that side. You've then got the Monty, which is always just going to add that level of, oh my goodness, what do I do?
Yep.
Really well played. I think it's just stressful to watch. I think you just think of the Monty as like, just extend your shield, just stand there and be annoying, feed the information. The pistol is the weakest part of Monty. Yeah, dropping the shield and getting the pistol out is the weakest part of Monty. It's the most vulnerable position that you can put yourself in playing that operator. And Cons does it and gets kills with it, and it's just stressful.
It is. They went for it again. They brought in the Monty. Wouldn't be surprised if they try maybe the same push. Like, they got control of Study and main stairs like immediately just because that's what Monty does and that's what he's really good at.
They don't have the book this time.
They don't have the bucks. That does lead us to believe that they will try and go for a sweep. So let's see how the other end of the map will do them.
the Monty would be really beneficial to be dealing with the sort of reinforced wall. And if we think back to how JLab was playing on the Mozzie in one of the early rounds, dealing with that player inside of statuary.
It's the information that I think is so key for NIP. It's if they know where a player is, you know, they will exploit that. I think the Monty is a part of that. It's a part of this side. You know, sure, we may sit here and joke about, oh, they always bring the Monty and old reliable and all this, but they are a very strong team with it. You know, they're up there with one of the best in the world. As a Monty side, there's only a few teams who can do that, and not just do it, but do it extremely well. And I think NIP fit that category.
A lot of offside presence here from Falcons. Psycho, he'll be rewarded in the opening stages of the round. Hanging around the bottom of those main stairs at main entrance. Wizard, got a nice line of sight in on through concrete door. This is where you're going to be looking to try and get your Monty in and start to feed a little bit of that information across, but as the Monty goes in, the Monty will be taken out. O'Kills finds him there from below. Great use of the impacts.
Moosey is in, looking to see if he can gain control of that top red and walks into the frost mat. It was coming. We knew it was coming. It had to happen.
He's got the diffuser as well. The diffuser's just in no man's land right now. O'Kills picks himself up a second. He can go for a full rotate up main stairs if he wants at this point. He's done his job and more out there on the roam. Psycho and Pino, they've got to try and pick up the pieces of this shattered round. Really isn't going to be easy. There might be a minute left on the clock, but look at what they've got to wade through here, Demo.
It's a mire. It is a mire of futility. Gates, barbed wire, a DMR waiting for you. And Pino all by himself. I mean, NIP, they've tried to almost orchestrate a similar play where, oh, let's just send the Monty in and let him do work. Hasn't happened this time around. I think the Monty is more suited for that study take because, again, it's a lot easier to control, I feel, for a Monty. Moving in towards, you know, main stairs where you know you have to watch like one angle. Whereas if you move like a Monty into this position right here where Pino is, that's like, it's a crossroads. There's 4 different angles you have to worry about.
Pino's done a great job to collect the diffuser and pick up a couple of kills, but you just can't help but think this is going to be too difficult to pull off. And there it is, we're right, the clock at his back, pressing him forward. And Quibs on the other side, waiting to collect. Falcons, they grab themselves around.
3-2. Final round of the half. NIP, they'll get a chance to go on the defense soon enough, and we'll see how that castle ban obviously influences them. You know, that's just, again, just trying to get the Monty in too quick. Not checking things.
Yeah, that was that was when the round started to fall apart, wasn't it? Yeah. You bring in the Monty, you've got a very clear idea. There's not a lot of room for plan B and C, and you can't afford to lose it like that.
Yeah, it's like trying to organize something for a person and they don't show up. Let's say I organized that surprise birthday party and you didn't show up. What's the point?
I mean, it wouldn't be as much of a problem because you'd still be able to have a party.
But you're not there. Oh yeah, what am I supposed to do? A big banner that says Happy Birthday Ollie.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I don't know.
Waste the money on that.
5 seconds.
Capcan. Is the Capcan the answer?
Who?
I don't know if there's a sort of dying need to bring the Capcan. I kind of like it from JLab.
Look at Psycho. Here we go. Look at the lineup. I think it comes in as well. So, this is where I do fear for NIP, because we've seen them do it yesterday, but is this the right time where they go for it? Mostly because I'm seeing Capcan traps, and that's an issue if you're a blitz. Yeah, it's probably a good idea from NIP, but it's bad timed in a sense because they have the Capcan. One thing as well that they've also decided to bring in is for the Finka, and the thing about Finka is good for the rushes. Not only do you get the extra HP boost, but the odd time in the rush, there will be downs that will happen whenever you're dealing with gunfights. The revive can be massive as well. People forget about that.
Yeah, the revive can be the difference between winning a round and losing it if you get someone up in a fortunate position. Look at Moosey moving his way up the pantry stairs, moving quite quietly. I don't think anyone's got any idea that he's coming. P9 He's going to suffer. Muzi immediately hits the boost, and that's almost the go button here for NIP. Psycho, he's going to try and get himself in on the action. Muzi's not got a great deal of health, but he's going to push on regardless. Stuns getting sent out as well as J-Lad tries to work vertically. We can see there that Wizard, he's reluctant to push himself in, but kills are going to fly in for Joker. He picks up one onto Cons, one onto Muzi. Well, where is the blitz in this fray? You're expecting the blitz to be the spearhead of this push, and it just isn't happening. Cut down by O-Kills, leaving us in a 2 versus 1. J-Lad, he's got a lot of work to do here, levels things up. Look at the time that's left on the clock. There is an eternity here for this 1 versus 1.
Look at the HP. Not a lot between both of them. Pino has a singular flashbang at his disposal. Will flash him, but no, J-Lad swings at the perfect time. A huge 1v1. NIP, they've attempted a rush. It hasn't worked. Falcons have stood their ground, Ollie. And now they lead with an even heftier gap.
4-2 split at the half. It's a substantial lead here for the Falcons moving into their attacking phase. And it all started so well.
I have to question Psycho. I didn't see enough of Psycho in that round where we should be. I don't agree with sending Psycho in through Memo. I think if you're sending the blitz through anywhere, it should be in towards Pantry.
Yeah.
That should be straight in Pantry stairs, because then you get kind of like, you just get like sit behind the bomb with a shield. You get to call information then from that stage as well. If someone comes down China, you rush at him. You have very little to worry about.
Falcons happy with the way that they played that one, and they should be. Moving now on to the attack.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
Now, if we throw back to the start of this game, we were saying that Falcons have banned out the castle. The castle being something that NIP have really shown quite a liking to. Maybe not for aviating games, but certainly in trophy and statuary, it's something that they would play. So it's going to force them to change things up just a little bit.
Ready for something deploying ADS. ADS deployed and ready to go. My magnets will protect us.
A little cheeky frostbite behind the vault wall as well, or the vault door, should I say. So it was a horrible one for those last second moments in the round.
We have the observation blockers coming in for NIP, which is a strategy that we've seen them use yesterday. It worked really well against M8. M8 has struggled massively with dealing with that top red stairs. It's a position where you will see a lot of traffic with the drones, and comboing that with the mute jammers, it's a deadly combination. It just means there's no vision towards that side of the map.
Real similar to the way that they use them on Cafe inside a shop as well. It feels like a very similar area of the map, you know, top red, cafe shop, like it serves that same purpose. It's not somewhere that anyone spends a great deal of time as an attacker, but you do tend to use that as a springboard to moving on. It is often a very key place to try and get clear, especially if you're going to put a drone in and around that 90 corridor. You're going to lose a lot of value out of that flak drone.
Falcons now. See if they want to eye up this main stairs push in towards Study, of course. They have to go for the Wamai. Wizard is in good shape, has plenty of utility. This is what I mean. Teams will sometimes bring in the ADSs, will bring in the Wamais, has the shields. Using the vertical angles, Cons eliminates J-Lad, and down goes the Flores drones. And Cons in for another one, but almost gets taken out. P9 was ready for him.
Be careful on those reverse angles.
Stuck in a 4v5, Ollie, and I think for Falcons, you need more pressure than just walking up the stairs. You need to see some players then towards Study now.
Where's the info? You should know that somebody's playing at the top of these stairs. You can't just be walking up there on a guess and a prayer that, you know, it's going to be clear or that Wizard's going to be looking the wrong way. Joker, he's now going to try his hand and move himself up, but he's going to meet the same fate. Wizard, the master of the stairs, nobody shall pass. He's taking a good chunk of damage, but he's got a couple of kills for his troubles. Quibs eventually swings in and shuts him down, but it feels like a little bit too little too late. That needs to be working in conjunction with the first player that's going up the stairs.
Yeah, no kills. Finally has control of said stairs, but at what cost? They've lost their entire army to try and get that position. Quibs has walked his way in towards Study. I'm surprised he hasn't been swung from the doorway at the moment, but I guess it's Muzi trying to just get back in towards bomb site. He was the player towards top red, which we mentioned was a strategy that NIP like to employ, but the Falcons now, they're running out of options. There has been a down. Pino is on the floor struggling. Will be finished off by Quiz, but with 10 seconds to go, Ollie, with positions being unchecked. There's a C4 from Cons, and Quibs just trying to look for that Jaeger, but no, Moosey's there with a swing. Chubbs is loving that one. Good round to get them back in the swing and things first defense.
Very important to win that first round, especially when you're 4-2 down. You don't want to let that slip too hard. Keep it level, keep it to within a round. And I think it just goes to show Falcons with that approach. That's one of the reasons why we very rarely see a study-sided approach anymore, because taking those main stairs can be a nightmare. If you don't bring a shield, if you don't bring a load of utility to get rid of that player at the top of main stairs, you're going to have a tough time. And Wizard showed us exactly why. If you're not going to bring the shield, you're going to have to push through Master.
Yeah, I think with that lineup, it's a lot easier just going from the sweep, isn't it? It just is. You need a lot more of an oomph, I would say. I mean, Ying is up. Ying's a great operator if you want to go for the study side.
Oh, there's so many options available for going for a study side, but you can't do it with such a, I don't want to use the word basic lineup, but there's nothing in there that makes you go, oh, that's the spearhead. That's what we're going to play around. You know, we're going to play around the Blitz Shield, we're going to play around the Glass, the Ying, whatever it might be. There's nothing in that lineup that Falcons are bringing that you're thinking, yeah, let's play around that.
10 seconds to go.
Means they pay the price, they lose their first attack. But now they have to try and go up against the Trophy Statuary, mixed in with, of course, a generous helping of reinforced walls towards the Aviator Games, as there will be a form of defender presence towards that side of the map. It's what we like to see, and it's what we expect to see from NIP. They fully reinforced triple wall, they haven't seen that in a long time, Ollie. Suppose they have the Kite Claw, which, with Thatcher being banned, and it's almost you're taking the risk and seeing, you know, will they play Impact EMPs? Falcons, I don't really think have been interested in that today. They've been all about the nades. We've always seen them run 6 sets of nades. So it would be very rare to see them even, you know, orchestrate a hard breach, let alone EMP grades.
Yeah. Hard breach isn't really something that's on Falcon's radar. It isn't something that's in their arsenal.
They've read into it, it's good.
The fact that NIP have read into that is fantastic, because it makes Master really difficult to contend now, because again, you're just getting pushed through single doorways.
That's it. It's single doorways for that bomb site. On both, you have issues with. You have to walk through Astro. You have to walk in through, obviously, Concrete Door as well. It's not easy. It just isn't. And again, all them doors can be held by Trophy, which is the most important room and the most difficult room that you need to try and gain control of. Looks as if they're going to probably try and clear out Trophy from below using nades, as once again Falcons have got their players in position. All they need now is a bit of info. You always say there's some issues sometimes trying to go for the vertical nades with the big long logs, isn't it, in the ceiling?
Villa can be a tricky one for the vert nades. You think of it as a map that's got so many options for vertical nades because so much of it's destructible, but what you got to remember is, if you look at the ceiling, it's horrible. It's a maze. It's not flat. You've got to be really careful about where you bounce those nades off. Fortunately for J-Lad, he's pretty good at it, and he's able to take Psycho down on the first attempt.
Psycho's having a rough time, bit of a stinker game from him, 1-6, loses out on the nade, and well, Wizard, he's tried to gain the kill back, but he too has been eliminated. Moosey's downstairs, he's in the bathroom down below. Ollie, how has he ended up there? Another kill comes in for NIP, they've fought back, they've been able to quell that onslaught. The Falcons were trying to drop downstairs below. And now it is going to be an even man count as we head into the 45-second mark. But for Falcons, what have they really got control of, Ollie? It's similar to what NIP were struggling with. A lot of time, a lot of utility wasted, but what have you got to show?
At the end of the day, they're still going to have to push through this single door inside of concrete. Quibs might know that someone's there. If you know he's there, just hit the pre-fire. It's a soft cabinet. You're going to be able to take him out easily. The laser gate will be reactivated. Joker is in position to take Cons down. Moosey has to now start to move back into Trophy here. Pino gets a good bit of damage, but not the finishing blow. Left down to the Pino show once again, but Quibs is able to find the final 2 kills required. Even 3-3 at the half, single doorways or not. Falcons going to come away with that one.
Falcons didn't really do anything too flashy. They followed their protocol of going below and getting the nades. It was great nades from below, of course. And NIP really tried hard to get the kills back. But then whenever you start dragging people away, you almost lose your foothold in what you would have in the site. That's what it feels like. You know, Moosey dropping down here below, then he has to rotate all the way back in. He's kind of locked out because Joker is then holding that doorway. Quibs is holding that doorway. So them rotating off-site to get the kills back, sure, you think, oh, that's good, they need to do that. Then you lose control of sight, and you have to try and work your way back in. And as much as what we say about the single doors working against the attackers, equally, if the defender's locked out of sight, they have to go through the same doorways.
Exactly.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I think Falcons did a good job of stabilizing there. It was a round that could have very easily slipped away from them. Stuck to their own win condition, though. They are going to bring the hard breach this time, recognizing it's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
But they are going to be going into the kitchen site, so there is maybe a little bit more need for hard breach on this site in particular, whether you want to get pantry wall open, whether you want to get laundry wall open.
Even a hatch if it's reinforced for laundry, for example.
If you're going to look upstairs, if you're going to want to gain a bit of ground quickly upstairs, you might want to try and deploy one of those Selmas up there as well. So a lot of options here for Falcons. NIP on the flip side, they need to start picking up rounds, Demo, because, again, we're finding ourselves in a very similar situation to we were last map.
The lineup of NIP is very aggressive. A lot of operators you kind of coincide with having great guns and great ability to move around the map. You've got, you know, just a myriad of two-speeds who are very, very potent. And speaking of those two-speeds, one of them's take a dip outside Ollie. Takes a bit of damage, Cons, and does scare away Gilad, but hasn't gotten the kill, which is the most important thing for Falcons in that engagement. They haven't lost that early player. And of course, the sledge is one that you want to keep around for the vertical takes.
Absolutely, and more importantly, those grenades. J-Lad has been fantastic with those nades today. You're going to want to get a bit of value out of them in this round as well. A little bit different, given that you're dealing with a first floor site, so you're maybe not going to be looking at too many nades from below, but certainly one's going to be attempted here.
It's good info, because now they know he's on the table, so there's no point really wasting grenades on him.
Oh, Muzi just misses his opportunity there. He's going to play a fly into 90. J-Lad, what is it with J-Lad at the pistol today? He seems to be drawing for it more often than not. Joker, he's trying to pinch the player here inside the game. Muzi will find him, though. Pino is there to back him up. Look at this teamwork, the duo, Pino and Muzi. They're going back to back with one another here, keeping each other safe and locking down that top floor.
Love it from Pino and Muzi. Absolutely love that teamwork. One's under pressure, they call for help, the other one comes to aid. Gilad, he's worked his way downstairs towards bottom of red. But once again, for Falcons, they've lost too many players and they haven't really got a lot to go with. A minute left as well. I think NIP are in really good standing. And Psycho, has he been unchecked? It looks as if he is. An absolute freebie. 2 freebies. No, that's the ammo capacity. We've seen that a few times this tournament, Ollie. That Rone. Only the 15 bullets. It is tricky to get more than 1 kill with it.
Doesn't matter if you've got a friend like Muzi knocking around, though. He is going to be there to keep him safe. Much better from NIP. They're playing as a team here. It's like you said, Demo, they've all picked a great gun. They've all picked something that they're comfortable with. And they're just looking to play around one another and just keep each other alive, play for those trades. So far, it's been perfect. There hasn't been a single trade required. This is shaping up to be a flawless round with only 15 seconds left to go. It's kind of all on O-Kills as to whether he wants to give them that flawless round or not. Just going to be hanging around outside, waiting for that clock to run down. Not giving anyone a chance to pad that kill stat, Demo.
Yeah, not giving them an inch. NIP, good round to get back. Don't let Falcons get that momentum. We've seen they're a scary team if they're feeling confident. But NIP still behind, keep that in mind, they're still losing.
They trail by a round.
Yeah. This was great, I love this. Muzi gets one, knowing that obviously this guy swung in 90 earlier. Calls for aid, and he answered.
Let Rohan.
So I tried to reference. I'm glad you've got that. Beacons are lit.
5-4, Falcons, they still lead. Still 1 round away from match point, 2 rounds away from locking out the series. But NIP, are they on the comeback? Are they on the up and up once again here? We've seen them come back quite a few times this tournament so far. Last map was no exception. This map, starting to get those feelings.
NIP get to go for this bomb site choice, which worked well for them, mostly because I think Falcons, Ollie, we both questioned they didn't really bring the correct lineup if they wanted to go for a main stair study take. We were asking maybe a Ying would help them. Well, they've heard us, they've got the Ying.
It goes back to what we were saying, you know, they need to be bringing something that you look, yeah, we'll go and play around that. You can look at the Ying and say, yes, we will play around this Ying.
And they're going study, because the spawns, look, Ruins, if need to know, spawns are everything to know what teams are going to go for. If we've seen the majority of them spawn towards the northeast section of the map, it would be a more generic bedroom take, but the fact that we see a big group of them towards Ruins, it will be, again, a similar take where they will try and achieve that main stairs and study. But yeah, the Ying, that's what it's all about. Psycho, he's going to have to be pulled in. He's going to have to be on top of his game. He needs to be in a good position. If I'm not mistaken, Psycho kind of lingers in maps to support not only red stairs, but also can support study if needed.
He's going to be a key player here on Warden, though. Wizard likely going to feel the pressure a little bit more than he did previously. I'm not expecting Falcons to go one at a time up these main stairs. It's going to more likely be a good amount of burn and then a big old burst of Ying Candelas to try and deal with him. P9 will be below, giving himself a couple of lines of sight. This should be a freebie grenade if we can get it landed correctly. Oh, kills. A little bit of lucky there with that one as Cons moved at the last second, but it's a kill nonetheless.
What's in the throwing arms today of Falcons? They've got a lot of kills from below, Ollie.
They're doing fantastically.
Heat Seekers.
Updates as well, you know, they fell out of fashion for a little bit because they did become quite difficult to do. Obviously, the damage got a little bit reworked on them. They're not always as guaranteed as you'd like them to be.
NIP, their grip does exist if needed. You're playing Doc Psycho, what's the difference?
NIP falling like flies here. Psycho left in the clutches. Muzi fall into a Claymore, he's got it down on the stairs, will look to try and confirm it, could find himself a second, he knows everything at this point, but still gets full watch flash on the Warden!
I hate it!
Oh, it happened again!
It's not for I hate more than that! A Warden getting flashed!
That happened yesterday.
Oh!
I'm not sure, I think it might have been Psycho that it happened to yesterday as well.
Tells me so much. One thing I hate.
Chuck the goggles on. They last forever.
Just. Sorry, I got angry there. Don't know why, just something spoke to me there.
Falcons, now only one round away. Some great play inside of this round.
Oh, what a shot.
They had everything covered though.
They're actually going to beat NIP.
They had everything covered.
Falcons, I can't believe it. Honestly, they blinder of a series from them.
I'm so glad that they didn't go for that main stairs push. The Ying was obviously intended for study at a later point inside of the round. So glad they didn't go for that main stairs. Just using those nades from below, gathering that information. They've been good at it. They're good at gathering that info. Tactical timeout here for NIP. Is it too late?
I feel as though it is.
NIP need 2 rounds to stay in this thing and take us into an overtime. Falcons, they need 1.
2 defenses on Villa without their beloved Castle.
Even without Castle, it doesn't seem like a massive ask.
Well, this is where Castle's really good for this bomb site. This is where NIP would use that. They would place Castle barricades on the 2 windows inside of bedroom. They would combo that alongside the mirror window. They would really fortify that position of the map as much as they can. NIP cannot do that. So I wonder what the change is going to be. Obviously, they still went with the mirror. But obviously they're not going to have that same kickback, aren't they? Obviously it's going to be the Valkyrie they're rotating in, which, you know, Psycho, obviously he plays the Castle for this. So more information, but I feel so information for Falcons, they don't really care. The way they're playing, like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to realize that, yeah, they're probably going to go below and try and nade you. You don't need a camera to tell you that.
Yeah, Falcons aren't always skulking around the map, are they? They're quite often announcing themselves, whether it be shooting through floors, throwing nades from below. There's no secret as to where you are if you're nading from below. But it just bring a C4. So I've got 3 of them. So you'd maybe look for a bit more vertical presence. Give Falcons something to really think about in terms of clearing out that kitchen area. Or of course you can rotate into it a little bit later on into the round as well. Wizard, the roaming mirror. Why not?
Ooh, P9. That's a lot of damage. You can see some holes have been opened up. The NIP, again, prepping for Falcons going below. This is what I mean. It's expected for Falcons to be down here, and I'm glad to see NIP have caught on to that. They've taken out 1 set of nades. Wizard, is he ready to pounce? The clock chimes. Is it for him? Or is it for Falcons?
Jayla gets chunked down as well here. Wizard playing these back stairs very cautiously here, but he's got the teamwork of Cons with him. No, gets downed and finished off. The impact there thrown as a last-ditch attempt. J-Lad, he now joins the fray. He's going to pick up that down onto Cons, but a lot of damage has been done already inside of this round. Half of it remains. NIP, they've got double the man count available.
Jalad, what's he gonna do? Moves in, has a punch hole there, looking towards Red. Does he know that Wizard's right beside him on the other side of the wall? Wizard creeps in. Is he gonna give himself up? Ooh, this is tense. Don't sledge at the wrong time. You see something. There is someone there, and will confirm the kill. Oh, Wizard, unlucky time, and it almost worked for him. Jalad was ready to sledge that, and then I would say it probably would be a 1v4 instead of a 2 versus 3.
Still winnable from Falcons from this position. It just takes NIP to overpeak, which is something that they've kind of been known for. It has happened. Quib's going to be at the top of Astro's stairs, just has a bit of barbed wire to deal with. J-Lad put himself into bathroom here. Pino, he's going to quickly shut down Quibs. Looks as though J-Lad has a little bit of info here. He's going to try and break this down, and he's not going to be able to. Can't even transition out of bathroom there. Muzi in position to finish him off. That's half of the job done, NIP. You've just got to get one more round.
One more round. That's it. That's all they need. NIP were ready. They knew that the nades from below were going to be coming in, and they set up appropriately. Oh, that's a run out. That's how Cons got the kill. He was everywhere. Finds the kill there, finds almost a second one. Good refrag from Wizard. And then NIP obviously with not a lot of manpower for Falcons. It was difficult for them to get into a position where they could try and get into the bomb site. But NIP still not out of the woods yet. One round is what they need to take it to overtime.
Again, we look at the lineup here, and NIP have brought things that they like. They've not gone for operators as much as they've gone for guns. This is what we like to see from NIP when they're in this position. Think back to a couple of rounds ago when they played for guns more than they played for operators. They did fantastically well. They were trading off the back. In fact, they didn't even need to trade. It was almost flawless. But they were there to back each other up, and they were there to double pinch, etc. So that's really what you want to be seeing at the moment if you're NIP.
But we do see a change though from Falcons, probably in response. A line comes in. That's going to help them with assisting in those engagements, assisting with the roam game. So the Valkyrie cameras come in, going to be placed towards bedroom side. Getting the information as best as they can. Obviously, you can combo the C4s as well. A lot, you know, the majority of Villa top floor. I think 80% of it is C4able from below. So there is going to be opportunities for them. It's just, can they pick the right one? Falcons, I would say they're going to go pretty, you know, direct here. See the sledge already up towards the bedroom balcony. And I think for Falcons, it's probably better to go minimalistic here because we've seen the full extensions didn't work. NIP were very slippery in their own presence, like you attested to, Ollie, as well. They were very good at working in their pairs, working in twos. So if Falcons can just, you know, work less and give themselves as best of opportunity, give themselves as best of an opportunity as they can, just to do minimalistic things and still come out of a round win, that'll suit them nicely.
That's the thing, they've just got to be cautious of the C4s here once they start getting themselves in and get working.
Didn't spot the bedroom cam.
That's going to be a little bit of a problem. There's a bathroom cam up as well. It would be nice to see Quibs go down and try and get that pantry wall open and just eliminate some of the ability to sit in there.
There's
Cons, not only is he sat there with that information, but he's also got the potential of running up there and doing something about it as well. Be cautious to drone him out. Cons will eventually be found. Might just force him back a little bit. Okill's going to take the challenge, but Muzi hits him with the swing.
Pino.
Must have been full white there, or at least close to. But that goes back to, again, what we were talking about. It's not just one tracer load of bullets coming through, it's two. Joker will find the refrag, though.
Yeah, again, Pino Muzi, brilliant from them, being able to double up, pinch, take their engagements. Muzi has got himself killed, though, as he stayed too long towards 90. Here's the C4 rip. This is what I mean. Opportunities will come to try and kill from below. But Cons isn't going for it at the moment. Probably doesn't have enough information. Has he been misdroned? Surely not. The back of kitchen, you need to get that droned. You should expect for someone to be there. Is a safe position for defenders to tuck themselves in away from harm. But Falcons now, they're starting to move in towards the mid floor, Ollie. This is where they need to start thinking about an execute. They've opened up Laundry. They have Joker, who's now starting, I think, to maybe rotate towards defuse carrier, so they will have some pressure. But look at Jalad, he's actually moving up in towards the Chinas there, Zolly.
I'm not sure that they know about cons here as well, and that could really be quite crucial if Jalad does choose to push in here. Cons still has a C4 available, and time is running out here for Falcons. Wizard takes a chunk load of damage as he tries to battle back at the players coming through. Laundry gets a very important down, but it's essentially a 2 versus 2 here. 5 seconds, diffuser cold. Joker, he's got the pistol in hand. He's found himself 3. You've got to grab the last. The pistol does it! Falcons! They lock themselves into the playoffs here.
My goodness, a double pistol kill to finish the series. The little team that could. The little team that could. The home country, the home team still lives on.
What a performance from Falcons there. Nailed biter right up to the final round. NIP, they're not going to feel good about that one. Super close series. Both maps really coming down to the wire. Not being able to manage an overtime there on Villa though, and Falcons, they get it done in regulation.
My oh my. Just too many mistakes. Too many mistakes in NIP today. I will say that I think NIP have made improvements this tournament in terms of actually keeping up with the meta, but it's the inconsistencies that's really cost them, hasn't it, this event? You know, like, sure, they look good against Falcons on the first day. I think they gave M8 a good test, but today I just think not as strong as what it was yesterday.
It almost goes like a lot of their maps demo. They started off really strong, and then they just tail off a little bit, and it takes them a while again to find that mojo. The mid-game really hasn't been fantastic. Let's have a word with our stage, though. We're going to throw it over. We're going to hear from them.
سووا المستحيل. فريق فالكونز إلى البلاي أوفس. جوكر. لازم أسولف معك. أول شيء ألف مبروك على الفوز. كنا نتكلم أنا وجوكر قبل ما ندخل المباراة. كان يقول ما فيلا ما أتوقع نقدر نفوز فيه. كانوا الشباب متحطمين شوي وكلنا متوترين هل يقدرون يسوونه ولا لا. جوكر سويتوها. وش شعورك؟
والله سعيد الحمد لله. صراحة كان خاصة آخر راوند والله على الأعصاب، يعني الحمد لله إنه جاء لصالحنا، فأكيد يعني شعور فرحة وبهجة.
ما شاء الله عليكم صراحة، أكثر من كذا ما أدري وش ممكن نقول. أدائكم كان مو طبيعي. حطوا ببالكم أعزائنا المشاهدين أنهم هزموا G2 أبطال العالم في هذه السنة، وهزموا NIP أبطال العالم السابقين كلهم في نفس البطولة، فرق يومين. ما أدري وش أقول أكثر من إنه وش توقعاتك للبلاي أوفس؟ الآن أنتم تأهلتوا للتوب 4، وش ممكن نشوف منكم؟
والله الحمد لله طبعا أولا بنجهز وبنشوف الأمور. طبعا أتوقع ضدنا BDS من أجل البراكت، فإن شاء الله بنجهز ونشوف الأمور وندخل كامل جاهزيتنا، وأتمنى من الله التوفيق طبعا.
بالتوفيق لكم ان شاء الله. جوكر الله يعطيك الف عافيه، انا داري انه ما تبي تسوي مقابله ودك تروح تحتفل وتنبسط، فروح الله يستر عليك. الف شكر لك توزك على المقابله. اعزائنا المشاهدين، فريق فالكونز سووها وقدروا يوصلون من التوب 4 معنا في بطوله جيمرز 8 في رينبو 6 سيج. كلنا متحمسين نشوف ايش ممكن يقدمونه، لكن قبل ما نروح للاستوديو التحليل نتكلم عن المباراه. I'm going to send it to Ian. Ian has something to say to the crowd. Ian, to you.
Hey, Fancy! What up? Hey, can I just check? Falcons fans, are you happy right now? I thought so. You would never think the way this tournament started for Falcons that they would make it into the playoffs. They had a very shaky start to it, but they came back swinging, taking out the world champions and then taking down a very tough NIP team. You can hear the support. It's made such a huge difference to this team. You could feel the energy here in the arena, here in Riyadh. And the fans have brought something extra to the table. Guys, I've got to ask, do you think you can go all the way and win the trophy? Luckily, we've got a Falcons player in Val sitting here right next to me. Val, right? That was a roller coaster ride for you.
I don't know what to say, man. What a series. I don't know what to say. Like, the second map, holy
Hey, remember. All right, no bad language. But I will say, look, right, we were sat together getting ready for that interview after map 2, and it went all the way to the wire. You've got to give it to NIP. What an amazing team. They really kicked back and fought and took you all the way to the wire, but it was your side that showed that extra fortitude in the final map.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in the second map. We should have closed there, but like they played really, really well. Villa came and we had to just pop off. Or like, we are going home. So we don't want to go home because like, this is our tournament. We should win it. That's it.
Do you think you can?
Absolutely.
All right, well, guys, you think you can win it? Yeah, just one more time. All right, good stuff. Listen, to talk you through all of that, we've still got one more best of 3 to go as well. We've got one more playoff spot available to take. Genie on the desk, and wherever else we've got desks, we're worldwide here. Over to you.
Thank you. Ginny on the desk with Anne and Fresh as well. Actually, Fresh on desk on Twitter as well. Should get you laying down
Thanks
on the
for the
front.
plug, Ginny.
But yeah, no worries. I got you. Thanks again for the interview as well. I think that was a really great, valuable insight from Valentino specifically because it keeps reiterating what he said on the desk as well. There is so much hunger from the Falcon players to be able to close out this tournament on their home turf. There's so much pressure, and although maybe that pressure made them crumble on the first game in day 1, it is now the fuel to their fire.
Yeah, I was really scared after that first game, like, oh, if this is that issue that has the playstyle not coming out as the way they want to do, that's a significant issue and not something you can fix within a few hours. But, well, Falcons proved me wrong in that, and I'm very happy to see that they can go back to the playstyle that they used to be playing. I think having P9, in this case Unleashed, has really helped the way he's swinging players of NIP on this map. With a DMR, when they don't expect to be swung, that is something that's so difficult to counter as an NIP player. So that coming out from P9, very, very happy to see. Another thing that was really good on the side of Falcons, you see in the top left here, the castle ban. We kept talking about how NIP like to bring out lots of castle, they like to bring out these delay operators, and with these last 2 maps, it seems like Falcons got a really good understanding of these key operators for the opposing team that they need to ban out to make it easier for themselves.
I think for Falcons, you see the fact that they are inexperienced at this level. You know, when it comes to some of the rounds and some of the games, and the fact it is so close, you know, even going back to map 2, the fact they didn't quite win that out. A little bit of inexperience, a little bit of naivety with regards to strategy. But the one thing that you cannot fault is the heart that these players have to just keep going, the confidence that they have in themselves and each other. It was a very good Villa from Falcons. They've clearly had a look at what Nip had done, you know, in terms of yesterday as well. Countered that a little bit, just brought in little things like, say, obviously a big thing with the castle ban as well. And put in pretty good performance. I know it got a little bit wobbly there once they got to match point, but they did manage to just about get over that line.
Yeah, something Jesse mentioned earlier today as well on the desk when we were talking about this being the second matchup of today, because yes, we do have another best of 3 coming your way, is the fact that when we were looking at Siege history, when it comes to a rematch, it never goes in favor of the person who won it first. So is that down to the fact that you're just becoming more familiar with your opponent?
A bit of, I guess, yeah, being more familiar, but also probably some grudge, I guess.
Yeah,
that
that was definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, we heard so many players like, oh, you know, we're looking forward to playing against this team because we want to get our comeback on them. I feel like it's probably the same for Falcons, right? They didn't have a really good showing in the first game. It was really dominant how NIP took that victory over them, and the way they've unleashed their players now, the way that they were able to come back with the crowd behind them as well, because let's be honest, that looked very enthusiastic from the fans in the crowd.
They got flags, like, okay.
Chants, they were cheering. That must help a lot too.
Only 1 player positive on entry from Falcons there in that scoreboard. Only 1 player positive. The whole team net negative. I think it was about -5 across the whole team.
Really?
They were coming from behind, and they won that game from behind.
That's all you need. You just need that one player to
pop off. Heart.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when we spoke to Valentino earlier today on the desk, he did also as well mention, like, this is our revenge. Our last year specifically, we lost on home turf in the finals to BDS. So first, we need to win against Snip, and then 2 more games, and we're going to be up against BDS again in the finals. So the heart, the revenge, the grudge that you're talking about as well, and it is there, and it is playing out on the server.
I mean, considering that BDS is the first slot in Group B, means that they play against the second slot of Group A. Now, what is the second slot of Group A? That is Falcons. So they will get their grudge match a little bit sooner than they would probably hope to. Not in the finals, but yes, they will be playing against BDS, and I feel like that should probably have the same kind of motivation as they have coming into this NIP game to beat opponents that have been beating them previously. And I mean, seeing how they play right now, I think BDS really need to be aware of like, okay, we can be swung from any kind of angle, we can get run out from any kind of angle, and it's so difficult to prepare for that if you don't know what angle it's going to be.
And if history repeats itself, or as the way Jesse says, history never repeats itself in Siege, then it means that BDS is in for a showing, potentially.
Yeah, I think so. I think, especially just on the BDS point, they're revitalized as well. They're looking incredible.
Yeah.
Just beating the current major champions. So it would have been very easy to go, oh, M80 against potentially W7M was the match of the day tomorrow. If BDS Falcons, that's incredible. And then just a quick word on the MVP.
Yeah, the key MVP of today, Q67.
There we go.
How would you pronounce it? Q67?
Quips, I believe.
Quips?
Yeah.
Where does a B come from?
6.
I think the 6.
Ah, yo, that is really smart. Okay, I gotta give him that, okay? MVP, Kitty MVP of the day from Falcons, but also when it comes to his name, because that's big brain.
I thought he was excellent today, but particularly in regards to the refragging department, he's a very patient player where he's not going to go and force it. We saw a couple of scenarios where he's looking at him and he can go and force an engagement and get a 1-for-1, but he's trying to manufacture the best situations possible for his team to create 2-for-1 engagements. But then whenever his teammates have died, he's always there for the refrag as well. And I'm not surprised to see him be the MVP of today, because I thought genuinely he was having very high impact kills across all 3 maps.
I'll just look back at like the opening kills and opening death because I like to track that, but for as far as I can see, he was only opening death 1. So as a support player or more supportive player, playing Nomad, playing Heartbreach, it's really important. You gotta stay alive, you gotta make sure you tick off all things of your checklist, like you gotta get the breach, you gotta join your teammates in, gotta refrag them if they eventually die. So he's done the job that he needed to do and deserved MVP if you ask me.
Absolutely, every single player from Falcons have done the job that they needed to do, and with that they're actually qualified into the playoffs. They're the 2nd seed from their group, but still that is not small feat because the teams that were here were all top tier. NIP, however, unfortunately their run will end here and this is them out of the tournament, but we have another game coming up next, and that is another elimination game. W7M up against Oxygen. Now when it comes to W7M, there is so much pressure around that team. They won the last Copenhagen Major. Oxygen wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jesse.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, they didn't qualify to that major, the major that W7 eventually went to win on. Now, if you look at Oxygen so far during this tournament, they lost to BDS that looked pretty dominant on the side of BDS. And then they took a 2-0 victory over Cyclops, where they struggled on Oregon, and they still lost 4 rounds on Theme Park as well. So it seemed like they were struggling there. I really hope that there is some mental recovery in that department, because losing 5 rounds against KAG, no disrespect to KAG, but if you do that, it's going to be more difficult to not lose rounds against W7M, because I feel like these 2 teams are a whole different caliber.
KAG are like 40 times better. Sorry, W7M are 40 times better.
Okay, fair.
So yeah, I agree with your point, even though I just messed up what I was going to say.
Okay, it's fine. It's been a long day for all of us, but we still have more Siege coming your way. Another elimination game. W7M, they are going to be going up against Oxygen. Which one stays, which one goes home? Find out after the break.
Welcome to Did I Tweet It, a show where we ask the best Siege professionals what on earth they were thinking when they tweeted these tweets. In the hot seat in this episode, we have Foxa from Oxygen joining us. Fox, I've just told you what the press was for this show, and you look very nervous all of a sudden.
Yeah, I was wondering why no one was telling me what was going to happen before the cameras went on. This makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense, right? So I'm just going to quickly show you some tweets. All you need to do is tell me, what's that all about?
As a Siege professional, I only make $10 a month. Can you guys send me some loose change? I mean, people always want to say Siege pros don't make any money or anything like that, but it's if we weren't making any money at all, then who would do it in the first place? And there's so many fans behind the scenes that there's got to be a little bit of money that's being generated. So I just think it's funny when people say it. So I make the joke because it's one of the most common things. People always say oh, you're a Siege pro, you don't make that much money.
Here's your next one. Tell me about this one.
I take back everything I said. Give 8 back all of our spots. Yeah, I mean, it's true. They beat SSG. Everyone was feeling very controversial about them having, I think it was 8 spots at the last major. But hey, Scars did great. I commend them for how far they did, and they took out one of the NA teams. So you got to give credit where credit's due.
Here's your next one.
Oh boy, that's an old picture. I was 12 years old in that picture. No, I know it's coming. I know it's coming. Shoot Bravo on my drone till I clutch. If people don't know, I mean, I'm just explaining the name. When Bravo came out, people didn't really know what the drone was called. I was just kind of explaining, you know, the parameters around that.
This is quite an interesting one.
I'll make my own org to take over NA. I'll pay you in Fruit Loops and paper clips. I mean,
I don't know if many people would join up for that.
It can't be too far off from what Mirage is paying players, so.
Damn!
I'm sure I could get another like 8th place contending team and pay them.
You got a name for the team?
I don't know, maybe like just Fox Sports.
Fox Sports.
Yeah, I know there's like a
There
order.
might be an issue with that.
Something like that, yeah. There's probably none. There is. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, we'll have to workshop it, get back to you on it.
And that's another episode of Did I Tweet That? We'll be back again with another episode. Welcome to Did I Tweet It, a show where we ask some of the best Siege personalities what on earth they were thinking the day they tweeted these tweets. We've got Doki in the hot seat today. Can you please talk me through some of these tweets? Because I can't get my head around them. So look at the first one. Talk me through it.
What? We can't say that.
Talk me through it.
I like chicken nuggets hidden away inside my foreskin. What? That wasn't me that tweeted that. That was actually not me that tweeted it. It was Fabian.
It was Fabian.
Fabian tweeted that.
Fabian tweeted that.
He stole my Twitter at the boot camp. It definitely wasn't me that tweeted that.
Well,
I hate that stuff.
Did you tweet this one?
My rep is going down to disruptive now. What am I doing? This was when they added the reputation system into the game, and I was like flaming the enemies so hard, my reputation went down to disruptive. Yeah.
And your next one, this one actually hits home with me as well.
Okay.
This one hits home. I can relate to this.
Everything went to shit when the Capri Sun got paper straws. That's actually so true. That's actually so true. When the Capri Sun, the drink, you know, the one in the pouch, when it had the plastic straw in it, was amazing. You could like puncture the Capri Sun so well. It tasted great. And the paper straws like bend when you put it. And I made a connection. Like the world went to shit when the Capri Sun got the paper straws. It's true.
What about this one? This is quite relatable at the moment.
Okay. Shit, it's hot. Yeah, it's hot. It's really, really hot. I'm actually looking terrible here.
And here's your final one. Quite a nice one.
Yeah.
This is from last year.
Gamers8 event looked absolutely incredible. Jealous not to be able to play in it. GG's to all teams, you played fantastic. Yeah, this event is actually the best event I've ever been to in my life. It's so great.
Now you're here.
Everything is great. They even gave me a haircut for free. It's my dad. They're so good.
Well, that's all we have time for today on Did I Tweet It. We'll be back again with another episode.
They're going to kill me.
Welcome to an episode of What's That Sound? In this matchup, we have our Falcons representative going up against our M80 representative. It is Joker619 up against Iconic. Those are the two players who will take part in this matchup. Okay, so let's get your first round ready, and you tell me what this sound is. Would you like a replay?
I think so.
Okay, here we go.
It's a 0 cam.
I think Grim Gadget.
You think Grim Gadget?
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, sir.
So it is a gadget, but it isn't Grim's gadget. It was Zero.
Zero Gadget.
Zero
yeah.
Gadget, that's what we were after. Let's go on to your next one then. Here you go.
I think it's easy one.
Mozzie cam.
Mozzie Gadget.
It is Mozzie's gadget. Yeah, shooting a pest. That's quite an easy one.
Yeah.
Let's see if you know what this one is.
It's a gadget?
Yeah, it is a gadget, yeah. I'll play it again for you.
Is that a bandit charge?
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
I got it. I think it's a cap can.
It is Capcan, but what is Capcan doing?
Putting the trap.
Is he putting it in or taking it out?
Oh.
Ooh.
I think taking it out because the sound of the noise it has at the beginning. I think taking it out.
It is taking it out. It is. This is a good one.
Pulse scanner.
It's a Pulse one.
It is Pulse, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Pulse pulling out his gadget. We've all done that. Okay, let's go. Let's say 2 more. We'll go for 2 more.
Sure.
Okay. This is one. This is tricky. Let's see. This is the tricky one. Let's see if you can get it.
I don't think it's the gadget. I think it's switching burst to single to many shots.
One more time.
One more time.
Observation blocker?
Zofia gadget.
Sophia gadget?
I don't think so.
It's Hibana's.
Hibana.
Changing the pellet count. Okay, let's go for 1 more, and then we'll wrap it up here. Let's go for this one. This is a good one.
I know this one. Jackal.
Jackal Scanner.
It is Jackal Scanner. Yeah, easy one. So thank you, Iconic. Well, thanks, Joker. And that is another episode done for What's That Sound. We'll be back again with another one. Welcome to What's That Sound, where we pick 2 of the best players in the world to go up against each other in a very simple game. It's what is that sound? What sound are they hearing? And it's Pino versus Banja. Here is your first sound.
That's a Illa mine getting thrown.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, that's my final answer.
The Ella mine, Ella Grismont mine, yeah.
You confident?
Yeah.
You should be, because it is correct. It is the Grismont mine being thrown. So 1 for 1 at the moment. Okay, you ready for next up? Sound.
Yeah, the Kali gadget.
Yeah, the Kali gadget, yeah.
That's Kali, yeah, it is Kali shooting her under barrel. Now this is always a great sound. I love this sound, I'm sure you will as well.
Wait, can you...
I can replay, you ready?
Yeah. Okay, I'm just coming with a guess again. I think it's when Bandit take his thing up, but...
You think it's Bandit taking a shot fire off a wall?
No idea.
No idea? Final answer.
Just taking it out of the pocket.
It out? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not that, Banja. It's Fuse whenever he pulls the pin. Let's go for your next one now.
When a smoke can is getting exploded, I don't know.
The new gadget, the open hatches.
New gadget that opens hatches?
Yeah.
You think? Listen to it one more time.
I don't think it's that, but I'm just going with it.
Okay. It's not that, Banja?
Yeah, I'm gonna show it my answer.
So that was Maverick's blowtorch as you reload it?
Yeah, it's kind of...
So the gas comes out of it, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go with maybe, let's say 2 more. We'll go with 2 more and we'll see how that gets on.
Firmlight charge.
The breaching charge.
Or it could be a breach charge, but I think it's a firmlight charge.
One of the 2, what's it gonna be?
Firmlight.
It's breaching charge we're looking for. And then we'll go for just 1 more.
IQ scanner.
Oh, you're confident with that one?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you're very confident.
We're ending on a win here.
Yeah.
The throwing a drone, I think.
It is throwing a drone, yeah, well done.
Okay, we're
You're
not in
very
now,
confident just for all that to fall up against you. So that's another episode done of What Is That Sound? Pino versus Benja has concluded. Until next time.
Welcome back to Gamers8 live in Riyadh featuring Siege. We got the SCC desk and we're going to be going over the final best of 3 of today. Another elimination game where we're going to be sending 1 team home. W7M, they're going to be going up against Oxygen. And Jesse, it's so lovely to have you on the desk for this game.
I'm indeed back, the North American here to cover Oxygen Esports, who may have a bit of a hill to climb, but you know what? It's Rainbow Six Siege, and I believe.
Wow. Do you believe, Fresh?
I mean, he's not started with excuses.
True.
He started with excuses yesterday. He's not started with excuses today. Do I believe? No.
Okay.
All right. I will give you a balanced view on this game.
All right, yes. We're going to look at this game specifically. We're going to start off by looking at the teams individually. We've already had a little bit of a talk about W7M earlier today because we've seen them play against BDS, and that was such a close game, and they are looking scarier than ever.
They certainly are. I mean, W7M are a great team, and they did put up a really good performance, I thought, earlier today up against BDS. You know, this is not a squad that we expected to tread lightly, where it's not really a squad that we expected to lose maps at all, but they did drop 2 there to BDS. That's why they now have to play for their lives here in the lower bracket final. Excited to see what they can pull out.
Yeah, me too. Like you say, I don't think necessarily it was a bad performance up against BDS. I think people very much underestimated BDS into this tournament. They are a juggernaut. Whenever W7M play BDS, it has always been an excellent game and a very close game. That's exactly what it was. BDS came out on top. That means W7M have got to make the low bracket run, but they are the current major champions. They are one of, if not the best team in the world at the minute, and you would expect them to get the job done because of that.
Yeah, and I mean, BDS wasn't even at the Copenhagen Major, neither was Oxygen, but BDS did get the better of W7M. So it brings the question of, can Oxygen do the same? They're going to have to try at least because, again, this isn't an elimination game. But when we were looking at W7M earlier today, one of the players that you highlighted, Jesse, was Phillypox.
Yeah, and you know, Phillypox, he's that guy that really can be a big clutch player for them, and he has his ups and downs. We saw on map 2 against BDS putting in the work, putting the team on his back, carried them to be able to push forward through that game and take the win. Unfortunately, or sorry, you know, bring them close with that. Then you got to game 3 and he completely disappeared. He took 8 rounds to get his first frag, so he really was struggling on that 3rd and final map, and I think they needed him because, you know, you had him not really popping off. Herds as well had pretty much a really slow game. He had a 1.46 KD ratio in Copenhagen. He started with a 1.17 yesterday, but so far today, he's 15 and 29, barely scraping above a 0.5 KDR.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the things about the reason W7M are major champions as well is when those guys aren't popping off, there are people like Phillypox and Nade that can step up and be counted. We certainly saw that today. And just a quick note on Phillypox as well, because you know, when he was in previous teams, when he was in MIBR, he was the big fish in the small pond. He's now a fish in a very big pond, but he's stepping up and being counted when it matters, and that's why this is a champion roster. And I think it won't phase W7M at all that, you know, individual players might not be having the best tournaments or the best days, because that's why you have the 4 other people on that roster that can carry that slack. And that's why it's, you know, it shifts and its balances across the board. Herds has a bad day, KZ steps up. KZ has a bad day, JV has a bad day, Phillypox doesn't, Nade does, and that's how this team works.
Yeah, it's those individual players balancing each other out, coming up when it is needed to most, but also the consistency that we've seen from that roster, which when we had the interview earlier today with Ian and Chaiko, he did say, like, that's what makes them a world-class team, because they are continuously showing up in a very consistent manner. Whereas when we're looking at Oxygen, it's been like they had the roster changes coming into this tournament specifically. We haven't really seen too much of them on the international stage. We've seen them on the NAL, and it felt like especially that consistency is maybe something that they haven't found for their roster yet.
Certainly, and I think W7M have been the kings of consistency throughout the last year or so of Siege, right? Always making it to those top events. They dominated Brazil last year. Would they win every single event? No, of course, sometimes not. But they are a team that really do show up and have those big tournaments and are always going deep in those tournaments. I think a big reason why is because the way they push together, working as a unit, it's incredible watching them roam clear, watching them trade. They got 2 guys coming from the complete opposite sides of the map, and still they're working right on time, so coordinated. And I think it really does make them a powerhouse, and it's one of the reasons why they've been so dominant throughout Siege over the last year or so. But we see that weakness from BDS. We kind of found out how they could fumble, and when you really understand the game plan they're going for on defense, when you can really not only match what they're going to do on a gun-to-gun level, but also understand and expect what they're going to be coming for, then you can maybe tilt the balance. You can start to make them throw a little bit. You can maybe get in their heads, but it is a tough task.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen BDS, they were able to do it, and of course W7M are going to be looking back at those games specifically, because if they're able to potentially copy what BDS did yesterday against Oxygen, that seemed like, as you said it yourself, the recipe for success against that roster. So copy-paste, I mean, you're a big fan of that with logos.
You just sent for me for no reason again, Ginny. Again, do you want to step off that box? We'll see the hype.
Yo, there's no box.
There is no box? Okay.
There's no box.
Okay, that's fine. We're all still on boxes.
There is no box.
If she steps off the box, that'll be a discrepancy.
I literally just did.
Do you see how small she went when she stepped off it again?
All right, I'm going to step off the box. We'll talk about the game.
You barely.
But he is on a box, and so are you. So
we are.
We're all balanced out, okay? So even if I step off the box, it's fine. I'm not that short.
Anyways.
Anyway, back onto the game.
Yeah.
I can't remember what your question was now, because you
It was
said
a
it to me and I was like,
copy-pasting.
I saw it.
It's the copy-pasting the recipe of success to go up against Oxygen, because
Yeah.
Oxygen, just as a collective, not the strongest.
I think the problem Oxygen had yesterday, especially when they came up against BDS, is they played a North American meta against a team that isn't from North America. The way Oxygen played yesterday would have been great against Dark Zero, would have been great against Mirage or Jesse's favourite team, Parabellum, would have been genuinely great against any of them, and they potentially would have won. But they were expecting BDS to do things that BDS were just not doing.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem is W7M are of the same ilk, where W7M, the way they play the meta is very opportunity spot. It's very split theory. It's crafted to try and design gunfights into kind of triangulation and get your target within that triangle, and at worst you get a refrag. Whereas when Oxygen play and when Oxygen attack, it's generally very one-sided, full clear of the map, do this step, do this step, do this step, and then we might be able to execute. But BDS yesterday was disruptive. W7M today will be disruptive. So I hope for Oxygen's sake that they've got a plan of how they're going to be able to adapt from that.
Yeah, I think for Oxygen, right, the general game plan is kind of always the same, in that it's always focused around Newers for them. They want to have Newers popping off. He is going to be the main guy getting the bulk of the frags, and yesterday really wasn't able to do that. 7 and 16 overall when they played against BDS, not the greatest performance. Earlier today, though, he seemed to find his stride once again. 25 and 15, the top fragger for the squad up against Cyclops. That's where Oxygen want to be. Now, it's against Cyclops. It's a completely different playing field. But I think it's at least a positive sign that we are seeing Oxygen, you know, back into that form that they're used to playing in. They're used to having their top guy popping off. They're used to having the rest of the team coming in and supporting them. I noticed, you know, looking back to stage 1 versus this event, we were seeing Dream and Fox maybe shift their roles a little bit more than often. Dream kind of off on his own more than we used to see from him, and Fox kind of being more that hard support on some rounds. I wonder if we're going to continue to see that adaptation coming into day number 2. I don't think after one bad game they're going to completely shift around and try to go back to what they were using 3 months ago. But it'll be interesting to see, again, how that develops and if that strategy works against a team that's so good like W7M.
Yeah, W7M as well, them going up against BDS earlier today, it does show cracks in their armor. It shows that they are defeatable. I mean, when we were talking about their performance at the Copenhagen Major, dropping one map is absolutely insane. So the fact that they drop a series to BDS, Oxygen, again, could have looked at that game and thought, okay, there's a game plan, let's exploit it.
It gives you some confidence that they are, in fact, human.
Exactly.
Yes. And I think that's the thing. You know, W7M obviously kind of, they kind of came out of nowhere, really. You know, when the first, if we go all the way back, it was W7M Major, and everyone was like, what the hell? Where's this team come from? And pretty much ever since then, everyone's like, why haven't this team won an event? And they have. And now everyone's expecting them to win absolutely everything they touch. And I think they are the forefront of Siege. But what did it take for BDS to just about get over the line? Like you say, a 0.5 KD across the series from their best fragger. So even, you know, there are chinks in the armor, but it's potentially feeling like it's a little bit of reliance on, again, somebody from W7M not turning up. I think if W7M are in, you know, decent, consistent top form, it's going to be very difficult for Oxygen to even try and pierce that armor.
Yeah, I think the problem is, like, for BDS, they really had to focus in and dedicate to how do we beat W7M? Let's strat this. We are going to go in, we're going to beat them. For Oxygen, they still feel like they're in a place, at least based on yesterday, where they need to think to themselves, okay, how do we get our game up to the top level? How do we make sure that we're playing at a level that can beat any team? It's difficult now to both focus on yourself and make sure that your team is functioning as intended, but also, you know, counter-stratting W7M. Make sure you understand how they're going to play their game. I thought Fox, unfortunately, didn't really have the greatest game yesterday. It felt like way too often, you know, as the IGL leader of the team, you want to be in there with the squad, off on his own little world sometimes, right? Out on the roam, going for big flanks and then kind of baiting his teammates. There were some tough rounds from him. I don't want to see that same performance. I want to see him more lock in step with the rest of the squad, and that's both on him to kind of be more coordinated with them, but also on them to be more coordinated with him and work him back into the plan.
Yeah, and the coordination needs to also go through into that map veto, because they need to be able to select the best recipe and formula for them to get that success. And with the fact that Border and Villa are the first maps that are being taken out, followed by Oregon and Chalet, it leaves the first pick to be Cafe.
All right, Cafe coming through. Not a super large shock from W7M. They're very happy with this map. Undefeated on the season, 3 wins overall, taking down FaZe, Team Bliss, and M&M this year. But that one, the Skyscraper pick, bit of a different story here. Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've seen Oxygen throughout stage 1 pretty much permaban away Skyscraper.
Yeah.
Did play a little bit in 6th Invitational, but it's a map that is 9th preference out of 9th in recent history, so over the last 5-6 months. So they've clearly, if they've picked it against the best team in the world, they've clearly pocketed it away. Nobody has seen what they're going to pull out on it, and it is their last chance card, basically.
All right, Clubhouse is going to be the decider as well in terms of the maps that we have selected. So Cafe, Skyscraper, and Club are going to be the map pool that we're looking at. Sky is going to be probably the one that we have the most question marks about. So I kind of want to have a very quick discussion about Cafe, specifically with W7M picking that and Oxygen having to adapt to their playstyle there.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Oxygen, right? Because you look at these 3 maps and you always kind of have to have this question as a team, right? Which 2 maps are we winning? Which 2 maps are we relying on?
Yeah.
And on this map pool, I just don't see 2. I see 1, right? Given that they win their map pick out of the pocket, sure, assume they're going to win Skyscraper. I think it's going to be very tough for them to win Club and very tough for them to win Cafe.
There's 3 maps I wouldn't want to take W7M to. Cafe, Club, Chalet. You've got to let one of them through in a best of 3. Letting 2 of them through in a best of 3. That's bad news.
That is bad news indeed, but this is also the elimination game. So for one of these teams, bad news is knocking on the door. We got W7M up against Oxygen, defending champions against NA. Let's see.
It's been a long old day, but you can never give me too much siege. Keep it coming. That's what I say. Welcome back to the Esports Arena here in the Boulevard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This, of course, is Gamers8 featuring Rainbow Six, and it's all about this trophy right here. And I can tell you, I'm really close to it, and it's just as beautiful when you're inches away from it. We, of course, have locked in 3 playoff positions. By the way, my name's Ian. This is the legend Fancy. You're going to be hearing from him in just a moment's time. M80, BDS, and now Falcons have all secured spots, and there's 1 place remaining.
وصلنا إلى آخر مرحلة في الجروب ستيج أعزائنا المشاهدين. في المرحلة هذه راح نشهد فريقين يحاربون على المرحلة الأخيرة في البطولة. البلاي أوفس تأهل فيها 3 فرق، فريق واحد تبقى. واحد من الفرق اللي بيلعبون الآن على المسرح راح يتوجه إلى بيتهم، والفريق الثاني راح يكون متواجد معنا إن شاء الله إلى نهاية البطولة. ما حد بيعرف إيش النتيجة. اليوم كان يوم جدا طويل، ولكن كله متعة لا نهائية من ريمبو 6 سيج هنا معنا في موسم الجيمرز.
Fancy, you still got a lot of stamina, right?
For sure.
I know you do. Let's see if our last 2 teams to come out onto this stage do here tonight. Starting with a team that coming into this, many considered as the favourites. All fired up and ready to go again. It's W7M! Day 1 was great for them. But BDS today gave them a humbling experience, but make no mistake about it, yes, they might be down in the lower bracket, but this, of course, is still arguably one of the greatest teams to ever play this game, and you can see it in them. They're still supremely confident. 1L will not stop them from pursuing this trophy.
طاقتهم جدا كاملة وجاهزين للحظة هذه. أعزائنا المشاهدين، الفريق هذا اللي تشهدونه أمامكم الآن هو أفضل فريق في العالم حاليا في ريمبو 6 سيج. كثير من الناس يقولون هالكلمة هذه، لكن هل يقدرون يثبتون أنفسهم في آخر مرحلة، في آخر فرصة لهم في مباراة اللوزر براكت؟ هذا الشيء اللي ودنا نعرفه.
And their opponents are ready to go yet again.
جاهزين خصومهم الآن أعزائنا المشاهدين. ممكن بعضكم ما يعرفهم، شفناهم في المسرح مرة واحدة فقط، جايين نشهدهم مرة ثانية الآن. خلونا نرحب فيهم. فريق أوكسجين إي سبورتس. هذا الفريق واجه صعوبات جدا كبيرة، تغلب على كل واحدة منها ليتواجد عندنا هنا في المسرح. لكن أمامه الآن مباراة واحدة فقط على البلاي أوفس و3 مباريات على أنه يحمل هذا الكأس. لا ننسى أنه هذا الفريق الكل جالس يعاني منه، فاز مباريات جدا كثيرة، لكن الماب هذا والجيم هذا الأول بالذات بيكون من أصعب المابات اللي مروا فيها، خصوصا أن خصمهم خصم ما هو بسيط.
This team, come on guys, come a bit further, don't stop there. This team is determined to put on a run. And they did it at SI, they had a cracking run at SI. Can they pull together something special here in Riyadh? One of these two teams will drop out of this tournament when this best of 3 is said and done, and the other will lock in that 4th and final playoff spot. Who's it going to be? Over now to our casters.
إلى الآن ما ندري مين بيكون الفائز أفضل أو من أفضل فرق العالم ضد أحد من أقوى الفرق اللي معنا موجودين الآن. فريق سايكلوبز أثليت جيمنج خسروا قدامهم، طلعوهم من البطولة بالكامل، لكن حطوا ببالكم إنه هذا بيكون اللوزر براكت، معناته ما عاد في فرص ثانية، ما عاد في أي تشانس إنه ممكن يرجعون البطولة في حال خسارتهم المباراة هذا. مرة متحمسين الجيم، خلونا نروح على طول مع المعلقين نتكلم عنه أكثر.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get ready for our final series of the day. W7M going up against Oxygen. We have one final spot remaining here to move forward into the playoffs. Who's going to get it? Well, it's going to be one of these two teams. We already saw W7M earlier on today getting off to a swimming start in map number 1 of their initial series against BDS, but failed to follow through. Even with a 3-0 lead in map 2, could not sustain it. Lost that one in OT, and ultimately dropped map 3 as well, putting them up here against Oxygen, who also fell to BDS earlier on in this event. Hopefully rebounding here now to survive, move on into our playoff stage. Stokes is with me on the cast as usual. Stokes, get your opening thoughts here on what these two teams are looking like heading into map number 1.
How you doing, buddy? Had a little break there. Had to get Harry and our boy X in here to cast for a little while, but we're back on the horn with Cafe and Oxygen with W7M along for the ride in a snowy Russian land. It's going to be a good time. Personally, got W7M favored in this one. I think Oxygen have been able to bounce back somewhat, but to be honest with you, I don't think Cyclops is the biggest test at this tournament. So we're about to see if that rubber can hit the road or if Oxygen's going to get snuffed out.
All is to be decided over the next few hours or so, depending on how many maps we need. This is still a full 3-mapper if we need to go the distance. Starting off here on Cafe, over the Skyscraper for map number 2 coming up next, and we'll discuss that third map a little bit later on. But for now, the discussion focuses here on Cafe. Let's get into it. Let's see who tips off on these two very difficult maps to play into. Two very team-heavy maps as well. Your individual play may not be as strong inside of the series as we were seeing earlier today, such as we were getting out of some of the members from W7M. Felipox specifically having himself quite a ball game in at least 2 of those maps. Some of the other members of the team stepping up as well. First bans are coming in now. It's Oxygen to get the first and final ban, including this one, which is going to be Thatcher getting knocked out first. W7M has the next 2, so let's see what they're going to choose to eliminate.
This is what both of these teams practice for, John. This is practically an elongated scrim day for them, as they've both already played one series here today, and they have to play this last best of 3 going on into the night. So let's see who's able to keep this candle lit. Hopefully not burn it at both ends. Flores is going to get removed here. The Thatcher off the board as well for the offensive unit. So going to make breaking up things a little bit more difficult, especially with Flores off the board. But how are you going to affect the defense?
Flores has been a common ban here. It makes perfect sense for W7M to ban it out as well, with Oxygen using it so heavily on maps like this. They themselves might not find as much usefulness from it, so don't mind banning it out there. Valkyrie's been a mainstay ban pretty much all day today, so no surprises there whatsoever, especially on a map that has as high vaulted ceilings as this. Just a lot of prop clutter on this map too, so it's very easy to hide those cameras pretty much anywhere, so you just don't want to be dealing with that, as that sometimes will force an IQ to come out, and that may not be what W7M or Oxygen want to have to deal with inside of their lineup. Azami gets so much power on this map as well, especially in areas like Cigar up on the 3rd floor. She could be a huge menace and a massive time sink, if not an outright slayer in an individual position, so that as well will be our final ban to push us into round 1.
Making quite a bit of sense when you look at we've been going through over the last handful of months here for Siege is going to be a pretty potent ban phase here from both respective squads, like what we ended up seeing. But now we get down to the nitty-gritty details. It's going to be a reading room defense for the very first time there for Auctions. They'll lead us off on Cafe. Now, what will they bring to the table? They got the Ormai and the Jaeger, and Jaeger's actually got those obs blockers on, so they're trying to keep a little of info away from W7M on some of these angles that they will be creating. But as for W7M's camp, they got a lot of execute utility going into this round, and why wouldn't you, especially on this mid-floor site? This is something that can benefit you quite a bit. They will drop the Ying and add in the Habana, but they still have access to that Lion, which is going to be so very strong. Even switch over for the Dopey, still very similar circumstances, although hers a little bit easier to use with your team, where you don't really need the initial drone utility. You kind of roll its way in like you do with Lion, because you kind of want to make sure where people are first before you pop one of those AE1Ds. Well, Dopey just calls, and there's a loud vibration coming from where the positioning of those players are. So a little bit easier to coordinate at the end of the day. We'll see how W7M go about that.
Slow measured start so far here for W7M. No one trying to leap into the fray first off, but it is also going to be a bit of an open formula with regards to what W7M can approach for on this. Hurts making some fast moves, but unfortunately the Dread Mine's blocking him off quite heavily. Has the angle to avoid getting immediately cut off from the inside of Mining at least, so does avoid that eventuality. So slow down a little bit. More importantly, Oxygen will be well aware of the fact that this push is coming into play very early on, already on a second floor landing for Red. Newers immediately rotates into that one, and unfortunately has to stay locked in this position now to wait for that potential swing to come from Hurts. Doesn't have to wait very long either. Hurts throws himself into it, but is not successful, so heads back upstairs to rejoin with some of his other teammates who are looking to get that additional red drop control. Still going to be some problems for Hurts, though. So we see that additional pressure coming in from Cigar. That player gets a little bit of a bite back, though. Fish, I believe, was the one that tried to push out from that position and ends up losing nearly all of his HP as well. He has been able to retreat, just as we saw Hurts do the same from the red stairs position, becoming, of course, inside of the bathrooms instead. So no success from either team on making that first initial mark. Obviously, the still plays a little bit more heavily into the favor of Oxygen. We'll have to see what type of positions W7M can build up to, as if Oxygen play too passively, obviously, that could just allow W7M to set up for one big swing, like we were seeing earlier on in the BDS series, where they could execute with nice prowess against some of these members of OXG. Run out there from Fox and try to catch someone over on White Top, and it just does not work out. Thankfully, he's allowed back in, even though there's a cross established from the inside the attacker-sided balcony. JB92 is finally able to strike first here, and it is against Newers. Took some aggression earlier over by Mining, so that's going to open up a pathway to push through. Red side Fish as well being challenged on the inside of here. He sees the Liliana, and nicely done with the patience against KZ as well. Gets it 2 for 1, still in the fight as well. That's Dream that's most recently been down there. Nate, however, with the pre-fire, puts an end to Fish. Knocks him out and prevents any additional damage from coming out from that player. It's down to Foxate as well as Yagen out. Try and lock this one down for Oxygen as W7M take the player count advantage once again by eliminating the most recent kill there on OXG.
Oxygen's already expended quite a bit of their utility here, though, so this dying moment of round 1 is going to be quite difficult. Gonna have to stick to the firepower. The lead will work its way in. W7M, speaking of working its way in, will gain their way through the site. On the reading door side, JV92 with a nice pickup onto Fox. It's all left up to Yog. Remember, no nitro cell here, so he's going to have to try and get this done with the SMG-11/shotgun. Nade's going to confirm this plant in just a moment, and that's going to be a nice little pick there from Yog as JV92 will reveal his head right from behind the shelving unit. Going to try and throw himself through 90 inside of Red, but looks like the pillar may already be covered here by Habana. As Nade, I do believe, is actually waiting outside. Yes, indeed. So just going to play this for the audio. Yog. Not even going to get an opportunity. Nade with a very, very smart peek there. He heard the footsteps over on the carpet and decided to peek him early so that he did not have that opportunity to try and do the same to him. W7M with the very first round.
Very slow process to lock in round number 1, but W7M do battle their way into a winnable position there as Oxygen tries to play things out just a tad too aggressively. Kind of needed to be fair, as we were coming down to the wire there. They needed to get in the way of some of the setup that W7M was going for. Had some moderate success in that department. But as you're going to see, players like Nade here are already set up far too prominently to frag out here on the entry, limiting those refrag options for OXG. And ultimately allowing for W7M to take round number 1. Unlock that one, rather, Oxygen will not unlock that side away. We are going to see a retry. It is going to be over here inside of Mining instead, though, the second go of it. So OXG trying for a second floor hold here on round 2 again.
Well, same floor. little bit of a different bomb site though. As he said, we're going to go over to mining. Try things out over here. He's going to be back onto one of his mainstay ops. Operating Maestro. See how that goes here for this round. Finreal continuing to stick around for Newers here too. A couple new fresh faces to the rest of the operator lineup for Oxygen, so hopefully this provides some substance here for round 2. We're able to at least punish W7M on a couple of different fronts in that last round, especially from the circumstances of Fish, but Oxygen not really able to get too much done past that. Now W7M with at least that first round. Big round from Nate, especially with not only the plant, but also 3 kills to his name.
Not going to be surprised if we see yours stick with the Fenrir for the large majority of this half as well. This is another map where, like, similarly to what we were describing with Valkyrie earlier, there's a lot of very cheeky spots you can hide those fear mines and kind of prevent an immediate assault from members of W7M there, just because there's a lot of those that are going to go unnoticed, hiding under a table or something like that. And it's going to get very annoying very quickly, making W7M check their corners. It's part of why we might have been seeing slow play, but now it's going to speed up a little bit here as Nade tries to hop up through the dining room hatch. He'll be stopped, but KZ will catch an exchange onto Fish. So once again, it's an even kill to start us off, as both teams will lose a player at the beginning of the round.
Bro. Shotgun on Sledge. Something we see every once in a while. It's usually in a situation like this where you got some close quarters situations ahead of you, like the stairwells and some of these more encapsulated corridors. But he's going to be able to get rid of Ticket Window. They're transitioning this into a more slow-paced round, especially after that big pick onto Fish, but the trade coming back onto Nade. Halfway through this one, and W7M wanting to reassess this situation. Something that is definitely a hallmark of Cafe. Not something that we see W7M often do, though. At least from what we've been seeing throughout these other games that they had been playing. Very free-flowing, very quick play, and always looking to try and gather that next step. They do definitely want to make sure that Oxygen do not blow them sky high here on this map. That second level is going to be of the utmost importance to Oxygen's game plan in this basement rotation here from these two.
Oxygen is playing it hyper passively right now. They made the mistake of getting a little bit too in the face of W7M on the last run, so now they're going to let W7M set up themselves and hopefully make their own series of mistakes that OXG can capitalize on. Dream gets a little bit into the hot zone there as he drops about 2/3 of his HP, but still manages to survive the encounter ultimately. KZ also trying to work the angle from the second floor white landing. Is not able to find any silhouettes just yet on the side of OXG. A few other members of W7M going to start posturing from red side as well, so that crunch is going to be coming in sooner rather than later. But as you can see, OXG spread out. Going to try and surprise a few members of W7M and may very well be able to do so against Herds here. We've got another player. Here he is, yours, right at the bottom of red, waiting for this push to come through from Herds. Now, Herds, I don't believe, has any flank watch support for him, so it should be a free pickup if it's not noticed. However, smart check. Herds is going to pop downstairs here and immediately lock the headshot against yours. Plan at least started there for KZ, but he does have to hop off it after some delay. Yaga will, in fact, take down Herds on a trade. There's that shotgun sledge working out for Philippox as he picks up a kill, but the problem is, as you just saw there flashing on the feed, Yaga's got a triple. He's shut down the assault outright and is not really going to leave a whole lot of room. Okay, never mind. Maybe a little bit of room will be left here for Philippox. Tries to go for one of the final pickups as well, but time just a little bit too short here due to the lost players on the assault. It's a trade from Oxygen as we tie up at 1-1.
Tying things up with that second round. A little bit better showing from them, and we like the decision to try and slow down the play. I think where W7M has to try and process the map a little bit more than punish them for that. Works out swimmingly for them as we're going to roll through that last round there for you folks. Oxygen able to find at least some footing for now here on Cafe, and that's going to be of the utmost importance, especially when it comes to this halftime.
10 seconds left.
After round 3, we are going to go here. Is once again going to be centered, looks like, on the second floor once again. I believe that's the case. Oxygen refusing to move away from this one. To be fair, these are the sites that give them the most flexibility with regards to positioning. And I think they're just going to rebound over to this one now, seeing as they just locked away. Mining, of course, they already played into this specific site on round 1, and it was a relatively closely traded affair. Like I said before, they just kind of overextended their hand a little bit when it came to how they were trying to play out for initial frags. So if they cool their jets, played a bit more similar to how round 2 went, they're probably thinking they can lock this one down as well and then move on to the other sites.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Very similar operator lineup to what we had been seeing from Oxygen on this previous defense. And Newer's back on the Thorn there, Dream onto the Frost. We saw from him on that top floor in round 1. See if Fish can get something going on inside of Pixel here too. That's where he got his big 2K okay. Only 2 kills he's gotten so far in this game. Round 3 could be the difference maker, though. Izzy and the rest of W7M, for the most part, to the roof, to the sky. Try and get rid of some of these hashes. They play a little bit easier for them. You have to be aware of these frost mats, as well as some of these hop outs can come through on the blacktop side, but obviously have the air jobs in play to make things a little bit more difficult for Oxygen to try and hop out of the building. Well, it's definitely a cafe game. There is nothing happening. Everybody is droning.
We were mentioning this earlier about how we got cafe and skyscraper. Now it's going to be a really slow series to start out these rounds. And so far, we're pretty correct about this one. W7 Emily's chucking in a bit of utility, but Yaga throwing out his own and finding a bit more success, it seems, with his. Finds a nice landing on the herds there. Knocks him down outright. Yana goes down before she's even able to really contribute here. Maybe one of the nades getting utilized. Njors now picking up kill number 2 as well. Oxygen finding this aggressive swing, finding these aggressive swings a lot more prominently here on round number 3. Already making some improvements based on what we had seen before. This is a huge fall from grace for W7M as well, if it continues to be the case, given how they started out the day against BDS earlier.
Very, very true. Big pickups here on the W7M. Oxygen making their presence known on Cafe, and definitely giving over the call sign that this is not going to be a walk in the park, is it, John? Nate, able to at least collect one. I need to see Dream here, trying to dance with the devil. The devil will win. JB92 takes out one. Fox8 fights back. Still a minute remaining here in this 2 versus 3. Fox8 trying to stand tall upstairs, but won't be able to get it done. A nice collapse here as Filippox will be able to take him out from inside of Freezer. Case is still upstairs in this 2v2. Now got no nitro cell in his pocket, but I'm assuming they still have some of those razor blooms around on these doors.
Another very closely fought fight here for the library site back down on the 2nd floor. Neither team really able to get a massive advantage built up. JB92 ready to go for a swing, but does he know that Njors is sitting right around this corner? It's going to have to be an immediate face check against him if he tries to swing this doorway. Njors knows it too. He's heard the drop. He's seen the smoke toss. It's quite obvious where this player is going to be at. It's just a matter of timing now. 15 seconds left. Someone's got to swing for it sooner rather than later. And they're actually going to try to rotate through instead. But Yaga shuts that down from up on top, and Njors as well. Slaps the other player right into the face. Nice slow play again here from Oxygen. The passive route seems to be the correct one for them as they take the lead away here now 2-1.
You know, I bumped into Redeemer this morning in the lobby as well, and you know, I immediately asked him what the hell happened because the game that we casted only picked up 3 rounds up against BDS, and it's not exactly what you expect out of Oxygen. You at least expect them to be somewhat competitive, and that game was definitely not compelling in that sense. But this one...
Thank you for the freeze frame, by the way.
Most definitely so. Yeah, that was fantastic. That was a perfect freeze frame there on the Nitro cell. But Oxygen looking a lot better, and I think it goes to show exactly what Redeemer was talking about this morning, the fact that they really weren't trusting their defaults when they were playing against BDS, and today they're playing a lot more their style and not focusing nearly much on adapting to what their opponents are doing, because that's what Redeemer was talking to me about, was that they were really too focused on adapting way too early on against BDS, and they never really tried to play their own game. They never actually attempted their own defaults. It was always something they were trying to do on the fly, and it just simply was not working. But you can see that Oxygen are set for war, at least for right now on this defensive side for Cafe.
5 seconds to go.
Oxygen forging a path to the lead, it seems like here. We'll now have to see this for the first time, believe it or not. They've actually played 2nd floor sites on the previous 3 rounds here. They're going to extend beyond that on the 1st floor site for the very first time inside of this half. So let's see if that will maybe boost the prowess we sometimes often see for these defensive-sided teams, or potentially expose a few more weaknesses. They're going to have to extend their positions out of it more as well. It's not as easy of a fallback plan to have everybody support each other inside in a late round there. You've got people that are pretty much going to be off on an island this entire round, seeing now that Oxygen have decided to play this mainly horizontally. So that's going to be areas like Christmas downstairs, down the hall, of course, from the White Stairs entry point. Those players are going to have to lock themselves into a bunker, basically, and hope that they can survive for as long as possible, getting that minimal support, in that player's case, from Dream on the Echo around the corner at Whiskey Bar.
B7M working on the top floor here with the drone game right now. The transition in will come immediately at the 2-minute mark. Birds swinging in on Christmas. I have a couple of things to worry about when it comes to clearing still, but it actually seems like KZ has already cleared out this mid floor as he will barge his way in through reading. So makes quite a bit of sense with that pacing, that they'll be very aware that there's no auction members on this floor. This is going to allow Fleepox as well as the buck of KZ to open up a lot of this flooring on the mid floor, making the job a heck of a lot harder for Oxygen to try and hold things down, especially with the lack of newers.
Quiet right now after that elimination of Newers. No one else from Auction wanting to test the waters on the top-down angles here. JV92 with Overwatch to both co-check as well as the bottom of a red here. So Yaga very limited with regards to his aggressive options. He could have wrapped through Whiskey and try to pull something off, but there's a good possibility there's Overwatch established for that at this point too. Looking at it here, JV92 continues to excel, however, as now he catches Fish on a rotate. Air Jab is going to knock down at least one player trying to get aggressive. I'm going to assume it's over here by the Whiskey Steps as KZ has got a good lock on this position right now, but as you can hear, there is still another air jab in the area there. As you heard the little pings going on in the background from KZ's POV. So not able to catch anyone off of that specific knock we got. It's still a slow wind up for the rest of W7M. They don't want to trip up. This is still a workable position for Oxygen, even given the fact they're down 2 players. They still have a lot of off-site kind of dangerous positions that could get directly in the face of this execute, get multi-kills if it's not checked properly. So that's what W7M is being cautious of right now, to really draw this timer down. Here we go, however, as they finally been able to work their way in through Freezer. The plant will go down. Does not look like there's much of a way of disruption on that, and indeed that will be the case. Locked in for W7M, and there's not much, unfortunately, that OXG can do to get back into the site. They attempt to rework the second floor. Yaga immediately countered out from there, and the next 2 fall after that as well. It's a flawless pickup from W7M on the first assault on that first floor, and that'll immediately tie us up once more at 2-all.
Very strong bounce back there. One that was a necessity for W7M, but you can see why Oxygen was really trying to favor those mid-floor sites. Pretty strong for them. Able to at least pick up 2 rounds off of that, but now W7M, once Oxygen goes to something that they're not really too keen on, able to pick up their second offensive round. So quite tight-knit now. Makes me worry for what happens once W7M gets control of the defensive end.
Replays here. Nice reactions once again from JV92. He's keeping up the heat that he found inside of map number 3 of the BDS series earlier today. Some great pickups here to make sure that W7M lock in those wins and limiting the defensive options for OXG as much as humanly possible as well. Slow, methodical take, exactly the way that they need to play this one out, given that Oxygen is also responding in kind on their defensive strategy here. So walk in another win here for our attackers, but we do get to go back to our OXG has found previous success, of course, here on the second floor. And a very heavy roam setup, as we had seen for the previous 3 rounds, is going to come along with that. Thorns back in play for Noors. Fish as well over here once again on the Warden. He's not the only one as well. Foxe on the Solus. This is a very mobile composition right now for OXG. We'll see if it'll find the success. It's a little bit lacking here so far in regards to OXG trying to take a definitive lead.
Gone fishing. Windows here. Let's see what we can get done at 1.5, something we've talked about for quite some time. It comes down to it. Honest to God, something that just needs to be slapped on every single gun. Just give everybody access to all the sites, man. We won't have a problem. It's pretty simple. Anyways, but 1.5, Matt Warden, so very deadly, especially with those goggles. We really wanted to transition into anything too much just yet, but that's to be expected on a map like Cafe. It's going to be a lot of window play and a lot of action in the info game initially before we actually get down to the execute. This is a map that is absolutely fantastic to play, folks. Terrible to watch. Not exactly the greatest thing for the viewer experience, but definitely one when it comes down to strategical detail. It is quite intimate to Rainbow Six.
JV92 down right now, and once again, he's gonna try to capitalize on this as he moves forward, catches the Warden, unawares. That's the push that was working itself forward, so Fish drops down. Potentially gonna go for number 2 here in a second as well. The nade dank, however, is not aware of Yaga, swinging up from the bottom of White there. He sneaks away with a fast one, immediately retakes that position on the bottom landing of White. Bit risky here, the timing nearly working out for Fleepox, but he's a little late on the swing, unfortunately, so no trade to come in there. Yaga still maintains full control of VIP Cigar downstairs.
Indeed. And a fantastic position to hold on to as well. KZ continuing to open up the freezer space with the skeleton key. Does have one other person over inside of mining. He's going to try and influence that position a little as well, but you can see W7M, just due to this timing, having to make sure that they're aware of the situation on this mid floor, but the delay from Auction on every single front is just eating at them. John picks that goo mine out of his ankle and tries to get back into this round for W7M, but Thorn trap there. Going to destroy that. KZ will take down Fox8 too. Going secondary, not exactly going to be too helpful for you there, KZ, but I like the spirit. So he'll swing into red.
He will fall back there indeed to make sure the reload goes off. Good early positioning maintained here from W7M, but again, it's really only to stabilize the 3v3. Now they got to force the issue into the site. They've got just enough positioning to make this work in mine, but oh no! They fumble on the cross. Nade swings right into his teammate's crosshair. Yaga now knocks out KZ. Philippox is stuck in the plant animation now. Nothing he can do to get outside of this one. They'll shut him down. At least he sticks it there. But Yaga indeed will easily shut that one down, giving another second floor defensive round over to Oxygen.
All that build-up with the Ying swing in, all for naught, just immediately gets iced by his own teammate. Oxygen take the round because of it. That was looking like a W7M round, and they botched it on the execute. Something that you definitely do not want to do, especially on Cafe, like we were talking about. This entire map is just a build-up to this moment, and then it just all goes so very wrong for W7M.
Grenade out!
Not end up working out for them inside of the late round. Unfortunately, once again, that entry power from W7M, they're kind of waiting out the time a little bit here, hoping they can get the better of some of these players on Oxygen, but waited a bit too long this time, it seemed. Unfortunately, bait themselves right into the setup for the site. It goes the way of our defenders here from North America as they try to lock in the victory, lock in that position in the playoffs. Still a long way to go in that respect. We're still at the very beginning of this series. It's getting late here in Saudi Arabia. Today, one of these two teams needs to lock it down to move forward into our playoff stage tomorrow. And the other one, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to them. Not be able to proceed forward past the groups. Quite a few repicks coming in here for W7M as well. First time we're going to see third floor play come out from Oxygen, so it makes sense. W7M may have not been expecting this one. First time left to go up against it, but they do have a pretty straightforward composition with regards to attacking this site. The main switch up that they've gone for here just to addendum this third floor play is going to be JV92, of course, going over to the Captain's house. They have those extra micro smokes to deploy in specific positions such as Cocktail to prevent those angles from being useful.
Nothing too much to find just yet. Only 30 seconds in though. Just trying to influence some of the doors. Let's not do this again, boys. All right, let's just slow down. Don't know if you guys know this, but that's called flagging. You don't aim your barrel at other people, John. It's a real life thing. Don't do that. The fire range instructor will come over and beat your ass.
I don't know if
I've seen it. And then you're gonna get kicked out. So do not flag people with the barrel of your gun. We saw that in the last round too. That's the perfect example right there. Philippox will be able to land on Dream with that frag grenade, but that really wasn't that big of an ask. I mean, they more than likely knew exactly where he was playing because he was playing in the exact same spot as he was last time. I do believe he was over inside of Cocktail.
That's also the spot he's played for like 3 rounds. Years now in the specific maps.
I mean, that's like one of the best spots.
It's one of the newest default spots to play this. All right, folks. So not entirely sure what happened there. We'll get some context in a moment.
Forfeit.
Obviously, the round got dropped by one of the teams, so we'll get filled in as soon as we figure out what's going on. Because I did not really catch what ended up happening there. I think someone lagged out or something. So we are going to rehost that, is what I just heard in the back of my ear. It looks like. So we'll be redoing that round. Get ourselves back into it in just a second here. Just give us a few moments, folks. We'll get the rehost going and get this match on and upward here. As OXG still controls the lead, but just barely. At a 3-2 scoreline currently. W7M just lagging behind by that one single round. 3-3 scoreline still very much in the cards. Just to confirm one final time, that round is going to be completely rehosted, as I believe that was out of the control of the players. So nothing we can really do about that one. We're just going to chalk it up to a bug and try it again.
Yep, more than likely so. So we'll get back in here and see what's going on for Oxygen as W7M will still have to deal with that last offensive round for themselves. It was building up quite swimmingly though, able to get the pick onto Dream, but might also be a big break here for Oxygen if they're able to reset this round and actually take this.
While we're on this break for a second, I love to point out cool tech stuff, and for those who haven't noticed it already, first of all, obviously that's not That's
For real.
cool right there.
Yeah,
That,
that's
that
AR.
nice floating graphic we have. That's cool AR technology. I'm sure you guys have noticed quite a bit of that here. But the cooler thing I wanted to point out, I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, the windows that are sitting in front of the players right there, they like frost themselves when we go in game. Like they turn.
don't.
Yeah. If once we go in game, they black out so that the players can't like see each
Get
other's
the hell
faces and see
out
when
of
they're
here,
black
man.
and stuff like that.
Oh, that's so sick.
I've seen these used at Counter-Strike tournaments in the past, and this is the first time I think it's been at a Siege tournament. So that's really cool because obviously we can still get like the nice player POVs and stuff, but then it's still competitively viable because the second we go back in game, they just refrost the windows and then you can't actually see through them anymore.
That's so badass. I love that so much.
They've left it on a few times when we've gone out of games.
Dude, I want that
That's
for
how
like
do
my
it.
shower or something. You know, like,
I mean, they're pretty expensive to be fair to do that.
Oh,
so.
probably so. I'll just have Saudi Arabia do it for me.
All right, so once again, just
I'm sure
wait
they
for
got a
that
couple milli laying around somewhere, right?
Yeah,
Come on.
sure. Some frosted glass for your showers.
Let me hold $1, please.
We're just waiting to get, I believe, the OXG roster back into the server now, folks.
Oh.
It's actually going to take probably just a few more minutes just to preface you guys and kind of prep you guys for it. We do apologize, of course, for this delay of game, especially for those of you watching in Europe and whatnot. I know we're getting a little bit late into the evening now, but unfortunately, we do have to swap out a PC or two, it looks like here. So
Yeah,
it's
two of
probably going to take just a few moments, but as usual, and as I'm sure you guys know, if you've been watching esports broadcasts for a little while here, these things happen. We just got to have our admin team work as quickly as possible to get us back into the game. But still, very slow and methodical play so far between both of these teams. They're taking their time with things, and that's exactly what you've come to expect from a map like Cafe. It's very much what you should expect throughout most of this series, too, as our next map. Skyscraper is probably going to play in a very similar way. You've got to be very careful with how you
right?
proceed.
The Skyscraper,
Yeah,
man. Like,
yeah.
what is this map set? What was map 3 again? I can't even remember what map 3 was, because those two maps, when I read it, my brain turned off. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, really?
I think I like failed to read the third.
Is what we're doing?
Clubhouse. So another. To be fair, that one like you can play fast on some of the rounds at least because of how played out it is. But
I mean, I guess W7M can more than likely get their setup going pretty fast on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
That's pretty. That's a pretty
I think
Brazilian
W7
special.
will at least try to speed things up if we go to that third map. But
things are going to be. If you guys
At
thought
the same
Cafe
time,
was
though-
slow, wait till we deal with top floor on Skyscraper.
Yeah, I was going to say, at the same time, though, W7M have kind of had their fill with the fast play. They really had to like peel away from that as we got to like maps 2 and 3 of the BDS game. So I don't know if they're feeling that as much anymore.
Well, honestly, they're kind of stuck to the powers that be, right? Because you got to kind of deal with these maps, and well, we're also going to deal with this tech break too, folks. So we're going to toss y'all to a quick break. We'll be right back to resume this game.
the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gamers8 Rainbow Six event for 2023. Huge apologies one final time, of course, for that delay of game. We just had to sort some stuff out on the stage. I do believe that we have solved those issues now and are good to resume the game. For those who weren't with us previously, there's the score right in front of your face. 2-3, currently in the favor of Auction. We were in the midst of round 6, and W7 did get the opening kill. However, we are going to be resetting that round as one of our teams disconnected out of no fault of their own. So we're not going to penalize them for that. It's unfortunate for W7M, but it's just the way the game goes sometimes, so we are going to completely rerun that round. Let's get ourselves into it as we'll resume at that 2-3 scoreline at the tail end of the first half.
One round to rule them all, John. So wrapping things up on this defensive side for Oxygen, an opportunity for them to go 4-2 on this half, but W7M can still tie things up as well. It's going to be a bar cocktail defense. Really interested to see how they're going to set this up. Foxay is going to be on pole, so we're going to have some info game in that regard. Newers is going to move his way on over to the cap can. Everything else pretty plain Jane, especially with the Jaeger and the Wamai moving in.
A few surprises to be shown up here. The pulse is going to be added for Foxay, though, which is going to be a nice little bit of intel going the way of the defenders. It's something that has been missing a little bit here just due to the very slow play that W7M has been giving us in response to the equally kind of slow defenses that Oxygen has been bringing to bear. So as a result of that one, hopefully should be able to...
All because of the equally slow map that we are playing on.
It's hopefully going to allow Oxygen to get some kind of, some earlier intel here to allow them to more properly set up against the eventual push, but that's going to rely on Foxay being in the proper position to spot those players in the first place. Vertically, it's not too much of a challenge for him, but if he's trying to find people on the other side of the building, for instance, or on a horizontal plane, that's where the info is probably going to drop off a little bit. So we'll see how effective it actually is over the course of this round. W7M, of course, now spawned out. Let's see what they have to give us here, as they're going to bring a very similar flare to the last time they attacked this site as well. The new wrinkle, I believe, being the Ying here on top of the Capitale that was also brought previously.
W7M getting their ducks in a row here, Johnny boy. Try and work things from this top angle. I know you're very, very surprised, but also trying to get those drones in on the mid floor and see what this roam game is. Foxay transitions in towards bar, just checking to see who is on the roof and what position. A nitro cell can be sent at a moment's notice, as they do have 3 of them, so Foxay can kind of just do whatever the hell he really wants to with his. As long as he's able to read onto the position of W7M when they're going for something like a plant or a clear, and the other ones can use their nitro cells accordingly too. Fish is going to be prone here on the window, awaiting the arrival of anyone on the heaven space. Birds will try and get that eaten up, but all the ADSs will not only eat up the gun 6, but oh my, Dream just walks right into Herd's gun and just dies on one of the cocktail windows. I'm very surprised by that.
Thought he could pull a fast one there, do the kind of awkward positioning he had on top of that cocktail bar, but no, great trades from Herds. He follows him right and really takes him down. And like Stoke said, a bit surprising, he actually pops out there in the first place. Either way, though, gives the opening kill over to W7M. It's not one that members of Auction are going to find an easy chance to exchange upon here. They'll have to potentially take a risk or a peek. Find that one here. And yet there's just as strong of a chance, as you're seeing here right now, for Philippox or someone else to make their mark. Nice spin from Fish, however, as he gets the better of Nade instead, takes him down. Speaking of nades, Philippox got one here, hopefully to finish off Fish, and indeed it will. Just in case they had a second player peeking back into there as well. KZ was the one that dropped himself into that new hatch, just to double down on Fish to make sure he was not going to be able to get away with anything. Oxygen back down a player, unfortunately for them here, as a result of that pickup against Fish, as he was unfortunately locked in that position.
Taking point. Don't follow.
W7M. So far, so good on their clear. Newers, though, finally able to answer the call. This will take down KZ. We're really having to deal with these EDDs all too much so far throughout this round. I don't exactly know where he set the majority of those up, but I can tell you Foxay's importance in this round cannot be understated, as he is telling them exactly how Philippox is clearing out through this. I'm going to drop in. Yag will be able to take out one. Positioning still being fed back. Yag is going to kill himself with an impact somehow. For some reason, Oxygen are cursed in this round, man. It's just constantly going back the way of W7M, even though Oxygen have done practically everything right thus far. They're still going to get the round just because Newers is so dang good. Yog's laughing at it. I guess he ended up just like smacking a lip of like a table or something with that impact and killing himself, at least from the hand gestures.
So nicely played by them. That'll still leave them in control of the situation, switching sides now with a 2-round lead in their favor. W7M not going to be happy about that. We'll have to work very quickly to try and change up the status quo here. And we'll see if they try to change up the pacing as well. Now going over to the defensive side, it is again Cafe, so you do have to give a lot of respect over to those attackers. There's limited options if W7M want to try to play in the face of OXG. So we'll have to wait and see how OXG themselves try to play into this first few rounds of their attacking side to get a better picture of that. But not what W7M would have wanted to start out the series here, going down 2-4. It is on the favor of the defensive sides. That's somewhat expected, but it's going to be a bit more evenly matched.
Yep. W7M are more than likely going to play into the utility game, like similar circumstances to what Auction was playing, right? That's what Cafe kind of demands of you. But the key thing is that we're really going to want to see them use their aggression, maybe some spawn peaks and stuff at very key moments. They don't want to try and get on the accelerator too quickly here, but there's definitely going to be some key times where W7M can throw a curveball at Oxygen that could end up being the big round maker. So to see how this goes for round 7 is so far so good. Really like the strategy that we're seeing out of W7M. We've got the laser gates as well as the castle barricades to break up lines of sight as well as delay some throwable utility from coming in. And speaking of throwable utility, we got Wamai and Jaeger here too. Traps just simply toss in right on the tail end. Nade's actually going to be rocking the shotgun here, so not the 1.5 on the Uzi, but still will have those traps to lay around to be a nuisance for Oxygen attempting to clear.
It's a fast clear here from Noors in the first floor. He's not going to be alone, as you can see the Nook promptly behind him. The swing positioning is there, but he felt that Philippak's going to be looking back at him. Originally he wasn't, now he is, as he falls back into the depths of Library instead, not wanting the heat that's going to come from this outside pillar position. Way too easy for him to get shot in the back from Hell there, so does not try to push that avenue any further. Hopefully was given plenty of warning to it though, so is given plenty of room to fall back and get at a dodge. JB92 also still trying to work an angle from the 3rd floor here to penetrate through anyone that might try to rotate through that 2nd floor hallway. He's gonna have problems of his own up here on the 3rd floor relatively soon. You can see KZ moving forward for the clear, while Noors, as well as Fish, still more than likely continue to clear out the rest of that 2nd floor.
They're trying to find Noors' prey. They know he's right around this wall. That's so very easy. Philippak's apparently not hearing the drone. Did end up working its way through that drone hole. Great identification of Philippak's location. Able to pick up that frag because of it. Now for W7M, down a player halfway through this round. Oxygen's clear is going swimmingly, but as to be expected, it is also taking some time. Working their way through this map. Nade going to continue to hold things down on this hatch inside of Hut. Making sure nobody can rotate in down low through the red hallway. We see Noors continuing to try and break things up with a skeleton key too, but it's going to be W7M that find the next frag here.
It's Hurt specifically to pick it up inside of Cocktail. A little denial on the drone as they try to chuck one up to the window. That does reconfirm that he's still there at a minimum here, so we can see Fish going to try to wind up for a nade onto that position. Could be a winner, but does he have the right read? Not looking likely right now. Hurt still takes a good amount of heat from it as he's dropped to about 50 HP. That's because he stands kind of out in the open in the middle there. It's important as he avoids the outright death. However, not forever, though. Still ends up going down. Could have tried to retreat back over into the top of the light for a little bit more safety. That's what he's done now, of course, to get revived, but so the damage has come through, and of course, he's not going to be getting the rest of that 80 HP back. He'll be very minimalistic with regards to his aggression through the rest of this round. Fish as well, lurking up towards the top.
Do it to him, Fish.
He's got a player in front, but I'm not sure if he knows it just yet. Meanwhile, Nade's dropped down the hatch. He's going to surprise on the players by Red here, and nicely played with the shotgun. Gets the better of Yaga. Fish re-rotates through towards New Balcony here and picks up a trade to that, but KZ also holds the line for the defense.
He
picks up not just 1, but 2 here. Foxe trying to bait out Nade, but has to go a bit too close for it to happen, so Nade locks in the kill instead. It's going to be still a very close matchup here as we get deeper into the second half. Already, W7M bringing it within 1 round of a tie here at 3-4.
Fantastic from W7M there. Simply because they were able to keep enough loose ends where Oxygen couldn't simply tie him up and finish out the round. They were trying to build themselves up to actually get onto the site, but there were so many different things happening around the map that were giving him some very, very serious grief. You can see Redeemer already having something to say about this offensive side, because that looked like a round that was most definitely Oxygen's. It was just that W7M threw a spanner in the works.
Launching drone. Drop the bomb diffuser.
See the replays here once again. Nade making great work of that Thorn shotgun. Not one we see brought out all that often, but when you have a staircase or another very tight angle to work around this shotgun, can certainly sing alongside of some other ones as well, such as like Ella's FO12. There's some great usefulness inside of those very specific scenarios. Great job from Nade to capitalize on that one and pick up 2 kills over the course of the round with it. brings them right back into the fold here, gets us out of quick timeout, I believe we just went for as well.
Indeed.
Will send us into round 8. Whose timeout was that?
That was Oxygen's timeout.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yep. Redeemer immediately wanted to talk to them after they got that nice little opener there, and then just ended up stagnating mid-round, and W7M were able to keep those loose ends I was talking about. Made it just way too complex. The Rubik's Cube was not solvable, John.
So we'll hope this timeout yields results here. Good that they end up taking it directly before they end up losing the lead here, so they have hopefully a chance for a rebound. But if this advice falls on deaf ears or is otherwise ineffective, it's going to be very bad news here, as they will not have a second chance to call for that timeout here. And that's come from W7M. And obviously, if they're winning rounds, they really don't have much of a reason to call for one. So that'd be a pretty far cry if we ended up getting one. Away from that, though, a fairly straightforward defensive lineup going to come in from W7M here as they try to defend the second floor. Now, Capcan Traps, really the only new wrinkle that we hadn't seen too much used by Oxygen just as of yet. The previous half, everything else is somewhat expected. Even the Goyo canisters here from JB92.
They're rocking the TCSG, too. Let's see if this can help them out with some of these longer distance gunfights, as it is going to be one of the big weapons at their disposal in this round. Birds also have that 1.5 on Capcan too, so see how that works out for him. Let's continue back into this round. Bombs blockers in for KZ. Auction straight to the roof yet again here. Has to be expected for Cafe. Always want to start top down. Doesn't really matter what the site is. Want to make sure you can clear things out, just because this thing is stacked on top of itself through and through, which means you can get triple floor angles, John. You can open things up very wide on Cafe. Things pretty interesting, so definitely something that you just want to be aware of is the positioning of the players across the map, as they can be a lot more volatile for your execution later on down the line if you want to try and go around them.
No definitive control to lead them into the site just yet, but that's also only the first minute being used so far here, so plenty of time for them still to build it up. Yaga is going to try to go just for the angle onto white right here. As you can see from the silhouettes, not much of a challenge is going to come from that. I think he actually got a piece of utility by a random shot there further down the white hallway, so at least has to deal with that a little bit. And then meanwhile, the nades moving forward here pop open any possibility of someone from W7M trying to hide on the inside of that cigar closet. The hatch is already open as well. They knew it was going to be a possible rotation point just based on the way that the Thorn had played it in the previous round. They don't want to take a chance of that issue popping up twice here, so double down to make sure that that is open beforehand this time. Norris with a clean take over by the inside of Cigar. Able to get that without too much conflict, as W7M are focusing, as you might expect with this site hold, over on the cocktail side of the third floor right now.
Well, we're almost at the fun part. Waiting for that last minute. Exactly what you'd expect out of Cafe. No real top clear from Auction, though. That's my big problem right now. There's no verticality working into this. They're going to have a chance to potentially get a plant down over inside of Dining, but they really need some frags going their way. They'll start to open up some lines of sight to try and assist themselves throughout the site. JB92 grabbing a pretty cheeky angle here as he'll prone things out on red stairs. Looks like he might just start working himself forward here. Moment by moment. Oh no, is this it? Is this the big moment? He's gonna swing in. Oh, Dream gets him! Oh my! What a read from him. He's able to check it out, but Newers is actually gonna end up getting downed. Remember, that case is in Dream's hands. Foxy's gonna take down one, and they'll be able to at least get one other for Fleapox and W7M. It's 3 versus 3, and 3 versus 2 with that down. Hurts. Yet again, another loose end, John. So he will run right up brown stairs, and he will be able to take down the last 3 members. 1 Capcan Trap, 2 die to the SMG, and the hollow on that. Forgot they took the 1.5 off that a little while ago, but either way, still a fantastic gun, fantastic operator across the board. And, well, shows you exactly why. Those traps, quite the nuisance in those crunch times.
All it needs is to knock out 1 or 2 players to get that effective kind of style of play in, and the fact that he's got the very useful AK to go along with it here makes him a very effective operator, in my opinion, on maps like this, where you have so many positions where you could stack those Capcan traps and find at least 1 potential free kill in a low-time scenario, as we saw in the case of Viewers there back on the previous round. W7M complete the tie as soon as they are able to. Moving into the second half, we are immediately locked at that 4-4 scoreline, and now we move down onto the first floor for the third round here on W7M's defense, their first chance to take the lead away from Oxygen and start getting some control further into this series. That is going to cause some repicks over on the OXG side, originally giving us a pretty default lineup for Cafe overall. They've kind of specialized it a bit more for the kitchen tank, and you guys are going to see that here now. The saw getting swapped in the Buck as well instead of the Sledge, just to work things from the bottom to the top if that should become necessary. Potentially having that secondary hard breach might become slightly useful too if he is going to bring it, and indeed he is. It's more of an insurance policy though. They've left the hatch open. There is a wall breach on Freezer, so that could be useful for that. Maybe opening up Bakery. Depends on the way that Oxygen want to take this site, of course, but we'll find out more about that over the next 30 to 40 seconds here before they start to take up initial positioning.
Well, if there's one person that you really want to be feeling for right now, it's probably Redeemer. Probably a fuming moment here for him after that timeout. Immediately, practically the same thing happening. Loose ends just around the map, able to really do whatever they want because Oxygen has no idea what they're actually up to. Now, that is obviously quite a tall task when it comes to Cafe, but something that you expect out of a pro team. Oxygen are getting befuddled by it. As of right now, oh, KZ, you got the lineup too there, Johnny. Almost able to get that one to go. Nobody occupying the window at the time.
7M continuing to hold
Yo,
back.
You good, Yog?
Yeah. He's having a rough night, apparently. Yes, he's coughing it out there.
Me at 2 a.m. when I wake up with the water.
Me in a dry climate, yeah. No, he got a little bit, for anyone wondering what was causing that cough, he just got a little bit too close to the fear mine there, and I think it was just the residual effect from another's character. The line for Newers is there, but KZ has the better shot to knock him down instead. Newers falters yet again. KZ, he's getting adventurous too. He's gonna go exploring here, looking for a pickup, and it's free on Voxe. Doesn't expect the double down on top white. Kill number 3 could be in the cards as well. There is another member lurking around this 3rd floor. KZ does not seem to have the greatest amount of intel about where that player is, but he's playing it correctly right now. Oh my goodness, Oxygen down to just a single drone right now. This explains why there's been a sudden stoppage of any and all map control take from Oxygen. They just can't do it. They have no intel to play off of here, so it turns into what you might expect in that sort of situation. A flawless round from W7M as they know they have full control over the map mostly still and can do pretty much whatever the heck they want there.
Yeah, snap, crackle, pop, W7M's making Rice Krispies, baby. It's happening. It's happening fast. And you can see just how volatile Solus is. I mean, we were not on her POV that entire time. You look up to the top right at a minute 30, like there's one active drone, the rest are dead. They're all gone. And there's no way for Oxygen to really do much. Redeemer looks like a disappointed father. Anyways, I mean, you gotta feel for him, man, because Oxygen right now, they just can't hold a candle to these W7M defenses. They're constantly able to get these big round-winning moments, and also just call these audibles that Oxygen aren't even ready for. There wasn't even a cam watching the top of white, but obviously we kind of got the details as to why that was happening. The cams were practically already dead, but that also means they're probably used around a lot of soft utility, and with the Solus on the board, you're probably going to get punished for that. So, well, unfortunate for Oxygen, they didn't really have the ability to try and push themselves forward into the round. It looks like Yogg might have the idea, or rather Foxe with the operator lineup switch here for Yogg. Either way, somebody has to call for the Dokkaebi, and that is more than likely the smartest thing that they can do in this situation. They really need to get some utility that isn't just with drones. We also have that Yana in play too, so definitely have some opportunities here. And if you guys haven't seen this one, well, you see that left arm right there of our Rooney? Well, makes those windows pretty easy to punch now, doesn't it? Well, it'd help if Herds actually hit his shots, but
Herds moved a little bit too early there.
He had such an opportunity too. I mean, the guy is literally full sprint. Dream can't pull his gun up for practically like a whole second. So, little unfortunate there from Herds, but he will at least tag up Dream, who I feel so bad for throughout this tournament, by the way, because Dream has just been getting like the short end of the stick in every game I've watched.
Yeah, I know yesterday's game too, he got like naded like 2 rounds in a row, and like they were instant nades as well, so it wasn't even like he could have reacted to it or something like that, so I agree with that.
Yeah, the earlier thing that I think was also just him like accidentally smacking his spacebar and jumping into the window, and like just like stuff like that, where it's just like, that does not happen to Dream, man. He's such a talented support. It just seems like the world's out to get him right now.
Explains why he's being killed so early, though, because if you've seen, especially the earlier games he had in the NAL season a few months ago, he was an absolute menace if he's allowed to stay alive. So there's a very good possibility that W7M are like, okay, let's kind of hyper-target him, because to be fair, he does play in pretty default positions pretty often, so he is the one that you could kind of hunt down at the beginning of the round most easily, in my opinion.
Definitely agree with you on there, man. For sure. Big thing is about ISO in Siege is that you're never really guaranteed it, right?
Yeah.
Like you really have to try and play through the info game, and then, you know, whatever the world gives you, that's what you're gonna take. That's how things are. You know, you kill the Jaeger first, great. There's another person without a gun trying to kill you, and that's really what we're concerned about. But I definitely agree with you. I think, oh my goodness gracious.
Both on the rappel as well.
Guys, we have air jabs, guys. Guys, air jabs exist, guys.
Number 3 could happen. He's got another
man.
player on rappel. It's a bit of a rougher angle because he'd have to spin around real quick when he runs out here, but he already did it once. Never mind. Keys does it instead. And oh my goodness! Another hop out from a completely different part of the map. Keys does it from the inside of Mining Window. That is 2 runouts that both scored 2 kills each here on this round.
I literally can't.
Oxygen is falling to shreds, and we're only on map 1 here. KZ may very well get traded as he's brought down to a sliver of HP. Hey, we were talking about how Dream couldn't make it to the late round, and now, well, he's got his chance to shine here.
There it is.
There's the finish on KZ, but we talked about him before. Was already down to about 1 HP. That one's not too surprising. Past this point, it's going to be rough, and indeed, he won't be able to push it any further than that. Map point on the board now for W7M.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
That's like some head and hands disappointment. That's some you shouldn't see a professional roster just get bullied that way disappointment. Because, I mean, goddamn, guys. Like, 4 kills all on the same damn side of the building. I mean, what the hell are we doing?
They're not even like
it's not even anything special. And you know what's hilarious? It's literally what I talked about at the defensive end. I said there's going to be a moment where W7M does something aggressive, and it's happened twice already. Rotation up white stairs, and these 2 runouts that Oxygen just weren't ready for. By the way, you're playing against a Brazilian team.
We did it for
I just want to remind you.
Too. I just realized that.
This is the Brazilian squad. I just want to remind you about who you're playing against in case you were unaware.
So that's how he pulled it on them. Is they were kind of looking at that second floor mining window, but they did not expect a third floor player to jump out all of a sudden and leap on top of them from the top rope, taking 2 more players down, completely killing any odds of OXG coming back in that round.
Yeah, you guys better do some damn soul searching, man, because I'm going to tell you right now, map 2 is not going to be looking too hot for you if you're playing like this. Especially with this headspace. This is a full reset moment, John. This is really where we're going to see what this new team of Oxygen is made of. If they crumble right now, I mean, that might be a telltale sign of what comes for the future. Yes, this is the first big tournament for Fish, but I will say this, Fish hasn't been playing bad, man, and he's actually had some very key moments where he was doing a lot for this team.
It's not an individual problem.
No, it is not. It is not an individual problem. 100%, my friend.
I don't think any of the individuals are really lacking too much inside of the games we've seen so far.
Dream's just been punished, and that's really not his fault at the end of the day, like we were touching on. It's really just been the powers that be that have just, for some reason...
Yeah, Newers is hitting his shots as well when given the opportunity to. That's the big problem with him, is he's just not being put into a position where he can frag out, it seems like, in a lot of these rounds here, because he needs to kind of set himself up for at least that initial entry near the site. We're just not really seeing it get to that point. So it's really rough right now from Oxygen, as the strategies are just not coming together in the way that Redeemer or the rest of this roster would like to have happen.
Yeah, some of the natural positioning from him has also just been punished immediately. Like what we saw around White Stairs with that peek from Felipox is he just took things completely over. Fish going to be able to recreate that exact moment as we talk about it, except on the red stairs, so that blood's going to blend in. Nobody's got to wash that out. JV92 able to take down Newers, and that's going to be the big issue. Fish, though, this is his time to shine, folks. This is the rookie. We know just how good Fish can beat, and I'm here for it. All the way in Saudi Arabia. Let's get it going in Riyadh. Fish 4 and 5, looking to make things equal for himself, at least past 3 hosts. Remember, we did have one of those earlier on, so these stats not exactly true. To see what the total is later on here in the evening. Fish has slowed things down a bit, though, John, as we are approaching the halfway mark.
Yaka and the rest of Oxygen here trying to piece themselves back together from the current 4v4. As Fish has been able to maintain that third floor control, but the attempt to swing himself forward here. Pretty obvious Thorn Mine sitting in front of him, so he should be able to avoid that.
The most routine Ash play ever. Just crouch walk through.
Just
keep going. Why not? Oh, it's just a mirror window, Fish. Who cares? Just keep going.
There's actually no one on it, too, is the best part.
Unbeknownst to him, though. That's the scariest thing about it. Oh my
another
God,
one from Hurst.
please.
He jumps out again. However, again, Yaga's able to make the push work. That
Somebody kill this guy.
Hurst is still outside.
Oh my God.
All the way around towards White. Someone's got the window angle, but I don't think they're going to leap out to kill him. They're too focused on the site take right now. It's actually free on the third floor. They have successfully overwhelmed that, but here's the problem. We're not on a third floor take. We're on a second floor take. That's only step like 2.5 achieved right there for OXG. We got a bit of a ways to go here, and we're only even on numbers. They have not taken a lead on the kills just yet.
I tell you I missed you. I missed you so much. You're a pretty funny guy, John. Pretty funny guy. W7M, opportunity to close it out here. Oxygen able to extend. but they have to know that someone's down low. The jig might be up. Rotation might be coming through. Does somebody have this covered? Please, for the love of God. Yes, you do. Oxygen. They've got it. They've got the Overwatch. Fish, he's here for it. A triple kill. Nade, he's going to go upstairs. This would be the craziest round that I've seen from Nade. Quite some time here, but he's going to be looking the opposite way. Oxygen able to tie that one up. And finally, thinking a little bit outside the box, aware of what W7M was more than likely going to be doing. But here's the key thing, John. Did you notice? There was a yellow ping downstairs.
Yeah.
Drone intel. Big shocker, I know.
The alarm clock seems to have gone off for OXG at the end of that last round here as they wake up big time and give us a resounding round, one that we had really been missing throughout the entirety of this attacking half so far, but they're finally on the board with it with their first round in the half. We saw, of course, W7M go on their own tear to run right up onto map point. Still just one round to go for them, but this is it. This is their last chance to win it in regulation. Otherwise, we are going to go into overtime here on map number 1 to decide who gets the early lead.
And you can just see the impact on the top right. Look how many drones are active for Oxygen there in comparison to when Solus was in play. There's 2 active drones and still 1 in the pocket. But the key factor here, Fish. 6 and 5, a triple kill for him on the round. When the world needed him most, John, he showed up. Well, we'll have to see if he can potentially do it again here on this, because, well, they need this OT.
It's important to note, too, that the stats here, specifically for Fish, and this applies to really everyone right now, is only going to be from the last, like 4 or 5-ish rounds.
It's a little bit more than that, because we rehosted it 3-1, 3-2?
Yeah, it was round 6.
It was round 5.
We were starting round 6
yes,
when we did it. So it's from round 6 onward right now that you're looking at the stats for. So that's still pretty good, considering that that's only 4 or 5 rounds total right now for Fish. So really good stuff on his regard, but to wait and see what else he can cook up here.
One of my favorite plays of all time, bro.
Herd's just waiting for the timing.
All you have to do is listen for that hook. Ready?
Like a fish out of water.
As soon as you hear that climb animation, you are dead as hell. It don't matter what you do, man. All you get to do is stand by and watch. Oh, Fox.
Just reels him in. Fox8 goes down.
Hook, line, sinker. It'd been funnier if it was Fish.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it would have worked out really good. But
I made a Gone Fishing reference earlier when he was peeking outside the windows in Christmas.
Full bag of Fox as well. It's just as good. Let's see, of course, what other problems, more importantly, that'll create for Oxygen here. They lose the buck on top of that. They don't have a sledge for backup either, so that is also going to cause them to move at a complete lack of hard breach. That's not the end of the world. It's more so the buck utility that's going to be missing right now because they can't pepper up the dining room or any of these floors that you're looking at right now, and they really kind of need to do that for a proper attack downstairs. That's going to be a big issue for them, seeing as they also don't have another operator with breaching charges to make up for it right now.
Yeah, if I watch Oxygen go out on this round because of the oldest play in the Cafe book, I don't even know what to say about that. That play has been happening since year 1.
Well, I mean, we can correct ourselves a little bit. Fish at least has the secondary shotgun, so they can do a little bit of the top down.
Yeah, they can. They have a little bit of work that they can potentially do, but the biggest issue right now is that they don't have like a real chance to try and open this up quickly and really have that surprising factor. Exactly. And a lot of this dedication from Fish is going to be on that mid floor where they can have influence when he's opening these things.
And he's dead now, so we can't do it.
Yeah, that was the big issue. And the same thing with Sledge, with him being a 3-armor 1-speed now. I mean, when you're working verticality in Siege, it is extremely hostile. And we see that yet again here from Oxygen. They cannot find a way in on this base floor.
Herd's finally taken the first big bit of damage for W7M on this round, but he survives, more importantly here. And no, they haven't even dealt with this extension here from KZ on the inside of Bakery. KZ gonna be put into the hot seat a little bit, but Nate also swinging out from Prep to support. A flawless round from W7M as they slam themselves into the faces of Oxygen to shut them down one final time and lock in victory at the bitter end of regulation. 7-5 in this team's favor as they take the 1-0 lead in the series with Skyscraper now on deck.
It was back and forth, but we were a little concerned what happened when it came to the second half and once W7M was at the helm of the defense, and rightfully so. An amazing second half from them. They're able to shut down a lot of the game plan out of Oxygen, and well, that's really all she wrote for Cafe there, John. We're going to quickly send y'all to a break. We know it's getting late, so let's get right into Game 2.
If I wasn't Rainbow Succeed professional player, I think I might be a doctor maybe. I would describe my team in one word. Maybe it would be spectacular. My favorite game outside the Rainbow Six Siege, maybe FIFA, because my team has worse fashion sense. I think I'll hurt their feelings, but I don't know, maybe worse fashion sense. It's a hard question. Mad skills. Who's in my team will win the 1 versus 5 photos, I think. Q6Z. I think year 1, Jaeger ACOG with SMG ACOG. That's my earliest memory and going through my mind when I think of Rainbow Six Siege and the first years.
If I wasn't a pro Rainbow Six player, I'd probably be acting right now. Right before playing Siege, I was kind of going through the steps of like doing that. I did like a commercial here and there, and it was something that I was really interested in. My best friend, like right now, is all of my teammates. Like I feel like that's so hard to like pick one. If anything, I would say like I've been the longest like with like Redeem, so I'm pretty close with him, you know, but I love all the guys on my team equally. I describe my team in one word, probably as ridiculous. Every moment that we're together, it's always something that like it just is unpredictable. Whether we're outside of the game or inside of the game, I think there's a lot of unpredictability to it. I guess the best player I'd ever played with, I'd have to say, is New. You know, I mean, just I've never played with like someone that's been so like mechanically gifted like that. That's so hard to answer. I feel like, you know, I like a lot of Diablo. I've been playing a lot of TFT. BattleBit's been pretty fun. I would say like maybe like Timothy Chalamet, or like someone that's like very like young looking that's popular right now.
If I wasn't a professional Rainbow Six player, I'd probably be a psychologist. My best friend in the game are the MIBR X-Roster. My favorite Rainbow Six moment was the major Copenhagen win. I would describe my team as skilled. My earliest Rainbow Six memory is probably playing here for the base, like in 2016 with my friends in PS4. The toughest opponent I've ever played against is Team Liquid on BR6 because they're too good in regional championships. My favorite game outside of Rainbow Six is probably Counter-Strike. I would describe myself as dedicated. If I could recruit any player of any team, probably Shaiko. If there was a movie I played about me, Leonardo DiCaprio would be the actor for me. The worst dressed in my team is probably me. Yeah, my favorite superhero is Spider-Man. One fact about me that no one else knows is that I started College of Psychology for like 6 months and then I dropped off. 1 versus 5, one man standing, I would put Nate in that situation. He would win. I would pick to be my teammate KZ, and I would go against Alemão and Benja.
7-5 the score for W7M to close out their map pick cafe up against Oxygen here at Gamers8 featuring R6. Welcome to the STC play. We're going to be going over some of these rounds because at the end of the day, when we were looking at this matchup, we were like, oh, it's looking very heavily W7M favored, but still Oxygen managed to get 5 rounds off of them.
Yeah, it didn't start out too bad at all. I mean, we were getting kind of hyped there in the back for North America. Starting
Speak for
to
yourself.
Get going.
You is getting kind of hyped.
We is a strong word. But hey, listen, Oxygen, they were really putting up the numbers. We saw Yaga having a fantastic start, really picking up some important frags, denying these kind of plant-focused executes that W7M were going. And there was a bit of a tech pause, and Yaga went from getting 3Ks and 2Ks to impacting himself. But all in all, Newers was there, and we had a 4-2 split for Oxygen Esports. It really did start quite strong for themselves on the defense. The problem was when they got to their attacks.
And I think that's the biggest problem that we've seen from Oxygen. Yeah. I was talking about that NA method, playing the NA meta that they've been doing. Now, if we take the Cyclops game out of consideration, because I think Cyclops are a weaker opponent for pretty much every team in this competition, take Cyclops aside. When Oxygen played up against Team BDS yesterday, 1 and 5 on their attacks in both of those maps. What did they do on the attacks on this map after being 4-2 up? They were 1 and 5 on the attacks again. It's their attacks that are letting them down, and it's because they're playing such a North American style, trying to do everything so properly, And the international meta is so disruptive. The jump outs, the run outs, the early aggression from W7M, they were not letting Oxygen get set up, and then Oxygen are constantly chasing their tail.
Oh, absolutely. And I think W7M fully understood that. They read the assignment, they understood the mission, and my God, did they capitalize off it. Non-stop run-outs, non-stop aggressive runs. The C4 out. I mean, this is a ranked strat. And Fox is still falling for it. He's going down first in these really important rounds. It is certainly tough to watch. And I think the mental kind of spirals out at some point, right? You can't imagine that things feel too good when you're so strong at the half, you bounce back after you even have that tech pause that maybe throws you off. You're still there with the lead, and then things go bad and they just get worse and worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, it wasn't looking too great for Oxygen, but I mean, still they managed to get a couple of rounds on the board, which is maybe more than what we've seen them do in the past. So they're putting forward a great performance, but it also brings to question in the main issues coming out from that roster, right? You already highlighted up a little bit yourself, Resh. You're saying playing that NA kind of meta, not really translating into this international stage, but also their attacking side was lackluster.
Yeah, it was lackluster, it was too slow. Now, attacking Cafe is always going to be hard. We saw W7M only get 2 attacking rounds on Cafe, but to get 1, you know, to the nature of how they lost, like I said, they're losing to LEC4s that are coming through hatches. They're losing to jump outs. They're losing to run outs. They're losing to just confident players making confident plays. And it comes back to me, genuinely, for playing the North American meta. Because, you know, no disrespect to some of the North American teams, Dark Zero wouldn't make that play against them.
Sure.
You know, some of the other North American teams wouldn't make that play, so they're not expecting that play. They're getting caught out by it, and then when you're having to play a 3v5 or a 4v4 or whatever it is, your whole game plan has to be then refought on the in the moment, and that's disrupting Oxygen, that they can't recover the rounds from there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, they've got to find a way to answer this Brazilian aggression that's been coming out from W7M. They've got to find a response, and you saw...
well known.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you saw it on the screen just a moment ago, right? The team's having that conversation. Somebody, I think it was Redeemer, he was shrouded in mystery. We couldn't exactly see his face, but somebody was giving a very passionate speech to the team there, telling them what's what, and... they're going to try to force this back, you know, towards their favor, going to their map pick of Skyscraper. Obviously, they're going to have a plan going into that. But I think you really need to take a look, as Jack said, at those attacks, at handling that aggression. And I don't know if your entire, like, meta, if your way of playing the game, you know, has built up in one way. I don't know if you can completely take that down and build up in a new attacking strategy, a whole new plan in just the short amount of time that we have between these maps here. That's the challenge.
Would you say that when we're looking at how Oxygen is playing, and we're talking about the fact that they're playing the very NA strategy and they're not doing the best on the attacking side, would it be considered a disadvantage coming from the fact that they didn't even get to go to the Copenhagen Major? So this year specifically, this meta of Siege, they haven't had the chance to experience that international atmosphere.
I think so, and you even talk about a guy like Fish, right, who has never in his entire life played against an international player. It's pretty tough to come through here. Maybe Spoit you consider an international player, but never an international team, right?
Most of them 18 weeks.
Well, okay, down to the play to BR. The point is, right, like, yeah, I think for Oxygen, you know, not only is it the fact they've got a new player, but it's the fact that a lot of top NA teams weren't scrimming, so they don't even have top NA opponents to go up against, and it's the fact that they haven't played an official match in over 3 months. I mean, there's a lot of kind of barriers standing up to Oxygen, and I thought, like, going into this event, it'll be interesting to see, like, what they've been cooking up, and it's unfortunate that, like, what they've been cooking up doesn't seem to be at the same level as the BDSs of this tournament, the W7Ms of this tournament, even maybe the Falcons of this tournament.
Which is a shame, because February, go back to Canada when we was in Canada, what, 5-6 months ago, third place at the Invitational. Like, you know, these guys are used to playing internationally, but this slump where it seems like their strategy, their ideology isn't an international one of the current meta, you're always chasing your tail when that's the case.
Yeah, and a very great highlight of chasing that tail and just not being ready for that international meta was round 10, where we had the, as Fresh would call it, the double-double.
The double-double.
In Canada, the double-double is something else, right? That's a coffee term. We've reserved that term.
Is that just
I thought you hated coffee.
Lots of espressos, is it?
No.
What is
like, like 4 espressos in a coffee?
It's 2 cream, 2 sugar. But what we got going on here is the play from Dream. Now, he's on the Nomad. His entire goal is to stop these runouts, and he's going to place down all 3 air jabs before the aggression really gets going, and he's placing them around the map. You saw that first one go down, the second one and the third one both going down around this window. He really doesn't accomplish his goal as the Nomad, because as we will see from W7M, they're playing this hyper-aggressive style. I feel like stacking up those air jabs there kind of comes back to bite them because it means they can just be so easily ignored if you go a different direction. There's Felipox jumping out. Not only are there no air jabs there, but there's no intel at all. There's no drones. They get this massive jump out. And already, this is like doomsday scenario for Oxygen. They're not really in a position where they're thinking they can win this round. But then another jump out happens. They seal the deal. Again, you're just thinking, if you're going to put your air jabs in these spots, where's the intel?
Yeah, and I think there's a reason teams don't play Nomad. If you look at Cafe, how many places can you get out of? Sure, you can Nomad the red window, you can Nomad the wedding window, and you can Nomad Snow Door. But there's all 3 cocktail windows.
Yeah.
There's 2 windows in Piano you can jump out of. Then there's the train window, there's the bakery door, there's the dining window. There's so many windows and jump outs on Cafe that I'm actually very surprised Nomad was even brought in the first place. And I think, you know, the fact that they just feel like, oh, we've brought Nomad, we won't get flanked, we won't get jumped out on. And then they get doubled.
Double. The Canadian special, as Jesse just dubbed it. But Sky is another special that we have coming up next, and that is Oxygen's pick. So we kind of touched upon this when the map was initially picked during the pre-game, where we were like, okay, Oxygen picking Sky. We don't have too much information about them there, so they must have been cooking something up because they're going up against the recent major winners.
Yeah, and I'm sure they got a plan. My worry is it's almost midnight here in Riyadh. They just played a very long game. It was 7-5, plus we had a pretty decently long tech break in the middle of it as well.
Thank you for refreshing our memories.
Of course, and I mean, how much of that plan is going to continue to come through? And they played way earlier today. They're going to be long and grueling. Sticking to the plan, I think, in this mental state, when you've had such a long day, when you've just had a very, you know, as we've seen, impassioned break, where there's a lot of talk going on from the coach and within the team. I hope that they can stick to this plan. They can still show up, but it's going to be difficult. These players are tired. You can see them rubbing their heads now. They don't look super enthused.
Maybe they're just thinking. Maybe their head's itchy.
Maybe they need to go buy some anti-dandruff shampoo. With regards to Skyscraper specifically, I think it's a confidence thing as well, isn't it? Because Oxygen were a good Skyscraper team. You know, a 6 Invitational, they beat M&M on it, and M&M are a great Skyscraper team. You know, they won it in NA League in terms of last year, in 2022. But the last time that they played it, and this is why it was permabanned the whole of Stage 1 for Oxygen, they were 7-0'd the last time they played it by G2. Now, G2 are one of the best Skyscraper teams in the world, so I'll
They're
give
not
them
here,
that.
though.
But the fact that Oxygen then went, right, we're not playing it the whole of 2023 Stage 1, I am expecting that they've gone away, reworked it, and we're expecting to see a confident Oxygen. But it might only take a couple of rounds to slide, because this is 4/5 of that roster. It might only take a couple of rounds to slide before they get in the heads like, hey, we were 7-0'd here last time.
Yeah, and it's the team that can absolutely make that happen. W7M, not a bad team on this map either. They haven't played it a ton recently, but going back to Stage 3, since Stage 3 started, they got a 4-1 record on this map. Their only loss, a 7-5 game against Koi at Invite. A good team for that time.
Great Skyscraper team.
A great Skyscraper time as well. They picked this map in the Copenhagen Grand Finals, and they beat Liquid 7-5. I mean, this is not like a map that W7M are going to go into and just get completely blindsided. They can't play it, especially when you consider how long the break was. Game 2 today lasted in ages, and so W7M had plenty of time to think about this map, talk about this map amongst themselves, make up their own game plan. It's going to be tough.
It's passion.
Dude, he's been talking for a while here.
Yeah.
Redeemer's got a lot to say.
And I saw him giving this same spiel yesterday when they lost against BDS.
Ooh.
You know, he's been going in on his team. It looks like he's potentially the only one that's, you know, passionate and wants it.
It's like, guys, let's do
He's
this.
not stopping.
Can anyone like translate and
Can we
lip
run Ian
reading?
Chambers up with a mic on this?
Yeah, I would love to hear what they got to say. I mean, again, it brings in the thing of like, this is your elimination game, right? For both of these teams, it's either you're going to be going through or you're going home. There's a lot of money on the line, but also for both of these, we said it about Oxygen alongside BDS coming into this. This is their redemption story. This is showing that, yes, maybe we didn't have a great Stage 1. Maybe we were not at the Copenhagen Major, but we're still present on the international stage. Whereas when we're looking at W7M, for them, it's, okay, we won that last major. We need to show people that we are still a force to be reckoned with. And yes, we can bleed. We lose a series to BDS, but we're not out just yet.
I remember talking to Oxygen before the first game had been played, right back on Media Day, before we really started the tournament. And the mindset was like, man, I'm so excited. I literally heard, I think it was Fox say, I'm so excited to play. They hadn't played in so long, over 3 months, and they just felt like they had so much of this energy, of this hope, of this like real belief in themselves. And now that things have not gone to plan, now that they're in a situation where they got dumpstered in their opening game, they scraped past KAG, they got that 2-0, and then they really threw things away towards the end of this map against W7M, that mindset has really changed. And I hope that mindset can be okay, right? This is going to be a positive for them, but it's a stressful situation, and these are humans. So it's tough.
And if you're an Oxygen fan,
Like
it
Jesse?
doesn't get better with what I'm about to say either.
Okay, let's go.
So it's Oxygen's map pick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which means W7M choose the starting side.
Ooh.
Which will be defense. I would be very shocked if it wasn't defense. I can't remember the map, you know, the exact starting side. I'm going to assume, take an assumption here, that it's defense.
Yes.
If it's defense, what have Oxygen sucked at against good teams? Oxygen will be on the attack, and they've sucked at the attack 1 and 5. So you're talking about an Oxygen that's potentially a little bit down in the dirt, facing elimination, that's averaged 1 and 5 against top teams at this event, and if they get 1 and 5 on Skyscraper and they're going in at the half, I do worry for them.
Okay. Let me put on my Copium hat, right?
Let's do it.
All right,
Redeemer's
Ryan,
a good coach. He's of course been talking with the team. He's been giving
No,
this
I want
speech.
you to pretend that you're wearing a hat. Okay, there we go.
Undoubtedly, throughout this entire talk, he's been telling his team about the attacking problems. Their defenses are fine, right? They know how to beat this team on the defense, especially on strong defensive maps. So what he's going to be saying to these guys is, listen, here's the problems with attacks. Here's what we got to do to counter this more aggressive playstyle from W7M. The fact that they start on attack means that they can immediately put that advice into action, and they can maybe take that advice all the way to getting a massive advantage over in that first half. And then they move to defense. It's Skyscraper defense. You plan for this. It's easy.
All right, now give that Copium hat.
Oh, they're so
to
gonna
Fresh. Pass on the Copium hat to Jack.
Sorry.
Let's see what Jack has to say. You don't want to wear a hat?
You don't
there
need
we
the
go.
hat.
All right, let's go.
Look, this team are not a bad team.
Okay.
You know, as much as we've been saying that, you know, they've struggled. They struggled against BDS, who look unstoppable. They're playing against the current major champions, who have looked unstoppable. I came into this, the very first thing that I said about Oxygen was that form is temporary, class is permanent. This team has class. This team does have quality. This team is one of the best teams in North America and was invited for a reason. But the form and the meta is a little bit out of sync.
All right.
Do I believe they've got the quality to do it? Yes. Do I think they'll do it? No.
It's a great speech.
Back up with the hat down. No, not happening. All right, that's a great speech. Thank you guys, both of you, for the hoping, but also for bringing us back to reality. This is a very, very difficult feat for Oxygen when we're looking at them, looking at the form they're in, and comparing it to W7M and the success that they have had on the international stage. We have a couple of tech issues on the stage itself, so we're going to be heading over to a break, and we're going to be back with the second map of the best of 3 of W7M up against Oxygen.
that was
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gamers8 event for Rainbow Six in 2023. Map number 2 is finally getting started here. We get ourselves loaded in for Skyscraper now. Another very methodical, very slow-paced map between these two teams. And now Oxygen up against the wall, facing potential elimination. Let's see if they can survive and push us on to Clubhouse for map number 3, or if W7M will get the 2-0 shutdown. They've got the first and final ban coming up here in just a second. And Oxygen, of course, has the 2 center ones.
Man, I'm feeling for Fox right now, man. You can see how tired he is on his face. Just trying to get through this. Saw him rubbing his eyes, a little bit of a yawn there. He's been awake since we got up this morning, probably prior to that, because they probably warmed up this morning as well before
Well, they
their
had to
first
play
game.
the B-Stream game that started, I think, at the same time as our first game earlier today. So yeah, they've been here for quite a while.
Exactly.
But so is W7M, to be fair. So.
That's very true. That is very true. But W7M played back-to-back games, so that's way different, to be fair. A little bit longer sleep. You get to start things a little bit later on in the afternoon. And also for Oxygen, given the time frame of when they started that earlier game, John, they had to wake up earlier for prep. They had to wake up earlier, get warmed up, do their usual things. So these guys have probably been awake since 9-ish a.m. and it's currently 11:55 p.m. and all they have been doing all day is Rainbow Six Siege.
Just waiting to see when we get one of these finally. Fender's been a huge part of the games all throughout today and some parts of yesterday as well. So no real surprise that we're finally going to see him get knocked out, especially on a map like Skyscraper 2. A lot of kind of unpredictable movement can oftentimes come from the defenders there, and I don't think they want to leave the possibility of a wrinkle open for Fender. It'll really trip up some of those executes.
All right, Oxygen, let's last dance this. Michael Jordan flu game, baby. Into Skyscraper we go. Opportunity to elongate this series 0-0 as we jump into this. A fresh opportunity and some fresh time for Oxygen to try to utilize over the next 45-ish minutes. Try to get one over on W7M. Obviously we need about 7 of those ones, but see how that goes. All starts with the singular. W7M's going to be on the defense. They're starting this off inside of T and Karaoke, tried and true when it comes to Skyscraper in both versions. Usually the first spot that we see as well, and also due to that other defensive ban, and honestly the other 2 just defensive bans in general, because we really haven't seen a zombie get touched all that much this tournament. She's been banned a couple of times, but it hasn't been something very serious. Valkyrie's been the character that has been removed time and time again, and she's finally gotten through. Fleepox will be operating that. Those cameras are going to be very useful, especially as Herds begins to peel back that info game.
Oxygen realized that this was potentially going to be in play, however, so they immediately counterpicked that by bringing an IQ onto Dream. So hopefully going to be able to lock down those cameras in the areas of the map that they'll be looking to clear out here.
The Dokkaebi as well is going to be huge for this IQ, because if you end up launching that Dokkaebi call, IQ gets to see all of the phones vibrating, which is immense. That's so much intel going the way of OXG.
Already we can see one of those operators getting spotted out, not because the phone call went out, of course. That's just going to be Solus deploying her ability. So Herds does activate a bit of a beacon on IQ's sensor because of that one. Thrown from Nur sneaks forward here. He's going to get some intel, but Herds is getting some on his own regard from the other side as well. Spots that double repel play, and potentially the triple repel play coming back in here. Miss on the initial impact EMP from Miyaga. He's not going to be able to land that and get the wall open here. It is a tricky electrical here, so they'll have to work a little bit harder to find that one. And there's a second one coming in. This one, I believe, has the timing for it, and that should deny the breach entirely. There we go. Foxy does still have another one in the pocket, but I don't think they're going to want to risk it here, given that JV92 can easily just pick up.
Oh no, no way.
Take him down again. Fully Foxy, meanwhile, no respect for the outside clear on Oxygen, just hops out like we're seeing towards the tail end of Cafe and steals another kill right from the hands of the attackers.
We're starting to disrespect early on here, are we? Frag grenade in the hand of Newers. And no real way for them to try and stop this. They didn't bring any preventable utility for throwables. No Jaeger, no Omai, not even laser gates here. But it might not matter, honestly. Able to take down Dream initially. Do saw some dope calls. Yog's going to use those to try and assist. Do have the wall open too, but doesn't mean the W7M can't play back into this. They still have the Nitro Cell in Fleepox's hands. really pay attention to his positioning here, because that could be the detrimental factor working its way in down the line. Hurd's also taking a little bit of extra heat. Hurd's going to get tagged up just a tiny bit. Expecting the pre-fire here, but no, he gets completely caught off guard. A little bit of damage onto Fish, but it won't be the down of the P90 just yet.
Where's the Newalt? Waiting for the swing opportunity to work himself around. Won't be able to find it just yet, but the shotgun pierces through the veil anyway here now. Fish still able to battle back against it though and knock out KZ, giving at least a little bit more of a workability inside of the situation towards Oxygen. 4v3 now on the board with Oxygen in a deficit position. That second charge here is still not going to work out, as unfortunately it's been mute jammed out on the other side here. Will not be able to work their way past it, unfortunately. Oxygen really needed that second window of opportunity to be able to work this one here now. Running out of options, need to force the issue, and we still have off-site presence even from W7M. They control far too much of the map. It's not looking good right now for OXG to make things work here in the final 20 seconds of play. You can see that two different players in the last few seconds have tried to go for a peek. They've sustained massive amounts of damage and traded out a little bit, but it's far too little, far too late here. The big push coming in, trying to work its way over to T, and it goes the way you'd expect. W7M shut it down.
Well, hallmark skyscraper round right there, John.
Yeah.
They delay on the far side to the point where if somebody was describing you the round, you would almost think that the site's over there, but it's not. It never is. It's always over in
It's
T,
all delay.
and they have to transition all the way through that mid hall that you and I always talk about, the drum and shrine area, and it's practically impossible, especially with such low time. The fact that we looked up when there's still an engagement over on the other portion of the map and there's 30 seconds remaining, Oxygen had no game plan past having IQ in that round. Once Dream was gone, they were dead in the water. They really didn't make any decisions that were going to try and propel themselves forward. There was a lot of just neutral moves, angle holding, and just trying to get W7M to be the ones to make the mistake, but it never happened.
Limbox, the beautiful swing right there too. Gets both players' heads right into his crosshair, shuts at least one of them down. Don't know if he got the second one or not, but either way, would have got it if his other teammate was not there. Either way though, W7M with a very successful opening round. Bit Bessie, of course, in the mid round, but it's all for good reason as they are trying to cause chaos amongst the Oxygen clear, and it works out swimmingly for them. They're going to lock in that first one, move over to the expected second site here over in Office, hopefully make it a 2-0 lead here. Y'all got going to bring out the track stingers here. Not an operator we tend to see all that often, except on this map here, and for a few of these specific sites, this being one of them. However, we are not going to get to see
You're
it,
kidding,
unfortunately,
right?
as he gets spawn peeked by Herds, and he's going to be the first one dead this time.
What happened? I literally just looked down at my notes.
Well, I see one of the, I think I see one of the track stingers on the ground outside, like go up a little bit.
Goodness.
Yeah, right. Or, I think that's just a texture on the map. But there we go. Now we can see your guns on the ground.
Guys,
So
we have 9 drones. Let's just check the windows before we leave spawn. We've been doing this since year 1. You can just see the raggedness of Oxygen right now. They are a shell of them former selves.
If you saw that POV from the analysis desk where we're looking at them and Redeem is like, kind of just like, not yelling at them, that's the wrong word to use, but like,
No,
he's like really grilling into them.
Yeah,
right
really,
now.
definitely had a stern tone with that,
yeah.
for sure. I would definitely agree with you.
And the team just looked a bit resigned, to be honest with you, in receiving that information. So they're not coming into this map with a whole lot of confidence. Obviously, again, it's late as well, so they're going to be a little drained in that respect as well. You got to give them some respect for that. Another successful trick, second trick in a row now that's come out in the favor. They did it with the electric claws in the last round. This time they got it with the bandit batteries. 2 opening kills have gone the way of W7M. There's just not a whole lot of positive things to talk about, even if we try to be really impartial about it here.
Dude, I feel bad. Like, I genuinely do. Like, I am not an Oxygen hater. They're from my region, obviously. So, and a lot of these guys have been my friends for quite some time. So, just hard to watch right now. But it looks like they might be able to get something going here. Newer's finally waking up. They'll get the first kill here, past what Fish was able to accomplish earlier on.
And it is important to aside real quick. Again, it's only round 2.
Yeah, it's only round 2, and here's the other thing about Skyscraper. This map is incredibly defensive-sided. So
we're building a scary storyline right now, but Oxygen are still very much in this, just to be completely clear.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That scary storyline can definitely show up, and that's what we really want to make you aware of, is that there is a large potential here that Oxygen fall flat on their face, and honestly, it may just be because of the amount of time that they have just been stuck to a computer today, trying to get themselves through Gamers8.
Certainly the way that things seem to be trending at the moment, so we'll see if that continues to come true, and it looks like it's going to be the case. Herds with another pickup against Newers, who had made the only real impact so far on the inside. point of this round. Dream rounding the corner. They are close to the site, and they have proximity enough to attempt to go for a plant, but still, 3 other members of W7M scattered to who knows where as far as Oxygen is concerned here. The Cross is starting to work their way back in. Drone Press is alive well, so Oxygen should still be in a good position when it comes to intel here. Philippox potentially having a player, but no, losing the point a little bit too close, he thought, but no, the knife is way out of position. Now he's just baiting him from the outside. That's not gonna work. Okay, Oxygen, now you're back into it due to that mistake from Philippox.
No.
2v1, here's the big problem though. Plant's gonna go in. Do we have a Nitro cell? No, we do not, but we do have impacts to deny it, and that'll scatter the birds. The player will not be able to complete that plant. Dream will have to reposition himself. He does get another attempt, but this one should be counterable as well. There we go. They got the intel. The spam comes through, but no, there's going to be another impact, but he's not going to have the foresight to use it this early on. Plant goes down. Now Oxygen really back into it here for the 2v2, and W7M seemingly locked out of the site. They'll have to just swing this staircase or find another way to work themselves in. They do have some time to do so, and that's what Herds has done by rotating on the far angle here to push himself back in through Dragon. Some early damage to go onto it, and Nade swings the step successfully as well to take down Dream. Fox is all that's left. He's found the first kill though, brought it down to a 1v1, but will not unfortunately be able to clutch it. 2-0 lead for W7M.
W7M leave the door open. They let the animals inside. They just slaughter them.
They just kick them right out again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what a wild finish to that, especially with the dominant positioning from downstairs. We knew that they were going to end up planting on top of something, but the fact that you have 2 impacts, you couldn't really find the angle to kill the planter.
It was a very kind of chaotic situation.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where like, oh, yeah, I have a second impact. Like,
yeah, it was really the second one that caught me where I was like,
yeah.
Herds, we're not keeping track of our utility, man. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Just didn't occur to him at that point in time. Thankfully for W7M's sake, they do end up rounding it back.
Though.
And again, yeah,
Oh
Nurs making that good impact. That's been a storyline here for Auction, even for the BDS game yesterday, is that Nurs at least is here when he finds those opening opportunities to do so. You can say the same thing for Fish as well, who's been aces so far when it comes to his personal entry game. But we're just not seeing the team cohesion coming past that. We're not seeing them kind of lock in these strategies, steady successful takes, and it's leading to a few very unfortunate rounds, just like the one we played out there. Fox coming very close. You can see the frustration on him as he slams the desk. As that loss is confirmed, just a few more shots going in the right direction. That round would have been his, but it does not end up going that way. W7M looking to lock in the full rotation here by going 3-0.
I think that was the first smile I'd seen in like 25 minutes there from that W7M member. Oxygen, going to switch some stuff up, so still attempting to make some changes here. Foxy's going to keep himself on the Thermite, bring the Dokkaebi and the Lion in. Seems like the kitty gloves are off here, John. They're going for the maximum efficiency here on Skyscraper, and you can't blame them, especially with the way that W7M have treated these first 2 rounds. They have been nothing but hostile towards Oxygen.
It's one to summon their strength sooner rather than later here to try and turn this back around. I would certainly expect a pause to come in relatively quickly here if the 3-0 is completed, even if it's not. There's a possibility that Redeemer
to be fair, yeah, what is really the help in that as well? Because like in between the games, it just seemed like everybody was kind of just disassociated.
He's just got to reaffirm it. I mean, if they're making the same mistakes, he's got to grill it back into them once again. There's no other way for them to correct it, unfortunately. So Impact is caught this time. The Nitro goes a little bit too high for Philippox, and he is given a headshot angle, but way off on the spray margin there. Just does not land the shots needed. He'll lose about 1/3 of his HP, but does back away successfully and continues to maintain Geisha.
Yes, indeed. To be able to continue to delay. Electric obviously landing a little late there for the panels. Panel ends up blowing right before that gets turned back on, or rather that EMP actually went out to get it. KZ, he's back in the building again. EE1Ds, does anybody kill him? Let's see, they're gonna hop in. KZ gets one. They're pushing towards the back. They're gonna go for the plant. They get Frost. This might be a confirmed one, but no, he's immediately going to hop off. Foxy switches positions. Philippox is upstairs, but they don't know where this plant is going down. Herds, like dashing through hell, trying to get through that top floor, but finally Oxygen. It looks like the shoe might be on the other foot. Yes, indeed. No info game for W7M. They don't know where these players are residing, and Oxygen have finally found themselves a lot of potential here. It just took him towards round 3 and a barbecue offense. Herds is the last man standing, as Philippox is the only one to go down in that moment. It'll be Herds to try and pick something up. It'll be Newers to trade it out, and Oxygen to get their very first round. And really the first time that I felt some energy inside of this game out of Oxygen. I mean, even when we first started Cafe, it just did not seem like they had the energy base to really start competing, especially once W7M got the ball rolling.
Nurs and Fox get the gold stars for that round, mainly Nurs as well. They're supporting Fox8 in the midst of the plant. Fox8 reignites himself once that job is done, and we see him pick up, I believe, 2 kills in the post plant. But it's Nurs surfing around the rooms near Barbecue, constantly keeping the W7M members guessing about where he's going to be playing from. That allows him to pick up, I believe, the other 3 kills over the course of that round, making this run out from KZ, which again, credit to him, that's the 3rd time, if memory serves me correctly, in this series, he's pulled off a run out and did not get punished for it. Yep. So he's going to be able to pick up those kills, but ultimately they give him a moot point, just because of the fact that we see that rush come in from Oxygen to counteract it.
Indeed. What a call from Fox, especially after that last round. Immediately gets rid of his emotions and just goes right back to calling. That's what you want out of your IGL. That last round does not matter. It does not matter. It already happened. You cannot do anything about it. Don't even think about it. All you need is the information as to where they went and where they're going next. That's it. Eyes forward, Spartan, all right?
Yep. Not giving up hope just yet. Eyes are up. OXG looking bring themselves back into this one. It's not a very long road to recovery as far as this map is concerned.
Dream is staring at those toes, man. Feet finder.
What's up?
You're welcome.
KZ up to his usual tricks here at the windows, though not hopping out so much just yet. That might come from Herds instead, who's also been quite an aggressively lean player so far throughout this series. It's all preserved for the time being as they sit back, relax, and wait to see where the first bit of aggression on Oxygen is going to come from. It does look like kind of a default take towards T-Room this time, using that balcony and potentially barbecue control downstairs to swing up the staircase and just go directly for the site. You might like to have some additional control towards areas like Geisha to make that just a little bit more palatable, but we'll see. There's still plenty of time, of course, before OXG will be forced into their execute.
As you'd expect out of W7M. Waiting to see what the initial barrage is from Oxygen and then respond in kind. Whether that be a hop out or a play of their own, we'll have to see. But it doesn't take Oxygen to really get the ball rolling at all, no kills or anything. It's really just W7M attempting to understand what's happening around the map. And once they have that, well, they're pretty set for war. So, excuse me, Nurs is going to end up trying to work his way in through down low. Off of the sushi bar. Upstairs, nothing over inside of T. So far, pretty slow moving around from both ends. Oxygen has been able to bide their time and work their way into some pivotal positions, but it hasn't really garnered them all that much just yet.
KZ in the meanwhile here still working around the upstairs part of the map here, looking for an opportunity to frag out against Fox8 or anyone else building up their positioning on the outside. He continues to hold Geisha control. Even with the nade pressure that had come his way, all of it has already been chucked out, however, so they cannot bully him out any further. Philippox as well, just ready for the challenge here, but reveals himself a little bit too early if they heard that audio cue correctly, which I believe they did. This one player should have caught the fact there's going to be one of the defenders here on a close angle for barbecue steps, and indeed, Nurs is more than ready for it. He finally comes to bear on that fight. KZ, though, still picks up the opening kill, but it's Nurs to immediately respond to it. Fox8 was the one that got dropped downstairs. However, his job, as far as utility is concerned, is already done, so it's not a major loss to drop the hard breach at this late phase of the round. Still, a loss when it comes to their entry power. Once again, look at the aggression coming from the inside of Geisha. Yaga just doesn't know how to handle himself there and falls down to the pressure. Fish, thankfully, again, quick on the trades in the favor of Oxygen. Restores the advantage. Fish pushes another one into his team's favor. But once more, got tunnel vision a bit too much there. Did not expect the flank to come from Herds down below. He counters him out into the 2v2. 15 seconds to go. Herds still has the nitro in pocket, and he knocks out Dream with it. And Nade still waiting inside of T-Room, unchallenged throughout the round. Gets a nice, easy fadeaway frag to end the round itself.
Kind of a one-man show there, minus that frag from Fish. It was really Nurs getting a lot of that heavy lifting done for Oxygen. Nobody else able to ignite themselves and assist in round 4, past obviously what we talked about, Fish. W7M able to quickly try and recoup from that. Oxygen making a decent amount of headway on that top floor, but the Valkyrie especially, not only on the house stairs, but also that nitro cell from down low to prevent the plant, was really the moment where things fell apart for Oxygen. Once again, cannot go understated just how solid of a round that was for Nurs, especially that kill over on Black Stairs. I mean, there's only a handful of people in the world that can work a situation like that.
Done by W7M to maintain their composure all throughout that, as Oxygen constantly looking for a way to bully their way, but just could not make it happen. Back to square one as far as they're concerned here. These primary sites just not working out for the attack. Still, deeper and deeper into the series. W7M looks solid to try and lock in the 4-1 advantage for themselves now. Once we see a major change-up from OXG, they are going to once again bring in a very similar lineup that they used on this attack previously. Hopefully, Yaga actually stays alive more than like 5 seconds into the round here to actually use these track stingers. He got spawn peeked last time. We didn't even see these go onto the board. This time, looks like he'll be able to.
I thought it was Dream that got spawn peeked with it.
Was it?
Yeah,
it might have been.
It definitely was the track stinger.
Yeah, it was this operator.
Yeah.
I know that. It was the gridlock either way.
Indeed, it was gridlock. So. See if potentially keep him around. W7M didn't go for an aggressive peek last time, which makes me think.
Hi, Philippe Bucks. There we go. Oh, and it's against Newers too. That's like the worst player.
God,
look at, I mean, like just look at the KDs, and that shows you the impact that's now missing, basically.
Yeah.
Like we need to see Fish step up here a little bit. Unfortunately, it's his time to shine. Otherwise, this round.
Yeah, listen here,
not
Yaga.
gonna be looking good.
Listen here, Corn Boy. Wake up. All right, I get to say that. I'm from the same state.
Let's see.
0-3.
He's winding up for it.
Oh, no, not the Jackal! Not the Jackal Dream! Oh, Oxygen's Dream is fading off into the night.
I think Hertz has an idea as to where Fish is coming from as well. He should have seen this drone.
He might have an idea, but he doesn't have a clue.
We'll see. Hertz makes
God,
bit of a tough situation for Hertz here, but
I'm crying in the club.
Has the confidence from previous rounds. The cross from Fish is off the mark. It does not counter him out. Hertz is still toying with him. And another shot against Foxe as well. Oxygen, you've got to stop the tide somehow. At least Fish trades it out, but it's again a moot point. It doesn't matter. The round is done. KZ an immediate rotate to shut it down. W7M's coach is laughing it all the way to the bank right now, as it's a 4-1 lead in this team's favor from the defensive side. There's the timeout from Oxygen.
I just want to see Redeem talk. Because I've gone hysterical, I'll be real. Like,
not looking good. XG looking a bit more composed now, at least, based on what we were seeing in the pregame here, but yeah. Redeem needs to come in with some big intel. Otherwise, this is going to continue to fall further and further out of the hands of Oxygen.
Just look at these disjointed situations, John. Yeah. This is a thing about Siege that will always get you in trouble. Always. I don't care how good you are at the game. If you are going on these one-on-one tropes and just hoping that it's eventually going to work out for you, I'm sure it will sometimes, but it won't all the time. And that's the issue. It is a play that isn't always going to work. It's a coin flip. It's not something where you have a tradable player there. So it's just super unfortunate right now for Oxygen that they cannot get this team meshed together in the portions of the map where a lot of these fights are happening. They have no chance to try and get these kills back.
W7M speed running their second half of this overall first half right now here, as they've already reached their tertiary site. This is the one where Oxygen found success. That was prompted by a slight rush play from both Foxe as well as Newers to steal site control when W7M weren't expecting it. Doubtful that they'll fall victim to that a second time, but we'll see. I've seen more surprising things happen in the past, so maybe once again Foxe and Newers are able to pierce the veil one final time here to set up his team for a potential second round, which will still leave the team in a somewhat palatable position to at least try and work the defensive half of this map. 5-1 though is going to be a brutal scoreline to come back from, even with the potential benefits of the defensive side switching halves.
You can say that again.
It's going to be a brutal scoreline to come back from, even with the benefits of switching sides. I think that's what I said. Oh no! Oh, okay. Good moves from whoever that was on Oxygen down below. It looks like it was Yogg. Yogg does the dash, jukes himself out of the way, baits the shots out. Finally, an unsuccessful opening kill attempt here from KZ.
Hit him with the pseudo jump peek there. Well, Oxygen, what do you have for us, man? I will say this, if this is the last little bit of OXG that we get to see for this tournament, I am definitely happy that they did pick up Fish. Like, you know, things might not
this isn't
look
actually a
the greatest.
horrible tournament for
Yeah,
Fish.
exactly. Things might not look the greatest for them right now, but I mean, there is a lot that they can take away from these games and really apply that for their future. I mean, this team is quite fresh with Fish just coming in, so we'll have to see what potential that has. If there is potential still in this game, too. You know, don't count them out of it just yet. Although they might be a little tattered, they can definitely still play with the best of them.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if like the general frag stat categories do not heavily favor both Newers and Fish as like the top two for this tournament if they end up getting knocked out here. Because they've very much been the highlights on most of these rounds.
You had to say something.
Unfortunate as we jinx Fish a little bit there. That happens from time to time. Not much you can do about it.
There it is, a refrag.
Trade comes in from Foxe. We see stepping up a little bit here now as well, finding some ground on the second map of this series, bringing it back down into a 4v4. But is that just a passing trade or something greater being built up from Auction? That's what we need to wait and see here now. Because once again, you can see Fox and Yaga grouping up to start harassing out the first floor from bedroom side. We'll still need some time to build up into something serious, however.
Yeah, like you said, that trade, not refrag, trade coming through there. Hurd was actually the one to deliver the blow to Fish. Z will go down next, but those Falcons will stick around, so they will continue to assist W7M into the dying moments of this one. And this is where I've gotten really worried for Auction throughout this entire game. Look at what time it is right now.
Yep, 1 minute left.
And they really aren't processing the map. They have some utility still. They've got one EE1D. They've got one more Doka call.
No!
And nobody...
No one's even challenging it!
Nobody even...
Oh, man.
Nobody looked at the Frost map. John, nobody looked at the Frost map.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Nobody droned and checked the Frost map.
Yeah. Again, they're running out of time. That's the problem here. They can't afford to check every little thing at this point. They kind of need to speed up their pacing a bit.
That's something you could have found out in the first 10 seconds, John.
Yeah, well, Foxy at least finds a very important pickup here against Nade. They're still into it with this cross. JV92 with the transfer onto Yaga shuts down any potential coming from that side flank. Newers and Fox8, the dynamic duo from the last time this site was attacked, is all that remains. Newers, however, cannot survive as JV92 goes off with a third kill in this round, and Hurd speeds past the drum to lock out Fox.
JV92 bodies to his name. That guy is slaying right now. Incredible stuff out of the bar there. W7M looking to take this skyscraper map so easily. Cafe, there was a little competition back and forth. 7-5 took us to the max of regulation. Skyscraper, definitely not the same thing. But here's the thing though, we are switching sides now. And we saw just how crazy it is to play through Skyscraper on the offensive side. And this has been a routine thing since they remade this map, folks. There has never really been a moment where the offense was just blowing people out of the water, except for like what, maybe like the first week. Once teams got pretty set on their defenses and realized just how terrible it is to clear that top floor, I mean, it's never changed. It's been such a difficult path for a lot of these teams to try and get through, clear out all of that utility, clear out players, worry about angles, and get a bomb down, all in under 3 minutes, which makes it seem like it would be the easiest thing ever with that amount of time, but clearly not.
All right, just 2 rounds needed for W7M out of the next 6. 1/3 out of the next rounds need to fall under their control. This map and this series will go to them, leading unfortunately to the elimination of Oxygen as well. Oxygen, of course, if they pick it up. Map number 3 on the Clubhouse, in case you weren't with us earlier to reveal those maps, is going to be in the cards. And yours, building off of the confidence that he had from earlier on in the first half here, has the lineup, but is spotted by the player on rappel there from W7M. Yours does not feel it's worth it to continue guessing against it. It's KZ on the other side of this one, between him as well as Hurd. There was plenty of early round shenanigans to be seen from those 2 members of W7M, so they know what to expect here when it comes to early round aggression. And yours, unfortunately, ends up on the losing side of that, even though he stays alive, loses about half of his HP, so he'll be worse for wear in the next big team fight.
W7M. Split positioning right now. We'll have 2 over on the east balcony, some over on the west side handling things. But this is fantastic as they're keeping everybody dedicated to different portions of the map. Everybody's gonna have to take their own fights. Nice one from Fish, almost able to get the second one, but the transfer there from JV92. You saw him pre-fire through the terrace door just to see if he would rotate through, but a beautiful flick. Allow Fish to meet his demise. It's gonna be trade back and forth here. W7M though, still so much time, and that's what we've seen throughout the history of W7M here at this tournament, is that they are not afraid to try and make moments happen early on in these rounds, but now Auction, because of Skyscraper and the way this map is, are starting to find some success of their own. Did he really just hit him with the fadeaway? That's the Fox we know. Nice Nitro Cell out of him. He'll knock down JV92. It's up to Felipox and Nade. Might be able to pick him back up as he is recoverable, but they might also be aware that he has been downed.
Oxygen getting aggressive here now to try and stop any buildup on W7M's side of things. The retrieval will be successful for JV92 as he'll be brought back from the brink, but he'll still be pretty close to the brink, unfortunately, at only 20 HP after the revive. Nade not able to control the spray to get the easy pick against the player behind that deployable shield. Has to wrap into it more directly. That player will give up the ghost. It's yours, backing away from things and reinforces the panel on the complete fallback as well. Just is able to lock that one back in here. Yaga as well, nicely played out here. He's got the shotgun at close range. That's a quick pick. Oh, and the long range one too to finish things off.
He's like 1 HP.
Yeah, okay. Well, either way.
Yeah. Little pellet luck there.
Pellet luck there.
Yeah, exactly. You needed like one pellet though. So, but either way, very strong defensive round from Oxygen, and I'm gonna harp on this one more time. It just goes to show you how Skyscraper goes, man. This map is such a tough cookie to crumble when it comes to the offensive side. W7M even having some problems with it, and they're the ones with their foot on the accelerator. All gas, no brakes here, my friend.
So it seems like Oxygen has some control over things when it comes to those default sites. As with maps like this, though, where you have those two very strong upstairs sites, there is still that third potential site that Oxygen are going to have to worry about when they rotate down into either more than likely living room or barbecue, assuming that this round is a success. W7M did go 1 for 2 on that specific site downstairs, so they do have that little bit of an advantage in that even if they lose these two sites upstairs and then at least win the attack downstairs, they do that on both the rotations, and this is still going to go into their pocket at the end of the day. So Oxygen needs to lock down a full rotation at least once here to have a hope of not just taking the lead away, but potentially taking it to overtime should W7M win just one of these next few rounds.
Ryokubi line IQ and Hard Breachers to back it up. Really love the operator selection that we've been seeing out of W7M. It's very streamlined. Good idea about their Hard Breachers, you know, making sure that if somebody does die, yeah, it might be a deal, but it's not the biggest deal in the world.
They quickly learned from the potential issues that surfaced for Oxygen in the previous half as well. They're not going to waste any time playing around with the double reinforcements that's coming out from the Electric Laws as well as the Bandit batteries. They're just bringing the Mavericks over 2 runs in a row. It's like, okay, if it really is a crucial wall, we're just going to Mav it open, not waste any time with that, as it's going to eat up a minute or two that we really don't have when you have to clear out this massive map every single round, basically.
Exactly. Look at the Selma's out here from Nate. He'll be opening up the panels for the office. I'll be very aware of that, as nobody has actually gotten the default cam outside. I am so very impressed, actually. Usually that is the first thing that happens. This is the most default camera in the world, by the way. It took him a whole minute to get it. And I'm like 90% positive it was KZ because it was on. That's just funny.
So a little bit of an intel bleed goes the way of Oxygen.
You might be copper, but are you that copper? I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
KZ and the rest of W7M still trying to build up their initial control right now, prioritizing the T-room side of things, as there's a natural extension deployed there for Oxygen. Fox8 yet again striking true here. Last few rounds have really been showing him hitting the ground running. He's picked up quite a few frags in the last 3 to 4 rounds now. Now positive currently at 7 and 6. That puts him right alongside the other top frags currently on his team, as Newars also sits at 7 to 5, and Fish a little bit further behind that at 5 and 7. Away from that, still a very slow clear coming out here from W7M due to Fox's initial pick. They are giving them a bit more respect over the Oxygen defense now. Like I said before, they seem to have a bit more of a grasp for things here on the defensive side. On a very defensive-sided map that may give them enough of a boost to try and push this to a tie point.
W7M, I mean, they have a lot of potential here. They still have 4 players, still have a decent amount of drones. I mean, it's enough to be able to look around or have Herds assist them. That's exactly what he's going to be doing, as he is on Fullypox's camera. More than likely just have that set up for rotations. We shouldn't really see a peek out of Yaga here. There's no real reason for him to try and step up over the top of the shield until somebody gets closer. All because of that shotty. He's going to play it so well. Very well done there, Yaga. That's exactly what we need out of you. Going to continue to hold down that area. JV92 worked his way in on the back end. Going to keep sending the shots through with the V308. Won't be able to take down the player in behind the little bar here. Whoa, nice nitro though from Dream. That'll be poured out onto JV92. Nate will go down 2, and that'll be all she wrote as Dream. Be able to take out one more for Oxygen. They're waking up, man. It's almost on to hour 13, and these guys are playing lights out defense here on Skyscraper.
Oxygen taking no chances in the way they play that office defense as well. As
Good
soon as
energy out of
Fox gets that
Redeemer
open,
too, man.
What's up?
Good energy out of Redeemer too.
As soon as Fox finds that opening pick, the entire team peels back entirely, and we see situations being played out like we had from Newars behind that deployable shield. Not taking any ego challenges, no risk being taken. What's up?
It was Yaga.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Yaga. But same point either way. As once again, the players just not willing to try and risk their lives. They're playing the absolute security of the site over everything else, and as you see, it gets a pretty clean round at the end of the day here. I do feel like there was a little bit of utility mistakes made by W7M there, mainly in the fact that the Maverick, assuming it's stuck in play, was kind of underutilized there, as we never really saw him being able to open up any of the walls. They kind of just used those pocket EMPs to open up some of the outside walls, when the Maverick could have done that. And as we saw deeper on the interior, there was still a lot of additionally electrified walls because of the fact that they brought both the Bandit as well as the Cade, and I think they would have liked to have maybe 1 or 2 more of those open, but just never really had the opportunity to do so because it was too awkward of a position for Maverick to try and work so late into the round. If they'd had him potentially open up some of those outside office walls, maybe we could have seen a bit more open territory be propped out there by W7M by using those Selmas later in the round.
W7M are constantly going to be soul searching. Another op lineup change here for them, trying to find something that works. The Flores coming in now to try and dislodge a lot of this shield play. They've noticed that Oxygen are favoring this. And the other thing about this op lineup for Oxygen, once again, no Jaeger, no Wamai. These throwables are going to land, but the beauty of it is there is no frag grenades. They will have to worry about, obviously, Ash with her breaching rounds, but AZ is going to be the first up to the plate. Does he hit a home run? He knows he's working into the corner. Flash out. He's working this so beautifully. He's not going to swing into it, though. He's worried about the other angle over from Shrine. And, I mean, rightfully so. Fish is standing right there, just waiting. Oh, no.
Perfect.
Oh, wow. Not able to get around the desk. It hurts. He's going to take down Foxe instead. What a find.
Just finds his time here. Supports his teammate well enough to get Foxe down to the open once again. He trucks that Nitro. Knocks him down. So Foxe finally faltering here when he's had pretty good success rates so far, both inside of this half and towards the tail end of that first half as well here. But no longer the case. Table's been flipped, and now it's W7M with the opening kill advantage. We have to wait and see how Oxygen are going to try and respond to this. Do they double down on the aggression here, or do they do something similar to the last round here, where they just don't want to take any additional risks and peel back? I think it'll be the earlier of those two, but once again, that's not really worked out in the long run here. If we look back over to Cafe, they tried to do a lot of the same thing and were punished so heavily. We're seeing the same thing to an extent happen here. Noors comes back into it, however, as he finds the counter onto KZ and brings the numbers back down to a more palatable point at a 4v3.
I can't believe I just watched KZ step into an angle with his mag out of his gun. It's getting late. you can just tell. You can just tell. Not going to be the equalizer that they were looking for. Herds. All 3 kills to his name. Indeed, man. He is going off right now on this
oh wait,
Ash.
that's a player.
12, 5, and 5. They're looking to try and nip this one in the bud. Philip Hawks will go down, but there's no potential for them to try and pick him up, John. So don't worry about it too much. We're more than likely going to be able to rotate around and secure this pickup. It's down to Dream and Fish. Dream, it's been a hard tournament for him so far. This could be the moment to turn up as Herd's got the quad. This is the time, Dream. LMG in hand. Let's see you get it done. 40 seconds remaining. Mav right around the corner. I think they're aware of his positioning, though. He turns on a dime, and it's going to be JV92. No ace, but it will be practically a flawless round for W7M.
You can see the score. W7M, 1 out of the 2 needed. Already picked up here. It's got to be 3 in a row from Oxygen now. Otherwise, elimination, unfortunately, sits in their future here. They will not be able to move on to our playoff stage. The current major champions will be going forward instead here. Let's see if they'll get it done, as it is a return to Karaoke Tea Room. That was certainly the most one-sided round we've had so far in Oxygen's favor. Maybe at least 1 round still to come on the board. Get a 2-round comeback instead. Make things a little bit easier for them. At the same time, W7M are no slouches here either. They'll still look for the outright shutdown. You can see them pulling that off just in the previous round, and it's exactly the fear I had when they had to go on to that tertiary site. The weaker of the 3. That's where the issues started to surface, and that's where W7M is able to get away the first of only 2 needed. So even if these next 2 continue to go the way of Oxygen, there's still going to be that 3rd site lurking in the distance here.
I was just going to say, you're really about to hate what I'm going to have to say. Yeah. But you took the words right out of my mouth, my friend. Oxygen, they are staring down the barrel of elimination. There is no if, and, or buts about it.
Mathematically, W7M just needs to wait this out until we go around the sites again, basically.
Yeah.
They should be able to win at 7-5.
For W7M, this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. Yeah. They do not need to get overzealous. They just need to play decent Siege. If they play decent Siege, they win this match.
All right, well, let's see if they can get it done here and now, or if they do need that full rotation back over to whether it's going to be living room or barbecue, ultimately, that Oxygen would have to play into if they lock down these next 2. So W7M proceeding slowly as we would generally expect here, of course, not wanting to take any huge risks. A few pre-placed Claymore is going to go down, because we have seen quite a few jump-out shenanigans. Oxygen's been a little bit more cool when it comes to the actual jump-outs, but we've already seen Noors try to take a window challenge once or twice here so far in the half. preset top-down angles being deployed there as well, most notably for Dream on the inside of Karaoke, just to prep for the downstairs clear. We'll more than likely see W7M trying to go for that downstairs barbecue stairs positioning can be quite useful here. They do want to give themselves that angle if at all possible. Fish currently stands in the way of that. He's not the only one. Foxay also maintains a downstairs position. But W7M maybe bypassing that downstairs control when everything is said and done here. You can see a lot of repel pressure currently coming out from them. The jump now, but no, he has the wrong intel. JB92 is directly above him. Cannot swing quickly enough onto that angle. Good exchange from Dream, at least stems the tide, stops the bleeding. Still been a pretty major character loss here in Fish.
Oh no. Frag grenade. That was so gorgeous. What a bounce off that wall right there. And yet again, no my discs, no nothing. Foxy will be able to find KZ down low, so at least be able to equalize, but problematic for OXG, especially as it's only halfway through the round. And this is the water that W7M loves to operate in.
Blind is a bat there as he gets flashed out twice. We're on the inside of Drum. Foxay has the complete counter to the Ace Lyric as well. Impact to pop it open and a beautiful follow through onto Philippox's head. Foxay, again, can't state it enough here. He's really coming alive in these last few rounds to try and lock it in. That's right alongside the power we're also getting from Noors. Both of them at 9 and 7 right now. 9 and 8 for Noors, of course, after JB92 trades him out. But JB92 on a solo mission here for the 1v2. Time is workable. Just under a minute to play this out. So we certainly had no lack for time. But Intel's going to be, slightly worse for wear. Maybe not so, as he nearly gets the pre-fire off onto Foxay. Has that intel on Yaga, it seems, as well.
This is winnable.
Absolutely the case, assuming he knows both of these players' positions, which I would say is a pretty strong bet based on that pre-fire he tried to go for Foxay.
He can't plant because Foxay is soulless, and that's why he's constantly trying to spin around and see where they're at.
That Echo drone too is going to be a big issue, but has been able to spot that at least, so has dealt with that for now. He knows he's got one right here. Goes for the direct challenge. Nicely done. Beautiful drone intel coming out from his teammates on presets to allow these to happen, by the way.
Plant on a table and it's solved. That's all you got to do. Plant on a table and it's solved. He might be able to shoot him through the wall here, John, if he's able to read this. Does he hear the plant going down? He pre-fires through. He hasn't found him. JB92, he gets the plant down. Oh, Fox, the moment has arisen! JB92 shuts it down and sends NA's, well, Oxygen home. I was gonna say.
And the major champions are moving onward as they qualify for our playoffs starting tomorrow morning. Beautifully done from W7M after they have to go for a barn burner 3-map series against BDS to start out the day. Unable to control that one, but they find their revenge here against Oxygen and a qualification into our playoff bracket along with it. Big congratulations to W7M and commiserations to Oxygen. It has certainly been a tough day for them here over the 2 series that they have had to play.
Yeah, absolutely. A difficult round there. And one of those ones that does provide a little bit of a head scratch as well, too. I mean, we have that initial hop out by Fish there. In those dying moments of that round, don't you wish you had an extra body?
Defenses overall, I think, were fine for Oxygen, even looking at it just in an overall scope. It was mainly the attacks that were the big problem, and the analysis desk mentioned that even for map number 1 as well. Here just could not piece things together. They were getting toyed with constantly by the more aggressive side of W7M's defense. And realistically, they never got control of that. Even going into map number 2 here, we were still seeing players like KZ, like her, just getting away with these jump outs, run outs, window peeks, and it was just constantly being a thorn in the side of Oxygen as they had to start down 4v5, 3v5, and a 1v5 as we saw in that one cafe round with the 2 runouts that each scored 2 kills as well. Hopefully Oxygen's going to be able to go back to the drawing board once they get themselves home and prep themselves a bit more for the next phase of their play, which will more than likely be the NAL Stage 2 coming up relatively soon as well. Looks like we got the interview ready, folks. Let's head down to that with our winners.
And then there were 4. Congratulations to W7M. Commiserations, of course, to Team Oxygen. I am joined, as I always am, for a post-W7M conversation by Philippox. Man, first things first, congratulations. You've proven once again that, yes, you could be regarded by many as the greatest team in the game right now. You didn't seem to show any fatigue. It's been a long day for you guys. You're not tired?
Yeah, we were actually very tired before the game, so we drank a lot of coffee, so we could get up. But yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah, well, I mean, Oxygen, you know, they're a tough opponent, and you made light work of them here. Again, you know, we say that it's never light work in Siege, but anytime you get a 2-0 victory like this, it proves to be, you know, you're a very formidable opponent to come up against.
Yeah, our pick, we knew we were going to win. Like, we knew Cafe, we are very strong. And their pick, Skyscraper, we didn't understand very well because it isn't a map that they play a lot. And it's a map that we are very good. So that's why I think we chose them.
فيليبوكس معنا في المسرح أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما W7M صار هو الفريق الرابع المتأهل معنا إلى البلاي أوفز. سولفنا معاه شوي على كيف أنتم اليوم تسمنون طول اليوم مع أنه كان يوم جدا طويل بالنسبة لكم. تقريبا راح نكمل 12 ساعة في البث المباشر. كان يقول إنه لا فعلا إحنا كنا مرة تعبانين لكن شربنا قهوة مرة كثير وقدرنا أن نوصل المرحلة هذه. أيضا سألناه عن إيش صار في الماب اللي ما كان أدائهم فيه كويس. يقولون إحنا سكاي سكريبر إحنا من المابات اللي احنا يعني كويسين فيها هم ما هم كويسين فيها فعرفنا احنا من يوم ما ندخل الماب هذا راح ناخذ الفوز.
You came into this tournament regarded by many as the favourites to go on to win it, and then there was a little bit of a blip when you suffered defeat earlier on. Do you think you're back in a position now where you yourselves regard yourselves as the favourites to win this?
Yeah, it's very difficult to be the favorite because you are on the spotlight. Everyone knows what you are doing, and there's a lot of pressure. But I think we handled it very well. And against BDS, I think the game was in our hands, and we let it slip. But we came strong against Oxygen, and we are going for M80 now.
سألنا فيليبوكس عن موضوع انه W7M هو من اكثر الفرق اللي مركزين عليها ودائما الناس تتكلم عن الفريق هذا بسبب انه كثير يقولون انه هو الافضل في العالم. فالشيء هذا هل هو يعني هو الان صار عندهم فرصه انهم يرجعون الى المقدمه ولا لا؟ كان جوابه انه لا فعلا احنا الان اشوف انه رجعت ثقتنا شوي مع انه خسرنا جيم واحد الا انه الشيء هذا ساعدنا اننا نقدر نرجع الى الفورمه حقتنا بالاخير يقدرون يفوزون الجيم والاخير زي ما شفنا احنا تاهلوا للبلاي اوفز.
Felipox, you mentioned the M80 there. They'll definitely be watching this. So, what do you want to say?
Bodega, I'm coming for you, man.
Woo! Okay, that's what I like. Congratulations once again, Felipox and to W7M. Our top 4 teams are, of course, locked in now. BDS, Falcons, W7M, M80. Those are our top 4 teams that are making it into the playoffs. The semi-finals commence tomorrow. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's cross back over to the desk to look back on what was our last best of 3 of the day.
خلينا نشوف اعزائنا المشاهدين وش ممكن يصير في البث اوف 3 اللي بتصير غدا ان شاء الله لانه حتى الان 4 فرق وصلوا عندنا الى البلاي اوفز. W7M هو اخر فريق وصل لكن زي ما احنا عارفين هو الفريق اللي عليه التركيز الاكثر لكن ايضا فريق BDS M80 وفالكونز كلهم موجودين في النهائيات ودنا نشوف من اللي منهم بيقدر ياخذ الكاس من اللي منهم بيقدر يفوز في السيمي فاينلز لان بكره بيكون هو اليوم ما قبل الاخير معنا في البطوله. نرجع سير تحليلي نتكلم اكثر ونشوفكم غدا ان شاء الله في هذا المسرح في نصف النهائي الاول. مع السلامه.
Shukran, thank you, Fancy Ian. I mean, look, guys, they're coming for M80, right? They're looking for that match. They're looking to get some of these wins on the board, but all in all, W7M have made it through. We said it coming into this, Oxygen really need to have a solid performance, but unfortunately for them, that's not the case. W7M, though, they are that final team that is now also in the playoffs, so we have 4 teams in total, Falcons, BDS, M80, and W7M, so it's going to be spicy playoffs. But let's start off with this map specifically, because when we're looking at this, Oxygen didn't really stand a chance.
I've read the same story 4 maps in a row for Oxygen, it feels like, on this desk, right? I mean, 5-1-half, 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 5-1-half on their attacks. They just weren't landing, and it was exactly the same as what we saw in Cafe. Run out after spawn peak after spawn peak. W7M did not let up when it comes to bringing that aggression to Oxygen, taking them out of their comfort zone, disrupting them when they're on the attack, and Oxygen, again, just couldn't handle it.
No, I think when you've got a team, and unfortunately I've got to say this, unfortunately, is when W7M were playing with their food, when they were spawn picking, when they were jumping out, when they were doing some of the most audacious stuff that you're not used to seeing inside of professional competitive play, to Oxygen when it's W7M on the defense, you start thinking like, what's going on?
Yeah.
It looked like it was diamond players against like gold, silver players. That was the discrepancy between the 2 players and the confidence that W7M was playing with. And I think for Oxygen is like, when you're getting a 1-5 split on your attacks, the only way you're going to win that game is if you go flawless on your defenses, and that's just never going to happen consistently for you.
Yeah, and we said it as well coming into this, the fact that Sky was going to be Oxygen's map pick. I mean, W7M get the pick of the litter when they want to start, and of course they decide to start on the attacking side of things. So it is a bit unfortunate for Oxygen the way that they're leaving this competition, but they're not the first nor the second team to leave, so they at least got that to their name.
Yeah, I mean, for Oxygen, it's kind of a story that we've been beaten over the head all day. I don't want to continue with it, but like, listen, they clearly have a problem in their attack. They clearly should be able to go back and workshop this, you know, do what they need to do to figure it out. It is what it is. Obviously, in this group, BDS and W7M were the better teams to move on. No real debate there. So, yeah, for Oxygen, they'll go back, they'll work on it, I'm sure. But it is what it is, right?
So just comment on the winners as well, W7M. I think,
for sure.
You know, we saw them lose today, and we saw individuals have a bad performance. I think when W7M have got people operating across the board at least 80% plus, like all of their players, they are terrifying to play against because they don't give you space. They don't let you get set up. They get rid of your drones. They play the meta operators. They anticipate everything you're going to do, and they make it so hard. You've got to be at the tip top of your game to even stand a chance against those guys. Oh, and by the way, even if you're strategically better than them, sometimes they can just literally outshoot you. So it's such a hard opponent to play against, and you know this is why they are probably still the red-hot favourites for this tournament.
Even after that loss against BDS?
I think so.
I have to imagine we're going to get a repeat in the grand finals. I mean, we'll see. Obviously,
don't count out
anything can
Falcons.
happen. Falcons and M80, I think both still have an absolute shot at taking down those teams, but they're going to be the underdogs when they go into it. So we'll see. I'm very excited if we get that rematch, though.
If
we get it. I think we will, but yeah, we'll see.
Do you know what? If we do, just a quick word on that.
No. Yeah. I don't deal in if, buts, and maybes.
Don't deal in if, buts, and maybes. You deal in absolutes, do you, Ginny? Do you want to try the accent with that?
No, good,
okay,
thank you.
We'll carry on. If we get that rematch, those games between BDS and W7M are mighty close. Every time they've played, it will be an absolute banger.
All right, mark that. I'm not gonna say on the. Just mark it down, okay? I was gonna say put it on the tombstone, but I feel like that's a bit too dark for this because, you know, we still got some time going into this. But W7M, they have put forward the performance, and one of the things that we really have highlighted so far is the thing that the matches where you learn the most from are the ones that maybe don't really go your way. So them having that opportunity to go back to their game up against BDS, go over that best of 3 that they played, pick out the nitty-gritty things that maybe didn't really go the way that it should have gone, gives them an opportunity to improve. Unfortunately for Oxygen, they're not gonna have the opportunity to do that because they're out of the competition, but W7M have gathered so much material today to give themselves the best start tomorrow.
Yeah, they've gone up against 2 solid teams today, and I think they've come through it. They've gotten out of the groups ultimately, which is the first and foremost the goal. I think it's always good to suffer a little bit of failure, especially when you're at the top. If that's the only failure they suffer this tournament is losing to BDS and losing 2-1 in a close game, then yeah, sure. You know, you will absolutely take that. You need to be reminded that you aren't bulletproof at times to put in that performance.
Keria coming through as well as the Keria MVP coming through for Hertz. I mean, this man has been putting forward an absolute performance. Also really important to keep taking into consideration, we have the merit award. So getting the MVP consistently and getting far into this tournament, that is a really good thing to be.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about his struggles in the last game against BDS, right? It really was not Herds' match. He did seemingly have a tough time there. But in this game, particularly in that Skyscraper match, he was having a great time, right? Jumping out, getting aggressive, making those plays as he loves to do for W7M. You could tell he was enjoying himself. And this is kind of one of those games where he can do that, right? And maybe the earlier game they had against Cyclops as well to start off the tournament would make this tough for his opponents. But listen, in this type of environment, he's very, very good. Absolutely deserves the MVP. I'm just hoping we see that again in playoffs.
That was certainly one of the more outrageous highlights packages that was shown for the MVP.
Yeah.
You know, you're seeing the C4s up front of the hatch, you're seeing the jump outs, you're seeing everything being a little bit exotic. And he's just that player, you know?
He's gaming.
He's gaming, he feels it, and that's not scripted as well. That's the thing is, you know,
of course,
a lot of it on the defense is just do your setup and then just go and find something. Go and create us an opening in a round and have that freedom. And that freedom clearly works when, you know, he's pulling those type of clips out.
Yeah, gaming as well, though. The entirety of the W7M roster this game specifically started, so to say, gaming, because when we were looking at their performance against BDS, a couple of elements pushing and pulling here and there, but this time around it just felt like more of a cohesive unit. We're going to be looking at the Colonel's choice in terms of the highlights for today. The first match coming up, Falcons up against NIP. I mean, this one going the distance as well. The fact that Falcons have closed it out in such close fashion is also something to be very commemorated.
Of course. course, and it was a great clip there from Pino, but I think that's actually a really sick clip for the Falcons because it's a real down moment for them. You know, they ended up in that moment kind of throwing the game away, throwing away Cafe to bounce back to still be NIP through the end. I think it really does show their perseverance, and then we saw, of course, there on that next map, Villa goes their direction, coming back 7-5. Obviously, huge moment for the team, making it back to the playoffs here in Gamers8. They've got a lot to be excited for, a lot to be happy for. Tough road ahead, of course, but that's always going to be it, right, when you play Rainbow Six Siege at the highest level, so I'm sure they're happy with that.
I mean, Falcons against, this is the second game. Look, all right, this is W7M against Oxygen. I'm trying to like decide with the logos like what we're playing, but I'm assuming it's W7M Oxygen because it's red and green, so you know, at least we can see that much. But this game as well, again, just the fact that it went to 2 maps, so I think it's a little bit of maybe something that Oxygen wouldn't have wanted.
JV.
He's gaming.
I saw this guy in the lobby before the game, you know, when the game 2 was going on. I saw JV, and he walks up to me, and he's like, he's all hyped. He walks up to me, he goes, "We're gonna win easy." And I'm not.
That's the confidence that you need.
I've not seen him since we've been here, like to talk to him, and he just screams it at me across the lobby. "We're gonna win easy," and I'm like, "Are you confident? You know, you lost
I mean,
today."
I think so.
No, this is gonna be easy, bro. And then he just walked off. I was like, oh, "Okay."
That's so funny.
He stands up and he's like that.
I mean, that's the confidence that you need, right, coming into these matches, because you can't be doubting yourself. That's also some of the things that teams have suffered from here and there, is those split-second decisions not being made because they're not too comfortable, not too confident. So having that individual player be like, "Yeah, I can do it, let's go."
Yeah,
that's great.
It's funny because like you can see the mindset differences, right? JV, the Brazilian attitude, he's hype, he's yelling at you, he knows he's better. And then like you go back to, I remember the Alems interviews, and he's always so humble. He's like, "No, there's a lot of great teams here. You know, every game is tough. You know, we're always respecting our opponents. We believe in ourselves, but these are tough games." JV, where are you? I mean, it's great. The top teams
Polar
we've seen
opposites,
so
you know,
far.
they're like balancing each other out
It's the same
perfectly.
thing. Like I interviewed Felipox after their win yesterday night, and I was like, "How was that game?" On an interview, he was like, "Yeah, it was really easy, to be honest." Like, that was the Cyclops game. It's like, you know, these guys just say how they feel. They know that they've got a big target on their backs, and they're living up to it, and they're delivering as well.
Yeah, we also got the save of the day that we're going to be delivering to you guys in terms of the best save that we've seen today on the stream. We're going to be starting it off with, this is going to be W7M against Oxygen as well. Oh, we know this round.
Yeah, this is the Cafe where it started off with a giant C4 coming through with Fox falling for it. This is the final round on Cafe when it's, of course, 6-5. W7M had pulled this match back, and they really just dominated it. This was a save of the game, really, because it encapsulates the entirety of that match. They were down 4-2 at the half. They needed to make that comeback happen, and to finish it off with such a bang. C4 is out the windows. That aggression that they had brought throughout this series on defense really did, I think, say it all and summed up that match very nicely.
It was potentially dangerous for them, right? Because they'd gone too far on their attack split. So to then come through on their defenses and then do that, you know, it was almost a sweep within Cafe. I know it's 2 halves to every side, and Cafe is a little bit like that. And it was a big way to end that game because the rounds just kept teetering on, and it looked like it was careering towards overtime. Obviously, they pulled it out right at the end.
Yeah, they did indeed, and they closed it out to an also a great series from W7M as well. But as we said, we know they're going to be going up against M80, and that is also going to be an interesting one to have a look at, because at the end of the day, both of these teams are so incredibly strong, and I can see you smiling, rubbing your hands. You're like, "Yeah, Ginny, let's talk about W7M and M80.
He wants to talk about his American
does.
colleagues.
Well, I do, because it's Battle of the Americas to get started in the semifinals. I'm actually so hyped for these games. I think we got 2 great matches coming up in the semis, but yeah, NA versus Brazil going on for one of our semis, and then we've got MENA versus Europe as well in the other one.
We've got 4 regions.
Every single region is locked in and loaded. I absolutely love it. There's so much variation as well. Just,
sorry.
Tomorrow's going to be a rough day.
We've got MENA, we've got EU, we've got NA, we've got Latin America.
We're not going to have NA much longer.
4 different teams though, that's great.
Yeah.
It's great. It's going to be really interesting to see as well which regions are going to be heading into the finals. But before we kind of discuss tomorrow, we also have ALG play of today in terms of what we've seen. And that was Pino specifically, because just have a look, guys. You'll see for yourself.
An absurd play, and one that we kind of talked about earlier, you know, this being maybe a tough one mentally coming through from the Falcons. This is a must-win round, and of course, match point, round 15, as it always is. You know, I like the attacking strategy, using the Capitao smoke bolts to stop those angles from up above. There's no Warden coming through to see through that smoke. They start the plants. They do get off of it, so they kind of aren't suring themselves in this plant, but when Pino gets forward, he makes his aggressive plays, and he gets in, finding those picks. I mean, he really takes over this round. And then here in the 1v2, I think if they're a little more put together, you know, if they could slow down time, Falcons could definitely have won this. But I think this peak here, a little over-eager coming through. But, yeah.
I think, realistically, Pino's role in this attack is to facilitate the plant. It's not to get the ace to win the round. And I think the fact that, you know, some of his teammates trolled, especially on the Monty, the fact that the Monty has died in the post plant there, I don't know how because it was off camera, but the Monty has died off camera.
Yeah.
And your Capitao is brought to facilitate the smokes, to allow the entry into the site, to allow the plant. It's not then brought to then get all 5 kills to win you the round, to win you the game. So for me, that absolutely is the play of the day because when others weren't stood up and counted, Pino was like, I'm the guy, and I'm just going to get this ace. We're going to win this round. We'll get to map 3. I know it didn't work out in the long run for them, but individually, that was an excellent play.
Yeah, individual great performance from Pino. In general, what we've seen today in terms of the Siege, I mean, except that final series, every single game today, every series went all the way to the distance, and that is something that we're expecting from tomorrow as well. We just collectively put all our individual brain cells together and figured out that every single region is still in the competition. We have NA, we have LATAM, we're gonna have, well, maybe not APAC, but we're gonna have MENA as well as Europe. So it's gonna be a tough one tomorrow because we are going to be saying goodbye to a team as well. So it's like, you know, it's gonna be in those finals, really.
It's exciting, and I mean, the fact that we got to say goodbye to 2 teams, we always do, right? And that's going to show which are the two top teams. Well, no, but it makes it more exciting. It means all's on the line, right? You got to cheer for your region to come through because if they don't, that's it.
That's true.
Are you trying to like hype yourself up in your own region? Like, is this your own pep talk?
I'm hyping up every region. I mean, I actually think our semifinals are an amazing set of games.
I think both of them have, you know, different storylines that make them individually amazing. You know, you're going to have W7M against M80 that could have been a final in its own right.
Yeah.
It's, you know, BDS Falcons, the revenge story.
Classic.
Falcons on the home ground, BDS, the remaining champions. There's so many storylines between these 2 different fixtures that are completely different. I'm all for it.
I'm all for it indeed, and I'm sure you guys are really looking forward to it as well, but that's going to be tomorrow because we're ready to sign off for today. So thank you so much for tuning in and sticking with us for all these best of 3s. We're going to be back tomorrow with 2 best of 3s with the semifinals to crown our champions that are going to be going into the finals on Sunday. So make sure you tune in. See you then.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in.